Chapter 751. Auction 5. A few GU Immortals received these mortal GU, showing doubt on their faces. Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly. The auction of immortal GU is extremely important. The ones that are auctioned first have a greater advantage. They can be exchanged for more varieties of immortal GU. Thus, for fairness, this auction will not go according to the listed order. I have specially prepared these mortal GU. Once you activate them, they will point to one of the immortal GU up for auction. As for which one, it is completely random. Nobody can manipulate them. Go ahead and inspect these mortal GU. These words attracted quite a pleased response. The GU Immortals inspected the mortal GU in turn as they discussed softly. This method is great. I was worried that my immortal GU would be auctioned later and be at a disadvantage. Qin Bai Sheng is not simple. He considered everything carefully for this auction. If he really did something secretly, I cannot complain. My inspections say that there are no problems at all. These mortal GU were inspected by the GU Immortals and were sent to the secret rooms. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. He personally inspected them and discovered nothing wrong with them. After the GU Immortals in the secret rooms inspected the GU, the mortal GU went to the single rooms again. The rank 8 GU Immortals were almost all in single rooms. After inspecting, the mortal GU were passed back to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who is still uncertain? Would you like to go ahead and inspect it again?" As expected, there were GU Immortals who said that they needed to inspect it again. Among them, some had already inspected the GU before. This set of mortal GU had no problems earlier, but it was passed around. What if someone did something to them while they were passed around? GU Immortals were wary and meticulous, thus they wanted to take another look. After inspecting it again, they found nothing wrong. At this point, the true purpose of this auction was about to begin. Qin Bai Sheng activated this set of mortal GU in front of everyone. They shined in a bright light as smoke rose. The smoke gathered in the air and formed into the two words Conceal Luck. It has been chosen. The first immortal GU is Conceal Luck Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng shouted. Conceal Luck Immortal GU was originally numbered at the end of the auction. To think that it became the first now. Tai Bai Yunxing grabbed the east window GU as he muttered after checking. At the same time, many other GU Immortals were doing the same thing. The sequence in the east window GU was not the real order. Their own immortal GU could possibly be the next one up for auction. If they happened to be at the end, they could only blame their luck. This was a fair rule. None of the Immortals had any disagreements. Even the rank 8 GU Immortal great experts agreed with this. On the stage, the screen was changing as it turned into the appearance of the Conceal Luck Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng introduced when the time was right. As everyone can see, this GU looks like a white-skinned beetle. It is half the size of a palm and is a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal GU. It can conceal one's own luck. The seller wants a Metal Path Defensive Immortal GU. Whoever has a Metal Path Defensive Immortal GU can bid for it. There is no lower limit for this. Conceal Luck Immortal GU, concealing one's own luck. Luck Path has Luck Inspection GU, it can inspect another person's luck. There is also Conceal Luck GU, it can hide one's own luck and prevent others from seeing it. This Conceal Luck Immortal GU is rank 6, it can defend from rank 6 Luck Inspection GU. Although the effect is good, its use is too narrow. In the main hall, GU Immortals were discussing softly, but no one bid for it. If Luck Path was flourishing and widely used, so be it. But since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path, he had been secretive and hidden it for himself. This caused the number of Luck Path Mortal GU to be very low. Especially Conceal Luck Immortal GU, it could only have value against someone who had Luck Inspection Immortal GU. This Immortal GU's use was too narrow, it had little value. GU Immortals were not stupid. Why would they bid randomly? Damn it! The person who had Conceal Luck Immortal GU was a female GU Immortal. She sat in a single room as she bit her lips. She helplessly watched her Conceal Luck Immortal GU go without bidding. Nobody wanted it. The first Immortal GU was not successfully sold. This was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Bai Sheng's face was a little dark as he used the mortal GU in his hands to start the bidding for the second item. The image changed, and showed a cicada-like immortal GU. This cicada was not as exquisite as Spring-Autumn cicada, it had a big head and was shining in silver light. This is Heavenly Gong Immortal GU, a Sound Path Rank 6 Immortal GU, to be traded with a Transformation Path-related Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng said. In the main hall, a GU Immortal saw this GU and flew into a rage, shouting, "Heavenly Gong Immortal GU! HMPH, this GU was mine, but Hei Lou Lan snatched it. Hei Lou Lan, come out now. I'll come out, do you think I'm afraid of you?" From a secret room, Hei Lou Lan walked out with a ruthless smile. It is Hei Lou Lan indeed, a famous loner of the demonic path in Northern Plains. Rumors say that he had obtained an inheritance of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, thus he can snatch other people's immortal GU. This person was raised by a female wolf since he was young, his nature is like that of a wild animal, he is cruel and insidious, and is a loner, being very different from normal people. Old ancestor Shui had once attempted to recruit him, but he rejected him. The GU Immortals discussed enthusiastically. Hei Lou Lan crossed his arms as he walked towards the main hall, sitting in front of the shouting GU Immortal. The GU Immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other seats. You! The shouting GU Immortal pointed at Hei Lou Lan as his face turned red, he was trembling from anger. Me what? Hei Lou Lan licked his lips, he had a cruel and mocking gaze. Old man Xiong Yuan, you are a Sound Path GU Immortal, if you do not bid now, when will you? Transformation Path Immortal GU, I have one here, it is called Demon Ferret Skin. After using it, one skin can turn into the skin of the Heart Demon Ferret. Unfettered Scholar's voice came from a single room. A Heart Demon Ferret was a desolate beast, there were normally Wisdom Path GU worms in its body. The Demon Ferret skin could provide resistance against Wisdom Path attacking methods. After Unfettered Scholar killed a Heart Demon Ferret, he used it to refine this GU. But he already had methods to defend against Wisdom Path, thus this GU was redundant to him, therefore he took it out. Demon Ferret Skin, if one can gather Demon Ferret Bone, Demon Ferret Blood, and other related Immortal GU, one can unleash the Immortal Killer move, Heart Demon Ferret Transformation. Hei Lou Lan's gaze shined as he thought. Transformation Path was different from other paths, their killer moves were easy to form. As long as one gathered a set of Immortal GU, they could form an Immortal Killer move. Thus, there was much to consider when trading for Transformation Path Immortal GU compared to other paths. Hei Lou Lan had 3 Immortal Wolf Transformation Killer moves, it could allow him to transform into 3 different Desolate Wolves, they had great battle strength. If he transformed into the Heart Demon Ferret, even though it was similar to the form of a wolf, what Hei Lou Lan wanted was to develop his fighting ability in water. Thus, Hei Lou Lan slightly shook his head, not speaking. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing silently, he said, any other GU Immortals want to bid? I have a Moon Demon Batclaw Immortal GU, it can transform your hands into the backclaws of a Moon Demon Bat. Feng Ju said loudly. This is Fairy Yuan who is representing Prince Feng Xian. Isn't Fairy Yuan a Sword Path GU Immortal, why does she want the Sound Path Heavenly Gong Immortal GU? She is representing the Rank 8 Great Expert, Prince Feng Xian, this bid is likely to be Prince Feng Xian's intention. The GU Immortals started guessing. Nobody knew that the so-called Sword Master Yuan was actually Feng Ju. He was a Sound Path GU Immortal, thus he desired the Heavenly Gong Immortal GU. Hei Lou Lan did not speak, he shook his head. Moon Demon Batclaw Immortal GU could bring about a future possibility, Immortal Killer move, Moon Demon Bat Transformation. But Hei Lou Lan was not good at aerial combat, he even hated the sky. This was because he had lived in a wolf's den in his youth, he learned to move on all fours from his wolf mother, and was skilled in using his teeth to bite objects. Most wolves were land-based creatures, they could not fly. Qin Bai Sheng obtained a transmission, afterwards he said, the GU Immortal in the first secret room has bid a Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell Immortal GU, together with verified information regarding ascending heaven plane. Hei Lou Lan's gaze shined, he raised his head. Grand Smoke Sea Turtle was a desolate beast of the sea, it suited his needs. But this turtle was skilled in using illusions to conceal itself, it did not have high speed or strong defenses, this was quite different from Hei Lou Lan's battle style. Ascending heaven plane, what is that? Hei Lou Lan asked. Although he had high battle strength, he was a loner and did not trust any human GU immortals, thus he was lacking in information. HMPH, a frog in a well. GU immortal Sheng Yuan laughed as he refused to give up any chance of mocking Hei Lou Lan. Ascending heaven plane is a place, anyone who passes it, even if it is a mortal, can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. In the legends, Northern Dark Eye Soul, who was able to enter Black Heaven, went through ascending heaven plane to reach it. Qin Bai Sheng explained patiently. So that's it. Hei Lou Lan was moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator, he needed to fight for every piece of resources personally. But Northern Plains had limited resources, and the super forces were holding on to them. Meanwhile, the immemorial 9 heavens had the heavenly wind chi wall, only very strong GU immortals could force their way in and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only white and black heaven were left intact, while the other heavens were utterly broken, or even completely destroyed, be it the intact heavens or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, they had abundant resources. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get the information regarding the ascending heaven plane. Hei Lou Lan was increasingly moved. As he thought about it, 2 more GU immortals took out their transformation path immortal GU and entered the bidding. One was the shouting GU immortal who wanted to tear Hei Lou Lan into pieces, GU immortal Sheng Yuan. A total of 5 GU immortals bid for 1 immortal GU. They continued to increase their bids, or added in immortal essence stones, even providing rare resources, lost GU recipes, or a large group of beasts. Eventually, Hei Lou Lan chose the offer of the first secret room, obtaining Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell immortal GU, as well as a large group of water wolves. The 2 sides made the transaction in public. Because the GU immortal in the secret room could not show up, Qin Bai Sheng was the middleman for this. After Hei Lou Lan got the intelligence about ascending heaven plane, he looked at it in anticipation, but when he saw it, he stared with furious eyes as he started to shout in anger. Chapter 752. Auction 6. No. Hei Lou Lan's expression turned grim, he refused to speak, but it looked like he had suffered a huge loss. That batch of water wolves? He asked. It is already in the blessed land. Qin Bai Sheng said. Bring me there. Hei Lou Lan said stiffly. Qin Bai Sheng waved his hand and teleported Hei Lou Lan away. After the latter checked the goods and found no mistake, he collected the wolves and left the auction in advance, without returning to the auction hall. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf rascal suffer a loss, it is truly quite gratifying. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Xiao laughed. Next to him, the rank 8 GU immortal from Eastern Sea was playing with the heavenly gong immortal GU. Thanks to esteemed guest's help, even though Hei Lou Lan saw the location of ascending heaven plane, it was in Eastern Sea and he could not go there, one could only imagine his anger. Murong Jin Xiao thanked. No need to thank me, my daughter is skilled in music, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I was not targeting Hei Lou Lan personally. The Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea, I know the location of it. How did the GU immortal in the first secret room learn about it? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in Northern Plains that has connections with Eastern Sea, it was Murong tribe, right? Soon, Fang Yuan set aside his suspicions. Because Qin Bai Sheng had chosen the 3rd immortal GU that was up for auction, it was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud GU. Qin Bai Sheng announced clearly, Immortal GU Rising Azure Cloud, Rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in ascending and descending in the air, the seller wants a Strength Path Immortal GU. Anyone interested can start bidding. Fang Yuan was now a Strength Path GU Immortal. This was a fact that could not be changed. Even though Strength Path was declining now, he could only push on in this direction. Because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, ever since rebirth, his plan had been to become a Time Path GU Immortal using his first aperture. In regards to this, he was quite helpless. In the earlier stages of this life, Fang Yuan simply chose Strength Path as a transitory measure. In the end, because he was forced by circumstances, he ascended to an Immortal using Strength Path. And because of Reckless Savage True Meaning, his Strength Path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, becoming equal with Fang Yuan's Blood Path. This was unexpected. Fang Yuan would rather give up Blood Path than Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was undoubtedly a Blood Path Grandmaster, but there was more than one Blood Path Grandmaster other than him. On the other hand, there was only one Spring-Autumn Cicada in this world, and it was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital GU. Looking at the two, the choice was clear. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he would need to walk on a long journey. He lacked a Time Path foundation, and he was not a Time Path GU Immortal either. The current situation was, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not know when he could regain his living status. In a short time, if he wanted to gain more battle strength, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal GU. This is the Star Desolate Hound Strength GU. It can grant you the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU. I'll throw in another 150 kilograms of Great Lakes oil. A Chi Grand Lion Strength GU, and 5 drops of Rulai blood. As the bidding continued, a GU Immortals bid made the hall go into a commotion. Rulai blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, Rulai Tribulation. Only by piercing the Rulai can one obtain this blood. This blood is genuine immortal material. It can be the main material to make a rank 6 Immortal GU, or a supplementary material for a rank 7 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Rulai blood was precious, 5 drops was too little. He sighed. Although Strength Path was declining, the number of Strength Path Immortal GU was not few. But if not for this auction, he would not have seen so many Strength Path Immortal GU. Northern Plains GU Immortals, compared to the other 4 regions, had the lowest financial power. But even so, after many years of accumulation, they still had quite the sum. GU Immortals had many precious goods, but they usually kept it to themselves, hiding their wealth from others. Especially Immortal GU, once these were exposed, they might get targeted, thus, they hid Immortal GU even more deeply. Only during this auction would GU Immortals expose these GU voluntarily. Otherwise, why would he say that the auction was a rare chance and a precious opportunity that he could not miss? A total of 5 GU Immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU. After a few rounds, 2 GU Immortals backed out. Not long after, the third stopped. Only 2 were left. But before they decided on the victor, Fang Yuan had sent a message to Qin by Sheng. Enough, I'll choose the third person. The one with Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU. This auction involving Immortal GU was different from normal auctions. Firstly, Immortal GU were unique. Secondly, there was no developed economy. They did not have a common currency. Thirdly, GU Immortals' resources were all different. Most of the precious immortal materials were hard to evaluate. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. Even though buyers competed with each other, it was only to attract the seller and move them. The winner who outbids the rest might not necessarily get the auction item. To simplify it, this was a seller's market. Immortal GU were unique. If I did not sell it, where could you buy it? A moment later, Fang Yuan and that GU Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained the Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU, while Fang Yuan obtained the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, as well as a batch of immortal materials that were listed on Lang Ya Land Spirits list. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU was because this was the only one which was a flying beast. The rest were all land-based creatures. Fang Yuan had true solid bat wings now. It was compatible with the strength of a flying beast. If he could unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU while flying, it would have an effect on par with Immortal Movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud was the fourth auction item, it was a Fire Path Immortal GU. Once this GU appeared, a small surge erupted in the auction. Even the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, joined the bidding. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 GU Immortals and ordinary rank 7 GU Immortals compare to a rank 8 GU Immortal? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the eventual winner of the bidding. He would rather risk offending a rank 8 Great Expert. That was because the immortal materials offered by the buyer were too valuable to him. Immortal materials all varied greatly. The different types available were like the numbers of stars in the sky. Not even 5 Elements Grandmaster could possess all of them. But that was exactly why the auction was so interesting, because everyone had a chance. The 5th and 6th items were both Metal Path Immortal GU. The auction hall became much more heated now. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these were the 5 most mainstream paths. They were even more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were much less so. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained one of the Metal Path GU worms. The last one was won by Qin by Sheng. Not only was he the organizer of the auction, he was also a participant. As time passed, Immortal GU after Immortal GU were bought and sold. This was a rare scene that had not happened in a few hundred years of time in Northern Plains. There were records in history regarding such auctions, but they were smaller in scale. The most important thing was that the collapse of 88 True Young Building caused all the GU Immortals to have some form of profit. This caused the auction to be at such a scale. Rarely seen Immortal GU appeared one after another. Northern Plains GU Immortals were trying to take advantage of this rare situation. Next is the 23rd auction item, Worldly Wave Trace. This GU is rank 6 and is used for movement. Qin Bai Sheng was still introducing it when 2 GU Immortals already began staring with shining eyes. Finally! Worldly Wave Trace, one of the core Immortal GU of Water Pavilion. I have to get it no matter what. Feng Ju Ji clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, very good, I did not waste my efforts after all. I already have the relevant Immortal GU recipe in my hands. Once I get it, I have a high chance of refining Worldly Horizon Immortal GU. World Horizon Immortal GU can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens freely. It can reduce the cost of breaking through the heavenly Wind Chi wall. The GU Immortal from Eastern Sea was already excited and in anticipation. The use and value of an Immortal GU varied from one person to another. To Feng Ju Ji, this was one of the cores to construct the rank 7 Immortal GU house, Water Pavilion. To the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, it was a path towards the immemorial 9 heavens, the way to immense benefits. These two choices had their own advantages. It was hard to say which was a better way. I have a Star Desolate Hound Strength GU. A Peach Wolf Strength GU. A Wailing Whale Strength GU. The GU Immortals bid rapidly. Feng Ju Ji waited patiently, seeing that the rank 6 GU Immortals in the main hall were bidding. He could not help but smile. Using Sword Master Yulan's voice, he said, I have a Strength Path Immortal GU here, called Pulling Mountain. It will allow your strength to pull up a mountain. I will also add in 150 kilograms of Heaven Metal. Heaven Metal? Incredible, this is an immortal material that is on par with the Rulai blood. It is only produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms from the start. This is much more than 5 drops of Rulai blood. Did I hear wrongly? There was a commotion in the main hall. Feng Ju Ji took out a huge sum to bid. With one move, he scared off most of his competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven metal was not a small sum, it was extremely valuable. But he only scared off most of them. In the first secret room, Eastern Sea GU Immortal snorted unhappily, using his Mortal GU to bid again. A Strength Path Immortal GU, Overturn River, as well as 250 kilograms of Crack Divine Water. Is he crazy? 250 kilograms of Crack Divine Water? This is possible supplementary material for rank 7 Immortal GU. Crack Divine Water is on par with Heaven Metal. It can only be extracted from the deepest part of a great lake. In 100 years, there might only be about 10 to 15 kilograms. Oh. Feng Juji was slightly shocked. He did not expect such a fierce competitor to appear. He gave an arrogant laugh. Using Sword Master Yulan's identity, he had less reservations. He said, whatever the seller needs, be it materials, GU recipes, beast groups or variant human slaves, just tell me. The instant these words came out, the whole hall went in an uproar. Most GU immortals immediately thought of Prince Feng Xian, who was backing Fairy Lou Lan. It seems that Prince Feng Xian wants this immortal GU. Even that Eastern Sea GU immortal could not help but guess. But he quickly laughed. His fighting spirit had been triggered. Prince Feng Xian is rank 8, but am I not rank 8 too? Soon after, in the auction hall, his voice could be heard. My request is the same as Fairy Lou Lan's. Can the seller give us an indication? The hall went into an uproar again. They were trying to guess who was in the first secret room. By directly competing with Sword Master Yuan, they were trying to contest with Prince Feng Xian. Oh. In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan showed an expression of shock as well. His eyes turned as he laughed lightly. It seems that both sides are not ordinary, they really desire this GU. In that case, if I do not accede to their request, it would not be fitting. He directly took out Lang Ya Land Spirit's list. After multiplying the base amounts on it by several times, he handed it to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng received it and showed a strange expression, before displaying it to everyone. The hall went into a third uproar. Isn't this list of items way too absurd? 3,000 kilograms of heaven metal and cracked divine water. Who is this seller? Does he think these materials are grass growing on the ground? This is an exorbitant amount. He is really asking for an absurd price. At once, even Feng Juji and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal were stunned. Chapter 753. Second Immortal GU. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal's expression was like it had never changed. He sat on the chair with a disposition of being in control. He asked Murong Jin Xiao beside him, how many Refinement Path Grandmasters are there in Northern Plains? On the list, most of them were Refinement Path Immortal materials. The varieties were huge, and the types of materials were chaotic. One could become dizzy from looking at it. Fang Yuan could take it out in an instant. He had evidently prepared it long ago. Only Refinement Path GU Immortals would bother to prepare such a list to try and gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Xiao replied without thinking, there are 4 major Refinement Path Grandmasters in Northern Plains. The greatest one is Yao Tribe's rank 8 GU Immortal, Yao Huang. Rumors say that his Refinement Path attainment has exceeded Grandmaster and perhaps even quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is a GU Immortal of my Murong tribe, Murong Shuesong. She had once refined a Snow Path Immortal GU successfully. The third is the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. She has refined GU for many Demonic Path GU Immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator. She is called Lady Miao Li. She is skilled at refining Enslavement Path GU worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything further. The GU Immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. By asking for so many GU refinement materials, even if this is an exorbitant amount, one can see his ambition and unique characteristics. In the main hall, after the GU Immortals regained their senses, they realized this. Right now, this situation has become interesting. Both buyers are quite the characters, they have ample purchasing power. The seller is not to be underestimated either. He has a mysterious background, he is simply unfathomable. Qin Bai Sheng watched with anticipation as he thought about this. He was the organizer of this auction. He knew that the rank 8 GU Immortal in the first secret room came from Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal, even if he was rank 8, had to restrain himself in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, outsiders were likely to get targeted. Thus, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal and Murong Jin Xiao chose to hide their identities, choosing this secret room. Since they wanted to join the auction, they had to interact with Qin Bai Sheng, who helped them to hide their identities and gave them the first secret room. This was a form of respect. Immortal Zombie Shou Huang, he might look ordinary but he may possibly have a rank 8 monster backing him up. And this rank 8 great expert is skilled in refining GU. I'm afraid Fairy Li Shan knows this as well. Otherwise, why would he, a mere rank 6 immortal zombie, be so close to the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Qin Bai Sheng was making a guess. In a way, he was correct. Because it was Lang Ya Lan spirit who was behind Fang Yuan. In the past, Long Hair Ancestor was certainly a rank 8 GU immortal. In that case, I will add in 150 pieces of Thunder Sound Leaves. After a bit of silence, Feng Ju was the first to speak. In the hall, gasping noises could be heard. Thunder Sound Leaves were not common, they did not exist in the outside world, they could only be created from strong lightning tribulations. It was the essence formed from thunder and lightning. But Thunder Sound Leaves were very rare, they were hard to obtain. This was because ordinary GU Immortal already found it hard to undergo their Immortal Aperture tribulations, they would not have the ability to pick the Thunder Sound Leaves during their tribulations. Even if they had the ability, they needed a specific method to pick the Thunder Sound Leaves. Thus, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Thunder Sound Leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Ju was offering 150 of them. He. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal laughed, is Prince Feng Xian so petty? This list clearly states that the seller wants 280 Thunder Sound Leaves. After pausing for a while, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal shouted, I have 360 Heaven Flying Jades. Heaven Flying Jade, this is a type of jade that can allow a person to fly in azure heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade has some mystical senses, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid capture on its own. Who is the person in the first secret room? He offered 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once, it directly fulfills the amount on the list. In the hall, murmurs could be heard again. Actually, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal was also feeling heartache. He had once had an opportunity and entered a large azure heaven fragment world for exploration, obtaining more than 400 Heaven Flying Jades in the process, while getting injured. Right now, to compete for Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, he offered the majority of them, to deal a huge blow towards his contender. In the single room, Feng Ju snorted, his expression turned solemn. The other party's actions made him realize, they were just like him, they were determined to get Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Offering 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once, this showed their immense wealth, they were a powerful foe. But who was Feng Ju? He was the person publicly recognized to have the highest battle strength in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Even though he was rank 7, he could withstand rank 8 GU Immortals, with Spirit Affinity House backing him, and the many years of accumulation, his foundation was immensely abundant. If there were any rank 6 or 7 GU Immortals in this auction who could contest with rank 8 great experts, then Feng Ju would definitely be number 1 amongst them. Adding more. Feng Ju did not hesitate, he continued, I'll add 10,000 pieces of star pupils. Star pupils, a rare material of the immemorial 9 heavens, not able to be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that originated from Blue Heaven. In Blue Heaven, stars flew around in carefree fashion, raining down endless stardust. Among these uncountable stardust fragments, some were 8-sided, some were 5-sided, 7-sided, 16-sided. There were also stardust fragments with no edges, they were round. These edgeless fragments were like round jewels, the starlight gathered into the shape of an iris, thus, they were known as star pupils. Feng Ju's offer was shocking to the GU Immortals. When this list first appeared, I had thought that there would not be a buyer so foolish as to pay such a huge price for an immortal GU. I was wrong. The list only needs 8,000 edgeless stardust fragments, but Sword Master Yuan is offering 10,000. This is evidently a counterattack against the competitor. Too wealthy, they are too wealthy. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am like a pauper. Such a feeling is really not good. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal heard Feng Ju's offer and his breathing stopped for a moment. Honestly speaking, he did not expect that he would attract a fiercer counterattack, an even stronger backlash. Although there are a lot of star pupils, I must remind the seller. Star pupils, after all, vary in quality. A fragmented star pupil and an intact star pupil have very different value. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal said. Fang Yuan heard this and thought about it. The voice from the first secret room was correct, this was true. But on Hei Lou Lan Spirit's immortal material list, he did not mention this. The reason was, Hei Lou Lan Spirit did not expect such a situation to occur. He thought it was hard enough to collect star pupils. It was good if they could find any, the quality was not an issue, that was a secondary concern. You've said so much, but can you actually make a new offer? If not, I have a lot more here. Feng Juji smiled coldly. He continued his attack, mentioning region sand, sun salt, star galaxy wind, plane fire, and 3 other immortal materials. Although the amount did not fill up the list, the variety was enough to be shocking. A GU Immortal immediately sighed. Fairy Yuan is cold and arrogant, she is going all in. Before the opponent made an offer, she raised it once again. A GU Immortal beside him analyzed, this is a bidding tactic. In my opinion, the mysterious GU Immortal in the first secret room is a formidable person as well, he will not give up easily. Feng Juji's offer gave the Eastern Sea GU Immortal in the first secret room a reminder. That's right, the seller can take out such a list, they definitely cultivate refinement path. Refining GU requires a large variety of materials, a large quantity of one material is not enough. The other party is making such an offer to attract them, I need to change my tactics as well. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal thought about it before shouting again. He competed with Feng Juji, offering huge amounts of immortal materials. This made the GU Immortals present listen with dazed expressions, like they were dreaming. After a few rounds, be it Feng Juji or the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, they started breathing roughly. In the secret room, GU Immortal Murong Jin Xiao, who was at the side, could not say anything further. These two lunatics. In a single room, the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, shook his head, sighing helplessly. His cultivation included metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He needed GU worms from all the 5 paths. He wanted to participate in the Water Path Immortal GU Worldly Wave Traces auction, but looking at this competition, his desire dwindled. Fang Yuan was quite surprised. If he added Feng Juji and the Eastern Sea GU Immortals bids together, then half of the materials listed would be collected already. Of course, Fang Yuan could only choose one of them. There cannot be 2 victors in this bid. Fang Yuan was not overly happy, his gaze was shining uncertainly. The other parties were not idiots, they were going after Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU so fiercely, that proved that for them, they could derive much greater benefits from this Immortal GU. I'll offer 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Chi. At one side, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal had made another offer. The auction hall started whirring, as if a small explosion had happened. What is drunk Immortal Chi? It is also an immortal material, but its use is quite obscure. It can make even GU Immortals drunk, it can only be created in a special environment. This drunk Immortal Chi is usually sold in traces. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, condensed drunk Immortal Chi that are in liquid form are sold in grams. Since when are they sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea GU Immortal was really wealthy. With this heavy blow, even Feng Juji's expression became solemn. Feng Juji knew the value of this drunk Immortal Chi, 5 kilograms of it was simply extraordinary. Feng Juji was hesitant. If he made an offer again, he would need to provide value equivalent to 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Chi. He calmed down and thought about it, asking himself, for solely Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, is such a price worth it or not? Of course it was worth it. Rebuilding Water Pavilion had been a wish of Spirit Affinity House for ages. Although Spirit Affinity House had the complete recipe of Water Pavilion, they could refine only the Mortal GU, the Immortal GU were unique. For Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House had put up detailed missions, recovering each of the core Immortal GU would have an immense reward. In that case, so be it. Feng Juji thought about it rapidly. After making up his mind, he took out another Immortal GU while gritting his teeth. This is the Strength Path Immortal GU, pulling water. He reported. The entire hall became silent. Chapter 754. Domination Immortal Chu. Do the GU Immortals talked among themselves, as many of the GU Immortals in the hall directed their gaze towards a single room. This single room was the place where a fairy Lou Lan was inside. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Lou Lan had when she made such a shocking decision. Even the organizer, Qin Bai Sheng, was a bit stunned. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1, "Is that what you mean, Fairy Lou Lan?" "That is the case." Feng Juji made the decision already. He had no more hesitations. Hearing Feng Juji's confirmation, the discussions in the hall became softer. Feng Juji was a Sound Path GU Immortal. Why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal GU in his possession? In truth, he had many more Immortal GU than just these 2. Feng Juji led the 10 GU Immortals into Northern Plains secretly. He had important missions assigned to him. The first was to find the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, the person who activated Central Continent's arrangements in advance. The second one was to collect as many Immortal GU as he could. To achieve this target, the Central Continent GU Immortals prepared many methods. One of the ways was to exchange GU, thus they brought along many Immortal GU from their sects. After all, GU worms were hard to snatch. A GU master can destroy their own GU worms in an instant with just a thought. The same applied to Immortal GU. The Immortal GU that they brought over were mostly from unpopular paths, like Strength Path, Qi Path, and others. Intelligence on Northern Plains was always in the grasps of the 10 great ancient sects. Qin Bai Sheng had not concealed the matter of him holding the auction. He even promoted it greatly. Thus, Feng Juji and the others had heard about this even when they were in Central Continent. It could be said that Feng Juji's appearance in the auction was not a last-minute decision. He had planned for it long ago. In the current world, Strength Path was not doing well. It had been weakening. Those with enough wealth and ambition would certainly not choose to cultivate in Strength Path. Using these GU worms to exchange for GU worms of other paths, to the 10 sects, this was a form of victory. Although the Eastern Sea GU Immortal was a rank 8 great expert, when they truly competed, he still lost to Feng Juji. After all, Feng Juji was backed by the 10 great ancient sects. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal entered Northern Plains secretly and attended this auction. It was his personal matter. Feng Juji had the resolution to do a 2 for 1 exchange, but he did not. But he was not resigned. He made a final effort, bidding, "I will add, a sandalwood sacred elephant egg." A small commotion occurred in the hall again. A sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows to adulthood, it can rival rank 7 GU Immortals. The most important thing is to raise it from a young age. Establishing a deep relationship, there would be a low chance of betrayal. A living ancient desolate beast's value is very high. If managed well, it is like a treasure trove with endless value. The blood of the sacred elephant is a good immortal material. The tusks of the sacred elephant will grow back even if they are removed. The GU Immortal in the first secret room is using another approach. This is quite impressive, an Immortal GU versus an ancient desolate beast. Comparing the two, they each have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to decide. Immortal GU are indeed unique, but ancient desolate beasts are useful too. Especially when the seller seems to have interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. The people discussed. At this point, Feng Juji and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal stopped bidding. The situation was uncertain now. Feng Juji was exchanging 2 for 1, he had great resolution and had a better chance. But the Eastern Sea GU Immortal's offer was similarly enticing. He had a chance of victory too. As the auction hall turned silent, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. This was an unexpected climactic moment of the auction. How would it end? Who would be the winner that obtains Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU? Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Fang Yuan thought about it before making his decision, informing Qin Bai Sheng secretly. Qin Bai Sheng nodded, announcing publicly, the seller has decided they will sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU to Hei Lou Lan. Once he said that, everyone breathed out in relief, starting their discussions. It was logical that Hei Lou Lan won. It was a 2-for-1 trade after all. If it was me, I would choose the ancient Desolate beast. After all, the Immortal Essence expenditure of using 2 Immortal GU is high. Which lucky person does this Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU belong to? He actually sold it for such a good price, 1 Immortal GU in exchange for 2. Indeed, if I had not witnessed this personally, I would never believe it. Hei Lou Lan, or rather, Prince Feng Xian definitely has other objectives. They are not fools, since they are offering such a high price, then the benefits they can gain must also be higher. As long as there is demand, there is a market, and profits can be gained. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, even Fang Yuan was trying to decipher the reason why Swordmaster Yuan was buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU at such a high price. Prince Feng Xian. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal muttered this name as his expression turned slightly dark. As the auction continued, an Earth Path Immortal GU appeared next. But the atmosphere was far beneath that of earlier. Most of the GU Immortals were still thinking about the earlier situation, they were still discussing it. What was the meaning of affluence and wealth? They had finally seen it clearly. Even though many people were suspicious, why would Prince Feng Xian, a Fire Path cultivator, be interested in a Water Path Immortal GU? But the mind of a rank 8 great expert was hard to decipher. It was not something an outsider could guess so easily. A mainstream Path Immortal GU was rapidly sold after several rounds of bidding. The quick deal gave people a relatively boring feeling. Towards this, Qin Bai Sheng was helpless, he could only smile bitterly. After the climax, it would be the downturn. After all, Feng Ju GE and the Eastern Sea GU Immortals bids were too imposing, it weakened a lot of the GU Immortals' desires to bid. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with the 2-strength Path Immortal GU as he paid attention to the auction. Transactions involving Immortal GU were done on the spot. Fang Yuan looked through those Immortal materials, he checked that there was no issue with the quantity. Through Feng Ju GE's cooperation, the 2-strength Path Immortal GU were completely refined by Fang Yuan, they were now his. At the same time, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU was in Feng Ju GE's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, after so many years, it is finally back in Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Ju GE sighed softly, he felt some emotions. As Immortal GU were auctioned off one by one, as time passed, the atmosphere of the auction hall became heated once again. Next is the 34th auction item, Strength Path Immortal GU, Cauldron Strength. This is a rare Strength Path Defensive Immortal GU. Once activated, it can create a Strength Cauldron, protecting oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng said. Most of the GU Immortals in the hall had little interest. Strength Path was declining, few people cultivated it, thus its demand in the market was small. Just as the owner of Cauldron Strength Immortal GU was anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room, Wisdom Path Immortal GU loving affection. This voice, it's Domination Immortal Chu-Do. Immediately, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is hoarse like this. To think that Domination Immortal came. What is so strange about it? Lord Chu-Do is a famous Strength Path expert, why would Qin Bai Sheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu-Do. In a single room, Feng Ju GE drank his tea as his eyes shined. Before he came to Northern Plains, he had obtained some information. The information regarding Domination Immortal Chu-Do was rich and had a lot of details. Feng Ju GE placed great emphasis on him. Chu-Do was a rare Strength Path GU Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he even had overflowing talent, creating a side branch of Strength Path personally. Strength Path was a huge path, it had once flourished. Right now, Strength Path was split into Beast Strength Phantom Branch, Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch, as well as Human Strength Jun Strength Branch. The Beast Strength Phantom Branch included Bull Strength, Tiger Strength and others. The Strength Path Immortal GU, Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, that Fang Yuan had obtained some time ago was in this branch. Atmospheric Heaven and Earth branch was the strength of nature, like wind strength, water strength, fire strength, and others. Or for example, pulling mountain and pulling water that Fang Yuan obtained from selling Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, both belong to this branch. Human Strength Jun Strength branch referred to the Jin Strength GU, Strength of 10 Jin GU, Jun Strength GU, Strength of 10 Jun GU, Strength of 100 Jun GU, and others. This small branch was created solely by Chu Du. He brought Strength Path onto another track and revitalized this dying path using his own methods. Right now, the Human Strength Jun Strength branch was already the mainstream Strength Path cultivation in Northern Plains. All the GU masters in Northern Plains had a Strength Path foundation. They had all used Jin Strength GU, Strength of 10 Jin GU, Jun Strength GU, Strength of 10 Jun GU, and others. One could say that Domination Immortal Chu Du had single-handedly turned around the situation of Strength Path, affecting all of the GU cultivator paths in the world. Feng Juji naturally had to pay a lot of attention to such a person. In fact, it was particularly great emphasis. Northern Plains is constantly engaged in battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I have to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Juji's mouth curled into an excited smile. Meeting all of the heroes in this world, that was the ambition of a true man. At this time, a voice echoed, "Delight in water and mountain immortal GU, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud soil." Goo. Feng Juji spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes stared widely as he lost his calm. "Delight in water and mountain immortal GU." He shouted, "Damn it, my worry came true." Immortal GU could be placed up for auction. They could naturally be used to trade for other Immortal GU as well. If not for this, all of the registered Immortal GU would be held up and not available for trade. This would greatly affect the auction's success. Feng Juji understood this rule, and thus he was worried about it. Whatever you worried about was bound to happen. Fang Yuan wanted Strength Path Immortal GU. He had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal GU since long ago. Right now, he offered Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. This was part of his original plan. One Heaven Pillar Wind. Facing Fang Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his offer. Heaven Pillar Wind was quite special. It originated from Green Heaven. It was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had high value. It did not lose to Feng Juji's earlier bid of 150 Thunder Sound Leaves. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan muttered, immediately understanding, "It seems that you are my biggest competitor this time." Chapter 755. Fang Yuan vs. Chu Du. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid a Heaven Pillar Wind, and the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room immediately marked up the price with no hesitation. This is a strong foe. Chu Du sighed inwardly. In the previous bidding war of Feng Juji and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, the price was settled by exchanging 2 Immortal GU for 1, from which the 10th secret room had profited greatly. Everyone in the auction knew of this. Chu Du could not help but feel pressure. He was also a veteran GU Immortal with rank 7 cultivation and a deep foundation. In his peak period, the Immortal Essence Stones he had on hand to spend greatly surpassed several tens of thousands. But the situation now was different from the past. Chu Du recently succeeded in undergoing a tribulation of his Immortal aperture, but as a result, his foundation had thinned. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered deep within White Heaven to explore and replenish resources. He did make some profits, but he suffered injuries, and to heal these injuries he had to borrow Immortal GU from others, which cost him a lot. Overall, he still ended up at a loss. The immemorial 9 heavens had plentiful resources, but were also danger zones. The benefits there were accompanied with risks. Thus, at this moment, Chu Du was quite short on money available to spend. But Strength Path Defensive Immortal GU are rare. I have been a Strength Path GU Immortal for so long, but only today have I come across one. If I don't try my best to obtain it, I might regret it in the future." Chudu thought of this, and gritted his teeth as he continued to bid. However, no matter how much he added, Fang Yuan also kept on adding. Several rounds later, Chudu finally could not persist with this and sent a message to Qin Bai Sheng secretly, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Bai Sheng was surprised, but without any change in expression, he sent the message to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's permission, Chudu was able to send a letter to the 10th secret room. In the letter, Chudu wrote, if Fang Yuan to retreat from the bidding war, he would owe Fang Yuan a favor and would do a task of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in accordance to the future circumstances. If Fang Yuan did not believe him, they could use an immortal GU to create a vow. Not only this, Chudu also said he would provide Fang Yuan precious information regarding Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Fang Yuan was surprised and also happy as he read this letter. There was no doubt Chudu wrote this letter because he wanted to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, and because of his insufficient financial condition, he wanted to talk things over with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan certainly would not agree. He was a Strength Path GU Immortal as well, and naturally wanted to obtain this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. As for Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan already had a rough understanding of it, he even obtained benefits personally. I had originally thought Domination Immortal Chudu had deep pockets, but who could have thought he would make a fool of himself this quickly? It seems his fortune is at rock bottom. He. Fang Yuan snickered while making another high bid. Chudu gritted his teeth as he proceeded with the bidding, but the items he used to bid were a mishmash of different goods. Fang Yuan increased his bid again, adding on rank 7 immortal materials, which could act as the main refinement material to refine a rank 7 immortal GU. Their value was very high. Chudu sighed but still was not resigned to giving up, as he again added bits and pieces from here and there, bidding many rank 6 immortal materials. The overall price was similar to Fang Yuan's rank 7 immortal materials. The GU immortals in the hall began to notice the clues now. Strange, Lord Chudu seems to be in a strained situation. I had vaguely heard that Domination Immortal had undergone a tribulation few months ago. It seems the injuries from the tribulation were quite heavy. Chudu had borrowed Healing Immortal GU from Yao Huang, and reportedly had to pay a considerable price. The GU Immortals quietly spoke to one another while sighing. Chudu was feeling anxious, but there was someone else who was more anxious, Feng Ju Ji. This Domination Immortal also cannot handle the situation. Feng Ju Ji felt disappointment. He had been hoping Chudu could pressure the 10th secret room with his might and overwhelm them to achieve victory. But despite Chudu's reputation, currently his poor financial capacity was making a scene that Feng Ju Ji could not bear to continue witnessing. He had no choice but to think of a way to stop Fang Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, these two immortal GU both belong to the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a major origin. It is even possible that they are the main culprit of the Imperial Court case. I know them, but they don't know about me. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark right now. It won't be appropriate if I directly buy Delight in Water and Mountain from him or her. Not to mention the chance of inadvertently alerting them, if they infer some clues and decide to not sell the immortal GU, that would be anything but good. Feng Ju Ji kept on thinking. He also had a strategic mind. He had both brains and brawn. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not entrust him with such an important task and send him as the leader of the group infiltrating Northern Plains. If I directly interfere and participate in the bidding, that would be inappropriate as well. I am under the identity of Swordmaster Yuan, but I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace. If I openly buy Delight in Water and Mountain again, in the case that the person in the 10th secret room knows of the secret of Water Pavilion, the possibility of exposing myself increases greatly. Feng Ju Ji had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains and also disguised his identity. Even if he was very powerful, he would be fighting in foreign territory, so he had some misgivings. The most troublesome thing is even if someone outbids others in this auction, if the seller does not choose them, it would still be a failure. Even if I interfere and suppress others, there won't be much significance. Moreover, there was another point as well. Even if Feng Juji succeeded in the bidding and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, what would he use it for? He did not want a Strength Path Immortal GU. Instead, he wanted to sell Strength Path Immortal GU in exchange for other, more suitable Immortal GU. Feng Juji's mouth dried. He took a sip of tea while having a regretful feeling in his heart. If I was not alone and had someone to help me, it would be much simpler to deal with this problem. However, on one hand, his move, vaguely familiar face, was an immortal killer move and it could not be easily passed on to others. On the other hand, he also could not use the GU Immortals at Prince Feng Xian's side. The logic here was simple. If, by any chance, Feng Juji's identity was exposed, Prince Feng Xian would not be greatly implicated. Prince Feng Xian could proclaim he knew nothing of it, and keep on lurking undercover. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Juji made the decision and quietly got in contact with Domination Immortal Chu Du. The GU Immortals in single rooms and the main hall could directly contact each other, unlike the secret rooms, where Chu Du could only contact Fang Yuan with Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman. As long as either party within a secret room did not want to make contact, there could be no way to send a message. Chu Du felt strange as he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was fairly close to Yao Huang, but he had only met Prince Feng Xian once. In the letter, Feng Juji said he was willing to fund Chu Du to help him win Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. However, he made a request, saying that he hoped Chu Du could sell the immortal material, True Heaven Silver. It seems that there is some value for the injuries I had in the exploration of White Heaven. I obtained 300 kilograms of True Heaven Silver, which is extremely rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, I can still compete. Chu Du naturally was somewhat doubtful of Feng Juji's true intentions. But he was feeling urgency in obtaining Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Juji, thanking the other party for the help and also stating that after this event, he would give detailed information on the exact location of True Heaven Silver. With Feng Juji's help, Chu Du gained confidence and made a bid again. Changes occur in matters within the world, producing mysterious and interesting results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Chu Du died in battle and the killer had been Feng Juji. Now, because of Fang Yuan, these two people joined hands by a stroke of fate. The collaboration between the two was mutually beneficial. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, and Feng Juji's help was opportune assistance. To Feng Juji, the financial aid he provided Chu Du with would be returned to him in the future. He could pay a low price to obstruct Fang Yuan's target. The bidding price continued to increase higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have been revitalized, having increased confidence as he made bids with no hesitation. Fang Yuan was surprised at this. After using up the immortal materials from Lang Ya Blessed Land, he had no choice but to start bidding with the immortal materials he had obtained earlier. Feng Juji could not help but feel vexed. These immortal materials had been his previously. He had not thought that after taking them out, they would be used against him so quickly. However, Feng Juji had no choice but to continue, while also calculating the situation. It seems the situation of Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU is going to be repeated. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be bent on getting this Strength Immortal GU. The 10th Secret Room has been requesting Strength Path Immortal GU since the beginning, and is now competing with Chu Du, with neither side having the slightest intent to retreat. It seems there is going to be another surge in the auction. The GU Immortals discussed with one another in the main hall. Fang Yuan finally could not keep being seated. He left his seat and paced around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope and thus sent the letter, but how, in that case, did he get such a boost in his wealth? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? Impossible. There would need to be a hole in his brain for him to use such a clumsy plan. That means someone is helping him. Fang Yuan frowned. He had a hunch, but he could not precisely grasp it. Who was this person helping Chu Du? Why was this person helping him? On the surface, it was a competition between two people, but Fang Yuan felt that there was someone meddling in the dark. Fang Yuan tapped at his immortal zombie head, as he sat down on his seat again and started to use the wills in his mind to help him in thinking. While he thought, he continued bidding. After 2 more bids, he suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The thinking just now had given him some results, as he formed some conjectures. I must have this cauldron strength immortal GU. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted, making an empty show of power. Whatever the seller wants, speak, I will do my best to satisfy it. The same goes for me, whatever the seller wants, please speak. Chudu was silent for a moment before he followed suit, showing no weakness. The hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, directly challenging Chudu. Sure enough, it has started again, the second climactic moment of the auction. The auction of Worldly Wave Trace was also like this. Now, let's see what the seller wants. The seller did not think for long, immediately speaking of a new requirement, a Wisdom Path inheritance. Chudu gave a bitter smile when he heard this request. Where would he find a Wisdom Path inheritance? Wisdom Path has been around for a long time, but it had always been passed down from generation to generation in a single line, and was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the heated bidding war and got greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Juji also gave a bitter smile. He had many immortal GU with him, but the seller's request of a Wisdom Path inheritance caused things to be awkward for him. Wisdom Path was rare. Even among the 10 great ancient sects, only a few Wisdom Path inheritances were possessed by them. Fang Yuan had asked for a Wisdom Path inheritance in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, but this had not been fulfilled. Finally, when fortune arrived for him, he only received an incomplete inheritance. That was also because the other party had an urgent need for the ancient Desolate Beast corpse. There were many Wisdom Path GU worms, but Wisdom Path inheritances were rare. For a while, Fang Yuan and Chudu went silent. Chapter 756. Fang Yuan vs Feng Juji. Even if it was a Wisdom Path GU immortal, they would not sell their own inheritance, something that is of utmost importance to themselves. Chudu did not have a Wisdom Path inheritance, and neither did Feng Juji. Fang Yuan only had an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. It was extremely incomplete, it could not meet the requirements. He sat on the seat, licking his dry lips as he kept quiet, but his heart was growing with anticipation. At once, be it the 10th secret room or Domination immortal Chudu, they did not speak. The hall fell into a peculiar silence. Eventually, discussions arose in the hall again. Requesting for a Wisdom Path inheritance, this condition is too much. A Wisdom Path immortal GU is good enough. They were still greedy for a Wisdom Path inheritance. He. This is simply being blinded by greed. Such a condition, the 10th secret room and Domination immortal are unable to satisfy it. The heated bidding earlier was ruined. This cauldron strength immortal GU might end up going unsold. But this is nothing much. Unsold immortal GU will be in the second round of the auction according to the sequence. This seller of the cauldron strength immortal GU also found something amiss. He was anxious and quickly added. Qin Bai Sheng received his transmission and announced again, the Wisdom Path inheritance does not need to be complete. An incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance is fine too. Of course, the more complete it is, the better it would be. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a rather incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. His bid came from within the 10th secret room. I have an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. Chudu heard Fang Yuan's bid and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had hope in his heart. He placed his hopes on Swordmaster Yuan. In his perspective, Swordmaster Yuan was backed by Prince Feng's Yuan. They had incredible foundation and would likely have a Wisdom Path incomplete inheritance. Feng Juji laughed bitterly. Spirit Affinity House indeed had collected incomplete Wisdom Path inheritances. But he did not have any currently. He quickly used the whole Earth GU in his immortal aperture and communicated to the other 9 Central Continent GU Immortals. The 9 Central Continent GU Immortals knew about Feng Juji's actions. In truth, they were secretly lurking near Crimson Reed Marsh, waiting to reinforce Feng Juji. After receiving Feng Juji's message, 2 of them had an incomplete inheritance. One was from Old Oracle, he came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. The other was Chen Kai from Myriad Dragon Dock, he was a flying Grandmaster and had once explored an inheritance ground, obtaining one by chance. Feng Ji received their message and was overjoyed, quickly interacting with them. Wisdom Path inheritances, even if incomplete, were quite valuable. Old Oracle and Chen Kai were not from the same sect as Feng Ji, even if they were, they still had to properly balance the books. In a moment, Feng Ji finished discussing with Chen Kai and paid some price to buy the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Ji became hesitant. He could naturally provide the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to Chu Du, but doing it in this way was too obvious. He had lied to Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted Chu Du's immortal materials, the True Heaven Silver. But now, just for the True Heaven Silver, he was providing him the valuable incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like giving up gold for silver, it did not make sense. Feng Ji could imagine, once he showed this inheritance, Chu Du would begin to suspect his true motives. Oh, if I had a companion that understood the situation alongside me, they would be able to bid now. Feng Ji sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller would choose the 10th secret room. Unfortunately, in regards to the seller who is auctioning the Immortal GU, I cannot contact them. Just as Feng Ji was about to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, Chu Du spoke, I do not have an inheritance, I'll back out from this bid. Feng Ji was stunned. The truth was, after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart vanished. He thought over it, his relationship with Sword Master Yuan and Prince Feng Xian was not deep, the other party was only helping him because of the True Heaven Silver. Even if they had a Wisdom Path inheritance, why would they make such a huge sacrifice to help him? Just for that 300 kilograms of True Heaven Silver? It was evidently impossible. Chu Du was a smart person, even though he was a lone cultivator, he needed his face. Fang Yuan had made his offer long ago, so many people were watching, Chu Du could not stall this by keeping silent. Thus, he announced his intention to back out from the current bid. Feng Ji's expression sunk. When Chu Du announced that he was backing out, he understood the reason behind it. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was imminent. Feng Ji did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, thus making deductions in advance? Feng Ji himself had hesitated, because he lacked a companion, his hands were tied and it was tough for him to manipulate anything. But even if Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU is handed over, there is still hope. After the open auction, there is still the free transaction period. Feng Ji consoled himself, his mental state quickly returned to normal. He had braved through many storms and difficulties in life that had improved him, they were on par with Fang Yuan's. If not for them, he would not be the Feng Ji he was today. Feng Ji was a type of person with much in common with Fang Yuan, they never gave up and would not mind temporary failure or loss, and they could lower their statuses if needed. The result of the competition for Cauldron Strength Immortal GU had become quite clear. Domination Immortal Chu Du conceded while Fang Yuan provided an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But just as Qin Bai Sheng was about to announce the bid going to Fang Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is bidding as well, they are taking out a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as immortal materials that are on par with those of 10th Secret Room. Qin Bai Sheng suddenly announced. This was an unexpected situation, the GU Immortals in the main hall were very interested. Another mysterious GU Immortal has entered the bidding competition. 11th Secret Room, they are able to make such a high bid, the auction has invited some formidable characters indeed. Since when was Strength Path Immortal GU so popular, everyone is fighting for this. Qin Bai Sheng felt more confusion than the others, he knew that Tai Baiyun Sheng and Fang Yuan arrived together, they should be allies. Why were they competing with each other now? Not only him, even the bidder, Tai Baiyun Sheng, was confused. He had just received Fang Yuan's transmission earlier, asking him to do this bid. Since the seller could only choose one person to deal with, whether they chose Fang Yuan or Tai Baiyun Sheng, they would only receive one of the bids. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not violate the auction's rules. Fang Yuan sat in the 10th secret room, his finger was tapping on the armrest of his seat. His eyes were closed until only a slit remained. He continued bidding and competing with Tai Bai Yun Sheng. After several rounds, Tai Bai Yun Sheng pieced random materials together, showing his limited finances. Next, he purposely hesitated before bidding, displaying a changing mind. After several more rounds of bidding, Tai Bai Yun Sheng obtained a notification from Qin Bai Sheng. After approving of it, he received a letter from another person. This letter's content was similar to the one written to Domination Immortal. Using one of the immortal materials that Tai Bai Yun Sheng had as an excuse, he saw that Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not afford to continue bidding and was willing to fund him in exchange for the immortal material. "Junior brother, just as you had expected, someone is willing to fund me." Tai Bai Yun Sheng reported this to Fang Yuan in secret. "Oh." Fang Yuan opened his eyes, straightening his back subconsciously. "Who?" "Swordmaster Yu Lan." "Swordmaster Yu Lan." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. "Swordmaster Yu Lan." "Prince Feng Zhan." He could not sit any longer, he started pacing around in the room. Fang Yuan's plan earlier was only to ascertain a guess in his mind. Now that he saw a result from his test, Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du obtained funding, thus he could continue competing with me. This person is likely to be Swordmaster Yu Lan. If it is her, then why did she fund Chu Du and Tai Bai Yun Sheng? It is definitely not for the immortal materials, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal GU from falling into other people's hands. Delight in water and mountain immortal GU has no use in my hands, thus I am selling it. But if it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, then he would not sell the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU again because he wants to have it. Swordmaster Yu Lan spent a huge sum earlier and used 2 Strength Path Immortal GU to obtain Worldly Wave Trace GU. Now, she is trying all sorts of methods to prevent me from selling Delight in Water and Mountain GU. Why is that? The answer had already been flickering in his mind. That was the Rank 7 Immortal GU House, Water Pavilion. Fang Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. After a while, he stopped in his tracks, raising his head. The scene in the secret room was like a painting, but Fang Yuan's gaze was like the abyss. It was as if it pierced through the layers of illusions and saw the GU Immortals in the main hall. He saw Swordmaster Yu Lan, who was in the single room. He even saw the region outside of Northern Plains. It was Central Continent. Fang Yuan's gaze was like ice. He laughed coldly in his heart. Impressive, a great move. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House managed to sway Prince Feng Xian's heart and recruit him. Prince Feng Xian suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House. It caught people off guard. It almost killed Ma Hongyun, who had become a Rank 7 GU Immortal, causing Northern Plains' situation to become dramatically worse. Northern Plains sacrificed large numbers of GU Immortals, countless territories were lost, and Spirit Affinity House was in the forefront, at number 1 among the 10 great ancient sects. To think that Prince Feng Xian all along had been a tool of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Juji had used vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan could not decipher the truth. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had ordered Feng Juji and the other GU Immortals to enter Northern Plains. It was a top-secret mission. Several Wisdom Path GU Immortals had worked together to eliminate all evidence of their actions. In accordance with Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering methods, he naturally would not be able to find out anything. Fang Yuan did not know these matters, but Feng Juji was using Fairy Yu Lan's identity. It instead helped Fang Yuan figure out the important secret that Spirit Affinity House had been hiding. Chapter 757. Resurrection from the Dead. Feng Juji's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when he struck, it was like a natural process. There was no traces. But in this contest of wits, Fang Yuan had come out marginally ahead. Firstly, Chu Du was the cause of Feng Juji's flaw. Feng Juji did not know that Domination Immortal had sent a letter to Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not have acted this way. But Chudu would not tell the other party for no reason. After all, this matter would cause a loss in reputation. At the same time, Chudu had thought that Feng Juji really wanted his true heaven silver. Feng Juji's second weakness was that he did not have accomplices. He was also using a fake identity. He had a lot of worries and restrictions binding him. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had Tai Bai Yunsheng assisting him. It could save a lot of trouble. Feng Juji's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not normal. He was a reborn person. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce some secrets based on the huge events that had happened. Fang Yuan sat down and continued to think while bidding against Tai Bai Yunsheng. The situation had changed again. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in the dark, but now he had a grasp of the situation. He found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Even though he did not know about the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative now. Feng Juji did not know that Fang Yuan had seen through his motives. This was a great opportunity where the enemy was exposed while he was hidden. Right now, Fang Yuan was pondering over an issue. Should he keep Delight in Water and Mountain, causing Spirit Affinity House's plans to fail, or trade it for the Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, or directly sell the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to Swordmaster Yulan? Fang Yuan was open-minded. He was not against others gaining advantages. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House and gain a huge amount of benefits, Fang Yuan would do it. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan did not want to give up Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. Such a Strength Path defensive Immortal GU was very rare. Once he missed it, he might not find another again. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from a single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Kindness Thought GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and twice the immortal materials for this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. The entirety of the hall gasped. The GU Immortal who had entered the bidding competition was not a normal person. It was one of the 5 rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, Refinement Path GU Immortal Yao Huang. Yao Huang is bidding too. He is a Refinement Path GU Immortal. Why does he have needs for Strength Path too? Maybe this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU involves some immense benefits that we do not know about. In a single room, next to Yao Huang, one of the current leaders of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Liu Gong, was seated. Yin Liu Gong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really buying this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU?" Yao Huang chuckled, "Indeed, I want to refine an Immortal GU, Resurrection from the Dead. There is an important stage where I need a formless vessel to act as the container during refinement. This vessel needs to be formless and ethereal, and cannot have any trace of the 5 elements, light or darkness. Thus, fire, ice, wood, metal, chi and other paths would not work. The best path for this is Phantom Path, followed by Strength Path, Space Path, and finally, Rule Path." Yin Liu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal GU are extremely rare. They are like Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal GU that can act as a formless vessel are even rarer. This Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, even though it uses strength to create a cauldron, it does not have the 5 elements or light or darkness in it. It is formless and ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is really a top-tier vessel for GU refinement. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, refinement, they all depend on the person. Immortal GU are a tool. Their use varies from person to person. Little Liu, you should believe my sincerity now, right? Yin Liu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, when Yao Huang invited him and pulled his hand when entering a single room, it showed that their relationship was close and many GU Immortals were very envious. But the outsiders did not know the details. Yao Huang had his own motives. These recent years, Yao Huang had been conducting research on an entirely new Immortal GU. It was called Resurrection from the Dead. Like the name suggested, this GU could allow a dead person to regain their life. Yao Huang walked on the refinement path. He was also most skilled at refining healing GU worms. Right now, Resurrection from the Dead Immortal GU was a new innovation. It would consume a lot of his effort and wealth. In the past, I had been collaborating with your alliance, using immortal zombies as the test subjects to research on the law of life and death. These years, following my accumulations, I've made great gains. I have 30% confidence of refining the Immortal GU, Resurrection from the Dead, successfully. Yao Huang said with much pride. 30%. Yin Liu Gong showed admiration on his face, a 30% chance. This was extremely high for refining Immortal GU. Once I refine the Immortal GU, the biggest beneficiary is not me, but your zombie alliance instead. Yao Huang made a bid as he said this to Yin Liu Gong. Yin Liu Gong's heart jumped. Senior means. That's right. Yao Huang admitted, this GU involves the law of life and death, turning from dead to alive. It is suitable for you immortal zombies to regain life, and get rid of your statuses as immortal zombies. There is actually such an incredible use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Liu Gong was stunned, but he quickly concealed his shock. But if Lord has this immortal GU, not only would the benefits be immense, you could also use it on yourself to extend your lifespan, correct? Ha ha ha, little Liu, you are so smart. Your thinking is right, lifespan GU are hard to find. I do not have too much life remaining, I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, collaborate with me? Yao Huang smiled as he spoke, admitting openly. Yin Liu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has seen that I was moved, but to collaborate with Senior, Junior will have to provide at least 10 immortal zombies. Although I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us together are only left to administer the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This matter is very important. I need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies are the least required. To refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal GU, I will need something that can interact with the life and death Dao marks. That is why immortal zombies are the most optimal GU refinement material. I know that in Earth Trench, your Zombie Alliance has a graveyard. Past generations of immortal zombies are all buried there. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Liu Gong rapidly waved his hands. Lord Yao Huang, that is not possible. The dead should rest in peace, because we in Zombie Alliance are in this physical state. We place great importance on that. If I dig up their corpses, I will attract the rage of the entirety of Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation would be ruined. After all, if we make use of even our own members' bodies, who would join such a callous organization? I have 2 immortal zombie bodies in my possession. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. But even so, I used my killer move, Stone Casket, to seal them up and place them as defenses for the discussion hall's doors. They will not be mobilized under normal circumstances. HMPH, you immortal zombies are so stubborn. If I can refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal GU, it will greatly benefit all of you as well. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression. He exerted pressure on Yin Liu Gong. Precisely because Zombie Alliance was stubborn regarding this, Yao Huang had once disguised himself and attempted to enter Zombie Alliance in order to steal some immortal zombie bodies. Unfortunately, his plans were ruined by the door of the discussion hall. Yin Liu Gong was enduring the huge pressure, but he did not dare to relent on this matter. He thought over his words and said, "How about this, Senior? This matter is too serious. I cannot make the decision alone. In fact, even us 3 leaders cannot decide this ourselves. We need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. She will decide. In a few months, I will definitely give you a reply." Yao Huang was unhappy. You 3 leaders are really loyal to Blazing Heaven. Yin Liu Gong felt as if cold sweat was pouring from him. Listening to Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had talked to the other 2 leaders as well. Meanwhile, he said to Yao Huang, "To speak of loyalty, I am ashamed. Honestly speaking, we immortal zombies agree with Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most GU immortals ostracize us immortal zombies. They look down on us. Zombie Alliance is our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly. He made an offer in the auction again, directing his unhappiness towards the auction itself. "I'll back out." In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan spoke. Soon after, Tai Bai Yun Sheng in the 11th secret room also said, "I would not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang. I admit defeat." Yao Huang was after Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. This was not his only goal. He also wanted to show Yin Liu Gong his resolution. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, he exposed a portion of his own Wisdom Path inheritance, and even took out an Immortal GU to bid. The transaction was quickly completed. Yao Huang held the Cauldron Strength Immortal GU in his hand and sighed, "This is still rank 6, it seems I will need to spend some effort to get it to rank 7. That will increase the chances of success when I refine Resurrection from the dead Immortal GU." Yin Liu Gong's heart jumped, he knew that these words were for him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been urging him and showing his resolution. This was the will of a rank 8 great expert. If he did not settle this properly, he might attract the rage of Yao Huang. The attack of a rank 8 great expert would cause an all-out war between Yao tribe and Zombie Alliance. The GU Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU's auction would end up with Yao Huang as the winner. Fang Yuan backed out when he understood the tough situation. Feng Ju sighed in relief secretly. This situation was good for Feng Ju's benefits as well. If Fang Yuan succeeded and the seller obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, Feng Ju would have much greater difficulty in obtaining it. The seller wanted the Wisdom Path Immortal GU, they would not sell it, and most importantly, Feng Ju could not find the seller. From start to finish, this person did not expose their location or identity, they had been asking Qin by Sheng to represent him. With this, one could deduce that the seller was likely a bottom-tier GU Immortal and had weak strength, otherwise, they would not act so timidly and carefully. Cauldron Strength Immortal GU's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal GU. This is the third Luck Path Immortal GU. A GU Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal GU were very famous outside. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Northern Plains GU Immortals had a unique attachment to Luck Path Immortal GU. The second Luck Path Immortal GU was called Peach Blossom Luck, it was sold at a high price. The Luck Path Immortal GU currently up was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal GU that could gather and store all of the ownerless good luck that dissipated from heaven and earth. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal GU. The GU Immortals fought over it, eventually reaching a deal at a high price. Chapter 758. Eat Strength. Leave Luck GU which could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck GU which could seal luck, Transfer Luck GU which could transfer luck, as well as the Break Luck Immortal GU that Fang Yuan was after. Unfortunately, the sellers of all these Immortal GU had their own desires, they requested for metal, wood, water, fire, earth and other Immortal GU of mainstream paths. This was a weak point of Fang Yuan, if he could not fulfill this basic requirement, he could not even join in the bidding. Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path previously, but he had also obtained great benefits from Luck Path. He wanted to observe the situation and see if he could obtain a few Luck Path Immortal GU, but now it seemed that he had no chance at all. The most regrettable thing was that he missed Break Luck Immortal GU by a hair's breadth. Fang Yuan had already obtained Connect Luck Immortal GU, it could work in conjunction with Break Luck Immortal GU. But unfortunately, his opportunity to obtain it went by unsuccessfully. This auction was not set up specifically for him, Fang Yuan had gains, and naturally missed opportunities as well. The next Immortal GU is a rank 7 Luck Path Immortal GU, it is called Calamity Beckoning. It was finally time for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU to be auctioned, Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly as he introduced it. Rank 7 Immortal GU were quite rare. Most of the Immortal GU in the auction were rank 6 Immortal GU. Although it was a difference of just one rank, there was a great disparity in value. This was because the chance of raising a rank 6 Immortal GU to rank 7 was very low, and the cost of refinement was very high. As for rank 8 Immortal GU, they did not appear in this auction. The GU Immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 Immortal GU and showed some interest, they looked over with gazes of anticipation. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU's use, they all shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU's use was to help others by harming oneself, helping another person undergo tribulation, and attract the calamity or tribulation to oneself. Giving up oneself to save others, this was not impossible, but often benefits and exchanges were involved. Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU did not have zero demand, some large forces needed it to help their own members. Furthermore, some GU Immortals were moved, they could use this GU to help others and earn some profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 Strength Path Immortal GU. In the entirety of the auction hall, nobody made an offer. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not going well. He quickly informed Qin Bai Xing that they could also use rank 7 Time Path Immortal GU to trade for it, but there were no responses. It really is Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. I wonder if this Immortal GU came from the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room. Feng Juji thought over it before communicating with Qin Bai Xing, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. Fairy Lou Lan, you finally lost your patience. Fang Yuan snorted. He rejected this request unhesitatingly. Eventually, because nobody bid for it, Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was not sold. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for this result. After all, he was asking for a rank 7 Immortal GU and he wanted a Strength Path Immortal GU at that. There were few of such Immortal GU. Most importantly, compared to other Immortal GU, Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was not as attractive, thus nobody bid for it. Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was not the only Immortal GU that went unsold. At the start, there was the Conceal Luck Immortal GU that went unsold. After that, several other GU suffered the same fate. There was still a chance left for these unsold Immortal GU. After the auction, there was still an event, the open transaction. During the open transaction, they could still sell these Immortal GU. As time continued to pass, more and more Immortal GU were showcased and bought. The anticipation of the GU Immortals also accumulated gradually. There were few Immortal GU left on the list, they soon would all be presented. The most important item in the auction was about to be showcased. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Bai Xing obtained. The following Immortal GU is called Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. It is of Wisdom Path and rank 6. The seller is requesting for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU. It would be best if it is a defensive Immortal GU. Qin Bai Xing announced. When there were only a few Immortal GU left, it was finally time for Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to be auctioned. This time, he still asked for Strength Path Immortal GU. He did not say a word about the Immortal Zombie Body or the method to regain new life. In fact, he did not even mention the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU. Once these two matters were mentioned, combined with the Strength Path Immortal GU, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was known by everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince Feng Xian and Spirit Affinity House, he would not be brainless enough to make such a request. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU. The requirement for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU previously. Once Qin Bai Xing spoke, several GU Immortals started bidding. Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path was mysterious and unfailingly stable over the ages. In the eyes of many GU Immortals, a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal GU was much more attractive than a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU. At once, regarding the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, the auction hall's atmosphere became incredibly heated. Fang Yuan carefully listened to the bids as he remained unmoved. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yuan to bid. Before long, Swordmaster Yuan indeed entered the bid. I have an Eat Strength Immortal GU with me. This GU is not only of Strength Path, but also of Food Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation type Immortal GU. One may consume beast meat or vegetation related to Strength Path. In order to allow Strength Path Dao marks to grow naturally on the GU Immortal's body, they would fully fit with one's own body. Once he said that, almost all of the GU Immortal's attentions were drawn over. This is a good Immortal GU. For a Strength Path GU Immortal, this is really hard to come by. Food Path has long since vanished, its condition is worse than Strength Path. At least Strength Path had flourished once before, but Food Path did not. It has almost completely disappeared now. All that I've heard of it is that it is very useful for nurturing GU. Hearing the discussions of the GU Immortals in the main hall, Feng Juji smiled lightly. This immortal GU did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Feng Ju had requested it from Prince Feng Xian not long ago because he knew that Fang Yuan would make such a requirement. Although he had many immortal GU, regarding strength path, he only had pulling mountain and pulling water. Meanwhile, Prince Feng Xian happened to have this. It turned out that after 88 True Yang building collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince Feng Xian's grotto heaven. After Prince Feng Xian broke the formless hand personally, he captured the Eat Strength Immortal GU. This GU was very useful to Strength Path GU Immortals, but to Prince Feng Xian, it had little use. After receiving Feng Ju's letter regarding requesting assistance, as people from the same sect, Prince Feng Xian used his method to secretly send this immortal GU into Feng Ju's blessed land. Fairy Yuan, I wonder if you can sell this GU to me? I am willing to use another Strength Path Immortal GU to exchange for it. I will provide valuable immortal materials as well, and I will not interfere with you in the bid for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. Soon, Chu Du sent a message. Domination Immortal was moved, but that is natural. However, how can the GU that he wants to exchange with it be more attractive than Eat Strength GU, even if they are both of Strength Path? Feng Ju replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. He smiled more confidently now, since the 10th Secret Room's mysterious GU Immortal wanted a Strength Path Immortal GU, he was likely to be a Strength Path GU Immortal. Even if he was not, the allure of Eat Strength Immortal GU would definitely be very high to this person. Everything went as Feng Ju had expected. After Fang Yuan heard the description for Eat Strength Immortal GU, he was surprised and overjoyed. This Eat Strength Immortal GU was too suitable for him. Regarding a GU Immortal's cultivation, it mainly involved undergoing tribulations in their immortal aperture. With each successful tribulation, the GU Immortal's body would have an increase in Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks on a GU Immortal's body, the closer they would be to heaven and earth, and the closer to the laws of the Great Dao. The stronger the tribulation, the more Dao marks would be etched on them after completing it. Thus, when assessing a GU Immortal's cultivation level, they would usually use standards like 1 heavenly tribulation, or 2 heavenly tribulations. The more numerous their Dao marks, the greater resonance they could cause when using the corresponding Immortal GU, and the greater effect that Immortal GU could unleash. When Fang Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were unrelated to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks, there even was conflict. Thus, the result was not great, he could only use about 60 to 70% of its power. But if Fang Yuan used a Strength Path Immortal GU like Pulling Mountain or Pulling Water, his own body and the Immortal GU would resonate. Not only would he be able to amplify the effect of the Immortal GU, he could even unleash 130% of its power. Furthermore, the more they resonated, the more Fang Yuan would be able to comprehend the laws of Strength Path personally when he used the Immortal GU. The more his understanding grew, the more his Strength Path attainment will deepen, and his foundation would accumulate gradually. One day, he would achieve a qualitative breakthrough. But despite that, Fang Yuan's greatest problem was that he was an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a portion of his blessed land would disintegrate, but he would also face no tribulations. The way of heaven was to be balanced and fair, calamities and tribulations would only be unleashed on small worlds that had blessings. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Immortal zombies did not need to face tribulations, that was a good thing. After all, with a dead aperture, if they had to undergo calamities and tribulations as well, there was no way to survive. But to Fang Yuan, without any calamities and tribulations, he would not have any growth of Dao marks, and his cultivation level would stagnate. Of course, to increase my Dao marks, I can use Immortal GU like Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU to form Dao marks on my body. But such Beast Strength Immortal GU are not suited for the human body, and the number of Dao marks is very sparse, there is little effect. The Dao marks generated by 2 or 3 Beast Strength Immortal GU are less than the amount gained from undergoing one earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had the experience of using Beast Strength GU worms. Beast strength did not suit the human body, they were not easy to use. Beast phantoms could only be unleashed sometimes, but not always. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, it could carve a portion of the Iron Crown Eagle's Strength Path Dao marks onto his body. But these Dao marks did not suit Fang Yuan's physical body because the structure of the human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of the Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan, only then would he be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle, along with summoning an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Path Phantom. Unless he had All-Out Effort Immortal GU. All-Out Effort's true effect was to allow complete resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks carved on a person's body. But Fang Yuan's All-Out Effort GU was only rank 4. Although it was a vital GU, he had no idea how to refine it into an Immortal GU. The Immortal GU recipe of All-Out Effort GU had been lost over the course of the long river of time. In this regard, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was Hei Lou Lan Spirit. There were several thousand Immortal GU recipes in Hei Blessed Land. There was hope that one of them was the Immortal GU recipe of All-Out Effort GU. Chapter 759. Successful Extortion. When it was related to matters involving the refinement of GU, Hei Lou Lan Spirit was always very stingy. Earlier, Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men. However, these hairy man slaves were involved with the refinement of GU. Hei Lou Lan Spirit treated them like treasures and would not sell them, not to mention GU recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained each strength Immortal GU, the situation would improve drastically for him. Each strength Immortal GU could allow a GU Immortal to grow Strength Path Dao marks. Because of that, the Dao marks that they gained would definitely be perfectly suited for their own body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level had stagnated. He could certainly rely on this Immortal GU to make some form of compensation in that regard. Fang Yuan was moved now. One could say that as long as one was a Strength Path GU Immortal, they would definitely be moved when they saw the each Strength Immortal GU. With this Strength Path Immortal GU, I am not afraid that the other party will remain unmoved. Feng Juji sat down calmly, feeling very confident in his heart. Once this GU appeared, almost all of the bids of the competitors for the Immortal GU seemed much inferior. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to see the benefits of each Strength Immortal GU. If I did not find out the flaw, I might have traded for this GU already. What a pity for you. Fang Yuan was laughing coldly to himself internally. At this time, from the 23rd secret room, someone reported a price, 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU, as well as 15 drops of the immortal material Rule I blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU. But during that process, he did not expose his identity. He had confirmed the buyer through informing Qin by Sheng. Thus, other than Qin by Sheng himself, none of the other GU Immortals present knew who the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU ended up with. Qin by Sheng had signed an agreement. He would naturally not leak any information on this. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it to bid freely. As for the person inside the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yun Sheng. In order to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, Feng Juji had made many preparations earlier, asking Prince Feng Xian for help. How could Fang Yuan not make some prior arrangements himself? He had already asked Qin Bai Sheng and secretly changed Tai Bai Yun Sheng's room to another secret room. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not expose his or Fang Yuan's identity when he was in the 11th secret room, it was undoubtedly much safer for him to change his room now. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng made the bid, Fang Yuan did not make any response for a long time. As time passed slowly, Feng Juji started to inwardly frown. Domination Immortal Chu Du had also started bidding. He offered another Beast Strength Immortal GU, while also adding some immortal material in the bid. Chu Du did not want Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, but he had a use for it. He was a Strength Path GU Immortal. The reason why he was giving up a Strength Path Immortal GU was because he wanted the Eat Strength Immortal GU. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. He immediately understood Chu Du's intentions. It was Chudu's own fault for exposing his identity. It forced him into a passive situation. Regarding Chudu's sudden interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see such a situation. He remained silent as he allowed the auction to continue proceeding. Under his request, Tai Bai Yunxing continued to raise his bid again. Feng Juji frowned even more deeply. He had no choice but to start raising his bid as well. The moment he spoke, Tai Bai Yunxing would follow up and make a bid. His attitude was imposing, as if he definitely had to obtain this immortal GU no matter what. Feng Juji could not help but become suspicious. Was this Eat Strength GU too unattractive to the person inside the 10th secret room? Or was he just trying to be greedy and was waiting for the bid to rise? Feng Juji did not fall into the trap easily. He was the shining exemplar of a generation after all. He decided to pause now. That way, he could analyze the situation more clearly from the outside. He would also be able to probe Fang Yuan's true intentions. Sword Master Yuan stopped bidding. It was as if she did not want to lose Eat Strength Immortal GU, thus she had backed out of the competition. Such a situation quickly attracted the attention of all the GU Immortals. The happiest one was obviously Chudu. He sent a message again and urged Feng Juji to sell the Eat Strength Immortal GU to him. Feng Juji laughed lightly, rejecting him once again. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunxing to continue raising his bid. As the price increased steadily, it became very expensive. Most of the GU Immortals started backing out of this. They were stating that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chudu and Tai Bai Yunxing were left bidding. Chudu was currently having a tough time. His real motive was to obtain Eat Strength Immortal GU, but Feng Juji refused to sell it to him. It seemed like he still wanted to bid for the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU. Chudu did not dare to be complacent. He quickly followed along with the bidding. On the one hand, he wanted to prevent the Eat Strength Immortal GU from falling into someone else's possession, and on the other hand, if he obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, he would have a huge chance of using it to trade GU with Sword Master Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions were very simple and pure. He just did whatever his junior brother asked him to do. Even if he won the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, that was fine. After all, whatever price he paid would still return to his own pockets. Feng Juji's strategy was also very simple. That was to sit this out for now and reap the spoils later. By the time the competition was almost over, he would jump in and raise the price by a huge margin, winning all at once. These three people, because of their own goals and intentions, created a stalemate by pure chance. As the situation continued to stall, after a few more rounds, someone among the GU Immortals in the main hall came to a sudden realization. He shouted subconsciously, "Why is this Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU so popular now? There are so many immortal materials listed, the bid has reached such a high price." The others quickly became aware of this fact as well. That's right, it is so high now. A Wisdom Path Immortal GU that can only produce Joyful Will is actually reaching such a high price. This is a rare sight. In my opinion, the only reason why this is reaching such a high price is due to the involvement of Lord Chudu. He is willing to give up a Strength Path Immortal GU in order to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain. I am sure he has his motives. Chudu, who had just been mentioned, was not in a good state currently. His face was full of worries. His financial power right now was truly lacking. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have stalled my tribulation. The intense pressure coming from Tai Bai Yunxing made Chudu feel very uncomfortable. Since when did I, the great Domination Immortal, get into such a pathetic state? Chudu had incredible battle strength, but in this huge auction, battle strength was not the key, it was one's financial power. Tai Bai Yunxing got instructions from Fang Yuan and continued to raise his bid. Chudu gritted his teeth and hung on. After several rounds like this, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU's price continued to rise under the eyes of all the GU Immortals present. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing quietly. By this point, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Shao Huang is really a brilliant person despite being an immortal zombie. He is not simple. But Chudu's financial limits are already clear now. He is hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would take the opportunity and sell it now. Qin Bai Sheng knew, Although Fang Yuan's plan seemed simple, executing it was no easy feat. Having to plan matters out while simultaneously executing them, it required a lot of foresight and the ability to read people's minds. If he went overboard even a little, his profits would vanish like a puff of smoke. However, it seemed like Fang Yuan did not know what going overboard meant. He continued getting Tai by Sheng to raise the bid, acting imposingly. Chudu was finally unable to continue. His forehead was full of sweat. His gaze pierced into the single room, looking at the direction of the 23rd secret room. He was thinking about the person inside. He probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal GU, otherwise he would not bid at such a high price with an attitude of an unrelenting, fierce tiger. So be it. Chudu sighed deeply, keeping quiet as he stopped bidding. At this point, only Tai by Sheng was left. But even so, Tai by Sheng continued to report a bid, raising the price by another margin. Meanwhile, Sword Master Yuan did not make a single sound. It was as if she had already backed out of the current bid. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, transmitting his decision to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng heard this news and was first stunned. Why was he selling it to his ally? But he quickly understood that perhaps Shou Huang and Bai Sheng were not as intimate as they appeared to be. He thought about this and his mind cleared up. But deep down, he still felt that there was something weird going on. Qin Bai Sheng shook his head mentally. He was on the stage and had no time to waste. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a short while, he continued, 23rd secret room, going twice. The GU Immortals in the main hall talked to themselves softly. It seems that the victor of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right, they seem to have great interest in delight in water and mountain. Even after Domination Immortal backed out, he still continued to raise the bid alone. His motive was to pull some distance and prevent the seller from having any intentions to sell the Immortal GU at the last moment to Domination Immortal. This price is truly very high. Many of the Immortal materials are making me drool. To think that towards the end of the auction, there is still such a high price being sold, this can squeeze into the top 10 most expensive auction rounds. The situation was now set. Fang Yuan started to get nervous. He squinted his eyes as his heart wavered slightly. Maybe my analysis earlier was wrong. 23rd secret room, going 3. Qin Bai Sheng shouted until here, before someone interrupted him. Feng Ju spoke, each strength immortal GU, and on top of what the 23rd secret room is bidding, I will add in another 400 kilograms of red refinement metal. 400 kilograms of red refinement metal, this elevated the price again. This was a huge bid that exceeded what Tai by Sheng had done earlier in his individual bids. Everyone gasped sharply. They did not think that at the last moment, there would be such a huge change. Qin Bai Sheng was also stunned for a while. Chudu's expression turned pale, but he soon sighed to himself gloomily. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Great, Sword Master Yuan, you were truly very patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai by Sheng's voice could be heard. He sounded like he was extremely annoyed at his plan being thwarted. He continued to bid in an angry tone. Feng Ju laughed bitterly to himself. After observing for so long, he had already believed that the person inside the 23rd secret room was serious about bidding. My luck this time was truly horrible. The 2 immortal GU that I wanted to buy were both met with tough competitors. The most important thing was, these 2 competitors were very affluent and wealthy. No, the auction did not disallow the exchanging of secret rooms. There is also another possibility, that the secret rooms all belong to one person. Maybe he knows about the matter of Water Pavilion? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe, it is the other 9 sects of Central Continent that do not want to see my Spirit Affinity House regain. Feng Ju was a very intelligent person, but intelligent people tended to overthink matters. Regardless of the situation, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to obtain this delight in water and mountain immortal GU no matter what. Feng Ju quickly made up his mind, bidding again. He and Tai by Sheng bid back and forth, both refusing to relent. Under the shocked gazes of the GU Immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal GU's price continued to soar higher. It soon went into the top 5 prices. Soon after, it climbed to the second spot at an alarming rate. The highest price was naturally Feng Juji's 2-for-1 exchange to buy Fang Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU.
Don't tell me I have to do a 2-for-1 exchange again.
Feng Juji's expression was cold and solemn. He finally experienced what Chu Du was feeling earlier. This was an overbearing pressure that was exerted on him constantly. No matter what price he bid, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately bid at a higher price. Feng Juji could not sit anymore. He started to pace around in his secret room. If a 2-for-1 exchange would guarantee him victory, he would do it even if he had to grit his teeth. But he felt something amiss deep within himself, yet he could not state clearly where the problem was. If I do a 2-for-1 exchange again, someone who is paying attention might find out my true motive. That will be a huge hindrance when I try to find Water Harmony GU in the future. Feng Juji's target was Water Pavilion, but only 2 of the 3 core Immortal GU appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain Water Harmony GU as well. The weird feeling in Feng Juji's heart was making him feel a hint of unrest as well. He sat back in his seat, deciding to go on the offensive. He shouted his bid again. This time, he requested for the seller to state what he needed, and he would try to fulfill those demands. Fang Yuan purposely paused for a moment, to give a false impression that he was in deep thought. Next, he gave Qin Bai Sheng a new requirement, a complete wisdom path inheritance. Everyone gasped loudly. This price was too high. To think that this person had the guts to say it. Feng Juji was dumbfounded. He indeed had a wisdom path inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was acting like this. Were they trying to prevent the Immortal GU from being sold? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance in my hands. Feng Juji rapidly followed up, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, I have that too. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly. He continued, may the seller list another request, please. The GU Immortal looked around at each other. Did they hear wrongly? The price was still going to increase further. Qin Bai Sheng was silent for a moment before replying for Fang Yuan. The seller is requesting a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one which is superior will win. Feng Juji's heart tightened. The seller said that they were obviously putting more emphasis on the disguising killer move. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly said, I have a complete killer move. Although it is a mortal killer move, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is called Unfamiliar Face. Unfamiliar Face? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The main hall went into a huge commotion. Feng Juji's forehead was sweating. His arms were tightly grabbing the handle of his seat as his gaze shined anxiously. He hesitated for a moment before shouting as well, I have a killer move. It is an incomplete immortal move, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, called Vaguely Familiar Face. Everyone cried out in shock. Fang Yuan stood up from his seat excitedly, his eyes shining with brilliance. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not baseless. Spirit Affinity House does indeed have the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Spirit Affinity House had many good things, but most of their signature collection could not be extorted. Once he did, the other party would understand matters at once. Furthermore, this killer move was the most useful one to Fang Yuan himself. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had the killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, but they did not spread any information about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, when spies were abundant, they entered enemy territories and obtained many gains. After many times, GU Immortals among both enemies and allied parties continued to analyze, and confirmed that this was the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House refused to admit it. After all, as one of the 10 great ancient sects, a leader of the righteous path, using a demon venerable's killer move was damaging to their reputation. What Fang Yuan did not know was, this immortal killer move belonged to Feng Juji. In his previous life, Feng Juji had contributed this killer move to his sect, thus, the rumors from his previous life were started. Fang Yuan did not know this fact, and he did not guess that the person bidding was Feng Juji. But that did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Juji would not hand over the entire complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. But an incomplete Immortal Killer move was already much better than the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan confirmed it on the spot, selling Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to Swordmaster Yuan. In this way, not only would he receive a huge amount of immortal materials, filling up half of his list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as the incomplete Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Chapter 760. Essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Feng Ju was expressionless as he looked at the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in his hands, his gaze flickering slightly. The strange feeling he had was still lingering around. After repeated twists and turns, I finally obtained this Immortal GU. Even if I had to spend quite a lot, but considering the rewards for the sect's missions, they should be enough to cover for it and even more. Each Strength Immortal GU might be precious, but it only has use to Strength Path GU Immortals. Even though I had to sacrifice Vaguely Familiar Face, it was only a portion of it. Even if I had to give the complete version, the core Immortal GU are still with me, so I don't have to fear the other side using it. Feng Ju thought it over for a while, his expression gradually easing up. In the main hall, many GU Immortals were bidding for the Immortal GU. While Fang Yuan, similar to Feng Ju, did not have his attention on the platform, but on the goods he obtained. Feng Ju had let go of Eat Strength Immortal GU of his own accord, thus Fang Yuan was able to easily refine it and store it into his Immortal Aperture. This incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was slightly more intact than Fang Yuan's Malicious Thought inheritance. It had the GU recipes from rank 1 to rank 5 of Memory Thought GU, and an Immortal GU recipe for Reminiscence Immortal GU, as well as several Mortal Killer moves. This Memory Thought GU is rather suitable for me. I can only recall my previous life's memories roughly. With the help of this GU, I should be able to recall more clearly. If I can refine the Reminiscence Immortal GU, it would be even better. Fang Yuan checked them and stored this Wisdom Path inheritance with satisfaction. For the time being, he was not planning to try and refine Immortal GU. There were extremely large costs involved in refining Immortal GU and the risks were also very high. Moreover, Fang Yuan already had many Immortal GU with him. Reminiscence Immortal GU was not necessary and would only be an additional bonus. The most urgent matter at hand for Fang Yuan was to get rid of the Immortal Zombie body and restore his living status. Even though he obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, which could increase Dao marks, it was only a slight offset and could not compare to passing tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was dangerous, but the increase in Dao marks from doing so were extremely high. Were it not for this, Hei Lou Lan would not risk her life to pass tribulations. Fang Yuan carefully inspected Vaguely Familiar Face. This was an incomplete Immortal Killer move. His initial estimation was that this was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party would not take out the complete Immortal Killer move and sell it wholly to him. Obtaining this much was already good enough. Especially since the contents within did not conceal the crucial core Immortal GU. The core Immortal GU are the foundation of the killer move. They are in Spirit Affinity House's possession. Although I can't obtain it, I can remodel the killer move. Fang Yuan's intention was this. He had attainment in Transformation Path and Wisdom GU's help along with the foundation of Vaguely Familiar Face, the entirety of Unfamiliar Face. With the addition of 50% of Vaguely Familiar Face's contents, he had high confidence. The 3 stages of Familiar Face are famous methods of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but I can take references from them. We are all humans in the end. If others can do it, why can't I? So there is no need to copy others' thoughts directly. Fang Yuan was optimistic about this. After a while, Qin by Sheng had already auctioned the final few Immortal GU. Among them, the second last Immortal GU unfortunately went unsold. The anticipation of the GU Immortals were already pouring out of their gazes. Everyone was aware the next would be the main highlight of the auction, auctioning the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After secretly getting in contact with Qin by Sheng, Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng changed their secret rooms. Not only them, many GU Immortals also did the same. After all, the essence of the luck path true inheritance had enormous value. Many GU Immortals hoped others would not know what immortal GU they obtained. Truthfully, the GU Immortals were allowed to casually change their secret rooms, and it could be said to be one of the loopholes of the auction rules. This auction was held in a hurry because of the situation. The loopholes were numerous, nowhere near as watertight as during the time of the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Regarding this point, Qin Baisheng was actually aware of it, but he was helpless. He held this auction to protect himself. If he put in too many rules, he would be offending many forces and many people. To him, holding the auction was enough. He naturally would not go offend others for this. Now it is time for the auction of the first item of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of GU recipes for luck inspection GU. Qin Baisheng had just spoken and already attracted the intense attention of many GU Immortals. Luck inspection GU. As the name implied, it was an investigative GU worm that could detect luck. Luck was formless and could not be detected by naked eyes or ordinary methods. It could only be done by using this luck inspection GU. It could be said that luck inspection GU was one of the main foundations of the luck path true inheritance. This luck inspection GU was even more useful to those GU Immortals who had bought some luck path immortal GU beforehand, like leave luck GU, seal luck GU, transfer luck GU, break luck GU and so on. Qin Baisheng intentionally placed this set of GU recipes for luck inspection GU towards the end because he had thought it through. Looking at the restless GU Immortals, Qin Baisheng continued, this set of luck inspection GU recipes does not only include the GU recipes of the mortal GU from rank 1 to rank 5, it also has a remnant immortal GU recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal GU. Is there not any luck inspection immortal GU? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled, there is indeed a luck inspection immortal GU which is rank 6 and is with me, but I don't want to sell it. But I can guarantee that apart from this immortal GU, everything related to luck inspection GU is being auctioned off. Because of the previous agreement, Qin Baisheng's words were convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal GU. Immediately, a GU Immortal in the main hall frowned and showed his dissatisfaction openly. Qin Baisheng snorted as he gave the speaker a deadly stare. This is merely a rank 6 luck inspection immortal GU. I am confident of having the ability to protect it. Guorong, do you have an opinion? If you buy this immortal GU, can you keep it safe? GU Immortal Guorong's expression changed, and he kept quiet. He was only a rank 6 GU Immortal while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned to be at the same level. Guorong looked around, and broke into cold sweat, inwardly cursing his mistake. He wanted to borrow everyone's power to force Qin Baisheng. But the other GU Immortals were just observing like spectators. Qin Baisheng was indeed forced into holding the auction, but he still had the ability to keep a rank 6 luck inspection immortal GU safe. His strength allowed him to do so. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng listed the requirements for trade. Because this does not involve immortal GU, you can use any resource to trade for it. Be it immortal essence stones or the immortal materials in the list. Saying so, he took out a list. There were a dozen or so immortal materials mentioned on the list, and the requirements for their quantities was not high like the shocking list that Fang Yuan brought out earlier. Qin Baisheng did not specialize in GU refinement. GU refinement consumed extremely large amounts of resources. Very few lone cultivators would go down this path unless they had extremely high talent. Fang Yuan guessed that these immortal materials were very likely to be food for immortal GU. The auction began with an extremely intense atmosphere. Because it did not involve immortal GU, the threshold for the bidding was low, and for a while, most of the GU Immortals made bids one after the other. In the main hall, the sounds of the bids being called out rose and fell. The speed of the bids being called out could be said to be at the peak since the auction began. The price quickly soared in the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng looked at all this with a smile on his face. Since he held this auction, he naturally made arrangements that were more profitable to himself. Fang Yuan also made bids a few times but was quickly surpassed by others. I have one Luck Inspection GU. Unfortunately, Mortal GU are not effective against Immortals. This set of Mortal GU recipes has no benefits to me. Qin Bai Sheng has admitted he has the Luck Inspection Immortal GU. So, even if I obtain the rank 7 Remnant recipe and perfect it, Immortal GU are unique, I won't be able to refine the rank 7 Luck Inspection Immortal GU. Fang Yuan sensibly chose to stop bidding. He was merely one of those who retreated. The intense bidding soon eliminated a large group of people. Finally, only some experts like Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortal, Feng Ju Ji and Yuan Rangzun were left. These people all had a common point: they were all members of large forces. To them, Mortal Luck Inspection GU were much more attractive than the rank 7 Remnant recipe. Mortal Luck Inspection GU could be used to observe the luck of mortals. With them, these forces would have a completely new standard of detecting talents. For a long time, the GU Master World had used aptitude as the standard for inspection. Besides the aptitude, there were also individual talents, disposition, and fortuitous encounters. Talents consisted of battle talent, comprehension, refinement talent, and so on. It would gradually be revealed as one continued to cultivate. Disposition could be observed through interaction. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to measure. Many times, GU masters with poor aptitude and talents would soar to the sky, or have an unexpected rise due to fortuitous encounters. This was a common event, especially in this world, where GU masters left behind their inheritances. If these forces had this GU, there was no doubt they could make a more comprehensive inspection of talents and raise more geniuses. The individual lone cultivators retreated from the bidding war. But to large forces, the Luck Inspection GU had extremely strong attraction, and each of them made fierce bids without conceding. Finally, this Mortal GU recipe had reached a high price, and leaders of several forces were almost going to exchange with Immortal GU. It was then that Yao Huang said, "I will guarantee on my name, if I purchase it first, I will put this GU recipe for sale in the open transaction later." Yao Huang was one of the 5 great rank 8s of Northern Plains with extremely high reputation. He was also a leader of the righteous path, and with his assurance, everyone retreated. Qin Bai Sheng felt very dissatisfied with this, but showed a smile on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next is the second item. A rank 7 Immortal GU of Luck Path called Reverse Misfortune. As the name implies, this GU can change a person's bad luck to good luck. Qin Bai Sheng introduced loudly. This Immortal GU was similar to Calamity Beckoning GU. Both were of Luck Path and both were rank 7, but comparing the responses, they were as distinct as heaven and earth. Many rank 7 GU Immortals as well as rank 8 great experts made their bids. This Immortal GU was extremely practical and there was no need to use Luck Inspection GU with it. It was indeed worthy of being an essence of the Luck Path true inheritance. A fierce competition resulted for Reverse Misfortune. The intense competition was no inferior to a bloodbath in a battlefield. Because the starting bid for Reverse Misfortune was a Metal Path rank 7 Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Finally, the price kept on soaring till it surpassed the high price records of Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, and took the first position. Chapter 761. Auctioning Ma and Zhao. In the end, the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal GU, along with countless immortal materials to become the eventual winner. 5 Elements Grandmaster's cultivation included the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Thus, he had some Metal Path Immortal GU as well. But this time, he was discarding a portion of his prized collection. It was like he was throwing away a meat-filled bun for a less tasty plain bread. Fang Yuan found it regrettable, but he had no way to compete in the bidding. Even if he had GU Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to this extremely unique Immortal GU. In fact, Reverse Misfortune Immortal GU was very suitable with Spring-Autumn Cicada. The weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada was that it gave the user bad luck. But after using this Immortal GU, not only could this weakness be solved, the user's luck could even be improved, turning into good luck. Undeniably, the effect of Reverse Misfortune Immortal GU was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal GU. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's financial power was at a completely disadvantage compared to people like 5 Elements Grandmaster and Yao Huang. Fang Yuan had only been an immortal for such a short time. From the point he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, only 2 years had passed according to the time of the 5 regions. Looking at southern border, the great battles at Yitian Mountain had not even begun yet. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was able to become an immortal zombie in such a short time. Developing himself to this point was already very difficult. As for 5 Elements Grandmaster, Yao Huang, and Feng Ju Ge, they had already accumulated their wealth for countless years. They had hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones, in addition to precious immortal materials. The amount of resources their immortal aperture worlds created each year could pile up into a mountain. The resources that they provided could even heavily affect the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These were all powerhouses, be it their battle strength, financial power, connections, or status. Fang Yuan could not compare with them at this moment. After Reverse Misfortune, it was another rank 7 immortal GU, called Blessing in Disguise. This GU's ability was quite mystical. It targeted the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. After a GU immortal undergoes tribulation, the Dao marks on their bodies would increase in numbers, causing their cultivation level to progress. This was common knowledge in GU immortal cultivation. Blessing in Disguise Immortal GU targeted this point. After using it, when a GU immortal completes a tribulation, the increase in the number of Dao marks on them would be twice that of the original amount. This was a terrifying number. The reward of 1 tribulation would be equal to the amount normal people get from 2 tribulations. But this GU had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations. It could only stop after the calamities and tribulations had ended. Through the effect of this GU, the calamities and tribulations would have a 30 to 40% increase in strength, based on their original power. This weakness dampened the enthusiasm in the GU Immortals slightly. But they could still not resist the temptation. Up to 40% more power in the tribulation in exchange for twice the amount of Dao marks, the benefit outweighed the cost. For those experts confident in surviving a tribulation, this immortal GU had much greater attraction to them. A terrifying auction thus unfolded. As a Metal Path GU Immortal, Qin Bai Sheng naturally requested for a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal GU as the base bid. Eventually, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had sweat on his forehead as he defeated his competitors, obtaining this GU. The following auction items caused surges in turn. Fortuitous Encounter Immortal GU that could allow opportunities to arrive for the GU Immortal themselves. Immortal GU from the 5 mainstream paths, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, that were helpful to GU Immortals. An Immortal GU that operated in both Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Luck Deduction Immortal GU, it could consume one's own luck to make deductions on dangers or opportunities in the future. Luck Suppression Immortal GU that could suppress the loss of one's own luck from other Immortal GU. These Immortal GU were indeed the essence of the Luck Path true inheritance. Not only were they incredible, they had useful effects that broadened everyone's horizons. But these GU fell into the hands of Yao Huang, Feng Ju Ge, and the other powerhouses. This was an expected situation. Fang Yuan wanted to interfere, but he did not have any Metal Path Immortal GU. This was a helpless matter. The other rank 6 GU Immortals and most rank 7 GU Immortals were like Fang Yuan, only able to watch these powerhouses compete for Immortal GU. The prices of the auction items created new records. Fang Yuan's records from the 2 Immortal GU he sold were already pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final and most important item in this auction. Qin Bai Sheng introduced it as such. His way of speaking immediately attracted the attention of the GU Immortals. Just as everyone was guessing to themselves what Immortal GU it was, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were unconscious, appeared on the stage. Qin Bai Sheng spoke at an appropriate time. Please do not be alarmed, I am sure a lot of GU Immortals have guessed it already. That is right, these two are the crucial people who were protected by the Luck Path true inheritance previously. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She was very intelligent since a young age, and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Although she was not the true inheritor, she had obtained a lot of benefits inside the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump. She had obtained a portion of the Luck Path Inheritance. As for this young man, he is Ma Hongyun, the one and only recognized inheritor of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he even has had the fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal GU used on him. Once he said that, the commotion was like a huge wave. Countless heated gazes were tightly fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It is really fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. Fortune-rivaling Heaven? This is the trump card GU of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it was not recorded in history, there were many rumors that praised this Immortal GU endlessly. But this fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal GU seems to be a consumable GU. It can only be used once. Since it is the rank 8 fortune-rivaling Heaven, could Brother Qin use the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal GU to check it? In the main hall, a GU Immortal suddenly questioned. Qin Bai Sheng smiled as he replied, according to the information that I obtained in the True Inheritance, unless it is the rank 8 Luck Inspection Immortal GU, one cannot see the true appearance of fortune-rivaling Heaven. Luck Inspection Immortal GU below rank 8 can only see a portion of it. And that is only because the other party did not use any concealment method. Honestly speaking, I have already used the rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal GU to find out some traces of fortune-rivaling Heaven. As for why I am so certain that fortune-rivaling Heaven was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I have searched their souls. If you buy one of them and conduct soul searching, you will be able to see what happened inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that my words are true. At the same time, these two inherited a huge portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance. During the process of soul searching, you will be able to learn what they had learned in the inheritance. Saying this, Qin Bai Sheng paused and said in an enticing tone, I have bad news to share with everyone first. The Luck Path True Inheritance is undoubtedly incomplete. The details do not contain the Immortal GU recipe of fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. But there is good news. In the inheritance details, there is a method to take back fortune-rivaling Heaven. It is possible to reverse refine the used fortune-rivaling Heaven Immortal GU and obtain the original Immortal GU. Of course, during the process of refinement, the main material would be this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing these words, most of the GU Immortals had eyes shining like they were going to burst out in fire. Some even gulped, as everyone was filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Bai Sheng's lips curled. He showed a confident smile. I feel that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. I will not be setting a base price for them, because they are not Immortal GU. You can bid for one of them, or both of them at the same time. We will start now. No base price? I will offer 300 Immortal Essence Stones. One person shouted within the hall of enthusiastic GU Immortals. 30,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Ju said coldly, multiplying the bid by 100 times. But this price could not stop the enthusiasm of the other experts. It could only deny most of the bottom-tier GU Immortals. Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, they were still bidding, and the representatives of the super forces were not showing weakness either. The price skyrocketed at an extremely fast pace. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. His financial power was like an ant compared to these giants. Unless he put all of his GU Immortal captives on the line, he could not contest with them. But Fang Yuan would not do this. He was already on the strength path, and was planning to go into time path. He was not going to develop his luck path attainment. And he was also the main culprit of the Imperial Court Blessed Land incident. He had experienced more of that series of events than Ma and Zhao. He knew most of the inner details. Regarding the information of the Luck Path True Inheritance as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU, they were very tempting indeed. But fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU was rank 8, Fang Yuan was only rank 6, how could he refine it? his finances would definitely be unable to support it. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, he did not have the ability to keep it. The bidding of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for much of the hour. Eventually, two unthinkable prices stood at the top two spots, at the record highest prices in this auction. The second spot was Feng Ju Ji. He had bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui Hu. The leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number one person in the demonic path, had shown his incredible wealth at the end of the auction. Before this, he had always concealed himself, barely buying anything. Towards the end, he dealt a heavy blow and swept his enemies away. Many GU Immortals, especially the representatives from the super forces who had the Huangjin bloodline, had no choice but to watch as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had bought many things already and expended a large amount of wealth. At the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is still in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. The GU Immortals that had the Huangjin bloodline consoled themselves. What they did not know was, Sword Master Yuan, who was representing Prince Feng Xian, was an impostor called Feng Ju Ji. Speaking of which, this was really ironic. During his life, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had kept the Luck Path True Inheritance as a deep secret, setting up layers of protection and thinking of passing the complete version down to his descendants. In the end, the Luck Path True Inheritance became incomplete and was split up by everyone, circulating into the entire world. The most important inheritors were even held in the hands of people who were not part of the Huangjin bloodline. Chapter 762. Red Fiend Divine Boat. After Qin Bai Sheng said that, he left the stage. He was tired, as the host the entire time, especially when he auctioned the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, because his own benefits were at stake. He made many schemes during the process. Even though there were many traces and most of the GU Immortals present could tell, the profits were too immense. Qin Bai Sheng could not care less. After this auction is over, I will escape and hide from the world. After managing and processing my gains for most of a century, I will roam the world after that. Qin Bai Sheng decided in his head. He was the biggest winner of this auction. The immortal materials he obtained could pile into a mountain. He also obtained many Metal Path Immortal GU that were compatible with him. The saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Profits could move the human heart, even if GU Immortals ordinarily appeared to be unconcerned with worldly matters. That was only because mortal materials cannot satisfy their desires. Auctioning the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance was extremely profitable. It was greatly heated. Even the rank 7 expert, Qin Bai Sheng, had felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussion soon commenced. Many GU Immortals came out of the single rooms and mixed into the group, engaging in conversations together. Qin Bai Sheng left a 2-hour break for everyone. He had his own intentions. It was not really a time to rest, but it was for the GU Immortals to communicate with each other and interact. From the auction earlier, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding towards each other's resources. Now, to exchange for the things they wanted, they would naturally need to interact first. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng sat in the secret rooms and did not move. Unfamiliar Face was a mortal killer move. It had limited effect and the two had to be careful. They could not expose themselves. Fang Yuan felt some regret that he was unable to obtain anything in the Luck Path True Inheritance. Especially Ma and Zhao, the people who knew the truth of the Imperial Court incident. Fang Yuan wanted to deal with them. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch and could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, he had not sold the GU Immortal captives in his hands yet. There was the open trading later. He could still look forward to that. 2 hours later, Qin Bai Sheng stepped onto the stage again, announcing the start of the open transactions. For the sake of fairness, he did the same thing again, using GU worms to choose a lucky person to enter the stage first. This first GU Immortal took out a large amount of an immortal material, Broken Wave Flowers. His request was Prosperity Soil. Broken Wave Flowers grew in large rivers. They were magical flowers born during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. As for prosperity soil, diamond soil, green fist soil, these soils were highly sought after items by GU Immortals. GU Immortals developed their immortal apertures. They used the resources produced in their immortal apertures to cultivate. The fertility of their soil played a huge role in this. Prosperity soil could grow all sorts of flowers, diamond soil could grow minerals, while green fist soil could accumulate and gather the fertility to prevent it from vanishing. It was suited for immortal apertures with terrain resembling barren lands, like deserts. GU Immortals who owned prosperity soil were not few. Immediately, they started speaking, asking how much was needed for the trade. The seller on the stage actually had large numbers of broken wave flowers. After trading for 1,500 kilograms of prosperity soil, he waved his hand and left the stage. The difference between the auction and the open transaction was very obvious. The auction was for valuable items. They had a huge prerequisite for bidders. The open transaction often involved scattered trades. The entry level was low. But this was not universal. After several GU Immortals, a GU Immortal who did not want to expose themselves showed an Immortal GU and asked Qin Bai Sheng to sell it for them. This Immortal GU was one that did not get sold earlier. The seller had lowered their requirements greatly. But even so, the request was still an Immortal GU. There were a few people who responded. They wanted the price to be lower. The seller refused and eventually, the trade failed and this Immortal GU returned to the seller's hands. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, more than 30 rounds had passed. The 37th secret room is selling a GU Immortal captive. Qin Bai Sheng said as he displayed the sleeping GU Immortal inside the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into a commotion. The slave trade industry was well known by every Immortal. But to sell GU Immortals like they were slaves, this was an extremely rare event. For many GU Immortals, this was the first time they had seen it. At once, GU Immortals discussed as their expressions varied. When Qin Bai Sheng announced it again, the scattered conversations in the hall became softer. Someone asked for the details. Qin Bai Sheng introduced, "This GU Immortal captive might be familiar to some of you. He is Loner Hong Yu, a rank 6 Fire Path GU Immortal. His cultivation is at 1 heavenly tribulation. This is the situation inside his blessed land. You can all take a look." Saying so, the image on the stage changed, reflecting the situation of Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a little barren. Yes, managing his blessed land so poorly, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the GU Immortal who captured him must have already looted his blessed land already. To us Fire Path GU Immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hong Yu's cultivation is lower? The GU Immortals were moved. Fire Path GU Immortals had great demand for Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. Once they swallowed his blessed land, they could skip 1 heavenly tribulation, many earthly calamities, and gain cultivation levels out of nowhere. The foundation of their blessed land would surge by a huge amount. Even if one was not a Fire Path GU Immortal, most of the GU Immortals also wanted the blessed land. Even if their paths were different and they could not swallow the blessed land, they could still occupy this ownerless blessed land after killing him, and obtain a good territory to manage. If they managed it well, the blessed land would be like a source of treasures, producing resources endlessly, sustaining the GU Immortals' cultivation needs. Just as Qin Bai Sheng had expected, Loner Hong Yu became a sought-after commodity. Fang Yuan listed a broad range of requests. First, he listed a large amount of immortal materials. Next was killer moves from Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, and Wisdom Path. Next was all sorts of GU recipes. The rarer they were the better. After that, he asked for Desolate Beast corpses, Food Path inheritances or clues for them, Wisdom Path inheritances or clues, Time Path inheritances or clues. Finally, he asked for Battle Bone Wheel GU, the recipes for White Bone Chariot, Lifespan GU, and others. Eventually, Loner Hong Yu went into 5 Elements Grandmaster's hands. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 paths. Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture was useful to him. After selling Loner Hong Yu, the next person was up. According to the rules of the open transaction, each GU Immortal could only sell one thing in each round. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he patiently waited. After some rounds, he had sold more than half of his GU Immortal captives. Not only did he finish Hei Lou Lan Spirit's checklist, he even had extra. Not only this, Fang Yuan also obtained the corpse of a desolate beast bat. During this period of time, he noticed that he was not the only one selling GU Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Xuehu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sold them openly. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal sold 3 immortal zombie bodies, causing the displeasure of Yin Liu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha. But in the end, Yao Huang joyfully bought these 3 immortal zombie bodies. After seeing this, Fang Yuan relaxed a bit. Hei Lou Lan Spirit was not the only one capable of capturing GU Immortals. No matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. There were more capable people among other GU Immortals. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had changed his room continuously, obscuring his traces and preventing others from finding out that he was the person who was selling most of the GU Immortal captives. Gradually, more and more GU Immortals stopped trading, they chose to watch on the sidelines. They had basically accomplished their respective goals. The remaining GU Immortals, even though they were few in number, the goods they were selling were getting more precious and valuable. By the 9th round, GU Immortals were starting to leave. Just as Fang Yuan thought that the last of his GU Immortal captives would be sold routinely, Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed, as he received a major request from a lone cultivator. He raised his voice as he said, "Next, we will be selling the complete GU recipe of the Immortal GU House, Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller is requesting for anything that can assist them in cultivating Wood Path." What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? They are selling this Immortal GU House. Why are they selling it now? The auction is nearing its end. Ha ha, the people who left earlier must be dying of regret. In 2 single rooms, Yin Liu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had very ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance was trying to eliminate the GU Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, but this lone cultivator was very good at hiding, they could not find a chance to strike. At the auction, Zombie Alliance could not make a move on him, they could only urge him and offer a high price. But this lone cultivator was swayed by the atmosphere of the auction, he became greedy and demanded even higher prices, extorting and threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, just earlier, their discussions had ended in failure, with the lone cultivator immediately putting up the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe for sale. "I will pay 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones and 1,500 kilograms of red refinement metal to buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil, I will use it all to exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe." You bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants Wood Path resources, I have Jade Fallen Grass here. So what if it is Jade Fallen Grass, I have Instinct Roots. At once, everyone's moods were riled up as the representatives of the super forces and the rank 8 great experts joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were furious, but they had to join in the competition. At once, the calm open transaction had turned into a battlefield, like they were back in the auction rounds. The allure of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was obvious from this. I am willing to pay with a Wood Path Immortal GU, in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Soon, the representative of a super force, Meng tribe, shouted. My Yuan tribe also has a Wood Path Immortal GU, we will also add in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun shouted, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was too alluring, he even used his precious true martial carps as part of the bid. If you let my Zombie Alliance purchase this, I, Yin Liu Gong, will vow this on my reputation, I will definitely resell this recipe. Yin Liu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can attest for that. Soon after, Yao Huang spoke, adding weight to these words. HMPH, I have a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, it can deduce all traces of any inheritance. I will add in 3 vats of Lingzi liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. At once, shouting could be heard everywhere. It was a chaotic scene. Fang Yuan's heart was moved, his eyes burst with brilliant light. If he did not hear wrongly, that was the Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, correct? Chapter 763. Three parties mutually win. Bidding could be heard all over the auction hall. At the end of the auction, such a huge treasure like the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators did not need to consider it, only the rank 7 GU Immortals in Super Forces or rank 8 Great Experts could have any chance in competing for it. Especially the Super Forces, the allure of the Immortal GU house was extremely great for the Super Forces. The price rose at an absurd speed, climbing rapidly. Even though this was the open transaction, everyone was fighting for the good. They subconsciously returned to the auction format that was used previously. Qin Bai Sheng laughed bitterly. The regulations were set by him, but seeing these experts screaming their lungs out, he chose to watch on the sidelines. At this point, talking about regulations would just offend all of these powerhouses. Do you see, this is the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Your zombie alliance was simply too stingy. The seller acted arrogantly upon seeing this, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face darkened. Yin Liu Gong was sighing helplessly. Looking at this price, it was already higher than what the Zombie Alliance was planning to pay. And this was not the end, the price was still climbing. Yin Liu Gong was a sensible person. He knew that at this point, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe could not belong to Zombie Alliance. When leader returns, who knew would she criticize him for being so incapable in handling this matter? As Fang Yuan listened to the bids, he assessed quietly in his mind. I have 4 GU Immortal captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He is the only rank 7 captive I have. There are 3 others. They are the 3 who are high immortals. They cultivate Wood Path. Evidently, there was little chance of success if he wanted to use these for GU Immortal captives to trade for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was an enslavement path GU Immortal. With a different path, the allure of these for GU Immortal captives was greatly lowered. The other point was, Immortal GU were unique. An Unravel Mystery Immortal GU was very useful. If not for the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu would not have exposed such a good GU. If I try to trade it directly, it would not work. The Strength Path Immortal GU that I just obtained have no use to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. If I use Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU, I will be exchanging a rank 7 for a rank 6, that exchange would be at a loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, they are indispensable to me. I cannot trade them away. But Fang Yuan did not want to give up on Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. If he missed this chance, if he missed this situation, even if he had the resources in the future, it would be hard to trade for it. Unravel Mystery Immortal GU was not a necessity to Fang Yuan. But in his memories, he had a way to use this GU as the core. In combination with other rare supplementary GU worms, he could conjure a Dream Path killer move. A Dream Path Immortal killer move. At this time, the prophecy of the 3 Venerables had spread throughout the 5 regions. Because of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, almost all of the Super Forces and Rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although their research results were shallow, dream realms were already starting to manifest. There were already 2 Dream Path Immortal GU he knew of in this life. One was in Feng Jinhuang's hands, the other was in Lady Poison Scorpion's possession. To speak of it, the latter was more problematic. Feng Jinhuang was still a mortal lass, but Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, slumbering as she explored a dream realm. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, they treasured anything relating to this path greatly. Many Dream Path Mortal GU that they refined were not shown to the world. They were the greatest mysteries of each force. Those who were able to become GU Immortals were dragons among men. They had good foresight and were very shrewd individuals. Even in an auction of such scale, there had been no Dream Path-related treasures sold. Fang Yuan knew about the GU recipes of many Dream Path Mortal GU. But Mortal GU were not helpful towards the exploration of dream realms. Otherwise, the major forces would have started exploring Dream Realms en masse already. The truly useful ones were Dream Path Immortal GU. But the amazing thing was, be it the two that appeared now, or the Dream Path Immortal GU that appeared in the future according to Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Perhaps this was explained by the prophecy of 3 venerables, stating 2 male venerables and 1 female venerable. With this, one could deduce that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be a female Immortal Venerable. Within a short time, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain a Dream Path Immortal GU. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal killer move, then that could substitute for the effect of a Dream Path Immortal GU. GU are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. One could say, the use of GU depended on the user. There was no strongest GU worm, only a strongest GU master. Genius GU masters could often match different GU worms together, unleashing a greater effect from that. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal GU previously, but he used the Soul Path Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, combined with other Mortal GU, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, creating a starting point of the path formed from the convergence of enslavement and strength. This Dream Path Immortal Killer move was the same case. The core Immortal GU was of Wisdom Path, Unravel Mystery, but it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this GU, I will be able to collect Dream Realm GU materials and refine the various Mortal GU. Even though it would spend some time, but once I succeed in forming my killer move, the rewards will be immensely more profitable. I will be able to make up for the regret during my previous life, becoming a pioneer in the exploration of Dream Realms, being ahead of all the forces in this world, being ahead of the superpowers. Fang Yuan's mouth turned dry as he thought about it. He estimated the potential value coming from this Dream Path killer move was in no way lower than Wisdom GU. It was only beneath what had come from Spring Autumn Cicada and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but higher than All Out Effort GU. Among the countless opportunities in Fang Yuan's previous life, the most valuable one was Spring Autumn Cicada. Even though it was rank 6, far inferior to Wisdom GU's rank 9, it could allow Fang Yuan to be reborn and start again. Even if there was a chance of failure, didn't he succeed every time until now? If he failed the first time, it would have been the worst opportunity he ever had. But it had succeeded, it was deserving of being his greatest fortune. Next was Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It had allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a GU Immortal despite being a mortal, standing on the shoulder of a former GU Immortal. After becoming an Immortal Zombie, it made up for his weakness in his aspect. It was because of this blessed land that Fang Yuan had ample foundation. The cultivation of GU Immortals was not just about fighting and killing, economic management was the biggest foundation base. Third was Wisdom GU. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gained unlimited inspiration, it rapidly pulled him out of his slump. But that was built on the blessed land and his own foundation. In the future, if he truly controlled it, it might bring Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But for now, it was third. The fourth was All Out Effort GU. Even though this Mortal GU was only rank 4, he obtained it at a very crucial moment. It was the first springboard since Fang Yuan's rebirth. Without All Out Effort GU, Fang Yuan would not have had such incredible battle strength. Without his battle strength, he would not have been able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path killer move, if he obtained it, Fang Yuan would be able to use it well and the value would be equal to the current use of Wisdom GU. After this time period, the value of Dream Path killer moves would fall drastically. When Dream Realms undergo complete external manifestation, and Dream Path would be thriving all over, this killer move's value would fall beyond belief. The value of opportunities depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada was very valuable, but if Fang Yuan became a demon venerable and was invincible in the world, why would he need it? This was also the case for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan obtained it after becoming a GU Immortal and had his own healthy Blessed Land, the value he received from it would be far lower. The same logic applied to Wisdom GU, All Out Effort GU, and this Dream Path killer move. But I definitely need the core Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, to use this Dream Path killer move, otherwise, all of this is empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction again. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Juji and old ancestor Shui who were out of the competition. These two had spent a great amount to buy Ma and Zhao, their foundations were shaken and they no longer were able to compete. Yao Huang had backed out regrettably as well. He had purchased some refinement path Immortal GU, as well as many GU Immortal captives. With the huge resource consumption of refinement path, all sorts of restrictions forced him to back out. 5 Elements Grandmaster had stopped long ago, he had bought many Immortal GU of the mainstream paths, and he was also a lone cultivator. The last ones remaining were Heavenly Lord by Zhu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal, and 3 super forces. They were Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe left the competition as well. Even though Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was screaming that he wanted to sell all of the true martial carps away, he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal GU house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, and Heavenly Lord by Zhu were left. Murong Jin Xiao, my force has no Immortal GU house to defend it, this is very dangerous. If you can let go today, I will definitely compensate you well. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal urged. Murong Jin Xiao shook his head, paying respects as he smiled, Lord, my Murong Tribe's Immortal GU house is lacking a core Immortal GU, everyone in Northern Plains know that. This matter involves huge benefits for my tribe, please forgive me for my insolence, I want to fight for it, whether it ends in success or failure, I do not want to be resigned. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal sighed faintly, he no longer said anything apart from raising the bid. It seems that I still have some hope. The price was already at 2 Immortal GU, it had far exceeded the value of 4 GU Immortal captives, but Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming more excited. Even though the Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, no core Immortal GU are being sold. The Immortal GU that the 3 of them are offering are rank 6, they have little use. 2 Immortal GU are the limit, those 3 are already thinking hard, their bids are increasing very slowly. After all, even if they obtained this Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, it only involves the entirety of the Immortal GU recipes, they still needed to spend a huge sum refining the GU. The seller is a woodpath cultivator, he wants resources useful to his cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal GU, only one is woodpath, it comes from Murong Tribe, but it is an investigative Immortal GU. This is great. Forget about the last GU Immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, that I still have, but the 3 who are high Immortals are woodpath GU Immortals, I can make good use of this situation in a plan. Fang Yuan moved quickly, he immediately informed Qin by Sheng and contacted Heavenly Lord by Zhu. The 3 parties are in a stalemate now, I do not have a woodpath Immortal GU, and Murong Tribe has the greatest chance now, maybe I can use this to break the stalemate. Heavenly Lord by Zhu was moved, he changed his bid, he first took down Unravel Mystery Immortal GU and put up the 3 who are high Immortals. The seller's eyes brightened, he hesitated for a bit before choosing Heavenly Lord by Zhu. He was an astute person. To him, even though the other 2 sides had an additional Immortal GU, only one of them had a woodpath Immortal GU. But in Heavenly Lord by Zhu's bid, there was a movement Immortal GU and 3 woodpath Immortal apertures, he could swallow them and gain a huge boost in cultivation level. He sold the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, he had already offended Zombie Alliance, his current concerns were to protect his life and develop in secret. What suited himself had the greatest value. Heavenly Lord by Zhu did not have any interest in the 3 who are high Immortals, but the seller needed them urgently. As for Heavenly Lord by Zhu, he did not make any losses, he still paid a price of 2 Immortal GU. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, did it matter who it ended up with? Selling it to Fang Yuan, he broke the stalemate and obtained the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. This is a mutual win for 3 parties. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 764. Actions of all parties. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became the focal point of everyone's attention, and apart from a few related people, no one knew Unravel Mystery Immortal GU had landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe could be considered as an unexpected final climactic moment of the auction. Time passed. For hours later, this auction, which included various outstanding people, finally ended. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's end. Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Baiyun Sheng. Tai Baiyun Sheng quickly sent his message, nothing until now. Fairy Li Shan actually missed such a grand event. It seems there is definitely some issue on her end. Do we return through the previous route? Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land through the Whole Earth GU established between Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. Now, the situation on Fairy Li Shan's end was unclear, and rashly using Whole Earth GU to return was undoubtedly an unwise move. No, we will first leave along with the others, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, though, there will definitely be turmoil soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Baiyun Sheng nodded with a serious expression. The auction might have ended, but there were sure to be many who were not satisfied with the results. With the end of the auction, the previous agreement signed by all parties would expire. Without the restriction, people's hearts and minds would be moved by wealth, robbery, extortion, and ambushes would be the next event. Most of the GU Immortals had the same thoughts as Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. Thus, they left the blessed land in a hurry and full of caution. We must get that guy. He actually dared to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe openly. Our zombie alliance's face had been lost completely. We could let go if it was only our face, but the key thing is that the leader had repeatedly reminded us of the importance of this task before she left. But now, we have screwed up. When the leader comes back and hears the news, who knows how she will punish us? Yin Liu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they looked at their target hurriedly leaving. In the sky above Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Lord, I wonder if you are interested in selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe to my Yao tribe. Yao Huang stayed behind and persuaded Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chuckled. Lord Yao Huang is jesting. How can such a treasure be sold easily? I won't conceal it from you, I have a lot of descendants and they are filling up my grotto heaven. Recently, I have been planning to establish a tribe. Perhaps we can have many opportunities to collaborate with Yao tribe. The leaders of various forces in the surroundings had changes in their expressions as they heard this. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a rank 8 powerhouse. A tribe he established, with his support, was certain to thrive. Not only this, with the support of a rank 8 GU Immortal, even if the new tribe's foundation was lacking, it would still be a super force. Northern Plains was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's homeland, the place where he rose up and established a hereditary monarchy. For a long time up to now, the super forces in Northern Plains were almost all of Huangjin bloodline. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was trying to poke his nose into this by establishing a super force, which no doubt was going to create an enormous impact on those Huangjin descendants. At the same time, with the lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, it would have huge impacts on both the demonic path and lone cultivator camps. Yao Huang's smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has such an intention, who could stop you in this huge world? It is very difficult for us old fellows to gather together. No time is better than the present. How about we have a chat today? Ha ha, this is also what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily. Yao Huang opened up his Immortal GU house, Medicine Cottage, and invited all the GU Immortals present to join. Most of the super forces entered in the end, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the benefits of lone cultivators. However, Old Ancestor Xuehu refused. In this auction, Old Ancestor Xuehu had invested a lot to buy Ma Hongyun, as well as precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he most wanted to do now was to use Ma Hongyun as the primary material in refining Fortune Rivaling Heaven and use its effects on himself. The person representing Prince Feng Xian's will, Feng Ju Ji, who had disguised himself as Sword Master Yuan, also refused this gathering and left on his own. In a hidden area among the reeds, he quietly met with the Central Continent GU Immortals. I have sent you the message regarding the auction. Feng Juji looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Juji made a really good move, such courage, I am in admiration. With Zhao Lianyun, we can search her soul and find many precious clues regarding the main culprit of the Imperial Court incident. I still have to thank Lord for trading a suitable immortal GU for me. What should our actions be next? The Central Continent GU Immortals talked one after the other, clearly treating Feng Juji as their leader. Feng Juji smiled. In this trip, he first used his tyrannical strength to subdue everyone, and now he had taken the risk to enter the tiger's den and trade immortal GU for them. Through Feng Juji's methods and charisma, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, he was finally able to lead this group of experts. Of course, Feng Juji knew that behind this harmonious atmosphere, everyone still had their own thoughts. It was only that all the experts were astute now that they were in Northern Plains with a heavy mission on their shoulders. Even if they had any hidden thoughts, they suppressed it deep within themselves for the time being, choosing to sincerely cooperate. To Feng Juji, this was enough. Everyone, although we obtained Zhao Lianyun, the clues available to verify the true culprit are probably not enough. If there were enough clues, Northern Plains GU Immortals would have already discovered the truth and the perpetrator would have nowhere to hide. However, I found someone who is suspicious. Feng Juji said. Everyone's spirits rose at hearing this information. Feng Juji continued, but this person has hidden themselves too deeply. I never was able to find out their true identity. To find this person, we must start from the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Bai Sheng. He is a famous expert of Northern Plains, a rank 7 Metal Path GU Immortal. I also know of this person, he is a lone cultivator. Creating such an achievement today with just his own strength is truly rarely seen. Qin Bai Sheng not only has outstanding strength, he also has many favorable social connections. If we are going against him, we need to use all our strength to strike as quickly as possible. If we let him escape and ask for assistance from his allies, the situation will turn for the worse. Everyone was discussing vigorously. They were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, powerful and with lot of methods, but they were fighting in enemy territory. Once their identities were exposed, it was likely that Northern Plains GU Immortals would band together to attack them. Fortunately, they still had Prince Feng Xian to aid them secretly. In another area, a fight had already started. He Lang Zi, you really have guts, you actually dared to attack our Chanyu tribe. The GU Immortal who was ambushed shouted in fury. HMPH, what is there to not dare? So what if you are from Chanyu tribe? No matter how powerful the Immortal Killer Move Winged Blade is, can it save you now? Just be obedient and hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant egg, and I shall let you go. A giant wolf, the size of a small hill, spoke with an eerie gaze, in a human voice. This egg came from the mysterious rank 8 GU Immortal of Eastern Sea. It had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative at a certain point of the auction. He Lang Zi had left previously, but actually had other intentions. He carefully set up an ambush outside and waited for someone to fall into it, capturing this unlucky fellow. He Lang Zi, you have hidden your cards well. You actually have an informant in the auction. Didn't you call yourself a lone wolf, moving alone and disdaining interaction with other GU Immortals? HMPH, if you have the guts, then place a stake against me in battle. If you win, I will immediately hand over this sandalwood sacred elephant egg to you. If you lose, then join our Chanyu tribe and serve for 100 years. The Chanyu tribe GU Immortal shouted. He had just spoken when he heard the sound of a woman's laugh coming from nearby. A black light flashed, and 3 GU Immortals appeared. The Chanyu tribe GU Immortal was startled. The other party had approached this closely, but he did not notice in the slightest until they intentionally revealed themselves. You are Hei Cheng. The Chanyu tribe GU Immortal carefully observed and quickly recognized their identities, also Fairy Jiangyu, whom? Why is Shui Songzi of the demonic path with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the Immortal Killer Move, Immemorial Flame Axe. But thinking of using this move to battle Hei Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 as a goon for your tribe is too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile. Chan Yu Zhong's expression sank as the other party had spoken accurately. It was because of this immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe, that he had the confidence to participate in this auction as Chan Yu tribe's representative. But who could have thought that he had still greatly underestimated human desire, and also overestimated Chan Yu tribe's stature. Hey Cheng, you are a Hei tribe Gu immortal and are of Huangjin bloodline, like my Chan Yu tribe. But you are actually colluding with demonic path outsiders to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make such a huge mistake, it is still not too late to turn back. Chan Yu Zhong thought rapidly and tried to persuade Hei Cheng. Shui Songzi laughed loudly. If it was your big brother here, Chan Yu Shong Yi, we would have a headache. If it was your younger brother, Chan Yu Xia-san, we would have dispelled any intention of ambush. Unfortunately, you don't have the defensive prowess of your big brother, neither do you have the speed of your younger brother. Today your defeat is certain. Chan Yu Zhong's expression became more unsightly. He stared fixedly at Hei Cheng and shouted, Hei Cheng, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. You built your reputation over so many years, do you not want it? If this matter were to be exposed or just a rumor of it is spread, you will be condemned by the public and hunted down like a rat. Hei Cheng's eyes flickered with hesitation, but Fairy Jiangyu transmitted him a message, making him firmly resolute. Without saying anything, he waved an arm, from which a dark arrow flew out, straight towards Chan Yu Zhong. He used action to show his resolution. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Jade green light shined and extinguished. Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared in the room. At almost the same instant which he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the process. Another disadvantage was that the amount of immortal essence consumed would depend on the strength of the target. Previously, Fang Yuan was still immortal with few Dao marks on his body, thus the immortal essence consumed was much lower. However, when transporting a Gu immortal, the minimum consumption was at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After finding no dangers, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan had met with them previously. There has been no response from either Fairy Li Shan or Hei Lou Lan. In accordance with the alliance, we must look into this. The most probable place is here. Shortly, the two found Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, sleeping. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was dazed. He was about to walk closer but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't approach them, it is dangerous. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes let out a sharp light. They are in a dream realm. If we approach them, we will also be ensnared. Chapter 765. Qin Baixing vs Feng Juji. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan collaborated to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had met with danger in a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had explained this matter briefly to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Thus, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard the term dream realm, he knew the severity of the situation. He sighed. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan did not attend the auction. They were trapped in a dream realm. I had been guessing earlier if Hei Lou Lan's tribulation was causing them trouble. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. Most likely, the tribulation caused them to be stuck in a dream realm, unable to free themselves. When Gu immortals undergo tribulation, there can be dream realm calamities. Tai Bai Yun Sheng asked in suspicion. Fang Yuan sighed. Not in the past, but now that dream realms have manifested, such calamities and tribulations have appeared gradually. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, towards the second half of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, showing up in all corners of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms becoming tribulations also became more frequent. Countless Gu immortals were harmed in the process. What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot abandon them. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was helpless. He asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent. his eyes were shining with a murky light. At this moment, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan had little to no defenses. It was not hard to kill them now. But because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not attack them, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was made using Mountain Pledge GU. If I want to break it, I will need to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I do not have enough strength now. It will be hard to do so. Even if I could destroy it, Tai Bai Yunsheng is too kind. He might be an obstacle if I try to attack them. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This indeed was a golden opportunity. By killing Hei Lou Lan, he would obtain Strength Chi Immortal GU, Self-Strength Immortal GU, Flying Bear Strength GU, and Slavery Immortal GU. The first three were Strength Path Immortal GU, while the last one was Enslavement Path. They all suited Fang Yuan very well. Especially Self-Strength Immortal GU. If he obtained it, he could use it as the core and elevate the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. As for Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge GU, with it, Fang Yuan would have the same advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other GU Immortals make agreements, this was an extremely popular service. The benefits could surpass the Guts GU trade. That was because using Mountain Pledge GU to make agreements for others not only was highly profitable, he could also establish connections. Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this Immortal GU. Mountain Pledge GU was not an attack-type Immortal GU, it could not provide defense or movement abilities to the GU Immortal. But whoever held it will gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type Immortal GU, but GU Immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. GU Immortals placed emphasis cultivation, management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a GU Immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook. A rank 8 GU Immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome Old Ancestor's arrival. Soon, several demonic path GU Immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is Old Ancestor Xuehu. He has his own grotto heaven. He almost never comes here. Why is he here now? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard Old Ancestor Xuehu's voice resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall and see me now. I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, Old Ancestor. The demonic path GU Immortals shouted in unison. Figures of GU Immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression paled. He said, "Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, Old Ancestor Xuehu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Li Shan would not be attacked. But Hei Lou Lan is the problem. She is not a member of Snowy Mountain and is a key character who has experienced the true Yang building incident. Once she is captured and has her soul searched, we are all doomed." Bam bam bam. While an intense explosion sounded out, a pathetic figure was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there was a huge wolf sprinting out of the smoke, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and speaking a human language. "Chanyu Zhong, where are you trying to escape to?" The pathetic figure was Chanyu Zhong. He continued to escape as he yelled with a panicked expression, "He Lang Zi, hey Cheng, don't go too far, otherwise, I will drag you guys down with me." Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shuddered, he put his palms together as he turned around, exerting a chopping motion with them. Immediately, fire rose as they gathered to form an axe in midair, attacking the huge wolf. Before the attack even landed, the scorching flames already burned some of the wolf's fur. The huge fiery axe caused the surrounding sky to glow red. It was powerful and carried an aura of destruction with it, as if it could rampage to kill innumerable beings. This was an immortal killer move. It had incredible offensive power. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's gaze shined with disdain and mockery. Swoosh! The huge wolf vanished, evading the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack, what good is it if you cannot hit? Fairy Jiang Yu appeared, floating in the air. She had taken action just now, teleporting Hei Lou Lan away using an Immortal movement killer move. Damn! Qianyu Zhong gritted his teeth, his heart sank as his angry and helpless face showed a hint of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed GU Immortal appeared behind him. Qianyu Zhong was shocked, quickly retreating as he created some distance. The mysterious GU Immortal remained on the spot, stretching out his right arm while his palm was aimed at Qianyu Zhong. This distance is enough, now, have a taste of my soul suction Immortal Goo's power. Qianyu Zhong's movements froze, his body turned stiff as his soul shook, it was like there was a huge force trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Qianyu Zhong was shocked, ordinary defensive measures could not defend against such soul path methods. He tried to stabilize his soul, momentarily going into a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal. Quickly assist me. The black-robed GU Immortal said. The moment he said that, Hei Cheng and Xuesongzi flew towards him, placing their arms on his shoulders. By surreptitiously using some GU worms, all three of their souls worked together and formed an even greater force. Soul Suction Immortal GU was used in this way. It was like drawing in a river, disregarding all other aspects, it was a direct contest between souls. At this moment, the black-robed GU Immortal, Hei Cheng, Xuesongzi collaborated, they had a huge advantage against Qianyu Zhong. I am unresigned. I am full of hatred, let me go. Qianyu Zhong was unable to resist them, his soul was pulled out eventually. Without his soul to control it, his body fell downwards from the air rapidly, like a puppet with its strings cut. But soon after, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She searched it and laughed, as expected, this Fire Path Immortal GU is in Qianyu Zhong's blessed land. So your real motive was my Fire Path Immortal GU. What do you guys actually want? Qianyu Zhong's soul was held by the black-robed GU Immortal, he continued to shout furiously. No, we did not lie to you. The sandalwood sacred elephant egg was also our target. But compared to the Immortal GU, it is like the icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. Their scheme had succeeded, her mood was great, but just as she was about to continue speaking, her expression changed. Not only her, at the same time, even the black-robed GU Immortal's hand shook. He was wearing a black robe, his head was covered by a huge hood, his face was shrouded in darkness, he said with a hoarse voice, Qin Baixing was ambushed, HMPH. So this Sword Master Yuan is an imposter, a GU Immortal from Central Continent. Qin Baixing cannot be lost, quickly go and save him. Fairy Jiangyu said anxiously, soaring away without any hesitation or pause. The black-robed GU Immortal and Hei Lou Lan followed suit. Only Hei Cheng and Xuesongzi were left. Lord Hei Cheng, do we follow? Xuesongzi was hesitant. Hei Cheng looked at the black-robed GU Immortal and felt a lot of wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, showcasing many different methods, he had great power and had an extraordinary relation to Fairy Jiangyu. Xuesongzi was hesitant, but was he, Hei Cheng, any different? It seems that this black-robed GU Immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. Hei Lou Lan might be the same as us, being a collaborator. Shadow Sect, and Central Continent's GU Immortals. Hei Cheng's gaze flickered, his body flew up in pursuit of Fairy Jiangyu and the others. Xuesongzi snorted coldly, he quickly followed them. Huff huff huff? Qin Baixing breathed roughly, there were dozens of wounds on him, some were bleeding, some were so deep one could see bones, some of his skin had turned black, emitting a foul odor. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to heavily injure three of us. Feng Juji crossed his arms as he watched, praising with a gaze of admiration. Northern Plains GU Immortals truly have excellent battle strength. Your methods and ours seem to have little discrepancy, yet you manage to make such great battle results. Qin Baixing, you are an outstanding person, give up and surrender. Our words earlier were truthful. As long as you tell us some people's identities, we will let you leave. There were Central Continent GU Immortals all around Qin Baixing. They opened their mouths as they urged him. Among them, Fairy Lingmai and Fairy Ao Shui of Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as a young-looking GU Immortal, old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, were quite heavily injured.
You want me to surrender?
Qin Bai Sheng raised his eyebrows, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Outsiders from another region infiltrating us in Northern Plains. Intruders. I'm tell you, we of Northern Plains are not cowards. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry, before I die, I will certainly drag one of you down with me. Feng Juji sighed helplessly. In that case, the rest of you can stand down, I will handle it myself. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze was heavy as he stared at Feng Juji. He did not know who Feng Juji was, but he knew that he was the leader. During the battle earlier, he did not participate, he stood aloof. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Juji flew towards Qin Bai Sheng slowly, his expression was calm as he spoke lightly. Chapter 766. Immortal GU Compensation. In the entirety of Northern Plains, only the 5 rank 8 GU Immortals can defeat me easily. But to kill me, even they would not find it easy. There are very few rank 7 GU Immortals that can rival me. You are also a rank 7 GU Immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha! Qin Bai Sheng laughed loudly, his laughter was filled with great confidence towards himself. Feng Juji's words indeed were greatly arrogant. At once, even the central continent GU Immortals around him were starting to get worried. Feng Juji smiled lightly, he slowly narrated, when I was young, I loved music. When I started cultivating, I had a grand aspiration, that was to create a total of 9 songs, to express myself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. Up to this point, I have created 6 songs in total. If you can finish listening to this song of mine, then I will admit defeat and let you leave. Qin Bai Sheng's laughter gradually came to an end, he had a serious gaze as he stared at Feng Juji unblinkingly. Looking at Feng Juji, who had an earnest tone and a smiling face, Qin Bai Sheng felt an immense threat deep within himself. He thought for a moment and greeted Feng Juji solemnly, I have not asked for your name yet. Feng Juji greeted back, I am Feng Juji. Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed, so you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha ha ha, in that case, let me see what you can do. Feng Juji's fighting prowess had long since been famous, even to a Northern Plains GU Immortal like Qin Bai Sheng, the name and reputation were instantly recognizable. But after learning about Feng Juji's identity, Qin Bai Sheng instead felt an immeasurable surge of battle intent within himself. We are both rank 7 GU Immortal, what qualifications do you have to defeat the other GU Immortals in the 10 great ancient sects and become known as the strongest? I will see how strong you truly are. Feng Juji breathed in deeply, bowing slightly. This song is known as Green Jade Song. Please enjoy it. The rest of the Central Continent GU Immortals backed off and created a wide open space for them. Come! Qin Bai Sheng shouted, his gaze was like lightning as his battle intent rushed out, he was oozing with grandeur. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. 3rd Branch Peak. Just now, this lucky escape was truly thanks to you. If old ancestor Shuehu found out, even I would not be able to preserve little Lan's life. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, expressing her gratitude. Hei Lou Lan was a crucial person in the collapse of True Young Building, she was more important than Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Once she was discovered, the entire world of GU Immortals would hunt her down. The situation was really dangerous, we were trying to guess why you missed the auction. Tai Bai Yun Sheng said while sighing. If Hei Lou Lan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng would be involved as well, the 3 of them were tied together on a string. Oh! Fairy Li Shan sighed, I did not think that a dream realm could become a calamity. Do you have any ways to save little Lan? Tai Bai Yun Sheng shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan who was beside him. Fang Yuan said solemnly, it's difficult. The dream calamity's target is Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan, you were only pulled in because you touched her? Thus, I just had to hurt you and make you feel pain. But Hei Lou Lan is deep inside the dream realm, even if you kill her, she will not awaken. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. It's only a difficult, that does not mean it is impossible. Fang Yuan, it seems you have a plan. Fang Yuan chuckled. Hei Lou Lan is fortunate, I obtained a GU in the auction that can form a Dream Path killer move to resolve this problem. But to form the killer move, the core Immortal GU is not enough, I need the assistance of many Mortal GU. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, saying, I can help with that. What refinement materials do you need to refine GU? Just tell me, I can satisfy that request. But Fang Yuan shook his head. These Dream Path Mortal GU refinement materials can only be found in Dream Realms. Refining Dream Path GU is different from other paths, the entire process needs me to execute it personally. So Dream Path has such specifications. Fairy Li Shan blinked, this was the first time she had heard such news. Dream Path GU worms were different from GU worms in other paths. One of the points was the refinement material, they were not material objects, they were obtained from inside dream realms. And the dream realm could only be of one's own dream, not others. Only the materials from one's own dream realm could refine these Dream Path GU worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, even though he developed slowly in Dream Path and had limited achievement, he still knew common knowledge like this. Currently, what was his common knowledge was now the most top-tier research results, the few forces treated them as their own treasures, sealing all the knowledge deeply. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But deep inside, she saw Fang Yuan in a different light again. She knew some parts of Fang Yuan's experiences and circumstances, especially the Guts GU trade, she obtained part of the profits. Fang Yuan is truly an impressive junior, it is almost as if he has a method to solve any problem. Earlier, he developed the Airsac GU to hold the Guts GU. Now, he even has such research in Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator can come up with, it seems his background is not simple after all. Fairy Li Shan was thinking over it when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that my nature is straightforward, I like to talk openly and not beat about the bush. If I can save you both, what compensation will I get? Fairy Li Shan's eyes rolled, she was long since familiar with Fang Yuan's personality, she was not surprised, she smiled, the favor of saving a life is as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many Immortal Essence Stones or Immortal GU recipes do you want, or even Immortal materials, just tell me. Her tone was very courteous, after all, she was requesting his help. Fang Yuan raised his head, I do not want anything else, what I have in mind is Hei Lou Lan Self-Strength GU and Strength Chi GU. 2 lives for 2 GU. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace, these 2 Immortal GU are Little Lan's core GU worms. A gentleman would not take what others love, Fang Yuan, this condition is a little too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, are both of your lives not even as valuable as 2 GU worms? That is not accurate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head, even if we were discovered, only Little Lan would be in danger, I would be fine. In fact, when Little Lan gets into trouble, you too would be implicated too. We are on the same boat now, helping us is also the same as helping yourselves. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement, Fairy makes perfect sense, I am full of admiration. Forget my previous condition, I will go prepare now. I promise you, within 3 to 5 years, I can surely save Hei Lou Lan. I have to go now. Saying this, Fang Yuan stood up and was ready to leave. Although the two had an agreement, and he could not leave her in the lurch, they also made rules such that one side could not force the other to save them using the agreement, they had to come up with an appropriate arrangement regarding compensation. Fang Yuan was not abandoning her, he was just taking a bit of time, thus, his actions were not against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache, she stood up and urged him, wait, Fang Yuan, we can discuss this. What does Fairy have to enlighten me with? I am all ears. Fang Yuan's attitude was very modest, he spoke very humbly. Oh, Fang Yuan, don't act like this. These two strength path immortal GU do not belong to me, I cannot promise you anything. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply as she said this. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I find this condition overboard too, pretend I never said it. Fairy is right, self-strength and strength chi are very important immortal GU to Hei Lou Lan, how can you decide for her? Never mind, we are allies, I will definitely help her. But you need to know, refining Dream Path GU worms is very troublesome because it takes a long time and I need to do a lot of preparation. During this period of time, Fairy can try to find other ways to save Hei Lou Lan. Although my method will definitely succeed, it will take a long time. In this time period, if Hei Lou Lan is discovered by others, that would be bad. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and I are in Central Continent. Even if anything happens to Hei Lou Lan, we will act as good allies and avenge her. These words made Fairy Li Shan roll her eyes in anger. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was laughing madly deep in his mind. He did not forget to add in, speaking of the alliance, we have about 2 years left. Once the time is up, and Hei Lou Lan is still unconscious, how would we continue the agreement? Oh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a kind person, but when it came to key benefits, he had a firm attitude, he was not a pushover. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. Hei Lou Lan's identity was a secret, even though Hei Cheng knew, he had his own motives and would not dare to expose Hei Lou Lan's identity. But because of this, Fairy Li Shan could not find help as easily. Regarding Dream Path, most of the super forces had done their research and obtained some results, but they would not give it to Fairy Li Shan to save Hei Lou Lan. Thus, for the problem Fairy Li Shan was facing, the most likely possibility with an effective method was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding all of this, Fairy Li Shan was deeply aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unwilling to relent, she had no better option but to take a step back, breathing in deeply before saying, never mind, maybe we simply had bad luck. I will do it your way, 2 immortal GU. But you can only pick either one of self-strength and strength chi. I can take responsibility for this much in regards to Little Lan. The other immortal GU will be provided by me. I'll speak the truth, this is my limit, don't force me any further. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was moved, gasping, Hei Lou Lan is truly blessed to have Fairy as her aunt. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that although Tai Bai Yun Sheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader between them. To save Hei Lou Lan, she needed Fang Yuan to help. Fang Yuan thought about it, he knew that although he could continue forcing her, that would cause their relationship to be greatly damaged. The amicable atmosphere that he had created earlier by splitting the profits with them would be completely ruined. Although self-strength and strength chi were 2 excellent GU, Fang Yuan had obtained several strength path immortal GU, he no longer had such an urgent need for them. All right, I will listen to Fairy. I have always been interested in Fairy's Mountain Pledge GU. Fang Yuan spoke with a smile. Chapter 767. Immortal GU Time Luck. Mountain Pledge Immortal GU was extremely important, it was Fairy Li Shan's source of revenue. The saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents, it would mean deep hatred. Not only this, Mountain Pledge Immortal GU was the reason why Fairy Li Shan could make connections everywhere and work with GU Immortals from the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains without much trouble. Once she lost Mountain Pledge GU, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would disappear. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand, it is a joke, don't mind it. Of course he knew of the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal GU, he was only probing her just now, he did not think he would succeed. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold, Fang Yuan, that joke was not funny at all. I have several Immortal GU here, pick one of them as the compensation. As for the other half, Little Lan will pass it to you when she wakes up. Fang Yuan was originally thinking about Hei Lou Lan's slavery Immortal GU. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's Immortal GU, his eyes shined as he changed his mind. This Immortal GU is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw the Immortal GU that Fang Yuan picked and she sighed in her mind, filled with a bitter feeling deep inside. She had just obtained this Immortal GU, she had not even used it yet and Fang Yuan was already taking it away. This GU's name was Time Luck, it was a Luck Path and Time Path Immortal GU, it consumed Immortal Essence and Time to gain a boost in one's luck. Fairy Li Shan was very reluctant, she tried to explain to him, Fang Yuan, if you really want to choose this GU, I have some words for you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal GU as the payment from Qin by Sheng. If ordinary GU Immortals use this GU, they will need to expend their own lifespan. But you are a zombie, in a half-dead state, you cannot use this GU. You might as well choose another GU.
Oh? So that's it?
Fang Yuan showed some interest in his gaze. When GU Immortals cultivate, they gained no lifespan during the process. In this world, ordinary people had approximately 100 years of lifespan. They would die of old age when they exceeded that. When GU Masters became Immortals, this time limit would not change. Only by using lifespan GU could they increase their lifespan without leaving behind any backlash. Other than that, there were methods like turning into a zombie, Treeman, or the Yin-Yang life extension method, possession, or to sleep for most of the time to reduce their expenditure, but these were all suboptimal methods that went against nature to extend their lifespan. Because of this, GU Immortals treasured their lifespan more than GU Masters. When Qin Bai Sheng held this auction, almost all of the heroes and experts in Northern Plains GU Immortal world showed up. But even so, no lifespan GU were sold. In contrast, in auctions held by mortal GU Masters, there were lifespan GU sold occasionally. This was understandable. When GU Masters become Immortals, they naturally would understand the difficulty of cultivating. It was not easy to become a GU Immortal, they would even more treasure this feeling of being above mortal concerns, having such a high status and standard of living. As a result, they treasured their lives, often roaming the 5 regions. Unless there was a need, they likely would not live inside their Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land. Because the time flow in the Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land was faster, a GU Immortal's limited lifespan would be expended even more quickly than if they were in the 5 regions. Mortal GU Masters did not know how precious lifespan was, they would often use some forbidden techniques that expended their lifespan to raise their battle strength. The higher the rank 1 reaches, the broader their horizons, the more they treasured their life, and they would try all sorts of ways to extend their lifespan. For example, like 1st Gen GUU and Century Boy. Such situations, in regards to GU Immortals, were much more severe. This was like the contrast of rich and poor people. Ordinary people were busy trying to earn a living, they disregarded their health. Rich people, however, treasured their lives and paid great attention to sustaining their health. At the end of the day, it was not that rich people were superior to poor people, it was because of their circumstances and statuses that they could act and think differently. Fairy Li Shan was obviously a GU Immortal. Time Luck Immortal GU expended Immortal Essence and Lifespan to boost the user's luck. Since she took it, she naturally had a way to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person, he immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had such a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with shining eyes, she knew that she could not hide it and said helplessly, I will not hide it from you, I have a method to use Time Luck Immortal GU as the core, to form an Immortal killer move. It can draw upon another person's lifespan, expending it and amplify one's own luck. Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path before, but he had also benefited greatly from Luck Path. He immediately asked, I wonder if Fairy may sell this Immortal killer move to me. Don't even think about it. Fairy Li Shan replied extremely quickly. Fang Yuan knew this would happen, he was not upset, he laughed instead, that being the case, I still want this Immortal GU. Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold, Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plans? I would not dare to. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, he said with sincerity, explaining, even if you did not have this killer move, I would still choose this Immortal GU. The reason is solely because I obtained an improved Mortal GU recipe of Inch of Time. Time Luck Immortal GU needs an Immortal killer move and time to activate. If I use Inch of Time, I might be able to replace it as the expenditure and prevent my lifespan from being affected. Is that so? Fairy Li Shan was stunned, she did not know this. Tai Bai Yun Sheng chuckled, explaining for Fang Yuan, when we bought this GU recipe, we did not think that Fairy would have time luck immortal GU. It seems that we can fortunately coordinate them together. Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had the right to speak. He was a Time Path GU Immortal, Time Luck Immortal GU and Inch of Time were both Time Path GU worms. Since he had the feeling and predicted that these two GU worms could coordinate, then that was probably going to work. Fairy Li Shan's expression relaxed, but her tone was still stiff. Even in that case, to think of a brand new Immortal killer move using Time Luck Immortal GU and Inch of Time as the foundation will be a huge project. Why don't you leave the Time Luck Immortal GU with me first, and I will use the Immortal killer move to improve your luck, isn't that a better result? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, immediately replying, precisely because you have the Immortal killer move, we thought about the method to use Time Luck and Inch of Time. We can also lend the Time Luck Immortal GU to you, Fairy. At that point, you can activate the Immortal killer move and improve our luck, that works the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, she thought, Immortal GU are unique, if Time Luck Immortal GU is in your hands, you hold the initiative. Who knows what will happen in the future? The Snowy Mountain Alliance has a time limit, whether we continue it or not is unknown. If we become enemies, would you lend the Time Luck Immortal GU to me? As Fairy Li Shan thought of this, she understood. Wasn't her worry exactly what Fang Yuan was concerned about? If Time Luck Immortal GU was in her hands, and she had the Immortal killer move, she would hold the initiative. In the future, if the alliance expired, even if she helped Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng improve their luck, wouldn't she be the one deciding on the price? Fang Yuan, this lad is tough to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth secretly, regretting her decision to take out Time Luck Immortal GU. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal GU and this Immortal killer move to create a new source of revenue. Improving the luck of other GU Immortals would definitely be a popular service. But Hei Lou Lan was stuck in the dream realm, and Fairy Li Shan needed their help. Since she was unwilling to allow both Strength Path Immortal GU to fall into Fang Yuan's hands, she was in a passive spot. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a huge network, Hei Lou Lan's identity could not be exposed, she could only rely on Fang Yuan's help, thus he had her firmly in his grasp. Fang Yuan saw the chance and extorted her. This was a ruthless blow, he struck at the crucial part and bit off a huge chunk of flesh. Forget about it. With Fang Yuan's craftiness, if I did not take out Time Luck Immortal GU, he might not want the other Immortal GU. Even if he wanted both Strength Path Immortal GU, what could I do? Can I let Little Lan remain in the dream realm forever? Little sister left behind a familial emotion along with a large amount of green grape immortal essence. They are still in Little Lan's immortal aperture. That was the reason why Little Lan was able to use Immortal GU when she was a mortal. However, with this dream realm calamity, the familial emotion has instead made it even stronger. With such a close relationship, the dream realm cannot be broken, it is grasping Little Lan tightly and preventing her from escaping. As time passes, her soul might disappear. Fairy Li Shan sighed, Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was an astute person, she had her own plans and did not expose Hei Lou Lan's secret of having Su Xian as familial emotion. She did not lie, she just hid it from them. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not save Hei Lou Lan, because of the agreement, he had to find a new method. One could say, no matter the results, Fairy Li Shan had Fang Yuan on their side. At least, when it came to saving Hei Lou Lan, they were in agreement. Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan had to let go despite her reluctance. She allowed Fang Yuan to take Time Luck Immortal GU. This transaction ended with both sides fulfilling their own needs. Fang Yuan used the chance to extort 2 Immortal GU, because it happened to suit his new plans. It could be said that he greatly profited. But he had not found out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In truth, even if Fang Yuan wanted the 2 Strength Path Immortal GU, it was not impossible. But Fairy Li Shan's acting was impeccable, Fang Yuan could not probe her true bottom line. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan paid 2 Immortal GU to break free of the Dream Realm and save their lives. Their lives were naturally more valuable than the Immortal GU. Thus, they formed a new agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing immediately returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, trying to refine the various Dream Path Mortal GU, to form the Immortal Killer move and save Hei Lou Lan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to the first peak of Snowy Mountain. Their old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the Demonic Path GU Immortals, and had urged Fairy Li Shan multiple times already. Before going, Fairy Li Shan said with a look of concern, urging Fang Yuan, "I am only leaving Little Lan here temporarily, the third peak is not safe. Fang Yuan, I hope you can do your best. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. If Little Lan is in trouble, you will not be safe either." Chapter 768. Identity Exposed. More than 10 GU Immortals surrounded the two people at the center. Qin Baixing landed on the ground, bending his back as he pushed his knees upwards, preventing himself from kneeling down. He was no longer in the previous bold and heroic state. Even his intense battle intent earlier had dissipated, it had completely transformed into shock and dejection. This Immortal Killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Baixing raised his head and looked at Feng Ji, speaking as he spat out blood. His blood was no longer red, it had turned into an eerie green. As the green blood was spat out, it solidified rapidly, turning into beads of jade pearls while falling to the ground. These jade pearls collided with the ground and emitted a crisp sound. The surroundings within a huge area had completely been turned into a domain of jade. The soil on the ground used to be extremely ordinary, but now it had been turned entirely into green jade. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also become jade-like objects. As the wind blew, the jade stem swayed with the wind as the reed leaves shook slightly. Meanwhile, there was a jade will emitting from Qin Baixing's body. Not only were his clothes turned into jade, half of his hair had turned jade too. Even most of his skin had frozen into jade. The blood in his body could not flow smoothly, there was the contaminated jade blood in his body. Qin Baixing was now trying to get them out of his body. Thankfully, his organs and intestines were protected by his defensive Immortal Killer move, they managed to resist the Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baixing losing to one attack, the remaining Central Continent GU Immortals had a grim expression, their gazes towards Feng Ji were full of wariness. Feng Ji floated in the air, looking at Qin Baixing as he said with a tone of admiration, "That's right, this is my own creation, Green Jade Song, it can convert everything into jade. You were able to resist it for 15 minutes, that is very rare. All right, you are truly strong and courageous, it is too much of a pity if you die here, searching your soul is too disrespectful too. How about this, I will ask you a few questions, just answer me truthfully." The Central Continent GU Immortals heard Feng Ji's words and felt some surprise. This was not in line with their earlier plans. "Lord Feng Ji. Qin Baixing is a Northern Plains expert, if you let him go so easily, you might be leaving behind a future danger. This person could resist Green Jade Song for 15 minutes, he is a strong adversary and a lone cultivator, why don't we?" Everyone spoke out, hoping that Feng Ji would kill Qin Baixing. On one hand, they were wary of his battle strength, but on the other hand, they were coveting Qin Baixing's great wealth. Qin Baixing was one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the total amount of immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained after selling all of the GU immortal captives was less than 1% of his earnings. But Feng Ji waved his hand, "I have already made up my mind, there is no need to say anything else. Old Oracle, I will need you to use the killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo." Facing Feng Ji's firm attitude and insistence, the Central Continent GU Immortals were silent. The green jade battlefield in front of them was the greatest deterrence. They were all experts of the 10 great ancient sects, but they had all found out now that they could not even take one attack from Feng Ji. If they swapped places with Qin Baixing, they would end up in an even poorer state. Feng Ji's strength was so great that all the GU Immortals here lost their vigor. Qin Baixing had lost his battle intent, while the Central Continent GU Immortals were thinking, no wonder Feng Ju Ji was acknowledged to be at first place in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves, Green Jade Song was only one of them. With such battle strength, he was simply terrifying, even against a rank 8 GU Immortal, he might not be inferior. The young-looking Wisdom Path GU Immortal that was called by Feng Ju Ji was from Ancient Soul sect of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply, walking out towards the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his fist from his wide sleeve, opening his 5 fingers as a colorless crystal bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal GU Bamboo Gentleman as the core, with 660 mortal GU complementing it. It is used specially for detecting lies. Even though the core immortal GU is rank 6, this killer move can work against rank 7 GU Immortals. But against rank 8, it will not be effective. Old Oracle's explanation sounded modest, but it was actually a threat to Qin Baixing to not play any tricks. Qin Baixing's expression was very ugly, he understood what Old Oracle was trying to say. I lost to one move, Feng Ju Ji, you are really amazing. My skill was inferior, I admit my defeat, ask away. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baixing said. You. A few Central Continent GU Immortals were unhappy, they frowned as they emitted killing intent. Feng Ju Ji smiled, no problem, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I have no time to waste. Qin Baixing spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, regaining a bit of his grandeur. The first question, who is the person who sold these immortal GU, Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace? Qin Baixing was stunned, he imagined Fang Yuan's appearance, feeling sour and bitter within. Shao Huang, oh Shao Huang, you were the one who brought harm to your brother. Thoughts flashed across his mind as Qin Baixing replied plainly without hesitating, this seller is called Shao Huang, he is an immortal zombie. Shao Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Ju Ji muttered, continue speaking. Qin Baixing continued, I only met this person recently, because I used my rank 6 luck inspection immortal GU and saw that this person's luck was greater than normal, I befriended him. This person has a mysterious origin, it seems he has a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 GU immortal captives. Among them, there was a rank 7 GU immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan, that is all I know. Once he said that, Qin Baixing's body shook as his skin burst open, blood poured out like a fountain with no sign of stopping. Qin Baixing growled in pain, concentrating as he activated his healing immortal GU. After a dozen breaths, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was too unbearable, his body was still shivering slightly. This was due to the previous alliance agreement. Now that he leaked the information, he had broken the agreement and was facing an intense backlash, his life was in danger. Feng Ju Ji looked at Qin Baixing, then turning around to look at Old Oracle. The colorless bamboo in Old Oracle's hands was swaying without a trace of a change in color. This proved that Qin Baixing's words were all truthful. Thus, Feng Ju Ji continued to ask, the second question is regarding the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, tell me all that you know. Qin Baixing heard this and his expression became very ugly. An hour later, the Central Continent GU Immortals watched as Qin Baixing flew into the sky, becoming a small black dot as he vanished from their vision. One of them was not satisfied, Lord Feng Ju Ji, are we really letting him off? He has so many immortal GU with him, he even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Ju Ji shook his head, it is not that I do not want to strike, but I found out that he has a method to detonate his soul, just the aura of it alone is terrifying. If we force him, he will probably drag a few of you down with him. By then, our plan to get information would fail. It's actually like this. The GU Immortals were uncertain. Feng Ju Ji said with deep meaning, look at this colorless crystal bamboo, you can tell if I lied. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled sheepishly, retracting his immortal killer move. He changed the subject, thanks to Lord Feng Ju Ji, we obtained these clues, it will really help in deducing the true culprit. Feng Juji nodded. We will split into 2 groups now. One will protect Old Oracle and let him deduce in peace. The other will follow me and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, finding out news about Shao Huang. If Shao Huang is a member inside Zombie Alliance, we will capture him on the spot. That would be the best outcome. The Central Continent GU Immortals listened to him. They split into 2 groups and retreated rapidly. 15 minutes later, several blurry silhouettes landed here. How can this be? Looking at the green jade field in front of them, Hei Lou Lan could still sense the power of this killer move, wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Bai Xing was ambushed, they have already fought. Hei Cheng had rich experience, his expression sank when he saw this. Fairy Jiang Yu quickly took out a set of investigative GU. After checking, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, even though they fought, Qin Bai Sheng was not captured, he has already escaped in that direction. Fairy Jiang Yu's investigative method made Hei Cheng and Shui Songzi gasp in shock in their minds. When the Central Continent GU Immortals left, they had erased all of their traces, but when Fairy Jiang Yu used her method, she managed to expose more than 10 GU Immortal auras. These auras all differed, they were in all kinds of sizes. Among them, the aura that Feng Juji left behind was the largest, far greater than the rest. Qin Bai Xing managed to escape from the ambush of more than 10 GU Immortals. Shui Songzi was surprised. We are only 5 people, how can we trap Qin Bai Xing? Don't worry, I have a method. The mysterious black-robed GU Immortal said in a hoarse voice. Fairy Jiang Yu retrieved her GU worms. She showed an anxious expression. Go, in that direction, let's chase him. Lang Ya Blessed Land. What a huge piece of spiky metal. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of death water. These are actually jadewood eggs. Wow, so many. Fang Yuan, you are so crafty and scheming, you did not disappoint me at all. Lang Ya Land Spirit looked at the mountain of immortal materials, while having a joyous expression mixed with pain. Not only were the quality of the immortal materials in front of him good, they were huge in quantity. The Land Spirit was pleased. But when he thought about the 4-6 split between him and Fang Yuan, he felt bitter deep inside. Those 13 GU Immortal captives were all from Lang Ya Land Spirit's work. But now, Fang Yuan was gaining a huge profit from them. He felt very uncomfortable. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan said. Lang Ya Land Spirit stared with his eyes wide open. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense alertness. Rascal, what scheme are you up to now? He was scared of falling into Fang Yuan's trap. You have a lot of hairy men in your blessed land. They are raised well and are good at refining GU. But mine are quite inferior. I have a lot of mortal GU to refine. Help me refine these GU and I'll pay for it using immortal materials. Don't be afraid, this is a fair trade. Fang Yuan said warmly. Lang Ya Land Spirit's eyes rolled. Without thinking for too long, he agreed. All right, since I often help that Inkman lad anyway, I'll take your business too. Chapter 769. Testing Immortal GU. A crystal mountain stood high at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu, Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan was hovering above Danghun Mountain in his original form, with a height of 6 meters, a green face with sharp fangs, imposing build and 8 monstrous arms. However, when compared to Danghun Mountain, he was minuscule like an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes let out bright light as he looked at Danghun Mountain below him, and suddenly gave a shout, pulling mountain. Next moment, a formless, majestic force erupted from within him and moved towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan opened up his 8 arms in an embracing pose, as if he was hugging a giant object. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, like he was lifting a very heavy item. Rumble. At first, the sound was only a slight noise. But soon, the sound kept on increasing till the surroundings started to tremor slightly. The object that was causing the sound was Danghun Mountain. Under the activation of Fang Yuan's immortal GU, this large crystal mountain began to slowly rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, the muscles in his 8 arms bulged up like lumps of rocks. Not only his arms, the muscles in his entire body were being exerted. Creaking noises started echoing from his body, with his bones being under extremely heavy pressure. With his great efforts, Dang Hun Mountain was lifted higher, gradually rising 5 to 6 inches from the ground. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was watching this with a shocked expression, with her mouth slightly agape. Rise. Fang Yuan wanted to properly test the Immortal GU, and did not stop even at this stage. Rays of light started to gradually shine from his body. These rays were all over his whole body, but were not close together and looked extremely sparse. The rays of light started getting brighter. At the same time, the speed at which Fang Yuan raised Dang Hun Mountain was also becoming faster. At first, the mountain was only raised by inches, now it was ascending foot by foot. While activating the Immortal GU pulling mountain, Fang Yuan observed his body as well. These shiny rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks covered his whole body without any particular order. Some got entangled and gathered into one ray, while some occupied certain parts of his skin by themselves. I activated the Immortal GU, pulling mountain, with all my strength, and the Strength Path Dao marks on me resonated with the Immortal GU. The power of the Immortal GU did not change, but I could bring out close to 20% more strength from this resonance. Fang Yuan persisted for a while longer, until all the bones on his body started cracking. Dang Hun Mountain was lifted to a height of 200 to 300 feet, before he slowly placed it back down. The enormous and heavy mountain landed on the ground, producing a reverberating noise, like that of muffled thunder, and raising a billowing wave of dust. Fang Yuan breathed roughly, his whole body was worn out and limp, there were many injuries to his muscles as well. However, a few breaths later, with an immortal zombie's powerful regenerative ability, all his injuries, whether they were in bones or muscles, recovered rapidly. Fang Yuan's breathing stabilized. He slowly closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the sensation from just earlier, while still hovering in the air. Before using the Strength Path Immortal GU, pulling mountain, Fang Yuan had gone through many kinds of deductions. Now that he was using it, his understanding was deepened. After all, true knowledge was derived from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path GU Immortal, there has been no increase in the Strength Path Dao marks on my body. Thus, even after using all my effort and under the resonance of Strength Path Dao marks, I could only increase my power by close to 20%. Activating pulling mountain Immortal GU will continuously consume Immortal Essence. Just this period of time already used up 3 beads of my green grape Immortal Essence. The consumption seems very high, but considering that the target was Dang Hun Mountain, it is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a wondrous place that could produce Guts GU. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Not even Snowy Mountain could match the value of such a precious treasure. Based on this, Fang Yuan speculated that it would be much easier for him if he pulled other ordinary mountain ranges compared to Dang Hun Mountain. Pulling mountain is good. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and softly praised, extremely satisfied deep inside. No mountains were easy to pull or move. Trees had tree roots, while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. According to theory involving Qi path, the whole world constituted of heaven and earth Qi. The two Qi converged, freely and unceasingly, forming all kinds of natural landscapes. For instance, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were caused by abundant heaven Qi mixed with occasional earth Qi. Mountains and hills were the condensation of earth Qi with a bit of heaven Qi blended in. Destruction was always much easier than construction. Mountains and rivers were easy to destroy, but could not be easily shifted. Mountain roots were connected to the earth, interlinked by earth Qi. The earth Qi was like the foundation of a tall building. If the mountain was forcibly pulled, it could directly break the earth Qi and destroy the mountain. However, pulling mountain had a mysterious ability of directly breaking the connection with the earth Qi without damaging the body of the mountain. After the mountain was placed down, it could connect with the earth Qi again. This was not something achievable through ordinary methods. Pulling mountain, pulling water. Let's try this Strength Path Immortal GU next. Fang Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with Little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the Blessed Land's eastern area, hovering in front of a lake. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covered in lakes of all sizes. It was the result of Fang Yuan linking the east and the north, using water to extinguish fire in the past. At that time, countless rockmen had been sacrificed. Now, the lakes here were supporting the habitats of large amounts of blue jade carps, many air bubble fishes and a few water wolf groups. Above the lakes, there were many dark clouds linked continuously. Large numbers of star fragment grass were planted on the dark clouds, forming grasslands in the sky. In the grasslands, groups of starlight fireflies were fluttering about. Among the ordinary firefly groups, there was a higher than average proportion of starlight firefly GU mixed in them. Thus, although there were thick dark clouds over the eastern part of the Hu Immortal Blessed Land, starlight shined brightly all over the area. In the sky was a grassland of starry clouds, while on the ground were lakes spread all over, sparkling and reflecting the starlight. Fang Yuan flew above the largest lake, activating pulling water Immortal GU. A similar formless force penetrated into the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised two hands, and immediately with a splashing sound, large amounts of lake water were lifted into the air. Compared with pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan felt that pulling the lake water here was as easy as picking up paper. There was an enormous difference between the two. The lake water state was still the same as before with no change. Large numbers of fish, shrimps, eels, and turtles were freely moving around inside. It was only that they were not able to swim beyond the periphery. A formless force held up the lake water in place of the lake shore. Underneath the floating lake, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, without a trace of water left behind. Large amounts of water plants were piled up on the lake bed, along with stones, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan moved his 10 fingers in different ways, causing the formless force to change. The giant lake water was like a piece of muddy clay that allowed Fang Yuan to mold it according to his will. Occasionally, it took a form of a long strip of dough, round like a ball another time, and the next moment it was finally molded into a hexahedron. After transforming it for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving his fingers, before exerting the thoughts in his mind. The lake water shook non-stop, displaying all sorts of weird and strange shapes, like a deer flying, a cloud moving, but regardless of the changes, the fish groups and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to get out. Nice, nice! Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, laughed joyfully with bright eyes. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was also watching, and heaved a sigh. Moving mountains and overturning rivers, it truly is the sight of an immortal's power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again, and the enormous lake water slowly and gently landed back into the lake. Fang Yuan retrieved the formless force, stopping pulling water Immortal GU. This lake was restored to its previous state, but there were waves churning on the surface of the lake, lasting for a long while. These two strength path Immortal GU have specific forces. One is targeted at mountain ranges, while the other is for water. If used with kind intentions, one can bring in rain and move mountains to open a path. If used with malicious intention, mountains can capsize and giant waves could rise up to the sky. Fang Yuan inwardly praised. This was the battle strength of GU Immortals. They could directly steamroll through mortal GU masters like crushing ants. I obtained 2 GU and my battle strength immediately rose explosively. But to integrate them in my immortal killer move, Myriad Self, won't be an easy matter. I will definitely need time and effort. Unlike the Immortal GU, Self-Strength and Strength Chi, which can almost directly merge with Myriad Self because Myriad Self's concept matches with them. Designing a killer move was not simple. The Lightning Path GU Immortal, Vicious Lightning Fiend, had gone into secluded cultivation for several years before he was able to draw references from the Blood Deity Immortal GU recipe to create the killer move, Lightning Deity. Hei Lou Lan already had the mortal killer move, Self-Strength Phantom. Even with this foundation, making it an immortal killer move was difficult. She had been trying so hard at it, but still had little success. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had created blood path killer moves, and it was a result from racking his brains, spending long periods of time and making painstaking efforts. Fang Yuan still did not have any clue on how to merge these two strength path Immortal GU into Myriad Self. But he was not worried and was even confident. One part of this confidence came from his strength path attainment. More of it came from his incomparable confidence in rank 9 Wisdom GU. The light of wisdom could produce unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool in deducing GU recipes, Immortal GU recipes, Mortal Killer moves, Immortal Killer moves and many other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Delight in Water and Mountain, and gained Iron Crown Eagle Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength and Unravel Mystery. Every GU was good, the main matter was whether they suited oneself. Fang Yuan's battle strength had increased by a very large scale with this auction. Junior brother, you gained a lot in this auction. When you completely process them, your battle strength will surely increase by several times. Tai Baiyun Sheng slowly flew over, praising Fang Yuan happily. Fang Yuan nodded, right, I now have a Desolate Beast Bat Corpse and can add in the third pair of bat wings. Each Strength Immortal GU and Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU can be used to cultivate, increasing the strength path Dao marks in my body. The more Dao marks there are, the more power I can bring out when I use Strength Path Immortal GU. There is also Inch of Time, Memory Thought GU, Malicious Thought GU and others which I need to urgently produce in large numbers. I have to combine the complete unfamiliar face and the incomplete vaguely familiar face to design an entirely new method of disguise. There is much work to be done and they all need to be carried out. In the coming days, Fang Yuan was definitely going to be extremely busy. But this was a good thing. The auction was an excellent opportunity which Fang Yuan tightly grabbed onto and made the best use of, bringing progress in more or less every aspect. Tai Baiyun Sheng reminded, don't forget your agreement with Fairy Li Shan. The main task is to refine Dream Path Mortal GU to form the Immortal Killer move which can awaken Hei Lou Lan. I understand this, you should go to Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyun Sheng smiled, Shark Demon has already urged me several times over these last days. Junior brother, if there is anything, just notify me and I will immediately return. Fang Yuan frowned, be careful. We have revealed many things in this auction, also, Ma and Zhao have fallen into the hands of others, this is not good for us. At this moment, he was still not aware that his immortal zombie Shao Huang identity was already exposed. Chapter 770. Refining Dream Path Mortal GU. Fang Yuan sat in his room, facing his younger brother Fang Zheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? Uncle and aunt had raised us with great difficulty these last years, yet you reported them to the elders, this is really an ungrateful act. Fang Zheng puffed up his chest, standing in front of Fang Yuan as he scolded with a righteous tone. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was cold as ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Soon after, he inspected his body, seeing that in his rank 3 aperture, he had Liquor Worm, All-Out Effort GU and others. Fang Yuan's mind settled, he thought, this body's cultivation level is the same as before the Three Kings Blessed Land time period. At this time, Fang Zheng said with agitation, right now, there is still some time before the elder's trial, it is still possible for brother to withdraw your case. If you really put up a case against them, your reputation will be ruined, everyone will look down on you, I will not acknowledge you as my brother. Fang Yuan chuckled, he stood up and walked towards Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng took a step back, brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan knew this in his heart, he held in his disgust as he walked past Fang Zheng, walking out of the door. Brother! Fang Zheng turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan could not enter or leave, he turned around and looked at his brother, the sense of disgust deep inside was growing. He had an urge to give Fang Zheng a slap before moving away. But Fang Yuan became calmer, he grabbed Fang Zheng's arm as he exerted strength, attempting to free himself. But soon after, Fang Zheng's other arm grabbed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he raised his leg, kicking Fang Zheng onto the ground. Fang Zheng was sent crashing onto the ground, he could not get up for the time being. Fang Yuan was freed and turned around, taking large steps and walking out of the door. The moment he left, the scene in front of him changed. He was in the Guu clan's discussion hall. The elders were all seated on the 2 rows at the sides. The clan leader was at the center, looking down at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected himself, finding that he was kneeling on the ground along with Fang Zheng beside him. Fang Yuan was fully aware. He knew that when he kicked Fang Zheng earlier, his emotions had been moved and it caused the dream realm's entanglement to become stronger. Previously it was the first scene, it was just a room with 2 people. But now in the discussion hall, it was larger than the room, and there were around 10 people. Most of their faces were blurry, only Fang Deng's face was clearly visible. Fang Yuan looked around. He only gazed at the clan leader for a short period of time before his face suddenly became clearer. Fang Yuan quickly looked away, not daring to keep gazing. The longer he looked, the more his memories would be pulled out, and the more realistic the dream realm would be. The bigger problem was getting his emotions involved. The moment emotions he invested, he would fall further into the dream realm's entanglement. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path Immortal Gu to help him. If he lost himself in the snare, it would be hard for him to free himself. Where is the Gu refinement material in the dream? Don't tell me it is not in this second scene, but the third. Fang Yuan looked around as he searched, but there was no result. Just as he was thinking, the clan leader spoke. Soon afterwards, a clan elder stood out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing his aunt and uncle for trying to embezzle his parents' inheritance. Fang Zheng was the witness, speaking for his uncle and aunt. As Fang Yuan listened to them, the disgust and hatred deep inside him grew. Even a sense of anger was hidden within. As the elders spoke, they were all siding with Fang Zheng. They did not treat Fang Yuan well at all. Fang Yuan's situation was getting more dangerous, but he still remained extremely calm. He paid careful attention to these emotions. Deep within himself, he was sneering in disdain at them from beginning to end. The accused may enter now. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had an angry expression. The moment they spoke, they chided Fang Yuan, saying that he had an unfilial attitude. They said that this was completely a baseless accusation. There was no such thing, but all of the elders believed their words, smiling coldly at Fang Yuan. We will give you one last chance. Do you have anything else to say? At the end, the clan leader opened his mouth, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the trap of the dream realm. Once he spoke and triggered his emotions, he would be in danger. Thus, he kept quiet and shook his head. The clan leader's expression changed. He sneered as he pointed. You are truly guilty. You have no words to rebuke us. I will now declare, you will return the 9-leaf fatality grass Gu back to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf fatality grass appeared very fresh and lifelike. It was taken out of his aperture and handed to his uncle and aunt. Fang Zheng kowtowed continuously, thank you Lord Clan Leader, thank you elders for your clear judgment. You protected my innocent uncle and aunt's reputation. Fang Yuan felt faint anger and sadness in his heart, but he controlled them. His gaze was shining. He stared at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The Gu refinement material had appeared in the dream. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. That really was full of hidden danger. The key item is involved in all sorts of ways to trigger my emotions. The more I focus on this dream material, the more my emotions would be drawn out. I would sink into the dream realm's entanglement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made a move, using his Primeval essence and injecting them into his Gu. Several strength path phantoms appeared, attacking his uncle and aunt. He took the 9-leaf vitality grass immediately, not staying afterwards, charging out of the door without hesitation. Scoundrel! The clan leader smiled in spite of his anger. He charged out as well. You dare to offend your seniors. You are too audacious. You deserve death. The elders shouted angrily, following the leader and chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed. He was in a cave with countless pale white bones around him. This reminded Fang Yuan of southern borders by Gu Mountain. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked together, eventually escaping by Jiyu Mountain and hiding from the assault of Bai clan. This was a vivid memory etched in the depths of his heart. The moment he had this recollection, the surroundings of the cave became clearer, they even changed and became exactly like Bai Jiyu Mountain back then. Fang Yuan was alerted, he stopped recalling his memories. At this moment, Jiyu clan leader brought close to 10 clan elders, entering Fang Yuan's vision and chasing him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, his soul would take great damage, or he might even die because of the dream. In the 500 years of his previous life, who knows how many Jiyu masters fell into a dream realm's entanglement and lost their lives inside dream realms. According to Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation, death was not possible, but his soul could get heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was in control of the exclusive Guts Jiyu transaction. The problem was, if he left the dream realm due to injuries, the dream material that he had searched for with much difficulty would vanish. His work would be wasted. Fang Yuan did not want that. As Fang Yuan escaped, he checked the 9-leaf Vitality Grass Jiyu in his pocket. The Grass Jiyu was realistic and lifelike. Fang Yuan had a sensation deep within himself, reminding him that this was a high-tier ingredient for refining Dream Jiyu. Fang Yuan moved about left and right, escaping into a small cave. He released a few Jiyu worms as a danger detection method, before sitting on the ground and refining Jiyu using the Jiyu recipe in his memories. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by some pursuers. They blocked the only exit of the cave. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He activated several Strength Path Beast Phantoms and forced his way out. During the intense battle, he restrained his emotions and only forced them out, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered it to refine Jiyu again. This time, the refinement was even shorter. He only finished 30% before he was discovered by Fang Veng. "He is here!" Fang Veng shouted loudly. Fang Yuan snorted, kicking and sending Fang Zheng flying. At this time, an elder had arrived already, assaulting Fang Yuan from behind. Every time he got injured in the dream, it was a huge hit to his soul. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. He turned around and summoned several beast strength phantoms, turning this elder who attacked him into meat paste. "Fang Yuan, you will die terribly." Before dying, this elder cursed as he shouted. His blurred face turned clearer, turning into the Academy Elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed deeply to himself. During the dangerous moment earlier, he was distracted and his control over his emotions weakened. It caused him to fall deeper into the dream. This was also the reason why he did not kill the pursuers all along. The dream scenario could go on endlessly. It could be said to be infinite. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, new ones would appear. Even if they did not appear, there would be new disturbances. Especially when he engaged in life and death brawls, he had to concentrate. His emotions were more likely to influence his actions. There were all sorts of dreams. They involved drawing out a person's emotions, so that they could not distinguish reality and illusions, eventually sinking into the dream realm's entanglement, unable to wake up. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences. Even though his achievement in the field of dream realms was pitiful, it was enough to deal with this. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was exactly the same as the area where he refined Bone Flesh Unity Jiyu. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined his Dream Path Jiyu worm. As the pursuers came, Fang Yuan laughed as he muttered to himself, "Time to wake up." As he said this, the scene in front of him vanished and turned into pure darkness. Fang Yuan gradually opened his eyes. The darkness faded and turned into the scenery of Danghun Palace, just like before he entered the dream. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was sitting on the bed, his arms grabbing at a space. It was the same as the motions of his arms in the dream. In the dream, he was grabbing the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Jiyu. Now that he was back in the real world, the Dream Path Mortal Jiyu vanished. Fang Yuan was not shocked. He checked inside his mind. In his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Jiyu was floating. The thoughts around it were like bubbles, popping and vanishing. The first Dream Path Mortal Jiyu is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Dream Path was different from other paths. The mortal GU did not have physical forms, they only existed in the mind. Only Dream Path Immortal GU could turn from immaterial to solid. Chapter 771. Lord Vice Envoy. The person they were chasing was none other than Feng Ge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to mix into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the last moment, he was blocked by the Dao-marked door at the discussion hall entrance. Because of this, the secret that he was not a Northern Plains immortal zombie was exposed, and Dragon Commander Yi-Cha, one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, personally went after him. Suddenly, Feng Ge stopped his movements. He turned around and looked at the pursuers, smiling as he said, "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop? I just have a few questions. If you answer me truthfully, I might spare your lives." What? The immortal zombies flew into a rage. "Scoundrel, you will not be able to escape. You dared to scheme against us, worm," a brawny male immortal zombie said in a malicious tone. "There might be a trap." A female immortal zombie immediately used her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the same time, the female immortal zombie's expression became stupefied. She screamed in shock. 3 Central Continent GU immortals appeared, together with Feng Ge. They surrounded the immortal zombies in a circle. Feng Ge laughed lightly. He got rid of his disguise and restored his original appearance. His rank 7 GU immortal aura emanated with no room for doubt. The immortal zombies were all stirring anxiously. Rank 7 GU immortals. Dragon Commander Yi-Cha's face was grim. He tried to raise the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? We both have 4 people, the numbers are the same. You are a rank 7 GU immortal, but I am also rank 7. Do not think that immortal zombies have low battle strength, we just refuse to do unnecessary battles normally. You GU immortals from another region are really daring. You dare to target Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? HMPH. That's right, don't think I'm afraid of you. A battle it will be. You are all challenging our Zombie Alliance. Have you thought of the consequences?" The immortal zombies spoke. They were united as one. Feng Ge clapped as he smiled. "By now, your letter to request support should have reached Dark Flow Giant City through your blessed land, right?" As he said that, the other 3 immortal zombies' facial expressions changed. Even Dragon Commander Yi-Cha's gaze flickered. Immortal zombies were in an awkward state. If they could avoid battle, they would try to do so. This place was not far away from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent GU immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies sent the information back. This was not because they were afraid of dying, but rather, why would they not ask for reinforcements if they could? The more people there were, the greater their advantage. Even if they battled intensely, they would suffer fewer losses, and the benefits after the battle would be higher. Those who could become GU immortals were astute people. Even a battle maniac would not fight brainlessly. If that was really the case, even if they became a GU immortal, they would not live long. Feng Ge looked at their expressions and cupped his fist as he praised, "Your esteemed alliance's Dao-marked door is truly impressive. I am full of admiration. Even though I have heard rumors about it, I wanted to try it for myself. But the Dao-marked door was left behind by a predecessor. Now that I am here, I have the confidence of taking all your lives before your reinforcements arrive. I am sure that you have already noticed, even though this area seems normal, it is a battlefield killer move, isolating us from the outside world. I'm afraid your letter will not reach the Alliance after all." The 4 immortal zombies' expressions changed again. Feng Ge sighed. His tone became more gentle. He spoke with a sense of sincerity that could move people. "I have a soul-searching method, but I do not have the intention to kill you. If you cooperate with me and speak the truth, I will let you off intact." HMPH, those are big words. Let's see your methods first. Dragon Commander Yi-Cha interjected during Feng Ge's words. If he continued speaking, the morale that he had built up might fall apart. Other immortal zombies might give up, but Dragon Commander Yi-Cha had a high status. He had his concerns. If he gave in without even trying to fight, his reputation would be ruined. How would he command his subordinates in the future? How would he remain as one of the 3 leaders of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Sigh charged out first. The 3 immortal zombies behind him split up, towards his left, behind him, and to the right, instantly forming a simple diamond formation. Feng Juji's smile was unchanged, nevertheless he retreated in relaxed fashion. His opponents were too weak, he did not have the desire to fight. From his left and right, 2 Central Continent GU Immortals laughed and attacked from either side. An intense battle of 2 against 4 unfolded. The Central Continent GU Immortals were having the upper hand, expanding their advantage as time passed. Even though Dragon Commander Sigh furiously roared all the while and fought back bravely, he could not reverse the situation. But from start to finish, the 2 battling Central Continent GU Immortals did not lose control over the situation. After 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Sigh's face turned dark. He stopped the fighting. The other 3 immortal zombies had little battle intent remaining. They showed a faint expression of fear. What questions do you have? As long as they do not infringe on the core benefits of my zombie alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Sigh said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you have such an understanding. Feng Juji's smile became wider. He asked, I need to know about immortal zombie Huang. Huang? Dragon Commander Sigh was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh. Feng Juji's eyes flashed with joy. He asked earnestly, I would like to hear more. At almost the same time, another intense battle was coming to an end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fairy Jiangyu and the others had injuries as they breathed heavily, in a rough state. HMPH. It was due to my inferior skills you captured me today. You are free to kill me at your own convenience. But if you want my immortal GU or immortal materials, you can keep dreaming. Trapped in the middle, Qin Bai Sheng, who failed to escape, was bathed in blood as he maintained his final stance. Fairy Jiangyu smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Lord Vice Envoy, we would not dare to take your life. We have said it already, you are our leader. HMPH. Qin Bai Sheng's face was cold as ice. He was very alert. Nonsense. In order to obtain my immortal GU and immortal materials, you are making up such a terrible lie. Do you think I am a child? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember things is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Bai Sheng rebuked angrily. Even if something was done to my soul, it is precisely my own soul. How can I not detect anything wrong? When you make a lie, try to ensure it's convincing. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed GU Immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think of this from another angle. We are not stupid. Why would we use this lie out of all excuses? The reason why your soul looks like it's unmodified is because we used our sect's supreme methods. Even a rank 9 GU Immortal cannot find any issues with it. But there is a problem, because the person himself cannot detect it due to the perfection of the modification. As time passes, he would become another person entirely. Lord, you had personally designed this plan from the beginning. I had warned you that this was dangerous. After all, Lord Envoy himself was a great example. But Lord was insistent on this. You said that to deceive the enemy, you need to deceive yourself. Inside this soul path immortal GU, your remnant soul is inside. As long as you fuse it into yourself, you will learn about the truth. Fairy Jiangyu said, taking out a soul path immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng looked at this immortal GU silently. Fairy Jiangyu continued, actually, Lord Vice Envoy, you must have noticed. In the battle earlier, we did not use any fatal methods. Even when you injured us heavily, we did not have any intention to kill you. I'll give this immortal GU to you, you can inspect it yourself. The soul path immortal GU flew slowly, landing in front of Qin Bai Sheng. She really gave it to him. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. Hei Cheng was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he watched. Qin Bai Sheng was extremely alert. He used many methods to inspect it. After confirming that the Immortal GU had no issues, he placed it in his hands and looked into it mentally. Soon, he realized that there really was a lump of soul inside this Immortal GU. Furthermore, this lump of soul vaguely seemed to have a close relationship with him. Qin Bai Sheng hesitated for a moment before chuckling. He squeezed with his fingers and broke the Immortal GU. Scoundrels! This method was your trump card, right? Even using all my knowledge and experience, I could not see any flaws, but your attempt to trap me, even with your glib tongues, will end in failure. This! Shui Songzi shouted reflexively. He felt heartache. This was an Immortal GU. He actually destroyed it. Hei Cheng was a little surprised. Towards Qin Bai Sheng's action, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was absolute self-confidence that could allow this action of his. Even in a desperate situation, Qin Bai Sheng's confidence towards himself had never wavered. Hei Cheng thought to himself, if it were him, facing such words from his enemies, what would he choose to do? Lord Vice Envoy, you! The black-robed GU Immortal shouted. He became anxious. How will we salvage this now? No worry. Fairy Jiang Yu's lips curled up. As expected, Lord Vice Envoy understands yourself best. If this was any other place, when the Immortal GU was destroyed, the soul would dissipate. But thankfully, we spent a lot of effort and moved you here. HMPH, where are we now? Qin Bai Sheng shouted as he asked. The surrounding fog was thick. As Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves, wind blew as they scattered, revealing a mountain wall. Qin Bai Sheng, Hei Cheng, and Shui Songzi realized that they were in a valley now. Luo Po Valley. Qin Bai Sheng took a few glances and his heart jumped. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiang Yu waved her sleeves. Countless GU worms flew up from the valley. Using an immense number of White Lotus giant silkworm GU as the foundation, they formed a super GU formation. The GU formation activated. The force in it shocked He Lang Zi, Hei Cheng, and Shui Songzi. Ah! Qin Bai Sheng shouted in pain. After a dozen breaths of time, everything ended. Tens of GU worms, including a good number of Immortal GU, flew up from the valley, returning to Qin Bai Sheng's Immortal aperture like birds returning to their nest. Qin Bai Sheng regained his full strength. Finally, I am back. Qin Bai Sheng looked at his hands. He said in a low voice. His expression was cold. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Vice Envoy. Congratulations to Lord for returning safely. Fairy Jiang Yu and the black-robed GU Immortal knelt on the ground, while Hei Cheng and Shui Songzi bowed slightly. Only He Lang Zi was still acting rebellious, crossing his arms and watching coldly. Qin Bai Sheng recalled everything that happened, snorting coldly. Feng Ju Ji. I will remember this. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Jiang Yu, you only found these people? Just them alone will not be able to take down Lang Ya Blessed Land. I have performed poorly in this task. Fairy Jiang Yu rapidly lowered her head and admitted error. Hei Cheng and Shui Songzi's expressions changed, but He Lang Zi opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth, growling, Qin Bai Sheng, never mind that you are acting so mysteriously, you actually dare to look down on me. Chapter 772. Silence and Sigh. Amidst an intense explosion, He Lang Zi was like a pile of mush as he collapsed in the huge pit. He tried to get up, but it was like there was a huge formless mountain pressing down on his body. The immense weight prevented him from moving at all. He Lang Zi's eyes were blood red, his expression was distorted, he growled unceasingly. Qin Bai Sheng's arms were lowered. He looked at the pit expressionlessly, at the struggling He Lang Zi. One move, just one move. He completely immobilized He Lang Zi. Shui Songzi's eyes were full of shock. Hei Cheng squinted. He hid the intense shock in his mind as he thought, what immortal killer move is this? Once he used it, He Lang Zi was unable to use a single killer move. He Lang Zi was completely immobilized, but his body is unharmed. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiang Yu, she showed no sign of surprise. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal's face was covered by his hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, let me use my killer moves. Sneak attacking me from the start, how strong can you be? I refuse to accept this. Hei Lou Lan almost cracked his teeth. He was sprawled in the pit as he looked at Qin Bai Sheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Bai Sheng snorted in disdain. He looked down at Hei Lou Lan as he smiled slightly. Striking first gives you the advantage. Does a demonic path GU Immortal like you not know that? It seems that I overestimated you. In a real battle, who would care if you accept it or not? As long as the enemy is defeated, that is true ability. As he said this, Qin Bai Sheng paused. His expression turned cold. Right now, you are meat on the chopping block. You are at my mercy. You are to accept this whether you like it or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Submit to me, or I will kill you right here. Hei Lou Lan did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Bai Sheng laughed, releasing the restraint. Hei Lou Lan felt the pressure lifting. He laughed fiendishly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing bright light shone out. The light came as quickly as it faded. Soon after, a huge and menacing wolf appeared. The huge wolf opened its mouth, pouncing on Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng stood at the edge of the pit. His size was a huge contrast to the huge wolf. Before the huge wolf reached him, a strong burst of wind blew, causing several of the GU Immortals' robes to flutter in the wind. Hei Lou Lan turned into a huge wolf. He attacked with rage. He had an imposing aura. Xue Songzi and Hei Cheng retreated, afraid of getting caught up in it. Qin Bai Sheng was very close to him. Seeing the huge wolf approaching, he did not move. He showed a cold smile on his face. Evidently, Hei Lou Lan's attack was not out of his expectations. Boom! Another loud bang entered everyone's ears. The huge wolf cried out, falling from the sky. Its forepaws were on the ground. A huge force was pressing down on the wolf's body. Hei Lou Lan was now just like earlier, completely immobilized again. In his huge wolf eyes, he showed unbelieving shock. He looked at Qin Bai Sheng as he shouted, "This move again. What is this move called?" "It is not a big deal to tell you." Qin Bai Sheng laughed. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. It uses the foundation of my soul to suppress your soul. Even though your body is strong, this move directly targets your soul. Without any immortal transformations that can resist soul path techniques, whatever beast you turn into cannot defeat me. Hei Lou Lan, I give you one final chance now. Submit to me, or die." Facing Qin Bai Sheng's immense power, Hei Lou Lan turned silent. Hei Cheng and Xue Songzi looked at each other. They sensed this series of events was anything but reassuring. Sho Huang. Feng Juji looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others who were leaving, his mouth muttering unendingly. The information we obtained this time has no practical use. Around Feng Juji, the central continent GU Immortals were mumbling in unhappiness. "No, we obtained a lot of information." Feng Juji chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie, Sho Huang, was able to enter the Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains GU Immortal. Even if he is not born here, he definitely ascended into an immortal here. Since he disguised himself, that means that his true identity cannot be known to others. Finally, he has a huge force or some great expert backing him up. This force might be the one which caused the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Lord Juji makes much sense." Towards Feng Juji's deduction, the other 3 immortals nodded in agreement. "What should our actions be next?" Feng Juji thought for a while before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle's group and tell the new information to them, allowing them to do further deductions." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? Soft Jade Sand hasn't been fully collected yet. Old Ancestor Shui who looked at the list as he questioned unhappily. The person he was questioning was the owner of the 4th peak of Snowy Mountain, Li Peng Wang. Li Peng Wang, who had a fierce reputation and rebellious nature, lowered his head, saying politely, "Old Ancestor, please appease your anger. I met with a group of Sky Chief Beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go ahead and prepare." I am not targeting you, but this is the first round of immortal material collection, and you already had such a problem. How will you prove yourself and remain as the 4th peak's owner? I raised you to this spot personally. With this poor performance, what will the other peak heads think of me? Old Ancestor Shui, who said a few more sentences before waving his sleeves, asking Li Peng Wang, who was apologizing, to leave. Li Peng Wang had bad luck. He was attacked by a Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still brought back a portion of the soft jade sand. It was already not easy. After Li Peng Wang left, a female immortal walked out from the hall behind. In the entirety of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shuehu with such a tone. Old Ancestor Shuehu looked over at the female immortal. His expression became more gentle. Wife, you do not know the crucial information in this, thus you think I am overly harsh on the peak heads. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul. I know all of this lad's history. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power is truly fearsome. Do you think Li Peng Wang's encounter was coincidental? That is not the case. Not just him, the other peak heads also faced difficulty when collecting the materials. All this is due to Fortune rivaling Heaven affecting us secretly. Any acts that would harm its owner would cause a backlash from Fortune rivaling Heaven, suppressing our luck. There is such a thing. The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked. According to the theory of luck, us GU immortals have extraordinary luck that protects us. But Fortune rivaling Heaven is the emperor of luck, thus, we are still affected by it. The longer this drags on, the more uncertainties would occur. In the end, not only would the GU refinement fail, we might even attract a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shui, who explained slowly. As the owner of the 2nd peak, Lady Wan Shou understood now. She thought about it before frowning. If that is the case, wouldn't it be a huge obstacle when I refine GU? Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 most famous refinement path GU immortals in Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Shuehu's plan, she was supposed to use Ma Hongyun as the main material and refine Fortune rivaling Heaven GU at the end. Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded. That is why this time, not only do we need to prepare several sets of GU refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal GU to protect our luck. Thankfully, Ma Hongyun is the main material. We saved a lot of immortal materials compared to refining Fortune rivaling Heaven from scratch. Even so, we prepared way too many immortal materials. We are almost going to exceed Snowy Mountain's capability. This refinement is way too important. We almost used up all of our life savings. Lady Wan Shou frowned as she said. Old Ancestor Shuehu laughed, holding her waist. He consoled, wife, you're afraid that the refinement will fail. Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster could fail, let alone me. Ha ha ha, just go ahead and refine it, wife. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will accept the result without any hatred or anger. I have already used up all of my potential to reach this level. I have no confidence in my future calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling Heaven GU is my hope of breaking this situation. Oh, hopefully, it will succeed in time. Old Ancestor Shuehu said as he sighed. Fang Yuan, go and carry that box of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a box, shouting loudly. Yes. Fang Yuan replied, climbing onto a black-skinned fat beetle as he moved that wooden box from the very top. This lad actually has strength path cultivation. I totally missed it. Seeing Fang Yuan completing his mission easily, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a cold light. No, I already promised 2nd young master, I cannot fail. Thinking so, the caravan steward raised his whip and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. With a loud cracking sound. Fang Yuan's shirt was torn open. A deep whip scar was imprinted on Fang Yuan's back. The intense pain assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan fell on the ground and shivered as blood quickly oozed out of his wound. In his previous life, in the caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's recruitment, he was heavily suppressed and humiliated. The memories were surfacing again. A sense of rage rose deep within Fang Yuan, but he quickly suppressed it. Why are you wasting time? Move quickly. The caravan steward was simply finding trouble with him. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not use it. After all, with enough power, he would have killing intent. That was the Dream Realm's trap, luring him to attack so that his rage could be drawn out. After enduring for a day, facing difficulties from the steward, Fang Yuan went into the tent and refined his Dream Path Mortal GU. 5 scenes had passed in this Dream Realm. I am going to succeed. Fang Yuan looked at the GU worm that was forming, feeling pleased. But during the night, just as he was refining the GU, a group of beasts charged into the caravan's camp. Even with Fang Yuan's defensive methods, he could not defend himself from the assault of the beast group. He ended in failure. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the Dream Realm. He was still in Dang Hun Palace. Checking his immortal aperture, he found a message from Fairy Li Shan. It explained her current circumstances. Old ancestor Shui who had ordered all of the peak heads to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and it was not safe to leave Hei Lou Lan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up, and she also told him about the situation in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating Shou Huang's identity. They have investigated to this extent already. In the dim room, Fang Yuan frowned and sighed faintly. Chapter 773. Saving Hei Lou Lan. But the other party's investigation was faster than Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to his gains, this was an inconsequential cost. Fang Yuan quickly focused his mind, using the Dream Realm Mortal GU in his mind to enter the Dream Realm again. Ever since he refined the first Dream Realm Mortal GU, because he had an advantage of using Dream Path GU, his Dream Realm exploration became easier, and his efficiency became higher. Dream realms were deep, traps were everywhere. Because of Fang Yuan's experience from his previous life, he avoided most of the dangers. In his first 10 Dream Realm trips, he could refine 3 Dream Realm Mortal GU. But as the number of Dream Path Mortal GU increased, his success rate rose from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was one of the highest in the present-day 5 regions. Because Dream Realms had just started manifesting, although most of the forces had some gains, they were starting from scratch, exploring step by step. Like this, he refined GU endlessly without any rest. Half a month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in refining enough Dream Path Mortal GU. Using these Dream Path Mortal GU, he used Unravel Mystery Immortal GU as the core, managing to form an immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was out for the moment, collecting immortal materials for old ancestor Shui Hu. When she heard Fang Yuan's news, she stopped her work, disregarding old ancestor Shui Hu's chastisement, and returned to the third peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not continue to hide that secret. She told him about it. Before Suziana died, she had left behind a familial emotion with her daughter, Hei Lou Lan. Precisely because of this familial emotion, Hei Lou Lan could use Suzdan as green grape immortal essence. This allowed Hei Lou Lan to use immortal GU in Imperial Court Blessed Land when she was a mortal. When Fang Yuan heard this secret, he was not surprised. In truth, he had made many guesses towards the cause of Hei Lou Lan's ability to use immortal GU as a mortal. Right now, his guess was confirmed. It was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. One should not be influenced by their emotions in a dream realm, otherwise they will sink deeper into it. With this familial emotion's influence, my immortal killer move's power will be greatly reduced. What do we do? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was oozing on her face. She was not worried about Fang Yuan lying to her. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, both sides could not lie to each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. The killer move Unravel Dream had limited power. Right now, with her being deeper in Dream Realm, Unravel Dream killer move's power became more limited. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right now, we can only give it a try. Sigh, I had 70 to 80% confidence earlier, but now I only have 20 to 30%. All in all, this was too short of a time period. I have limited Dream Path Mortal GU. 20 to 30%, what if you fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will take major damage. But Hei Lou Lan is the owner of the dream, she will still be deep in her dream without any damage. But there is a benefit, once I use Unravel Dream, the dream realm will weaken, towards Hei Lou Lan, this is a good thing without a drawback. Fang Yuan spoke the truth. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air, relieved. But suddenly, she realized her words were inappropriate, she turned to look at Fang Yuan apologetically, lost for words. Fang Yuan waved his hand, stopping Fairy Li Shan from speaking, say no more, Fairy, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now, our identities are being searched. To prevent any issues from arising further, saving Hei Lou Lan is a top priority. Even if I fail, once I weaken the dream realm, it will help for the next time I enter it. All right, enough talk, will you guard my surroundings? That is only natural. Fairy Li Shan thanked him courteously. Next, Fang Yuan sat beside Hei Lou Lan who was lying in her bed, activating the Dream Path Mortal GU in his mind. These Mortal GU were in his mind, arranging themselves into a mystical GU formation. As they activated one by one, the GU formation started. At the last step, Fang Yuan used his Green Grape Immortal Essence and activated Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Unravel Mystery Immortal GU gave off a bright light in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up into his brain, after being converted by the Dream Path GU formation, it turned into a green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes, as a green-purple light flickered in his pupils. Immortal Killer Move, Unravel Dream. A loud sound rang out in Fang Yuan's mind. The scenery in front of him changed drastically, Fang Yuan was still sitting on the ground, but he was not in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, but in a hall instead. I am inside Hei Lou Lan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, he had an understanding deep within himself, he diverted his gaze and looked around. A banquet was being held in the hall. The higher-ups of Su tribe were hosting a young GU master enthusiastically. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly, young master Hei Cheng, a toast to you. Hei Cheng was sitting at the front of the left row, he raised his cup with both hands, thank you, Su tribe leader. Saying this, he raised his head and gulped the drink in one mouthful. The rank 3 elders around him were cheering at Hei Cheng for having such a candid attitude. Hei Cheng cupped his fists, his tone carried the aura of pride that a young genius was meant to have. Fang Yuan saw this and had a thought in his mind. Looking at himself, he was an elder of Su tribe in this dream realm. His aperture was full of Woodpath Mortal GU, there was quite a number. Fang Yuan just need one look to know that he was a rank 3 Woodpath Healing GU master. Fang Yuan frowned, Woodpath was not his specialty, even more so a healing GU master. He sighed mentally, consoling himself, this is not my own dream realm, as an outsider, having rank 3 cultivation level is already quite good. But I wonder where Hei Lou Lan is. Just as he was thinking that, a female came out of the back of the hall, wearing an attendant's attire, she resembled Hei Lou Lan and had an incredibly beautiful appearance. But she was less dominating and more gentle, her aura was quite different from Hei Lou Lan. It is Su Xiano. Fang Yuan thought, recognizing this woman. Su tribe leader's cup was empty, Susanna carried the wine and was about to pour it, but Su tribe leader chided her instead, you must be blind, go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest. Suzanne replied meekly, walking over to Hei Cheng's table. Hei Cheng's gaze was shining, he looked at Susanna's face, only until she finished pouring the wine did he jolt to awareness. Looking at Susanna's retreating back, he stood up and asked, may I know your name, miss? Susanna turned around, bowing as he lowered her head, replying softly, my name is Susanna. Susanna. Xiana. Hei Cheng muttered, he only sat down after Susanna entered the hall and left his vision. Ha ha ha. Su tribe leader saw all of this, he laughed, Xian is a girl I brought back from the battlefield many years ago. My wife had been raising her all these years, watching her grow up, even though she has the status of an attendant, we treat her like our own daughter. Is that so? Hei Cheng muttered, He continued feasting, but the food felt flavorless. After the banquet ended, Hei Cheng was given a high-class guest room to stay in. Su tribe leader gathered the elders, discussing about the plan to kill Hei Cheng in the secret room.
Tribe leader, are we really striking?
They are Hei tribe, a super force that has GU Immortals. An elder was worried.
Su tribe leader's expression turned sharp. So what if they are Hei tribe?
Once this deal is done, our entire tribe will move to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to live. By then, there will not be the Imperial Court contest or the 10-year blizzard. Hei tribe is a super force, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders were all fantasizing from these words. Su tribe leader looked around and saw everyone's hesitant expressions. He said harshly, at this final moment, why are you hesitating? Even if we do nothing, or even snitch to Hei tribe, what can we do? If we offend Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Do not forget that our entire Su tribe's lives were saved by that fairy. If that fairy could save us so easily, she could also slaughter us all without difficulty. Being shocked by these words, the secret room became chilly. The elders saw this fact and finally faced reality. Tribe leader is right. We had already made that Hei Cheng lad drunk. I will strike now and take his head. The battle hall elder shouted. It will not be easy to kill Hei Cheng. Don't think that he is alone. There are hidden experts in the background protecting him. Hei tribe is a super force. While Hei Cheng has great talent, he will have no less than 5 people guarding him. Su tribe leader spoke about the information he had. Fang Yuan was among them. He understood what to say when he heard this. Then we will execute the orders of Lord Tribe Leader. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, go ahead and give the orders. The elders were enthusiastic. All right. The tribe leader was overjoyed, giving out orders straight away. He had obviously thought this over. He almost said them out of reflex immediately. Because Fang Yuan was the medicine hall elder and was a healing GU master, he had weak offense and defense. He was ordered to deal with the strongest enemies by supporting 2 other GU masters. The moment he left the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. The night had a bright moon and strong, howling winds. A rank 3 Hei tribe GU master stood arrogantly, looking at the surrounding people with much anger. Your Su tribe is really daring. You dare to attack young Master Hei Cheng of our tribe. Don't waste time speaking with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Su tribe elders were acting as offense and defense respectively, charging towards the Hei tribe GU master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to back them up. I have not discovered Hei Lou Lan yet. It seems she is not here. Judging by this scene, I can only enter the 3rd scene after killing the GU master here. Fang Yuan thought about it as he activated his Woodpath GU worms, healing the GU masters on his side. Initially, the Hei tribe GU master was strong and had the upper hand. But after an intense battle, because of Fang Yuan's healing, the 2 sides mutually sustained injuries and entered a deadlock. Suddenly, the Hei tribe GU master shouted angrily, charging out while injured and attacking Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him! Medicine Hall Elder, dodge! The 2 Su tribe GU masters were shocked and furious. They lost their bearings. Chapter 774. Unravel Dream succeeds. In dream realms, every time one got injured, their soul would suffer great damage. If their soul injuries were severe, they would feel sluggish, they would feel irritation within themselves, their emotions would be drawn out more easily, thus sinking deeper into the dream and be unable to free themselves. Seeing that the Hei tribe GU master was attacking, Su tribe's 2 GU masters' hearts sank. The Hei tribe GU master had strong fighting strength. Even with them joining forces, they could only fight with him evenly. As the medicine hall elder, Fang Yuan's strength was not high. The 2 Su tribe GU masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could last long enough until they could reinforce him. But the Hei tribe GU master had been plotting this for a while. Even if he had to risk an injury, he wanted to kill the healing GU master. He certainly had a strong offensive method left. Quickly dodge it. Persevere for a few breaths, we are coming. The Hei tribe GU master quickly shortened the distance between him and Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan remained unmoved. causing the two Su tribe GU masters to feel anxious. Fang Yuan was not scared at all, he laughed coldly. He dared to enter Hei Lou Lan's dream realm not because he was rash, but because he had prepared his trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his palm facing the Hei tribe GU master. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a green-purple light. Hei tribe GU master's eyes shined with intense despair. Amidst his anger and shock, his body faded and his speed became slower. When he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished into thin air. What method is this? The two Su tribe GU masters behind him were staring with shocked expressions. A killer move that I thought of, it is nothing important. Fang Yuan lowered his right arm, making a random excuse. Nothing important. One of the two GU masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan seemed like a desolate beast in his eyes. Killing him in one move, had we known this, why would we fight to the death? Another GU master sighed. He had a complex tone. It was a joyful yet begrudged tone. All right, let's move quickly, go and reinforce the others. The most important matter now is to kill Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan reminded. Su tribe's two GU masters nodded. Now was not the time to talk about Fang Yuan's killer move. The three quickly moved and went to the deeper parts of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the two GU masters of Su tribe, sprinting as the scene changed again. The night was dark, the sky had no moon, only several stars were shining. Fang Yuan and Su tribe leader, all four people, charged towards the direction of Hei Cheng. I see him. After flipping over that mountain, we can reach Hei Cheng. In their rush, an elder used his investigative GU worm as he spoke. I said long ago, he was hit by my tracking GU, no matter where he does, he will not be able to run away. Battle Hall Elder said proudly. Academy Elder died in battle, we must take revenge for her. Since it is a battle, there will be wins, losses, life and death. Academy Elder sacrificed herself for us, she will definitely be praised. On the other hand, Susanna betrayed our tribe, helping that Hei Cheng lad escape. This is an unforgivable crime. Saying this, Su tribe leader's expression was dark. Even though Susanna is my goddaughter, in the name of justice, I cannot be selfish. When we capture her, we will punish her according to the tribe rules. Hearing this, the other elders let out a sigh of relief. They said, tribe leader is wise. Wise? He. A cold laugh came from the mound behind everyone. Who is it? Everyone stopped in their tracks. A figure slowly appeared on the mound. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. It was an enemy. With just this hiding ability, it was incredible. If they did not show up intentionally, with just their investigative methods, they would not discover them. The question was, did they use a GU worm or a killer move? To think that there was still an expert like you protecting Hei Cheng. Su tribe leader tried to stall for time, as several elders moved out, ascending up the mound in an encircling formation. The mysterious GU master looked around, but did not move, remaining at the same spot. Suddenly, the battle on the mound erupted. Two other mysterious GU masters ambushed Su tribe's GU masters, striking ruthlessly and viciously. In one move, they heavily injured one, while lightly injuring the other. The Su tribe GU master who was heavily injured retreated quickly, while the lightly injured one was still fighting partway up the mound. There was a helper. Su tribe leader's heart jumped when he saw this, having a bad feeling in his heart. The three GU masters who suddenly appeared were experts. They had above-average battle strength. They probably made many arrangements when they ambushed at this location. It would be difficult to break through their obstruction and catch up to Hei Cheng. Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan, as the healing GU master, was behind Su tribe leader. His eyes shined when he saw the GU master partway up the mound. The appearance of Hei Lou Lan's body was the one she had when she was Hei tribe leader. She had broad shoulders and a thick waist. She was rough and fierce. At this moment, she was fighting with the lightly injured Su tribe leader. They were engaged in fierce battle. Her great battle strength was beating the opponent back. She was not like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was an outsider in this dream realm. There was no identity allocated to him in the dream originally, thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of another character. But Hei Lou Lan was the owner of the dream. As the dream owner, she was part of the dream realm's creation. As for her appearance, this was how Hei Lou Lan saw herself in the depths of her heart. "Hei Lou Lan, it's me, Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards Hei Lou Lan. "Medicine Hall Elder!" Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about him, he rapidly ascended the mound. "Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you had such a strong killer move." A Su tribe GU master who was in the second scene with Fang Yuan exposed his identity. "Fang Yuan?" Hei Lou Lan heard this name and her expression was dazed, but ruthless light shined in her eyes soon afterwards. "All of you, scram." Saying this, she waved her hand and shot a dark vortex killer move at Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious GU masters also charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying, "Unravel dream." Green-purple light shined in his body, be it the dark vortex or the two GU masters, they vanished into thin air within a few breaths of time. "What killer move is this?" Seeing this, all of the remaining GU masters stared with wide-opened eyes. Hei Lou Lan's gaze shined, she was very wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated, leaving this small mound. "Hei Lou Lan!" Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. Hei Lou Lan was the dream owner, since she was dreaming now, Unravel dream could not affect her. "Chase! We must kill Hei Cheng." Su tribe leader and the others gritted their teeth, they had no other way now, they had to follow. Hei Cheng seemed to be injured, he was moving slowly not far away. Beside him, Suziana was holding onto him, limping forward at a slow speed. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped, this seemed like a trap. Hei Lou Lan quickly met up with Hei Cheng and Suziana. "Strong warrior, please leave with young master, I will hold them off." Suziana did not recognize Hei Lou Lan, she shouted anxiously. "You are a mere mortal woman, you have no GU master cultivation, how can you block these GU masters? Now that you have betrayed your tribe, you are dead meat." Hei Lou Lan had a complex expression when she looked at Suziana. "It is too late, strong warrior, quickly leave." As Fang Yuan got closer, Suziana shouted as she turned back. Hei Lou Lan sighed, she stretched out her palm and slammed at Hei Cheng's head. With a loud smash, Hei Cheng's head broke apart like a watermelon, the brain matter flew everywhere. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Hei Lou Lan raised her head, shouting, "Hei Cheng, I finally killed you with my own hands. Nobody can stop me from taking your life." "Ha ha ha ha." "Oh no." Hearing Hei Lou Lan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. At once, the dream realm scene changed. In the hall, among the toasting of wine cups, Su tribe leader and Hei Cheng were drinking together, it was a lively atmosphere. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly, "Young master Hei Cheng, a toast to you." Hei Cheng was sitting at the front of the left row, he raised his cup with both hands, "Thank you, Su tribe leader." This is a recurring dream, the three scenes are looping non-stop. Fang Yuan looked around, and inspected himself again. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, he was a rank 2 Metal Path GU Master Guard. He was standing at the door of the hall, guarding the door. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength fell. Fang Yuan's was bitter inside, this is bad, Hei Lou Lan has sunk into the dream, she had no reaction even after hearing my name. The more dream realm cycles that occur, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream had already pulled out Hei Lou Lan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more Hei Lou Lan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up? For a while, even Fang Yuan had no idea. 7 days and 7 nights later, in snowy mountain blessed land time. Hei Lou Lan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes with a shift in her aura. Her lost gaze became clearer. Looking at the 8-armed immortal beside her bed, she understood in her heart, so it was a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his eyes forcefully. His aura was weak and his soul had suffered a huge blow. His mind was extremely drained. After dozens of rounds in Hei Lou Lan's dream realm, using the killer move Unravel Dream, he accumulated experience and failed repeatedly. After many attempts, Fang Yuan killed Hei Cheng before Hei Lou Lan could, ruining her goal. But the dream realm did not dissipate. Hei Lou Lan's hatred was not resolved. The dream realm changed again. Only until the 17th change, Fang Yuan roused Hei Lou Lan's consciousness, and she realized she was dreaming. When Hei Lou Lan understood this, Fang Yuan gained the initiative. After 8 more rounds, the two finally overcame the difficulties, breaking the dream realm and escaping. I am going back now. As for the compensation, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. Even when he used fixed immortal travel, it was with much difficulty. Compensation. Hei Lou Lan was about to thank him, but when she heard these words, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 775. Dream Path Pioneer. Goo! Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another failure. Tang Miao's expression was pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair towards the failure in exploring the dream realm. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured. Her head was spinning as her body felt heavy. She sighed in her heart. Brother, I was useless and could not save you. Even after exploring the dream realm deeply, I could not find you. She shut her eyes. Bitter tears flowed down her cheeks, forming 2 streams of tears. A moment later, the anxious Tang clan Gu Immortals rushed over, coming to the secret room and standing in front of Tang Miao. Tang clan's first supreme elder, Tang Yang, frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting on the bed as he said heavily, I did not think that after spending so much effort to borrow the rank 7 emotion Gu from Xiao tribe, the dream realm exploration still suffered a heavy loss. Sigh, dream realms in themselves are mystical and strange. Moreover, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tanglan sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread throughout the world. The information regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable was known to not just Central Continent, but the super forces of the other 4 regions as well. Most of them were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and developing new Gu worms. As a super force of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery triggered the enthusiasm of Tang Clan in researching Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, Tang Clan's #1 genius Gu Immortal, Tang Fangming, had taken this important mission from the clan, but he suffered a great loss and was still lost in the dream realm now. His sister, Tang Miao, in order to save her brother, had tried many times but failed repeatedly. This loss was even more severe. In order to explore the dream realm this time, Tang Clan spent a huge sum to borrow the emotion path Immortal Gu and entrusted hope in her. The result was ice-cold disappointment. Although the Immortal Gu was useful and could suppress my emotions, preventing the dream realm from drawing them out, this also made me an outsider. I was always in the outskirts of the dream's core. This time, I did not even manage to discover brother's identity. As she sat on the bed, Tang Miao tended to her injuries as she said solemnly, Sigh, it seems that dream path Gu worms are needed to explore dream realms. But our Tang clan has already explored the dream realm for 60 years. We have only created over a dozen dream realm mortal Gu. They are all rank 3 and below. More than half of them have extremely limited use. More specifically, only 4 or 5 are suited for dream realm exploration. The hardest part was the start, especially at this initial stage. It was extremely difficult. The pioneers were moving forward without certainty. Every small step was a huge success. Regarding Dream Path, nobody had any experience. Their knowledge was like sheets of blank paper. Once they passed this difficult initial step and accumulated enough experience, their advantage would become larger, like a rolling snowball. Towards the middle to late stage, their advantage would be clear. The difficulty of researching Dream Path would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's memories, there was a time when a new Dream Path GU worm was created every day. The varieties were as numerous as the stars in the sky. That was a time when Dream Path was flourishing like flowers in spring. In human history, each of these grand eras would lead to the birth of a supreme expert. According to the prophecy of 3 venerables, this grand expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan did not live until Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared. Speaking of which, at this initial stage, Tang clan was already at the lead of the era. Even when compared to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, their progress was among the highest. But the limitations of this era greatly restricted them. It was like a blind man walking down a path, without any clues. They could only explore step by step. After endless effort was spent, they only had a small result, over a dozen Dream Path Mortal GU. And among these results, the truly useful Dream Path Mortal GU were extremely few. For example, on Earth, a newly created experimental product would be very far from military usage, and even further from civilian use. Moreover, this innovation and exploration was not possible for every GU Immortal. One needed talent and aptitude. In this aspect, GU Immortals who only followed certain rules were useless. Without a creative mind, they were inferior to even mortal GU Masters. Tang clan had many GU Immortals, but only Tang Fangming was suited for this. These dozen or so Dream Path Mortal GU were mostly his creation. One could say that he was the main force behind Tang clan's Dream Realm exploration. The regretful thing was, Tang Fangming was trapped in the Dream Realm now. Because of this, Tang clan's progress had come to a halt. Tang Fangming's body was intact, the clan's GU Immortals were protecting it. But his soul that was in the Dream Realm had already left his body, it had vanished. Once one was trapped in the Dream Realm, their soul would weaken continuously, weakening until they died. The Tang clan GU Immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. "How is my brother now?" After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them spoke with much difficulty. "We can protect his body, but there are almost no guts GU in the market. We can't buy them any longer." Tang Miao frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The GU Immortal from earlier replied, "You know that there is only one person selling guts GU, it is a monopoly. But not long ago, this seller stopped releasing the product into the market for an unknown reason. Even though there are still guts GU in the market, without the source supplier, it is drying out. Right now, the market cannot satisfy our demands." Guts GU was among the best methods to strengthen the soul, and had no drawbacks, and most importantly it took effectiveness quickly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once commented, this was the #1 soul strengthening method in the world. He was absolutely right. For Tang Fangming, Guts GU was the method to save his life. "Without Guts GU, brother will." Tang Miao was anxious, her tone was flustered as she said with a shred of hope, asking, "Why are they not selling it? Is there so little circulation in the market?" This time, Tang clan first Supreme Elder spoke. "We had contacted the seller and promised huge profits, but there was no response. These last days, the Guts GU that are preserving Tang Fangming's life are the remaining Guts GU in the market that our tribe is purchasing with a huge sum. By now, the Guts GU supply has dried out, barely any is left." Tang Miao heard this and her heart sank to rock bottom, her breathing became rough. Tang clan had ordinary soul-strengthening methods. Earlier, before Guts GU were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they used these methods to preserve Tang Fangming's life. But now, Tang Fangming was too deep in the dream, his soul was weakening too quickly, these methods were becoming useless, the recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts GU, Tang Fangming would die in his dream. What could they do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at these GU Immortals deeply. "I don't care. If you guys didn't give brother that mission back then, he would not be like this. Now that he is this state, are you going to just watch?" "You can't say that. What do you mean just watch?" "These years, we in Tang clan had spent so much effort and finances to preserve Tang Fangming's life. You are also one of us, you saw everything for yourself." Third Supreme Elder retorted. He listed many examples, they were not false, he had the evidence and proof of their actions. I don't care. Tang Miao's eyebrows were in a frown, her indigo color eyes were gathering rage, even though the surface was calm, it was deep like an abyss. Third Supreme Elder, say no more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand and stopped him. Third Supreme Elder stopped speaking, as First Supreme Elder sighed deeply while gazing at Tang Miao, who was extremely furious and stubborn. Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had a close sibling relationship, all of the Tang clan GU Immortals knew this. This pair of siblings were once stripped of their statuses and mercilessly abandoned when they were young. The siblings went through much hardship and survived. Due to a fortuitous encounter, the brother, Tang Fangming, became a GU Immortal, while his sister, Tang Miao, became a rank 5 peak stage GU Master. The two charged back to Tang Clan to take revenge. The Tang Clan GU Immortals appeared and mediated with Tang Fangming. Eventually, they sacrificed a band of mortal higher-ups and managed to obtain the return of Tang Fangming. Compared to a GU Immortal, even if the sacrifice was a huge number of mortals, what was that worth? Tang Fangming understood the situation, he joined Tang Clan and used the clan's help to make his sister, Tang Miao, a GU Immortal. But Tang Miao was not as big-hearted as her brother, she still had negative preconceptions against Tang Clan, she had hidden resentment and indignation. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, any sort of explanation was useless to her. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, I discussed this with the elders for 3 days and 3 nights, there are only 3 ways to help Fangming now. What 3 ways? Tang Miao's expression softened, she immediately asked. The best method is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. By fusing its soul into Fangming's body, we can use killer moves to nourish his soul with that soul, allowing Fangming to survive this ordeal. The second best method is to use the Blood Path Immortal GU in the clan to use a method of sensing, forcibly retrieving Fangming's soul. As for the worst method, it is to find that lone cultivator, White Sea Shatuor, for help. After First Supreme Elder finished his words, the bitter expression on his face intensified. Tang Miao listened and fell into deep silence. After a while, she laughed grimly, raising her head and sending them out, I need to think about this, elders, please go back first. As the GU Immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She laughed again, tears falling from her eyes, they were showing a cold, mocking expression. What best method? Once we use it, even if we succeed, the souls would fuse and you will be neither man nor beast. As for the second method, the chances of success are less than 30%, even if we do not fail, the soul called back would be greatly damaged, you might not even recognize me, your own sister. As for the last solution, there is some hope in that. Although that White Sea Shatuor is a lone cultivator, he has incredible dream path proficiency, even brother praised him many times in private. But to ask him for help, we will have to pay a huge price. These old fogies are saying that only because they are concerned about the Paradise Earth Immortal venerable inheritance that as siblings have in our hands. Indeed, only this inheritance can move White Sea Shatuor. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears on her face. Brother, I will not give up, even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you. Tang Miao sat on her bed, even in the dim lighting, she still had the beauty of a flower. Chapter 776. Current situation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly, his red eye shining with a ruthless light. Inspecting his own body, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, he could not help but praise, I've used it so many times already, these guts GU are truly the best in strengthening the soul. In Hei Lou Lan's dream, I suffered such heavy soul injuries, yet I have already recovered in such a short time. He breathed in deeply, his mind was refreshed, his head was no longer as dizzy as the time when he was heavily injured. Land Spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan called out. Master, have you recovered from your injuries already? At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal asked as she appeared before Fang Yuan, her crystal-like eyes were overflowing with intense concern. Fang Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, nodded, tell me what happened when I was healing my injuries during this time period. Little Hu Immortal shook her head. There were many things that happened, but none were major matters. A moment later, after Little Hu Immortal reported everything, Fang Yuan remained seated in his bed, not speaking. His mind was working intensely as he tried to process the information. In Central Continent, Immortal Crane sect was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield. Feng Yang was still busy trying to save his desolate beast flying crane, Little Nine, moving about all over the region. The 10 great ancient sects each had their restrictions, they mutually restrained and balanced each other. The person currently in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After coming out of his closed cultivation, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity and challenged a lot of people. Right now, he had battled more than 20 GU Immortals, he only had 1 draw and 1 loss. With such amazing results, his reputation was soaring. Many meddlesome GU Immortals were already comparing him with Immortal Monkey King Shelley. These people did not have good intentions, because in accordance with Shelley's nature as a battle maniac, he would find vicious lightning fiend and engage in a huge battle with him. But Shelley gave no response. The Central Continent GU Immortals were troubled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's behavior change? Even Combat Immortal sect had become much quieter recently. The other 9 sects found something wrong. They tried to investigate secretly. Fang Yuan knew long ago. Shelley discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and inside the Grotto Heaven, there was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. Right now, they must be attacking the Grotto Heaven at full force. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, Fang Yuan was moved. Earlier, he had no methods against it, he could only escape pitifully from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. But now that he had the immortal killer move Unravel Dream, this was the supreme weapon to deal with the Dream Realm. During this period of time, Dream Path exploration is still in its initial stages. Any superforce is still stuck at the stage of starting up, every step is extremely difficult, it is a path filled with thorns. The best methods are naturally Dream Path Immortal GU, but the number of these Dream Path Immortal GU could probably be counted on one's hands. Meanwhile, I have a Dream Path Immortal killer move. Even without a Dream Path Immortal GU, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan was getting excited. Unravel Dream was effective in dealing with dream realms. Each time he used it, Fang Yuan gained a huge advantage. For example, just earlier, Fang Yuan saved Hei Lou Lan. After unraveling her dream realm, he obtained a lot of Hei Lou Lan's understanding towards Strength Path. This added to his Strength Path foundation, causing it to become more abundant. There is always something to learn from someone else, especially when Hei Lou Lan had the great strength true martial physique. She was a naturally formed Strength Path Immortal seed, her natural talent in Strength Path was beyond Fang Yuan's reach. A portion of her Strength Path understanding was fully assimilated by Fang Yuan, allowing him to have great gains. If I can unravel Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, my Wisdom Path attainment will improve greatly. Even without a complete Wisdom Path inheritance, I might be able to create my own one. Fang Yuan thought. Hei Lou Lan was only a newly advanced Strength Path GU Immortal, but Fang Yuan had great gains after unraveling her dream. If he could unravel Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment would shoot up like a rocket. However, to snatch the Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm from Combat Immortal sect is too dangerous, it is nearly impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel a dream, he had to be in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and get close to that Star Constellation Dream Realm. If he did that, he would certainly be discovered. Based on his current battle strength, even if it increased, he would not be Shelley's match. Tai Baiyun Sheng and Hei Lou Lan, compared to the rest of Combat Immortal sect, were an even greater mismatch. Unless I have Tang Clan of Western Desert's immortal killer move, Steel Dream, I would be able to steal the Dream Realm directly from the Grotto Heaven, moving it elsewhere and slowly dealing with it, devouring it at my own pace. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert's Tang Clan was the superforce with the deepest foundation in Dream Path among the 5 regions. Originally, Tang Clan was not outstanding among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, it was at a middle to lower tier. but based on the rise of Dream Path, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tang clan became Western Desert's strongest force. Even among the 5 regions, it was a power that could stand tall, creating what Western Desert people called the Great Era of Tang. Central Continent's current situation, even though there was slight turbulence, was still peaceful. Even though Fang Yuan really desired Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, his battle strength was still much lower than Combat Immortal Sect. He could only watch covetously for now. Fortunately, at the moment, Dream Path was still in its initial stages of exploration. Even if Combat Immortal Sect captured Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not be able to do anything to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. To make a comparison, this was like a juicy piece of meat, but it was submerged in boiling hot oil. Even though Combat Immortal Sect knew that it was delicious, they could only watch for now. They could not eat it yet. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime. It was still being investigated. The other party had great strength and plenty of methods. Soon after the auction ended, they discovered Fang Yuan's identity of Shao Huang. They were not simple. It was giving Fang Yuan huge mental pressure. But when hearing Little Who Immortals report, he learned that Northern Plains' situation was much more calm than Central Continent. Almost all of the GU Immortals who attended the auction were trying to assimilate their gains from it, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the #1 demonic force in Northern Plains, the full power of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to join in the plan to refine Rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal GU. It was well known in Northern Plains GU Immortal world already. As the #1 righteous refinement path GU Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang had deepened his collaboration with Zombie Alliance. This collaboration caused Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains to rise up rapidly. Qin Baixing vanished without a trace, and Prince Feng Xian, who Fang Yuan was most concerned about, also made no movements. This calm situation did not lower Fang Yuan's unease. He was getting increasingly worried. The other party would certainly not let him go. Once his identity was exposed, be it Central Continent or Northern Plains GU Immortal World, they would want to kill Fang Yuan, Hei Lou Lan and the others. Since it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance, even if Fang Yuan escaped to Eastern Sea or Western Desert, they would definitely pursue him. He would have no peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if it is Central Continent or Northern Plains investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed mentally. In this period of time, he had no solutions. He could only deal with the situation by continuing with his former plans. The only consolation was that he had made the right move by allying with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's information network, Fang Yuan could learn about any changes in Northern Plains' situation rapidly. With an advantage in information, he could deal with anything that happens. Ultimately, the issue is that I am too weak. If I was a Rank 8 GU Immortal, I would be able to protect myself. Even if Giant Sun's true inheritance was exposed to the world, so what? Oh, that is not right. Fang Yuan thought about the Rank 9 Wisdom GU and frowned. If news that he had Wisdom GU leaked out, even if he was a Rank 8, he might have Rank 8 GU Immortals attacking him from all sides. No matter what, the urgent matter now is to absorb my gains from the auction, rapidly raising my strength. That is how I can deal with future situations. A few days later, Fang Yuan left the secret room in an unkempt state, but he had a joyous expression. He expanded his wings and flew into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had reached 3 pairs. It gave him a strong flying ability. His speed rose rapidly. During the auction, he obtained a bat Desolate Beast's corpse. Fang Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, had finally been completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly unleashed the Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's speed rose drastically. Earlier, he was like a stream of black smoke, but now he was like a flash of lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision became blurry. The intense winds blew at him, like they were sharp daggers. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a short time before his speed fell back to the original level. Fang Yuan's vision cleared. Looking back, he had moved 3 li from his original spot. Flying 3 li in a flash. Fang Yuan was pleased, but yet not pleased. He was pleased because this speed was really fast, it was on par with some movement immortal killer moves. He was not pleased because the Iron Crown Eagle strength was not controlled at will, he did not know when he could summon it. Unless my second core GU, all-out effort GU, is refined all the way up to immortal GU level, at that point, I will be able to unleash the Iron Crown Eagle strength at will. Fang Yuan thought about this and sighed. His all-out effort GU was still at rank 4. Fang Yuan had solid finances now, but he did not have the corresponding GU recipe. Not long ago, he had asked Lang Hei Lan Spirit, the answer was partly good and partly worrisome. Lang Hei Lan Spirit indeed had all-out effort GU's recipes, from rank 1 to 5, he had them all. But Lang Hei Lan Spirit refused to sell GU recipes. Even if Fang Yuan tried his best to convince him, there was no result. Fang Yuan intended to use a Dream Path Mortal GU recipe to trade for it. But Lang Hei Lan Spirit had become more astute, he did not want to trade it for any GU recipe, he gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission required Fang Yuan to go into Immemorial Purple Heaven, to search for a rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. Fang Yuan was so busy currently, he had no time for that, with strong foes pressuring him, if he exposed his identity accidentally, he would become a fugitive, the entire world would hunt him down. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax, he was trying his best to raise his battle strength, how could he go search for poisonous flowers? Furthermore, Immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even the fragment worlds was hard to find. Even if he found one, it was extremely dangerous, desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Fang Yuan's current battle strength was insufficient. If he forced himself into conducting an exploration, it would simply be a difficult and unrewarding task. Chapter 777. Deadlock. Even in regards to land spirits, they were not to be underestimated, they could grow with time, gaining wisdom or experience. Ever since Lang Hei Lan Spirit met Fang Yuan, he had suffered minor disadvantages many times, especially in this auction. The 4 to 6 profit ratio was a huge loss to Lang Hei Lan Spirit. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing, this was shown in Lang Hei Lan Spirit, he had become more intelligent. Lang Hei Lan Spirit thought about it hard, analyzing his relationship with Fang Yuan, he finally recognized their individual strengths and weaknesses. By using Fang Yuan's weakness in GU recipes, he could regain the upper hand when working together with Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of long-hair ancestor after he died. This time, Fang Yuan's neck was grasped by Lang Hei Lan Spirit, it was a terrible feeling. But Fang Yuan could do nothing to Lang Hei Blessed Land. Small advantages came at a price. Fang Yuan obtained such a profit from selling the GU immortal captives in the auction, the backlash was showing up now, his mouth was filled with a bitter taste. Landing on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted his 3 pairs of bat wings as he stood on the spot, looking into the distance as he thought. All-out effort GU is just a small setback, it is not an immortal GU recipe anyway, even if I cannot get it. With my strength path attainment and wisdom GU's help, I will be able to deduce the mortal GU recipe. The problem is that it would use a lot of time and energy. At this crucial time, I cannot deduce GU recipes if I want to raise my battle strength. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort immortal GU recipe, he had no time to refine it. The real problem was regarding Hei Lou Lan. The compensation that Fang Yuan asked for after saving her was self-strength immortal GU. After Hei Lou Lan heard about it from Fairy Li Shan, she was so angry she jumped up from her bed. Self-strength immortal GU was her vital immortal GU, it was the most important core in her self-strength phantom killer move. Fang Yuan asking for this GU was simply crippling her foundation. Without self-strength immortal GU, Hei Lou Lan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only this, self-strength immortal GU was the memento that her mother, Suzanne, left behind for her. To Hei Lou Lan, it was also a sentimental item that she could not give up. But she, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had the Snowy Mountain Alliance. In order to save Hei Lou Lan earlier, Fairy Li Shan had represented her and signed an agreement with Fang Yuan. She could not go back on it. Unless Hei Lou Lan had a heart of stone and ignored Fairy Li Shan's life, forcefully keeping self-strength Immortal GU. In that situation, there was nothing Fang Yuan could do. After all, the agreement was not signed by Hei Lou Lan herself. But how could Hei Lou Lan force herself to endanger Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan was the blood-related sister of her mother, Susanna. When Hei Lou Lan was still a mortal, Fairy Li Shan took great care of her. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan nurtured Hei Lou Lan without regard for the cost, treating her like her own child. Hei Lou Lan was determined to exact revenge, but at the same time, she felt great gratitude, love, and admiration for this aunt. Fang Yuan was using this key point when he formed the agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not afraid that she would go back on this. Regarding her vital Immortal GU, Hei Lou Lan did not give up easily. Ever since she learned about it, she had tried negotiating with Fang Yuan over 10 times. She threatened and screamed, begged and gave softly spoken requests, talked about the benefits and drawbacks, and tried coercing him with the bigger picture. All sorts of methods were used to try and keep her self-strength Immortal GU. But would Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength Immortal GU was Hei Lou Lan's most important core, but to Fang Yuan, it was a similar situation. Fang Yuan's trump card was the Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Self-strength Immortal GU was extremely compatible with it. It was not like pulling mountain or pulling water, in which they needed him to deduce and modify the killer move. Hei Lou Lan refined self-strength Immortal GU during her ascension. When Fang Yuan heard of this, he felt immense regret and pity. Immortal GU were unique. Since Hei Lou Lan had this GU, as her ally, there was no way Fang Yuan could obtain it. But the tides of fortune were unpredictable. Heaven worked in mysterious ways. Hei Lou Lan wanted to take revenge and did her best to raise her cultivation level. In the end, she fell into a dream realm and gave Fang Yuan a chance. Fang Yuan was devious and heartless. He was like a shark that smelled blood. He bit down hard. Even if they were allies, so what? His own strength was the most important matter. Others were unreliable. Only one's own self was to be considered the most reliable. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. Hei Lou Lan made many attempts but failed in all of them. In her anger, she purposely stalled the handing over of self-strength Immortal GU and refused to use Strength Chi Immortal GU to create the Airsac GU for Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan's action was very ruthless. This act gave Fang Yuan huge pressure. If Hei Lou Lan did not use Strength Chi Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would have no Airsac GU. Without Airsac GU, he could not sell Guts GU. Earlier, in order to heal himself, Fang Yuan stopped the Guts GU trade, using it for himself. Without this revenue, and with the 2 stone nests refining GU continuously, his funds had dried up. He had less than 100 Immortal Essence stones left. To break through Hei Lou Lan's restrictions, Fang Yuan could use Wisdom GU to deduce a new Airsac GU recipe. But this had problems too. Fang Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in the auction. He was using Malicious Thought GU as a substitute. The quantity was still low. Even if he had an entire stone nest of hairy men, refining Malicious Thought GU unendingly, under the light of wisdom, the expenditure of thoughts was too high. Fang Yuan had some early expectations of this kind of situation. His original solution was to raise the scale of production. But to raise the production and build the 3rd or even 4th stone nest, he would need funds. Hairy men, especially those slaves skilled in refining GU, were priced even higher. Fang Yuan had insufficient funds. He could not raise his production. The problem went back all the way to the first issue. It seemed to be a deadlock. Fang Yuan went to find Lang Ya Land Spirit and tried to use immortal materials to lure him into refining Malicious Thought GU using the hairy men in his blessed land. But Lang Ya Land Spirit rejected him. His request remained the same, for Fang Yuan to go into immemorial Purple Heaven, to search for the rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flowers, and collect their petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan could not resolve the situation through this. With Airsac GU restricted, there was no Guts GU trade. The sale of Guts GU was Fang Yuan's top source of revenue. Without funds, there was no malicious thought GU, so Fang Yuan could not use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fang Yuan in the assimilation of his loot, slowing the plan to raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan was fully aware that Hei Lou Lan was attempting to compel him, forcing him into giving up self-strength Immortal GU and choosing strength Chi Immortal GU. HMPH, Hei Lou Lan. I'd like to see who can outlast the other. Fang Yuan snickered, focusing his mind. He summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and went to Dang Hun Palace again. Sitting on the bed, he shut his eyes and went into the dream realm. Earlier, to save Hei Lou Lan, Fang Yuan used the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. It expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal GU. In order to activate Unravel Dream Killer move again, he had to go into a dream to refine Dream Path Mortal GU. At the same time, at a secret hideout in Northern Plains. The Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of the secret room slowly. He looked exhausted, trying to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang Building had left him in deep fatigue. His sideburns had turned white, his young face had become much older and wrinkled. How was it? Hong Kaiming and the other immortals saw that he was outside and quickly approached him with concerned expressions. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of his deduction. There were many crucial pieces of evidence deduced this time, especially when Zhao Lian Yun's soul was searched and they witnessed the scenes that happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was of great help for his deduction. But Old Oracle shook his head, having a gloomy expression. My attainment were insufficient, I have disappointed all of you. How could this be? You could not deduce anything even at this stage. The culprit is not simple, they are hiding too deeply. It seems we still need to collect information. The Immortals were all elites of their sects. After slight disappointment, they quickly accepted the results and started to discuss their future plans. After some discussion, Feng Juji spoke. Right now, we have no clear target, we should split up and do our own missions. It was not easy to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I am sure you all have private matters aside from investigating the truth. For the time being, while you settle your private affairs, try to collect more information. Feng Juji's reputation was the highest, nobody dared to question him. Right now, with no clear target, everyone had to settle their own matters. They quickly split up and left, in order to resolve the missions from their respective sects. Old Oracle and Feng Juji stayed behind. Lord Juji. Old Oracle was hesitant. In truth, he had made a huge breakthrough this time in his deduction, but after telling Feng Juji, the latter ordered that the information was to be concealed. That was why Old Oracle lied to everyone earlier, telling them that his deduction failed. Feng Juji looked at him and smiled with deep meaning. The culprit who caused the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was already most likely to be from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you obtained the deduction that the culprit is a member of the 10 sects of Central Continent, I allowed the rest to act freely. In the case that a mistake is made in concealing it, we would be able to find the culprit. But the result of my deduction could be wrong from the start. Old Oracle lowered his head. Don't worry, if it is really a traitor in the 10 sects, after causing such a huge incident, no matter how they try to conceal it, there are bound to be clues left behind. Feng Juji consoled him, while also seemingly giving a warning. Old Oracle raised his head, his gaze was clear as he stared at Feng Juji. Lord Juji is hiding this from the other GU Immortals, do you not suspect my sect? Feng Juji laughed heartily, he frankly admitted, honestly speaking, I naturally was suspicious since long ago. You can go now, I am sure Ancient Soul Sect gave you secret missions as well. Feng Juji's tone was that of one who had confidence in grasping the entire situation. Old Oracle's heart shook, he lowered his head, that is indeed the case, I will leave now. Saying this, his body was like lightning as he vanished into the sky. Only Feng Juji was left in his original spot, his gaze was dark and eerie, and his expression was calm, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Chapter 778. Immortal GU changes owner. Time Luck Immortal GU was silently floating above Fang Yuan's head. It was moving from side to side. Time Luck Immortal GU was like a jade centipede. It was pale green and was swimming about in the area above Fang Yuan's head, coiling around and giving off a watery sheen. Fang Yuan was injecting green grape immortal essence into it, while inspecting the Inch of Time GU worms in his immortal aperture. Earlier, he had made an agreement with Hei Lou Lan spirit, asking him to refine Inch of Time in bulk using the hairy men. The time flow in Hei Blessed Land was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the hairy men was much higher. It could be considered of the highest grade. Thus, after Fang Yuan paid with immortal materials, a large number of Inch of Time GU, like a small golden mountain, accumulated in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. As the saying went, time was money, an inch of time was an inch of gold. Although Inch of Time GU was a mortal GU, it had an appearance like that of a gold bar. The higher the rank of Inch of Time GU, the longer and thicker the gold bar. But at this moment, when Fang Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal GU, Inch of Time GU was used up rapidly. The gold mountain had vanished completely in just a few breaths of time. Without Inch of Time support, the Time Luck Immortal GU above his head stopped activating. Fang Yuan sighed in regret. It seems that it is quite tough to use Inch of Time to activate Time Luck Immortal GU in the place of lifespan. I only activated it for such a short period of time. I gained almost no additional luck. Like what Fairy Li Shan said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal GU involved expending immortal essence and the GU Immortal's lifespan to gain a boost in luck. But Fang Yuan had barely any lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final moments of Imperial Court Blessed Land's battle, when he was forced to become an immortal zombie, he was already extremely old. He had not used any lifespan GU before, thus he only had 100 years of lifespan. Right now, he had only around 10 years or less remaining. If one day, he could get rid of his immortal zombie body and become a living person again, his lifespan would not change. That is to say, even if I recover, my body would be extremely old. That is a problem. Before that, I need to find lifespan GU and use it on myself. Fang Yuan thought about this and couldn't help but frown. Lifespan GU were hard to find, they were extremely precious. Ordinary GU Immortals would not sell them when they were obtained. In the Northern Plains auction earlier, not a single lifespan GU was sold. Lifespan GU were only mortal GU. The conditions for their production were greatly variable. For GU Immortals to find lifespan GU almost meant relying on luck. In many situations, lifespan GU were often obtained by mortal GU masters. GU Immortals could not control where they appeared. Fang Yuan being able to find lifespan GU and extend his lifespan by several hundred years in his previous life was due to this. Up to this point, the best way to search for lifespan GU would have been through using 88 True Yang building. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan GU in this immortal GU house, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng already used it. It is basically impossible to rebuild 88 True Yang building now. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. Time Luck Immortal GU turned into a flash of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land, once in a while, a small amount would break off, but for GU worms, there was still a lot of space. Time Luck Immortal GU eventually floated onto another gold mountain. This second gold mountain was naturally made up of Inch of Time GU. Fang Yuan had obtained a huge amount of Inch of Time GU from Hei Lou Lan spirit. They had piled into two mountains. One had already been expended earlier. The last remaining one was here. Even though the test result previously was not satisfactory, it gave Fang Yuan a lot of precious and useful inspiration. Earlier, I was only using Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal GU alone. If I add in other GU worms, or even turn it into an immortal killer move, the expenditure of Inch of Time GU might be greatly reduced, allowing it to become more feasible and desirable. Unfortunately, even though the Light of Wisdom gives me unlimited inspiration, this deduction involves time path. I have no attainment in it. With such a restriction, Fang Yuan could only keep his thoughts in mind for now rather than making an attempt. He still lacked Dream Path Mortal GU. Fang Yuan was not going to waste any more time. After regulating his breathing for a few moments, he remained seated on his bed and closed his eyes, entering his dream realm. After going through 3 dream realms, he refined 2 dream path mortal GU, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was much higher compared to when he initially started. But during the 3rd refinement, Fang Yuan failed and his soul was injured. Dream realms themselves were risky, not to mention refining GU in a dream. If I lose my focus, I will fall into the dream's trap. Thankfully, Guts GU can strengthen my soul. Fang Yuan felt relieved. He opened his eyes and walked out of Dang Hun Palace. On Dang Hun Mountain, there were Guts GU everywhere. Fang Yuan used a few and healed the injuries to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal GU, his expression changed, as a letter was sent into his immortal aperture using Moving Perspective Cup GU. Fang Yuan looked at it and his face flashed with joy. He immediately stopped the plan of refining GU. He chose a scenic location on Dang Hun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant's leg and using fire GU to roast it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal, with black hair and black pupils. She had a divine beauty and a dominating aura. It was Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan flew in the air, landing before Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She looked at the elephant leg on Fang Yuan's hand, recognizing that it was the flesh and bones of a desolate beast, drought elephant. She said sarcastically, "So the immortal materials in your hands can be wasted to this degree already?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He looked at Hei Lou Lan before his gaze landed back onto the elephant leg. After a short while, because of the high heat, the elephant leg was half cooked already. It was oozing with fragrance. "It has been a while, Fairy Lou Lan, please take a seat," Fang Yuan said politely. Hei Lou Lan snorted, remaining standing, unmoving as she emitted a faint anger. Fang Yuan found it funny. Although she was a formidable character, she was still a young woman. But if he was in her place, if someone wanted his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it up? Perhaps he might have already fallen out with the person and fought already? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan mentally alerted himself. Hei Lou Lan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. Hei Lou Lan desperately wanted to take revenge. She took risks in undergoing tribulations. In the end, she was careless and almost died. Right now, she could not stall any longer. She had to hand self-strength Immortal GU over. By this stage, one could not advance prematurely and underestimate risks. A GU Immortal's calamities and tribulations, are they so easy to pass? Even if one was overflowing with talent and had an arrogant nature, they had to admit the facts. Hei Lou Lan was a youngster who was not afraid of death. By charging forward blindly, she had suffered a loss. Now she would start becoming careful. But it was thanks to her that I could obtain self-strength Immortal GU, right? Fang Yuan thought about this and laughed in his heart, putting the elephant leg in front of his mouth as he bit off a huge chunk, eating it with pleasure. Hei Lou Lan saw this and snickered. "You are already an immortal zombie, you have no sense of taste. Now that there is no hope of restoring your body again, you are doing this to reminisce your past." Fang Yuan said slowly and calmly, "Fairy Lou Lan, you did not come here to see me eat meat, right?" Hei Lou Lan's expression was still as water. There was anger in her tone as she said with deep meaning, "You are so gluttonous, are you not afraid of bursting your stomach?" "Don't worry, my appetite is good. Dying of overeating is better than dying of starvation." HMPH. Hei Lou Lan was gritting her teeth in rage. She suppressed her anger as she said with a calmer tone, "Actually, what's wrong with changing what you eat? That way, we can all have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who would not have downturns in life?" Fang Yuan understood her words. Hei Lou Lan wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal GU to replace self-strength as the compensation to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan would not agree. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I try all sorts of ways to become stronger, so that I can deal with any desperate situation in the future. Hei Lou Lan, you understand me. Once I make up my mind, I won't change it." Hei Lou Lan's eyes squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person. She was of a similar kind. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils shrunk. Only seeing that on Fang Yuan's body, a bright light had appeared in a flash. This light was horizontal across his chest. It was a faint shadow at first, but it soon became brighter and more solid, carving itself onto Fang Yuan's body. A strength path Dao mark. Hei Lou Lan's expression changed. Just earlier, she witnessed with her own eyes that Fang Yuan gained a strength path Dao mark. She quickly calmed down, thinking of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said dryly, "So the Eat Strength Immortal GU that appeared in Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How do all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat Strength Immortal GU had low value to other GU Immortals, they even would not dare to use it much. But to Strength Path GU Immortals, it was undeniably a treasure. Especially in Hei Lou Lan's case, her cultivation had met with an obstacle. She could not raise it by undergoing tribulation. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal GU, which carried 0 risks, became very important. Fang Yuan did not speak. He bit down at the bones. He had already eaten the meat on the elephant leg, but the bones also contained natural strength path Dao marks. Even though the elephant leg bones were tough, his sharp teeth chewed them up and he swallowed. Soon afterwards, Fang Yuan gained a new strength path Dao mark. He was not afraid of Hei Lou Lan going back on her words, because the agreement for saving her had already reached the time limit. Hei Lou Lan came at the last moment to give it one last try. But in this matter, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had no way to lose. Once they went back on the contract, Fairy Li Shan would die. How could Hei Lou Lan watch that happen? "Come, sit, I'll treat you to some meat." Fang Yuan took out another strength path Desolate beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After cooking it, he gave the leg to Hei Lou Lan. At the same time, he willed an Eat Strength Immortal GU flew into Hei Lou Lan's hands. Hei Lou Lan received it without hesitation. After swallowing the flesh and bone, she activated Eat Strength Immortal GU to digest them. A moment later, a strength path Dao mark appeared in her body. Even though the gains were barely 0.1% compared to a tribulation, this method had no risks. It could be accumulated continually. After eating half of it, Hei Lou Lan sighed deeply and gave Self-Strength Immortal GU to Fang Yuan. The two traded on the spot. Self-Strength Immortal GU changed owners. Chapter 779. Chains of Benefits. Hei Lou Lan nodded. This was his response. Hei Lou Lan was a formidable person. The moment she saw Fang Yuan display his Eat Strength Immortal GU purposely, she knew his intentions. He did not want to sever their relationship, he chose to deepen their cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully asked for Self-Strength Immortal GU. It bit open a huge, bloody wound on their alliance. Blood was oozing and the bones could be seen. However, in contrast to the precious Self-Strength Immortal GU in sole possession, Fang Yuan was lending Eat Strength Immortal GU. This was giving Hei Lou Lan a way out. Hei Lou Lan ate the leg that she had, letting out a heavy sigh as she looked at Fang Yuan without a trace of anger on her face. "Let's go to a stone nest." Hei Lou Lan set out, taking the initiative to help Fang Yuan refine the airsac GU. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed like Hei Lou Lan was having a hard time. Just now, she underwent tribulation and went into great danger. After being saved by Fang Yuan, her blessed land was sure to have suffered heavy damage. Fairy Li Shan had always been helping Hei Lou Lan with her cultivation, regardless of costs. But now, she was in trouble too. She had to help old ancestor Shui who refined fortune rivaling heaven GU. All of the demonic path GU Immortals of Snowy Mountain were kept extremely busy in collecting immortal materials. This was an important and burdensome task. Fairy Li Shan had no choice but to spend all her efforts on it. Fang Yuan wanted to continue selling Guts GU. Didn't Hei Lou Lan have the same desire? Fang Yuan's earlier action of splitting profits with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan was an extremely wise decision. At this point, it had taken effect. Profits were a form of restraint, even if Hei Lou Lan was furious internally. Because of the big picture and her own circumstances, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On this day, Hei Lou Lan summoned large amounts of strength qi, allowing the refinement of airsac GU to restart. Before leaving, she gave Fang Yuan another idea for cooperation. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to increase his production, but Hei Lou Lan was willing to invest in this, building a third stone nest and obtaining ample hairy men. Her condition was that Fang Yuan must give her a higher profit ratio. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. The transaction of Guts Gu had restarted. It was like a fresh current of water flowing into a drying river. The management of the blessed land was almost stale, now it was operating again. Like a horse carriage, the huge wheels were rolling and moving it forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was built in Fang Yuan's Immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan had several GU worms to mass refine: Airzac GU, Malicious Thought GU, Memory Thought GU, an inch of time. 3 stone nests were insufficient to meet his needs. This invited a key question: how could he most effectively make use of his limited resources? Eventually, Fang Yuan ordered the first and third stone nest to refine Airzac GU. The second stone nest would refine Malicious Thought GU. He had a large number of deductions to do, thus, he had to refine either Memory Thought GU or Malicious Thought GU. Malicious Thought GU was good for plotting against others, while Memory Thought GU was useful for extracting information from his memories. But in terms of deduction, the two had no clear difference. As for why he was mainly refining Airzac GU, that was because Fang Yuan realized that he could sell a lot of Guts GU without any issues. Times had changed. The market for Guts GU had been steadily growing. Especially when Fang Yuan had stopped the trade of Guts GU not long ago, he had used it solely for healing himself. This act had cut off the supply to the market, causing a shortage to occur, thus the price of Guts GU had been skyrocketing. This phenomenon made Fang Yuan realize that the market for Guts GU had truly expanded. He could totally raise the prices. He thought about this, thus he did it. The Guts GU trade earlier was done monthly. His profit was 48 Immortal Essence Stones. After raising the price, and excluding the profits given to Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan earned a total of 92 Immortal Essence Stones. This was almost double his previous earnings. A monopoly is truly useful for earning profits. Fang Yuan's circumstances became much easier because of this. He sighed to himself, also being deeply alerted. Because the greater the profits of the Guts GU trade, the greater the prospects, the more Immortal Crane Sect and the other forces would inevitably become restless. Maybe because Fang Yuan displayed a huge amount of strength earlier, and because Immortal Crane Sect was restricted in other aspects, they could not find the time or effort to deal with Fang Yuan. Right now, the profits of Guts GU transactions were going up. One day, Immortal Crane Sect would make up their mind and put in more strength to try and regain Immortal blessed land. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they pursued profit. The difference was, the righteous path had nicer-looking methods on the surface. As for the cultivation of GU masters, or rather, the core of it, it was about a person's survival. It was always to defend one's own interests while devouring others' interests. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. He did not deny that there was no difference between him, any other person, or any force. In the face of profits, they were all wolves. To deter Immortal Crane Sect, there is only one method. That is to increase my strength unceasingly, to cause their actions to fail, to make them feel threat. With such urgency and drive, Fang Yuan successfully integrated Self-Strength Immortal GU into the Immortal Killer move, Myriad Self, a few days later. Although Self-Strength Immortal GU was very compatible with Myriad Self, Fang Yuan still spent several days to adjust the complementary Mortal GU. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I cannot use Cleanse Soul, but I added in Self-Strength. With this, my battle strength is back to first rate within rank 6. In fact, the killer move Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable inheritance. Fang Yuan was thinking carefully. He had assimilated much of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self returned to having an Immortal Killer move strength. True Solid but Wings paired with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU was on par with a movement Immortal Killer move. To deduce vaguely familiar face and the others, he needed a huge amount of Malicious Thought GU. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was only one stone nest. Fully refining it, it would still take a long time before the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient degree. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai by Yun Sheng was making some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and took too long. In terms of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because Feng Ju forcefully asked them for information, his Sha Huang identity could not be used anymore. That plan was halted. Speaking of it, I have already obtained this Thieving Heaven inheritance for quite some time. If I can get Luo Po Valley, together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation would rapidly grow. That is a good method to raise my battle strength as well. In the future, I can even undergo the transaction of Bewilderment Fog and Luo Po Wind, increasing my revenue. At the same time, in Luo Po Valley, a negotiation had reached its most crucial moment. Qin Baixing had a light smile as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought about it, suddenly laughing as he looked up. Qin Baixing, to think that I treated you as my best friend, you actually lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot take down Lang Ya Blessed Land. You want me to be cannon fodder. Qin Baixing's gaze shined. He said lightly, with your wind escape move, you can retreat as you wish. You are famous in Northern Plains. How could you end up as cannon fodder? Even if wind escape is an immortal killer move, the best in movement within Northern Plains, it cannot penetrate Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens. Qin Baixing, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi rejected as he shook his head. He was a rank 7 Wind Path GU Immortal. He was a famous and established character. Even if he had a superb skill, he was still very vigilant. Perhaps that was the reason he could live up to this point and have such an achievement. Qin Baixing nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not unexpected. In that case, I will be forced to make you come. You want to stop me? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed, his eyes shined with a sharp light. Very well, let us spar. It will dispel some unrealistic thoughts in your mind. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be ordered around easily. As he said that, he struck. Boom! Hui Fengzi opened his mouth. He flicked with his tongue as a huge wind blade shot towards Qin Baixing. Immortal killer move, Death Wind Flying Blade. Good timing. Qin Baixing did not move, he only laughed. The wind blade hit Qin Baixing, who did not move at all. At once, golden light burst out. As the golden light faded, Qin Baixing remained unharmed. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in astonishment, my Death Wind Flying Blade did not even cut a single strand of your hair. Qin Baixing smiled without speaking. How can I fight him like this? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched, his battle intent fell, he wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move, Wind Escape. He used his signature method, famous within Northern Plains. At once, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind as he flew towards the sky of Luo Po Valley. This movement killer move had helped Hui Fengzi escape danger countless times. It made his enemies sigh in helplessness. The most memorable occasion was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 GU Immortal, Yao Huang, who was pursuing him. But Qin Baixing did not move as he looked at Hui Fengzi escape. He was expressionless. Rumble. On top of Luo Po Valley, thunder was booming as clouds rumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The intense wind blew, countless ghostly figures, at a quantity of millions, flew around below the clouds. Hui Fengzi spit out a mouthful of blood. It was like he rammed into an iron wall. He was forced out of his wind state. What GU formation is this? He was uncertain. His wind escape could not break out of this area. Qin Baixing smiled without answering Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, does So want to consider joining us and attacking Lang Ya Blessed Land? This time, Hui Fengzi only thought about it for a few breaths before landing. Qin Baixing, you were superior after all. Never mind, I will join you in this. Qin Baixing laughed. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing his place. He was a wise man who submitted to circumstances. Since he could not escape, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baixing's alliance conditions were not too harsh. even though he was slightly unhappy, he still joined in helplessly. Chapter 780. Fate Immortal GU. The silver-white sky shined with a bright and pure luster. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade could be seen everywhere, empty and tranquil. Amongst the halls, there was an old white tower covered in blemishes, standing tall and conspicuous like a crane in a flock of chickens. The tower's name was Heaven Overseeing. It originated from star constellation Immortal Venerable. As the name suggested, one could observe the whole world from this tower. However, winds never stopped blowing, the events of the world were turbulent and changeable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's talent and wisdom could rival that of the heavens, she still could not escape the fate of dying from the end of her lifespan. Later, Heavenly Court experienced the attacks of 3 demon venerables, and when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, they also had the intention of taking possession of Heavenly Court, but for some reason, they dispelled that thought. Over 3 million years. Countless marks of history had deeply been imprinted onto Heaven Overseeing Tower. Splendid brilliance or deep gloominess, the vicissitudes of all kinds of experiences had merged into Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning it into an imposing structure, resembling an ancient tree that has lived since ancient times. Or like a bronze cauldron that had stood witness to the changes of the world, and still stood tall without collapsing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord walked up the stairs holding a walking cane, his back was bent. He was a rank 8 GU Immortal, but his majestic aura revealed an intense aura of old age. His hair had turned white, wrinkles covered his body like an old tree's bark. His eyes were blurry and his gaze cloudy. He slowly lifted his foot, or rather, dragged. He was like an old insect, tottering up the endless stairs with difficult steps. He walked forward step by step. Every step he walked, the white jade stairs under his feet would shine with a slight light and let out a beautiful sound, like that of a xylophone. The next change was to the walls beside the old man. Images changed constantly on the walls, sometimes there was a lump of vague, foggy figures, sometimes there were innumerable colorful lines, and rarely there would appear clear pictures. The old man paid close attention to the pictures on the walls. Whenever he went up a step, a bead of the immortal essence inside him would be consumed, and changes would occur to the pictures on the walls. The old man's movement paused. A picture on a wall vividly portrayed a valley. Luo Po Valley. The old man softly muttered, a flash of brilliance appeared and disappeared in his blurry eyes. 2 GU Immortals were fighting at the center of the picture. A Wind Path GU Immortal and a Metal Path GU Immortal. At the periphery of the picture, several GU Immortals were standing, looking at the battle in the center. The picture continued to change. The battle of the 2 GU Immortals was not intense, they stopped after exchanging 1 or 2 moves. Finally, the picture froze at this scene. The Wind Path GU Immortal slowly lowered his head at the Metal Path GU Immortal. The old man inwardly engraved this scene in his mind. In the innumerable steps that led to the top of the tower, those that could show such clear pictures would only number a dozen or so. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to move up the tower. He saw a deep sea, in which a group of GU Immortals, consisting mostly of immortal zombies, were attacking a blessed land. A female Immortal was kneeling on sandy ground, pleading for assistance from an elderly male GU Immortal. A young GU Master was unconscious in a bed. A spirit incubating flea was lying on his forehead, slightly shaking. He saw a GU Immortal with white clothing and blue pupils, quietly moving through a forest in southern border. He also saw an eerie dark swamp, huge rays of blood-colored light were enshrouding it, within which a blood path GU Immortal was cultivating. The more the old man saw, the more chilly his face became, and the more fury accumulated in his blurry eyes. These people, they have all escaped the judgment of fate. Finally, he walked to the top of the stairs and stepped onto the peak of the tower, where an Immortal GU appeared in front of him. Rank 9 Immortal GU, Fate. It looked like a spider, colored in black and white. Its aura was weak, there was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. The old man gazed at this GU for a long while before he heaved a sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal GU house. Unfortunately, its most important core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was close to destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his gaze revealing deep enmity. The person who inflicted such an injury onto Immortal GU Fate was none other than a famed character in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, destroying the chains of fate and allowing all living beings in the world to grasp their own destiny. But Immortal GU Fate was not completely destroyed. However, despite the care and protection from all immortals in Heavenly Court, the injuries Fate had suffered had yet to recover even after 1,000,000 years. This situation was caused by the attack of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The injuries on Fate Immortal GU were not only represented in its physical wounds, it was also reflected on all the living beings who had escaped the judgment of Fate. The existence of these people in themselves signified the breaking of Fate. Thus, healing the Immortal GU Fate had to be done in two aspects. One was to deal with the wound on the GU. The other was to clear the obstacles for Immortal GU Fate by eliminating all those who had escaped the judgment of Fate. No matter which aspect, both were troublesome issues. Especially the second aspect, the 5 regions were extremely vast. Every moment, there would be someone who escaped their fate. It was extremely difficult for Heavenly Court to eliminate these existences. Even if Heavenly Court was the most powerful GU Immortal organization, it only controlled Central Continent. The remaining 4 regions were linked to Central Continent through regional walls. The higher the cultivation of the expert, the more difficult it would be for them to pass the regional wall. The regional walls of each of the regions were like protective layers that isolated the 5 regions from each other and made them independent territories. In the beginning, when Fate Immortal GU had just been injured, Heavenly Court was still seeing some efficiency in eliminating escapees of Fate. But merely some years later, there were countless escapees like waves formed in a sea, appearing repeatedly, to the extent that they could not be fully attended to. More than 10 years later, this situation spread like a wildfire throughout the 5 regions. Dozens of years later, immortal zombies appeared, humans that were supposed to be dead but were still living. This was the classic example of escaping Fate's judgment. Back then, this situation had shocked, angered, and shaken the whole of Heavenly Court. As such a practice grew more popular to this day, a branch of immortal zombies appeared even in Central Continent. Survival was a basic human instinct. Even Heavenly Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate GU seemed to be getting more distant day by day, and there seemed to be no hope. However, Heavenly Court had never given up. Because every generation of Heavenly Court GU Immortals firmly remembered the dignity of Heavenly Court during the Olden Antiquity era, and its glory during the Remote Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone in building this was Fate GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements used Fate GU as the core. Therefore, allowing resistance against 3 demon venerables and ensuring Heavenly Court did not fall. Completely healing Fate GU was akin to grasping the paths in life for all living beings. This also meant that Heavenly Court would once again be paramount, becoming the supreme immortals among immortals, rulers among countless rulers. All their efforts had provided some results. Under generations after generations of efforts from GU Immortals of Heavenly Court, and enormous prices paid over the course of history, Fate GU was recovering bit by bit until the current state, where although it was dying, it could be barely used. It was because of this that pictures appeared on Heaven Overseeing Tower's walls. Fate escapees and Fate GU were irreconcilably opposed. However, those that had escaped the judgment of Fate were truly too many in numbers. The ones that appeared in Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest ones, while also not being inside blessed lands or grotto heavens, in addition to not using wisdom path methods to conceal themselves, therefore they were easy to deduce. Soon. Using the latest refinement path convention to heal Fate GU's injury will result in a qualitative breakthrough. All the investments we made will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be brought about to fruition from this. After the refinement path convention, Fate GU should be able to display 50% of its might. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord mumbled while caressing Fate GU. His expression gradually eased up, the anger in his heart temporarily pacified. But before this, we still need to eliminate these main sinners who had escaped the judgment of Fate. All lives have their trajectory and destiny predetermined since they are born. This is the law of heaven and earth, the rule of nature. How can we allow you to leisurely escape? This is life that does not belong to any of you. While thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear pictures which he had engraved in his mind when he moved up the stairs. Before fate recovers, I will act in the capacity of heaven and eliminate the tallest of these weeds. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Fang Yuan was inside the light with his eyes tightly closed. Behind him was the biggest Lingzi in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest and had already grown to the size of a fat, mature small tree with lush mushroom heads. Bright-colored light shined on Fang Yuan's face. His breathing was deep and slow. Malicious thoughts rose up and down in his mind like waves, constantly crashing against each other. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. I took such a long time in accumulating malicious thought GU, but they were used up like this. He frowned, unsatisfied with this result. He had first attempted to deduce how to add pulling mountain and pulling water into the killer move Myriad self. The result was that he used up half of the stock of malicious thought GU, but only made less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Fang Yuan then tried to deduce immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He used up all malicious thought GU, but the progress was only a little over 10%. In the end, it was because my transformation path attainment is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this moment, he suddenly felt something. A moving perspective cup GU came out of his immortal aperture. The GU brought a letter. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words on it. The time has arrived. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he stood up. The sender was Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had originally intended to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luo Po Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan had suddenly sent news which caused Fang Yuan to dispel the plan of Luo Po Valley. This news was regarding Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance. After Dong Fang Chang Fan died, Dong Fang Yu Liang was his legacy successor. But the latter was only a mortal GU master, thus to stop the intention of other GU immortals, Dong Fang Chang Fan did not directly hand over the Wisdom Path inheritance to Dong Fang Yu Liang, instead arranged it at a hidden place. Fairy Li Shan had vast connections and specialized in getting intel. This time, the intel was that Dong Fang Yu Liang had secretly headed off to an unknown location, attempting to inherit the Wisdom Path inheritance. Chapter 781. Taichio is not an inheritance ground. An intense battle was reaching its climax. On one side, there were 3 GU masters. On the other side, it was a myriad beast-sized goat group. 2 GU masters were in front, retreating under the fierce attacks of the goat group. Behind, one person had a robe filled with bloodstains. Even though his face was like jade, he had a tired expression. He was breathing roughly as his eyes were drooping. Suddenly, with a loud call, the myriad beast-coiling mountain goat king led its group of elite goats as they attacked the 3 GU masters. The assault became faster and faster. The goat group attacked from both sides, resembling ripples from a sea's waves, splitting up and leaving a path in the middle. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was right in front of them. "Young master, quickly retreat. The situation is dangerous. We will stay here, young master, think of the future." The 2 GU masters saw this desperate situation. Their eyes were wide open as they shouted. But the person behind them was in bad shape. It was as if he did not hear them. One of the GU masters had a resolute expression as he made a decision, speaking, "Dong Po Kong, you are a flying master, quickly escape with young master. I will stall them." The other GU master, Dong Po Kong's body shook. Looking at his ally, he hesitated, Tan Wu Feng. The GU master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wu Feng. Previously, he was a demonic path GU master. He, together with Hao Ji Liu, were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were very famous. Hao Ji Liu went to Hei Lou Lan. In the end, he died in there, along with everyone else later due to Fang Yuan destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. On the contrary, Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng went to Dong Fang Yu Liang. Even though they lost in the Imperial Court contest, his life was preserved. He converted from demonic to righteous, becoming a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous leader, Dongfang Yu Liang. But right now, Tan Wu Feng wanted to stay behind and single-handedly resist the Myriad Beast Goat group. He was using his life to gain precious time for his allies, for them to escape. There was no hope of surviving. This was truly a suicide mission. Dong Po Kong's heart shook. He felt moved. Even though Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a Righteous Path member, he felt suspicious towards Tan Wu Feng's motives and intentions for converting. Other than that, he also felt disdain and contempt. But right now, in Dong Po Kong's heart, these suspicions, disdain, all vanished, turning into an emotion of tragic guilt. Under the influence of his genuine emotions, he spoke, "Good brother, I will bring young master away now." Tan Wu Feng was staring with wide-opened eyes, seeing the approaching goat group. He was anxious, shouting loudly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Dong Po Kong turned around and left, 2 streaks of tears falling from his eyes. He knew that he had to fight against time. If they wanted to escape, Tan Wu Feng's sacrifice was not enough. They needed his flying master attainment to be fully displayed along the way. Even then, they had less than a 30% chance of success. However, at this moment, the blood-bathed white-robed GU master opened his eyes, raising his head as he shouted, "7-star light." Saying this, his entire body shot upwards. 7 lumps of light of all colors were floating around him, rapidly circling around his body. Swoosh! A huge lump of star thoughts, under the support of the 7-star light, burst out. In an instant, the surroundings were dyed in blue. Starlight shined brightly and hit the surprised goat group. The coiling mountain goat group's myriad beast kings shouted loudly, but their momentum was too great. The goat group rammed into the countless star thoughts. "Young master! Lord Yu Liang!" Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong saw this and were excited and joyful. An immense amount of star thoughts formed a star cloud as it rumbled endlessly. A moment later, half of the star thoughts were destroyed, but as they dispersed, the myriad beast goat king had died, along with dozens of elite goat beasts. The goat group lost their goat king and broke apart. Splitting into multiple smaller groups led by 1,000 beast goat kings, the huge goat group had turned into numerous smaller groups that scattered everywhere. The blood-bathed white-robed GU master descended slowly to the surface. His body shuddered as he almost fell on the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and overturned the situation, he was barely hanging on now. "Young master!" Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong came up, holding this GU master's arms. This GU master was Dongfang Yu Liang, after Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Dongfang Changfan, died. He was his chosen inheritor. His face was extremely pale. He controlled his dizziness as he forced a laugh. "All right, we finally beat this myriad beast goat group. We have time to rest now." "Young master?" Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Po Kong was holding Dongfang Yu Liang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, "Young master, Tai Chio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. After entering this place for 3 days, we had already encountered more than 10 waves of beast groups. Originally, we had more than 10 people, now only us 3 are left. It is not a big deal if I die here, but young master is precious. If something happens to you, what will we do? Looking at this situation, why don't we retreat first before coming here again?" Dongfang Yu Liang sat on the ground, smiling bitterly to himself, shaking his head. "You do not know the situation. This is my last and only chance. I had already put everything into this attempt. It is like an arrow that has been shot. We cannot turn back any longer. We need to make use of our time now and rest, trying to recover our battle strength." Saying so, he shut his eyes, grabbing 2 Primeval stones as he entered a state of rest. Dong Po Kong and Tan Wu Feng looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They nodded as they sat around Dongfang Yu Liang, taking out their Primeval stones and meditating. At the outskirts of Tai Chio, GU Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised, to think that as a mortal, Dongfang Yu Liang could advance so deeply into Tai Chio. This time, he expressed weakness and lured his enemies in, causing the coiling mountain myriad beast goat king to charge up and letting him kill the leader. He actually managed to survive this difficulty. Standing beside him, GU Immortal Han Dong snorted coldly. This Tai Chiu is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living here, even as GU Immortals do not dare to charge in recklessly. Dongfang Changfan placed his inheritance ground here, he was guarding against us. GU Immortal Su Guang added, that is right, Dongfang Yu Liang and the others are all mortal GU masters, they have weak auras and do not attract the attentions of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. With the route that Dongfang Changfan planned for them, they would only meet some ordinary beast groups while entering the deep parts of Tai Chiu. If we go, our GU Immortal auras would leak and cause the resistance of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. More GU Immortals are coming to the outskirts. The other 2 GU Immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast direction. Only to see that 3 GU Immortals had just approached towards them. They were wearing black robes and had masks on, only showing their eyes. Hey, more people that want to have a share of the profits. Han Dong's eyes shined ominously, his tone was eerie. The 3 black-robed GU Immortals descended. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and Hei Lou Lan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous GU Immortal in Northern Plains. Previously, she had agreed to an alliance with Dongfang Changfan. She could not covet his possessions openly, thus she had to hide her appearance. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan were involved in the collapse of 88 Truyang building. They had to conceal their appearances. The 3 slowly descended, floating in the air outside of Tai Chiu. They were not planning to go inside. They first glanced at Dongfang Yu Liang and the others before looking around. Hei Lou Lan chuckled, Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. The outskirts of Tai Chiu had so many GU Immortals hiding around. Just with my methods, I found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued, I found 26, most of them are demonic path GU Immortals, but there are also GU Immortals from Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan took a look, but he only found 19. Although his battle strength had been raised, his investigative methods could not compare to an established veteran GU Immortal like Fairy Li Shan. As for Hei Lou Lan, her investigative methods exceeded his. This made him internally alert. No wonder Dongfang Yu Liang is rushing to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, with this inheritance, one has a chance of becoming Northern Plains #1 wisdom path GU Immortal. Even their own GU Immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Changfan make any mistakes? He signed an agreement with the Righteous Path Super Forces so that they would not come after this, but he missed his own tribe's GU Immortals. Hei Lou Lan said. She frowned slightly. She felt that Dongfang Changfan would not be so careless. Dongfang Changfan is the #1 wisdom path GU Immortal in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clues in Dongfang Yu Liang's mind. Such wisdom path techniques cannot be broken easily. Right now, the GU Immortals are all waiting here. It seems that they are biding their time until Dongfang Yu Liang opens the inheritance, before they start robbing it. Fang Yuan said. His motive in this journey was to get a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path inheritances had greater value the more complete they were. But currently, it seemed like his goal was going to fail. There were so many GU Immortals after the inheritance. When they obtained it, they might form a situation where the inheritance gets split up. Thankfully, my battle strength rose a lot just now. I have a chance at competing. Later, when we snatch it, I should avoid being the center of attention, so that the crowd would not attack me together. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan made his tactics. Although he had high battle strength, there were many GU Immortals. He could not fight them together. Of course, he was not stupid enough to attempt doing that anyway. However, a change occurred right at this moment. A blinding flash appeared. As the light faded, Dongfang Yu Liang, Tan Wu Feng, and Dongpo Kong vanished from their original spots. This is a teleportation GU formation. It was hidden underground. We didn't discover it. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements are indeed not simple. This Tai Chiu was not the true inheritance ground. It was just a place to hinder us. Quick, while the GU formation still has some aura remaining, Quickly search for clues before it dissipates. The GU Immortal realized at once, showing up and charging towards the deep parts of Tai Chiu. Gah! Desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts were stirred. They rushed out from all areas of Tai Chiu. Chapter 782. Myriad Self-First Style, Giant Hand. They were indeed worthy of being Dong Fang Chang Fan's arrangements, meticulously set out and interlinked. He had completely deduced today's situation. Even after he died, he created huge problems for these GU Immortals. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were alerted felt that the GU Immortals were intruders. Originally, they were resting in Tai Chiu, peacefully in their respective territories. Dong Fang Yu Liang and the others' intrusion was like a few butterflies flying into their garden. The beasts were not disturbed. But the GU Immortals were like bandits entering their homes. They were alerted and went all out, even working together to protect their territory, Tai Chiu. To humans, Tai Chiu was one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce areas were their sanctuaries. They were places where humans could not take over. Seeing so many desolate beasts charging over at once, the GU Immortals were apprehensive. Although there was a good number of them, they were not united. Instead, they were wary of each other due to the wisdom path inheritance. It was hard to work together sincerely. They could not battle with the desolate beasts either. Once they fought, the chaotic battle would cause damage to Tai Chiu. If they destroy the traces left behind by the teleportation GU formation, the GU Immortals would have even greater trouble tracking them. Those who could become GU Immortals were not fools. Dong Fang Chang Fan's plot was very obvious. They all understood it clearly in an instant. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not the point. We cannot spend too much time with these beasts and lose our clues. Get past them and find the traces, following the clues to the inheritance ground. The GU Immortals were still flying towards the area where the teleportation GU formation was, but they had to slow down. Desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding GU Immortals were worse. If it was convenient, these demonic path GU Immortals would certainly not mind exterminating some of the competitors around them. Howl! A desolate beast flying at high speed engaged with a female GU Immortal. This rank 6 female GU Immortal's name was Hei Lou Lan, also known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She was skilled in transformation path. She shouted a curse. She felt sullen inside, but she could not blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being unlucky and placed in a bad position. Seeing that the desolate beast was charging over, she did not fight it. She turned into a blurry green-grey bird, spreading her wings and flying away, towards the crucial location. The desolate beast was unable to catch up to her. It turned around and targeted another unlucky person. The green-grey bird flew past the other GU Immortals, becoming the GU Immortal closest to the crucial location. Other GU Immortals did not watch this without doing anything. A mere mortal killer move. You dare to stand out. Waves were crashing as a rank 7 GU Immortal rode on a huge wave and blocked the green-grey bird. This GU Immortal had a strong aura, but he was so thin his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and dry, sticking close to his bones. Veins could be seen on his skin. They were everywhere. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding GU Immortals showed a wary expression on their faces. This was a rank 7 GU Immortal, Pai Shui Han. He was a member of the demonic path and cultivated ice path and water path. He was a famous expert. Peacock Flying Immortal Hei Lou Lan saw that Pai Shui Han was obstructing her. She did not evade him. Instead, she snorted lightly and an immortal GU aura burst out from her. Hei Lou Lan activated her immortal GU. The green-grey bird she had transformed into turned from blurry to clear. In an instant, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden peacock tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply as she flew past the waves, towards the GU formation. Pai Shui Han's actions failed. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Indeed, after attending the Northern Plains auction, you think you have some ability now, hee." Saying this, he raised both his arms. Gurgle gurgle, with 2 loud sounds, the water waves surged up, emerging from nowhere, blocking the green bird like 2 huge walls. Meanwhile, Pai Shui Han's speed did not decrease. He rode on the currents and charged towards Hei Ruo. Hei Ruo did not dare to fight with Pai Shui Han. She raised her head and spread her wings, rising into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves grew alongside her. Pai Shui Han smiled coldly. He rapidly got close to her. But Hei Ruo did not want to battle. She put all her efforts into escaping. Pai Shui Han could do nothing to her within a short period of time. Just as the two were fighting, one figure emerged from another side, like a flash of lightning. This person was brawny and muscular. His skin was bronze in color, lightning was coiling around his body, his speed was faster than Hei Ruo. Fang Yuan felt some familiarity upon seeing him soar. He thought over it for a moment and realized that this person was Divine Lord Chengdu. This immortal cultivated lightning path. He alongside Sheng, who had once coerced an immortal zombie of Zombie Alliance, buying 150 kilograms of wilted essence with one immortal essence stone. Divine Lord Chengdu saw Pai Shui Han and Hei Ruo chasing and fleeing. He found a chance and activated his movement killer move, gaining a huge boost in speed. Soon, he surpassed everyone and quickly became the person closest to the GU formation. Ha ha ha! Divine Lord Chengdu saw that he was getting closer to the GU formation and was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Divine Lord, hold up! Accompanying a calm and slow voice, one white-robed scholar appeared before Chengdu. Ah, unfettered scholar! Divine Lord Chengdu saw this person and his expression changed. His speed fell drastically. He knew that he was not the rank 7 GU immortal, unfettered scholar's match. He shouted quickly, "Shehu, quickly lend me a hand." Shehu's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show up beside Divine Lord Chengdu. He was a muscular man, looking very rugged and brutish. His hair was in a mess and he held a skull in his hands. Divine Lord Chengdu cried out, pushing with his hands as a lightning dragon was unleashed. At the same time, Shehu activated his mortal killer move, attacking unfettered scholar. The two were not weak in battle strength among rank 6 GU immortals, otherwise, they would not dare to extort a Zombie Alliance member. At this moment, they joined forces and had an impressive attack. It attracted much attention. Come then. Unfettered scholar smiled lightly. He moved his hand as two immortal GU flew out. Boom! In an intense explosion, Shehu and Divine Lord Chengdu flew back after spitting blood, but unfettered scholar stood on the spot, having a calm demeanor. He was fighting 2 against 1, beating back Shehu and Divine Lord Chengdu. The immortal GU he used had great power, but they were already placed back inside his immortal aperture. Nobody had seen them clearly. Let's go! At this moment, from another direction, GU immortal Lu Qingming shouted, as the GU immortal Su Guang and Han Dong followed after him. Their advance caused gasps among the crowd. It is the traveling 3 elites. Block them! Be careful, when they join forces, their battle strength can match rank 7. The 3 elites gave off bright lights each. It was a dazzling scene, forming an image of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be unleashed when all 3 GU immortals worked together. The killer move had great power. The 3 elites could charge forward fearlessly. Nobody could stop them for the moment. They got close to the GU formation. There were 5 publicly well-known rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. There were more rank 7 GU immortals, but they were not in large numbers. People like Qin Bai Xing, Fairy Li Shan, and others, they were famous people who had been around for a long time. In the GU immortal world, most GU immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites joined up, they had rank 7 battle strength. This made people wary. Furthermore, they had chosen their specific direction and had no strong foes of rank 7. Whether it was by coincidence or not, the 3 of them managed to become the ones closest to the GU formation. They were extremely fast. Pai Shui Han, unfettered scholar, and the others could not stop them. They could only watch as the 3 elites landed on the GU formation that was set up earlier. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The figures of the 3 elites vanished, while a huge but desolate beast flapped its wings and flew away. This is a Ruin Bat. Ruin Bat is a space-path desolate beast. There were actually concealment-type GU on this beast. The 3 elites were engulfed by it. Ha ha ha, although they are not in mortal danger, they lost precious time and the valuable opportunity. Some GU Immortals were shocked, some were taking pleasure from their misfortune. Ruin Bat was not an exception. At this moment, the Desolate beasts in Taichio had surrounded the GU Immortals, ready for a huge battle. The Peach Wolf, which was pink, cute, and had a tiny body, moved extremely quickly like light. The White Hoof Ink Horse was stalwart like a mountain. The Blood Tongue Tree had bloody and long tongues. And also, the Chi Path Ancient Desolate Beast, Primeval Return Peacock, that could absorb the primeval energy of a huge surrounding area, 3 Desolate Beast Coiling Mountain Goats, and a Lawless Antelope that could give even a rank 7 GU Immortal a headache. The scene became chaotic at once. Desolate Beasts and GU Immortals fought in intense battles, while the GU Immortals were wary of each other. But no matter how chaotic it was, the GU Immortals were protecting one crucial location. They tried to preserve all traces of the teleportation GU formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan were in the chaotic battle, fighting carefully and moving around agilely. They stealthily had gotten close to the GU formation. Grr! A bull-shaped Desolate Beast blocked Fang Yuan and the other's path. You dare rob me? GU Immortal Zhuozhan carried a huge hammer and wore a red bronze suit of armor. He rode on a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan and the others. At the same time, Divine Lord Tiandu, who was far away, laughed coldly. An immortal GU flew out, turning into lightning as it shot over. It was known as Thunder Shuttle. Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan were about to strike, when Fang Yuan stopped them. Please don't worry, let me use my method. As he said this, countless GU worms flew up in his immortal aperture. Rank for all-out effort GU, bitter strength GU, borrow strength GU, self-reliance GU, refine essence spirit GU, earth strength GU, water strength GU, wind strength GU, lightning strength GU, fire strength GU, lurking soul coat GU, breath concealment GU. Countless mortal GU flew up like butterflies, circling around one spot. An immortal GU was proudly at the center. It was the Strength Path Immortal GU, self-strength. From the mesmerizing flying, the mortal GU created traces of light in the air. Self-strength Immortal GU burst out with a blinding light, connecting all of the traces of light into one, forming a light lump resembling a small sun. The light shined on the ground in the immortal aperture. On the ground, there were hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms standing and waiting silently. Before coming here, Fang Yuan made his preparations. He summoned his Strength Path Phantom army prior to this trip. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand. Fang Yuan mentally called out. Tens of thousands of phantoms of Fang Yuan stretched out their right hands, raising them up high, palms facing the huge light lump in the sky. Around the light lump, there were 100 group strength GU entering it. At the same time, Fang Yuan in the outside world stretched out his right hand. Boom! A Strength Path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The air within dozens of meters around him was pulled. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped Desolate Beast was pushed away and into the air. The giant hand gripped, Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU was trapped inside. The giant hand closed into a fist. It punched at GU Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned, his eyes were wide open and staring. After shouting in shock, he escaped in panic. Chapter 783. One real among 100 fakes. In truth, such a method of accumulating quantity and unleashing it all at once was a very common way of designing killer moves. Like the very common Fire Pellet GU, it can summon one fireball. How could one increase its strength? Normal people would think like this: by accumulating fireballs, during battle, they would unleash it all at once. This way, by raising quantity, the power of their move will increase. This was the most common and simply train of thought. But most things were easy to plan, yet the execution was not easy at all. If they formed the fireball beforehand, how could they store it? Even if they stored many fireballs, how can they shoot these fireballs at the same time? Even if they fire it, how can they ensure that the aim is accurate, and that the fireballs are not shot in random directions? Only after resolving all of these questions would the GU master truly own what was known as a killer move. That was why the nurture, use, and refinement of GU worms were deep fields. Especially in terms of using GU, one needed creativity. Even if killer moves were created, because people were all different, each killer move would naturally have their own strengths and weaknesses. When Fang Yuan conceived the immortal killer move Myriad Self, it could be said that he had broken traditional confinements and fused enslavement path and strength path, making a great and rare achievement. He had a strength path foundation originally, and when he underwent immortal ascension using his second aperture, he queried heaven and earth, gaining a deeper foundation. Next, he made a huge sacrifice, taking a near-death risk, eventually using the rank 9 wisdom GU, gaining unlimited inspiration and creating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But his environment, wisdom GU, immortal ascension, destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were all unique stimuli. The immortal killer move, Myriad Self, which successfully fused enslavement path and strength path, due to the nature of its design, had surpassed most immortal killer moves. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan explored it in the future and developed it, he might be able to create a completely new path. Thus, even though the killer move, Myriad Self, was still in its initial stages, its potential was shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition battling, commanding an army and using the tactic of cannon fodder to drown the enemies in sheer numbers. Strength path created an individual champion. By adding great strength to oneself, one can kill whoever stands in their path. If they rage, the battlefield would be bathed in blood. In this aspect, a single person was a huge force. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan could use his own strength to create innumerable strength path phantoms that he could manipulate at will. When he battled with Hei Cheng, the strength path phantom army forced back Hei Cheng and Shui Song Zi, there was nothing they could do. In the killer move Myriad Self, this was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path. Right now, was the opposite, it was enslavement path supporting strength path. What caused this crucial effect was group strength GU. This ancient GU worm was sent into the light lump for the killer move at the end, transferring the strength path army's strength, and adding it all to Fang Yuan's own body. There was also one key point, that was self-strength immortal GU. If it was cleanse soul immortal GU, he would not be able to summon the giant hand. The so-called giant hand was only a giant strength path phantom's hand. Hei Lou Lan had once controlled self-strength immortal GU. Her killer move's strongest transformation was a giant strength path phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, and saved Hei Lou Lan, obtaining her strength path true meaning afterwards. This true meaning became the final catalyst to create the giant hand. With all these causes, the move a giant hander was formed. Self-strength immortal GU was indeed the best suited core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With it, Myriad Self developed a step further. It could finally interchange between the main and support roles for either path. Fang Yuan used this move instead of unleashing the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He had his reasons. These strength path phantoms had his appearance. Now that he was the culprit of a huge crime, he needed to hide his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity was exposed to a degree, and he had not deduced the killer move, vaguely familiar face, yet. Giant Hand was the move most suitable for Fang Yuan currently. It had incredible power and would not expose his identity. The huge fist continued to punch at Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan was breaking out in cold sweat. He retreated more quickly as he created some distance from the Giant Hand. Swoosh, the immortal GU Thunder Shuttle, which was immobilized, broke free from the Giant Hand, flying towards its owner, Divine Lord Tiandu. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The design of the Giant Hand was indeed influenced by the Formless Hands. But the two were very different. Giant Hand was a strength path killer move, but Formless Hand was the essence of theft path. Formless Hand could capture immortal GU, but Giant Hand could only immobilize them for a short period of time. That already could be considered very good. After attacking once, Fang Yuan stopped his offense. In a few breaths of time, the Giant Hand vanished into thin air. During the entire process of the attack, his right arm was making cracking noises. Even with his immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to sustain the attack. Now that he stopped the move, his strong arm drooped down weakly. The tendons and muscles under his skin were almost all torn. His bones were full of cracks, and his arteries burst, mushing together with his muscles. Giant Hand extracted strength from all of the strength path phantoms, gathering it into Fang Yuan. Because the strength was too great, and Fang Yuan was like the foundation holding it together. This time, I activated Giant Hand using 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the Giant Hand's power can only be at this level temporarily. Even though it has room for improvement, my body had reached its limits. Fang Yuan sighed to himself mentally. His arm was slowly drooping down, but concealed by his wide black robe. In a short time, using the recovery ability of the immortal zombie body, his arm completely recovered. Even so, Giant Hand's power was too shocking. Zhao was covered in cold sweat as he retreated a great distance, his gaze towards Fang Yuan carried immense fear. The surrounding GU Immortals subconsciously created some distance from Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan's faces were hidden under their black hoods, they both showed complex and surprised expressions. The power of Giant Hand had made them inwardly apprehensive and alert. But currently, Fang Yuan was their ally, they were on the same side, the two felt glad. These two emotions mixed together, it was a strange feeling, their states of mind were complex. Especially Hei Lou Lan, after sensing that Giant Hand had a hint of her own killer move's design, she felt a slight sense of dejection. Far away, Unfettered Scholar pushed Divine Lord Tiandu back as he grabbed at Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU. Divine Lord Tiandu was anxious, he used his method and successfully took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU. Unfettered Scholar did not achieve his goal, he was not upset, he smiled serenely as he turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, an impressive immortal killer move. Deep within his gaze, there was a solemn feeling. This is truly battle strength reaching rank 7. Lu Qingming and the others killed the ruin bat and returned to the outskirts of Taichio. Seeing this, they had wary expressions. Who is this? Pai Shui Han was guessing. This was the first time Giant Hand was used, it was obviously not a well-known immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move, is the person Domination Immortal Chu Do? Many GU Immortals could not help but guess. A strength path GU Immortal with such battle strength, there was only one well-known in Northern Plains. But soon, everyone shook their heads, with Chu Du's demeanor, he would not conceal his identity like this. After Divine Lord Tiandu took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU, he looked around. He did not want to fight Unfettered Scholar anymore. Now, even Fang Yuan was a tough opponent, and the traveling 3 elites were back as well. He knew that with his strength, he could not take advantage of the situation, his expression turned ugly. Even though there was much going on, this all happened in a short period of time. After Fang Yuan used Giant Hand, he had retracted his hand and his arm drooped by his side. Under everyone's gaze, he went back to beside Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan. He purposely kept his head low, not making any noise, it was like he did something insignificant. Fairy Li Shan was in front, he was walking behind her, together with Hei Lou Lan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan and the others were dressed in black robes, they wore the same clothes and were very mysterious. Seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, everyone guessed Hei Lou Lan, who was beside him, could have the same battle strength as him. As for the one walking in front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might have even greater strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very familiar with people's minds, this small action by him was much more terrifying to other GU Immortals compared to his Giant Hand. Even though the other Immortals knew that he might be bluffing, but as Fang Yuan and the others landed on the ground and reached the GU formation, as they were searching for clues to capture Dongfang Yu Liang, nobody stopped them. Everyone acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan's group. Of course, the bigger reason was that the Wisdom Path inheritance was nowhere to be seen. The Immortals were shrewd people, they did not want to truly fight now. They fought earlier with probing as their intention, they did not use their real trump cards, or any all-out attacks. Fang Yuan and the others were searching for clues together. A few breaths later, they all gasped. What a teleportation GU formation! Fairy Li Shan's voice was very hoarse. Truly worthy of Dongfang Changfan, he purposely left behind a GU formation and misled us. Hei Lou Lan said. The clues here can help point out the correct direction, but to find Dongfang Yu Liang, we need to rely on luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A GU immortal did not understand, he asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the others did not answer, they rose into the sky suddenly. They left Taiqiu, moving in 3 different directions and rapidly vanishing from everyone's eyes. A moment later, Unfettered Scholar landed as well. He inspected it and realized Fang Yuan and the others' words were not lies. As it turned out, Dongfang Changfan did something to the GU formation. He did not make arrangements to destroy the GU formation, since this formation could only teleport mortal GU masters, it could not transport immortals. If he destroyed the GU formation, there would be GU immortal experts who could capture all sorts of clues and traces, following them and finding Dongfang Yu Liang. After all, Dongfang Changfan was skilled at plotting and deductions, he was not an expert in teleportation GU formations. Thus, he intentionally left behind many trails, while concealing the real route within them, making it hard for people to decipher what was real amongst the fake. This way, the GU immortals would have to split up to find him, even if someone found Dongfang Yu Liang, his pressure would be much lower. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the others chose the 3 most probable directions. Unfettered Scholar thought over it before choosing a 4th direction, rapidly leaving Taiqiu. After he left, the immortals landed one by one, getting their own clues and leaving in the directions they chose. In the end, only Dongfang tribe's GU immortals were left. These GU immortals are so crafty, no one destroyed the teleportation GU formation. Even if they destroyed it, clues would still remain. These demonic path GU immortals have survived until today, they are not people who would do such strenuous and unrewarding tasks. That's right, they are hoping that even if they went the wrong direction, someone would find the real route. By then, if there is any commotion, they would rush over immediately. Alright, let's go down and see what clues there are. Chapter 784. Ordinary desolate beasts are not my match. Wasn't First Supreme Elder given special care by Lord Dongfang Changfan before death? A Dongfang tribe GU immortal asked with some doubts. Yes, First Supreme Elder specially convened us to come together, there are none of us GU immortals currently with the tribe. I was still thinking First Elder would already have some clues. The GU immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wan Xiao heaved a long sigh, speaking in a bleak tone, don't call me First Supreme Elder, in my heart, only Lord Dongfang Changfan can be our tribe's First Supreme Elder. We all know Lord Wan Xiao was nurtured by Lord Changfan. But now, Lord Changfan has already passed away, who can avoid dying in this world? In my opinion, we should focus on the present. Right. Now, Lord Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance has attracted so many demonic path GU immortals. Our tribe might be one of the super forces, but any carelessness could result in a catastrophic danger. We need to handle this prudently and safely. If not for Lord Wan Xiao honestly explaining that these are Lord Changfan's arrangements before death, we would have left behind at least one GU immortal to guard against any accidents and protect our tribe's seeds. Unlike now, where we have all gathered here. The GU immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wan Xiao, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wan Xiao waved his hand, there is no need to worry, I might not have the correct clues, but I know the method to get those clues. He then closed his eyes and probed clues from the aura left behind by the teleportation GU formation. The GU formation's aura kept on changing, Dongfang Wan Xiao got different results every time he checked. Dongfang Wan Xiao followed the instructions Dongfang Changfan gave him before death, engraving these aura clues in memory, comparing and examining them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew to the sky, saying to the rest, follow me. Where is this? Dongfang Yu Liang slowly woke up from his state of unconsciousness, his gaze turned from blurry to clear. He had a terrible headache, and in fact, not only did his head hurt, his entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes, blood flowed from his internal organs and bones were fractured in many areas. According to the map left by Lord Changfan, we have only traveled half the path. How did we suddenly arrive here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled, pondering on this while treating the wounds. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, the injuries on his body were soon being healed. I remember that when we meditated to absorb Primeval energy from Primeval stones, the teleportation GU formation suddenly activated and sent us here. Could it be that the map Lord Dongfang Changfan gave me is actually fake? Maybe the latter half is fake and the true final point is midway through it. Dongfang Yuliang felt his guess could be correct. From his understanding of Dongfang Changfan, the latter indeed had such a way of doing things. These arrangements were set up to block the methods of other Wisdom Path GU Immortals. GU Immortals of other paths would be afraid of causing inadvertent damage, afraid that the clues with Dongfang Yuliang would be ruined as well as being wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for the chance to move. Wisdom Path GU Immortals, however, could search thoughts and extract the true clues of the map. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong were teleported along with me, but I see no traces of them right now. Maybe they are nearby, who knows? I should first look for them before exploring this hall. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang healed the injuries on his body, then started searching around. He had found that this place was like a group of large halls, and he was inside a hall. The halls were beautiful but ruined, and could be considered to be a giant site of ruins. Dongfang Yuliang moved with caution, but there was no one in the hall, not to mention enemies. Tan Wu Feng. Young master. After walking a while, Dongfang Yuliang met Tan Wu Feng, who also had been looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Po Kong at the exit of the hall. Dong Po Kong was lying on the ground, still unconscious. Dongfang Yuliang and Tan Wu Feng used some methods to awaken him. The three were happy at having reunited. Naturally, Dongfang Yuliang was still the leader. He thought for a while and decided, if I am not wrong, this should be where Lord Changfan set the inheritance. We have already searched the first hall but did not discover any clues. Let's take a look at the second hall. Sure enough, like he expected, when the three entered the second hall, they met with a test at the center of the hall. This was a complicated puzzle, involving a complex mystery. There were clues and evidence given, of which both truths and falsehoods were included. There was also a time limit, under which Dongfang Yuliang had to use Wisdom Path methods to not only search through the false clues, he also had to deduce the truth of the case. Dongfang Yuliang was indeed worthy of being the successor Dongfang Changfan chose. In less than 1/3 of the time limit, he passed the test and was richly rewarded with a set of rank 5 Wisdom Path GU worms. With greatly increased strength, Dongfang Yuliang entered the third hall. This test was a remnant GU recipe. It required Dongfang Yuliang to deduce the recipe within 15 minutes. Boom! A giant strength path hand smashed down like a mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out miserable bleats, filled with injuries and completely suppressed by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled hard several times, but the giant hand still pressed down on it firmly. Finally, the giant horned sheep's energy was used up and it gave up on resisting, not moving anymore. Fang Yuan let out a breath of cloudy air, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. He had followed the clues in his search, but the clues turned out to be false. And when he followed the fifth clue, he came across this desolate beast, giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was interested in it and started a huge battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, Fang Yuan did not have a deficit in luck. This giant horned sheep he fought did not have any difficult to handle GU worms. Giant Hand was extremely useful. He repeatedly used it to subdue the giant horned sheep and soon restrained it. There were no twists and turns during the entire battle. Fang Yuan's superiority kept on accumulating until it turned into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. Giant horned sheep is purely a strength path desolate beast. I will raise it in the blessed land. At every set interval of time, I can cut off some of its flesh and use each strength immortal GU to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. Who would have expected that I would be able to capture a giant horned sheep alive in this place? It is truly a surprise blessing. Fang Yuan relaxed his breathing, the injuries on his immortal zombie body had already healed. He willed and the giant hand grabbed the giant horned sheep and transported it to his immortal aperture. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained each strength immortal GU, he had frequently purchased strength path-related food in Treasure Yellow Heaven, which came out to be a significant expense. Once or twice was okay, but as it continued on, even Fang Yuan was feeling the effect of the huge expenses. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as long-term investment. But the transactions of desolate beasts were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not to mention that Fang Yuan only wanted pure strength path desolate beasts. I truly made a good move by extorting self-strength immortal GU. My battle strength has reached rank 7 and the giant hand is somewhat more practical than the strength path phantom army. Ordinary desolate beasts like giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even regarding the swamp crab which once damaged Dang Hun Mountain, I should be able to face it head-on. Even if it had Gruel Mud Immortal GU, I could ensure the safety of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the pleasure of having the situation in his grasp. He rested and reorganized himself leisurely with no hurry. He was aware of the situation, there were many wolves but only one prey. Only relying on his strength, the chances of devouring Dongfang Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance were too low. If nothing unexpected happens, even if this wisdom path inheritance lands in my hands, it will only be an incomplete part. Sigh, I wonder when I would be able to obtain a truly intact wisdom path inheritance. As Fang Yuan thought over this, Fairy Li Shan's message appeared in his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information gathering ability was indeed superior to Fang Yuan's. There were already some people who had discovered the true location of Dongfang Chang Fan's inheritance ground, and an intense battle was already underway at that area. Because of this loud commotion, more and more GU Immortals were heading there. Fang Yuan met with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan. When they arrived at the place, a dozen or so GU Immortals were pacing around the outer perimeter. Ah, it is them. Careful, these three are extremely mysterious. I just returned from the area to the southeast, and saw that person using a giant hand to capture a desolate beast giant horned sheep alive. Demonic Path GU Immortals prioritized strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed made them apprehensive. Thus, when they slowly flew over, these GU Immortals subconsciously parted to make way for them in the air. This is the inheritance ground? Dongfang Chang Fan indeed put much thought into this. Fang Yuan observed from above, and soon said in a moved tone. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple, while alive, it was an immemorial desolate beast with the battle strength of a rank 8 GU Immortal. It was a space path desolate beast with countless space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were influencing this space, constructing a land of illusory large halls. As long as someone stepped into its range, they would be dragged into the halls. Only if they were rank 8 GU Immortal would they be able to resist this huge force. This ruin but died in the depths of Taichio, its presence caused there to be no desolate beasts around a huge surrounding range. This was a forbidden place within a forbidden place, a fierce area among fierce areas. Dongfang Chang Fan was also only a rank 7 GU Immortal, but he was actually able to arrange his wisdom path inheritance at this place. This was indeed another clear indication that he was worthy of being called the number 1 wisdom path GU Immortal of Northern Plains. It was truly extraordinary. Right as the GU Immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already been smoothly succeeding and was charging into the 8th hall. My chosen inheritor, you have finally arrived. A lump of star will condensed into Dongfang Chang Fan's appearance, in front of Dongfang Yuliang and the others. Master! Dongfang Yuliang prostrated with tears in his eyes. The star will slowly nodded and looked at Dongfang Yuliang. Being able to come here shows your superior talent. This is not the final hall, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you are able to perfect this GU formation and successfully activate it, you can be said to have completely obtained this Wisdom Path inheritance and receive my Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Master, I will definitely do my best. Dong Fang Yu Liang showed an intense fighting spirit. You need to be quick, there is not much time left. The star will raise its head, gazing at the sky. Chapter 785. Phantom beasts obstruct the way, immortals are troubled. Intense explosions continued to occur. In the sky, GU immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they had now found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path GU immortals were all practical and straightforward. Without much hesitation, someone flew down. Since Dong Fang Chang Fan chose the corpse of an immemorial ruin bat as his wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his own reasons. The huge phantom beast army was stirred. Like a giant black cloud, they rose from beneath the feet of the demonic path GU immortals. These phantom beasts were all of strange appearances. They attacked fearlessly. They were skilled at dodging, and there were several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocking the demonic path GU immortals. Phantom beasts are normally rare, they only appear in places with numerous space path Dao marks. There are so many here. Hei Lou Lan was fighting fiercely as she cursed. She lost self-strength immortal GU, her battle strength plummeted. Even though she could use strength chi immortal GU to replace it, and still summon the giant strength path phantom killer move, she could not show her appearance now, thus, when fighting, she was very restricted. Stay calm. Fairy Li Shan consoled, phantom beasts have the natural ability to turn into phantoms and avoid attacks. Inspiration for the phantom path of GU masters was obtained from phantom beasts by GU immortal Shu Wuxie. As long as an ancient desolate beast-level phantom beast doesn't appear, we will be able to enter the corpse of the immemorial ruin bat eventually. As she said this, a large group of phantom beast birds flew over. Fang Yuan snorted, keeping them away from the other two as he used Myriad self-first style, Giant Hand. A strength path giant hand appeared, stretching its fingers and grabbing. The strength path hand had great power, but when it grabbed, it caused little damage. In this 1,000 phantom beast group, only some dozens had died. Most of the phantom beasts had turned vague, they became nearly invisible, as they remained in their places. When Fang Yuan retracted his strength path hand, these phantom beasts appeared again, they became solid and had real bodies, charging towards Fang Yuan and the others again. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Next to him, Fairy Li Shan waved a hand as a sea of fire spread out. The fire burned in the air. Over the entire surroundings, they formed a large barrier. The phantom beasts charged into the sea of fire, using the same ability again and avoiding the flames by turning into phantoms. Their advancement did not slow down. But the moment they ran out of the fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for them. He grasped with his strength path giant hand. Splat! This time, Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. Hundreds of phantom beasts were turned into meat paste. They lost their lives. The hand slowly opened up, as flesh and blood rained down from the gaps between his fingers. Blood was pouring like a drizzle of rain. This group of phantom beasts had around 1,000 in number. With this grasp from Fang Yuan, most of them died. The remaining ones lost their fighting spirit when faced against the imposing Fang Yuan. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan killed this group of phantom beasts so easily, but he was not smug. He had a grim expression. The ordinary phantom beasts are still fine, they can only turn into phantoms for a short while, we can eradicate them with some cooperation. But the problem lies in the desolate beast-level phantom beasts. Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan nodded. They were observing the surroundings and paying attention to the battles elsewhere. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, the two rank 7 GU immortals, were fighting with two desolate-level phantom beasts each. Desolate-level phantom beasts were truly special, they could turn into phantoms for a long time. Thus, even though they were rank 6, they were hard to deal with. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han could not take them down even though they hurried to do so. But the two had rich experience. After fighting for a while, they recognized the situation and became less rash. They started to deal with the situation calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in a dangerous situation. One desolate-level phantom beast turned phantom. Its speed rose quickly as it charged towards GU immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the Phantom Beast, but the Phantom Beast also could not touch Han Dong. But at the next moment, the Phantom Beast became solid. Han Dong was inside the Phantom Beast's body. Once this happened, he entered the Phantom Beast's stomach. The Phantom Beast growled proudly. It flew away and left with Han Dong, leaving Lu Qingming and Su Guang behind. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were the traveling 3 elites. When they joined forces, they could match a rank 7 GU Immortal. But they were cooperating when doing that. They were not as powerful individually. Once Han Dong was gone, the remaining 2 GU Immortals' battle strength fell drastically. They were no longer as imposing as before. The two were anxious. They chased and attempted to save Han Dong. The Phantom Beast that engulfed Han Dong flew down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks without turning phantom again. Han Dong was attacking it from within its stomach as well. This Phantom Beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Along the way, it was clearly troubled. It was spitting blood. Why is this Phantom Beast so stubborn? Earlier when we fought, they would all turn phantom the moment any attacks got close. Quickly turn phantom now! Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's face was grim. Can you still not tell? There is a mastermind behind this. Dong Fang Chang Fan, I underestimated you. In a hall within the ruins, Dong Fang Chang Fan Star will watch the sky with his hands behind his back. His body was shining in starlight. His thick and condensed body was shrinking rapidly, becoming more dispersed. This was the ability of the number 1 Wisdom Path Immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he had died, the methods he left behind could still be used, controlling this Phantom Beast army to fight for precious time for his inheritor. Quick, faster! Just a bit faster! Behind him, Dong Fang Yu Liang was full of sweat as he squeezed out all of his potential, trying to finish this GU formation. This GU formation was the final test. After he passed it, he would obtain Dong Fang Chang Fan's Immortal GU, the core essence of the Wisdom Path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the Desolate level Phantom Beast was bringing Han Dong back to its home, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dong Fang Chang Fan had such incredible enslavement path methods, he really concealed them deeply. Brother Han Dong will be in deep trouble if he can't escape. What shall we do? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are all very similar. They almost have the same origins. That is not strange. Lu Qingming's eye shined with a determined light. But Dong Fang Chang Fan, we feared you when you were alive, avoiding you and your deductions. Now that you are dead, you are still causing trouble for us, but do you think such methods are enough to take us down? You are looking down on the talents of this world. Saying so, his body shook as his arms spread open, resembling a bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, his arm swung in front of his chest, without bending at all, as his hands clapped in front of him. With a loud, crisp sound, an intense wind blew from the force of his clap. The wind danced in the air, forming tens of thousands of wind blades in the air. The wind blades spun around each other, forming a ball-shaped mass resembling dark green vines. They intertwined together as they were sent attacking at the Desolate level Phantom Beast. It's here! Brother Lu's immortal killer move, Entangled Wind. Su Guang's expression lightened. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If used on the Phantom Beast, it would definitely suffer a huge blow. Han Dong would be saved. Furthermore, this move, Entangled Wind, was strong and incredible. It was a feigned move of Lu Qingming. It could be manipulated at will. The wind blades could gather and separate with just his thoughts. That was why, even if the Phantom Beast turned phantom the moment it was hit, causing Entangled Wind to hit Han Dong, Lu Qingming could still separate Entangled Wind in time using his own strength. Once Entangled Wind was split up, even though the attack range would increase, its power would reduce. Han Dong would survive it. But just when he was about to succeed, a vine dragon flew over, targeting the Entangled Wind. Unfettered scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and stared with a furious expression. He hurriedly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. A water lotus appeared below the Entangled Wind all of a sudden. This was the action of the rank 7 GU Immortal, Pai Shui Han, who freed himself for a moment. Lu Qingming snorted coldly as the entangled wind split up. A small portion of it could not dodge and entered the water lotus. But most of the wind blades dodged the water lotus and gathered together again, forming a smaller entangled wind, and charging towards the desolate level phantom beast. But right at this moment, a strength path giant hand came out of the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud bang, the strength path giant hand and the entangled wind both dissipated. The desolate level phantom beast found an opening and landed on the palace below. With a ripple in space, it vanished. Ah! Success had been just around the corner. Su Guang growled loudly in anger, turning towards Fang Yuan with a furious expression. I will kill you. Fang Yuan snickered coldly. He waved his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack, but Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him in time. Stay calm, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were blood red. We will definitely take revenge for this later, but now, the urgent matter is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang controlled his anger and clenched his fist. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu is right. Only after finding Han Dong, we would have rank 7 battle strength by combining our strength. Before this, only the two of them were left. Finding trouble with a rank 7 battle strength expert like Fang Yuan was just asking for humiliation. The two talked at a low volume for a while, before turning around and attacking the palace below. The palace was unmoving from start to end. It was only a mirage. As space rippled again, 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming wanted to save someone. They went all out and stopped preserving their strength. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were pushed back. Pai Shui Han saw this and laughed coldly. This was the result he wanted to see. Demonic Path GU Immortals were wary of each other. Until the last moment, nobody would go all out. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the way, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. I have one less true competitor now. At another side, Unfettered Scholar smiled. As he dealt with the desolate level phantom beast, he looked at Pai Shui Han and Fang Yuan. Especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the others were still standing in a spot without a desolate level phantom beast fighting them, a solemn gaze flashed across his eyes. These 3 are having it easy. This is not a good thing. Unfettered Scholar moved as he thought, luring the desolate level phantom beast towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing this, his gaze was cold. He retreated as he stretched out both hands. 2 giant hands flew out, charging towards Unfettered Scholar without any restraints. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him from his surroundings. He can actually use 3 hands at once. Unfettered Scholar's movements paused, the wariness in his mind intensified. Just as they were all harrying and plotting against each other, an elderly GU Immortal appeared silently behind Dongfang Yu Liang, who was in the large hall. His eyes were shining with divine brilliance. His gaze swept across Dongfang Changfan's star will, as well as Dongfang Yu Liang, who was working hard. He stared at the walls of the hall and the huge GU formation on the ground. Good formation, good formation. Even I, old Lord Kenyang, am seeing this for the first time in my life. He praised continuously. Chapter 786. 1 against 2 rank 7s. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong were vigilant. The aura old Lord Kenyang naturally sent out made them feel a strong sense of fear. Dongfang Changfan's star will slowly turned around, saying to old Lord Kenyang calmly, "You are also here to inherit my wisdom path inheritance." Old Lord Kenyang was slightly stunned. After assessing the star will, he said with a tone of surprise, "Oh, I am also qualified." "You could pass the test. You are a capable person. Since you appeared at this moment, you have an affinity with the inheritance. The wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Changfan, left behind cannot be passed down to those cowardly and useless people. That would just be ruining my reputation, and letting our descendants laugh at the great wisdom path GU Immortal who can't even arrange his posthumous matters properly. Isn't that right?" The star will paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you have shown your outstanding skill, you naturally have the qualifications to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. But this lad was picked by my main body. Now that he is in the test, you cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will not be able to get it. But if he fails, you are allowed to try. Dongfang Changfan, you are indeed peerless within Northern Plains, you had such a disposition. Old Lord Kenyang looked at Dongfang Changfan's star will, sighing as he spoke matter-of-factly, I was going to snatch it forcefully, but since this is the case, I do not mind waiting. Old Lord Kenyang was indeed powerful, but this place was arranged by Dongfang Changfan, even if he snatched it, he would only get an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. For wisdom path inheritances, the more complete they are, the more valuable they will be. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Old Lord Kenyang did not want to lose it. His gaze went from Dongfang Changfan's star will to Dongfang Yu Liang. After looking at him for a while, he turned to Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong had been completely on alert since he appeared. Old Lord Kenyang's gaze was very calm, but for Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong, they felt as if a fire alarm was blaring. An immense sense of danger was filling them.
What are you thinking of doing?
Dongfang Yu Liang sensed something amiss, he shouted loudly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered, he did not move, but Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's bodies had ignited on the spot. Ah! The two screamed out shrilly, they collapsed on the floor and struggled intensely. But the yellow-green flames continued to burn, it roasted these two rank 5 GU masters and made them feel pain that could make one wish for death. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed a cold and cruel smile. His intention was to deal with Dongfang Yu Liang. If he failed, the opportunity would come. But if he wanted to exterminate Dongfang Yu Liang, the star will at the side would not allow it, this would cause Old Lord Kenyang to lose his opportunity. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang targeted Dong Po Kong and Tan Wufeng. To Dongfang Yu Liang, these two people were loyal subordinates, they were his right-hand men. He was naturally affected greatly, he was also an astute person, he knelt down and begged Dongfang Changfan's star will for help, Master, without these two, I would not have made it here, please save them. Star will waved its sleeves, it said coldly, mercy does not suit an army commander, kindness does not suit scheming. Dongfang Yu Liang, you are the disciple of my main body, but my main body is dead, I am only a star will left behind, my main purpose is to find a suitable inheritor for this inheritance. The help I gave you has already reached its limit, there is no use even if you beg me. Rather than wasting time here, I would rather you use your time well and complete the GU formation, passing the test. The star will said that out loud, but at the same time, a voice was transmitted into Dongfang Yu Liang's mind, Yu Liang, oh Yu Liang, the situation is extremely dangerous, this GU Immortal is a huge threat, he has great battle strength, even my main body would be wary of him. Furthermore, I am only a will now, I deceived and managed to stall him, you have to quickly complete this GU formation. This formation is both an inheritance and also a way to deter enemies. If you can complete it in time, you will be able to use it to challenge GU Immortals. By then, you might be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure, they never lied, their actions and words were all truthful. But the star will was a will, it could lie. Dongfang Yu Liang heard the star will's transmission and his heart shook, he finally understood the star will's difficulty, he shouted loudly as he stood up, he screamed at Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong, brothers, you have to hang in there. I will definitely save your lives. Saying this, he turned back with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the GU formation. Old Lord Kenyang frowned, he willed, and the fire became larger, Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's faces contorted from pain, their painful cries became twice as loud. Even though they cried out in grievous pain, they could not die. Rank 5 GU masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Old Lord Kenyang, they were like wooden puppets, they were completely controlled, they could not die even if they wanted to. As Dongfang Yu Liang heard the cries, his mind became clearer, his gaze became more firm, he was not overrun by anger and hatred, instead, his eyes started bleeding, this was the result of him deducing intensely and expending his mental strength. Old Lord Kenyang tortured the two and saw no effect, instead it made Dongfang Yu Liang try even harder. The incomplete GU formation was being constructed at a faster pace. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed some worry. At this rate, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, his plans would be ruined. Dongfang Yuliang had quite a chance to succeed, not only because he was doing well now, but because he was the person chosen by Dongfang Changfan. He had to have potential. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, with old Lord Kenyang's battle strength, there was a possibility that he could snatch it. But the problem was his Central Continent identity. He was a Central Continent GU immortal. Coming to Northern Plains was risky in itself. The 5 regions in this world, no matter which one, were hostile to foreigners. Especially in Northern Plains, now that 88 True Yang building had collapsed, there was a huge wave of commotion. If his Central Continent GU immortal identity was exposed, there would be huge trouble. Thus, old Lord Kenyang would rather move secretly, trying to save time and keep himself concealed. He would want to avoid any battle. Old Lord Kenyang took a look at Dongfang Changfan's star will, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He felt an urge to attack Dongfang Yuliang secretly. But he was afraid that he would lose the opportunity because of this. If he lost this chance, in the end he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance. It had little value. But he was afraid of the star will lying. With old Lord Kenyang's experience, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Changfan was a wisdom path GU immortal after all. Even the star will that he left behind after dying could influence a strong foe like old Lord Kenyang and make him uncertain with just a few words. Outside in the sky, GU immortals and phantom beasts were fighting chaotically. Unfettered Scholar saw Fang Yuan's 3 hands. His wariness increased. He only froze momentarily. Soon, he raised his speed and charged towards Fang Yuan. Even though he was facing 2 strength path hands, he did not have any intention of retreating. He wanted to force Fang Yuan and the others into trouble, to probe their true abilities. Fang Yuan saw that he did not manage to deter Unfettered Scholar. He was not upset. He manipulated the 2 hands and without any scruples, attacked Unfettered Scholar. He dared to attack. He really attacked. Between 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this will be a good show. I have to hide far away, to not get dragged in. The surrounding GU immortals retreated, leaving a huge space for Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar to fight. Unfettered Scholar was agile. Even though Fang Yuan's 2 hands grabbed, they could not touch even his clothes. Unfettered Scholar was dressed in a white robe. He wore a tall hat and had black hair. He flew like an agile crane, free and unrestricted. Seeing the 2 hands failing getting him, Fang Yuan's body shook as 2 more hands showed up. Along with the strength path giant hand protecting his body, he summoned a total of 5 giant hands. Each of his strength path giant hands took the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fang Yuan's aperture, gathering and focusing on one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. In accordance with Fang Yuan's current body toughness, he could only take the strength of 20,000 phantoms each. Any more and his arms would break apart even before attacking. But do not forget, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed zombie. He had 8 arms. If he used all of them, he would be able to summon 8 strength path giant hands. 5 was not his limit yet. 4 of the strength path giant hands flew in the air, attacking Unfettered Scholar. The latter was still safe and sound even though it was harder now. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Sir, is that all you can do?" He called himself unfettered. He was naturally skilled at movement. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands were powerful, but they were not fast. They could do nothing to Unfettered Scholar. Unless Unfettered Scholar made a mistake, there was no chance of Fang Yuan capturing him. This was the limitation of Giant Hand. Giant Hand was powerful, but it had weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although Unfettered Scholar was leading in the battle, he was shocked inside. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made him feel heavy. Especially with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan standing behind Fang Yuan, fighting with minimal force, could those 2 be even more powerful? Even if Unfettered Scholar himself fought, he could not force out the true strength of these 3 people. At another side, Pai Shui Han was also suspicious. This can't continue. His gaze was determined. The waves below his feet split. A wave that was more than 100 feet tall crashed at Fang Yuan and the others. Actually, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were not on good terms, they even had fought with each other previously, they had old grudges. But right now, after seeing Fang Yuan's strength, Pai Shui Han was not an ordinary character either. He put down his grudge and turned his firepower towards Fang Yuan, assisting Unfettered Scholar. The two rank 7 GU Immortals attacked Fang Yuan, the other GU Immortals quickly retreated. Come then! Fang Yuan laughed loudly, he had no fear. 3 more hands flew out. A total of 8 strength path giant hands, 3 were blocking Unfettered Scholar, 3 were flying at Pai Shui Han, the last 2 were floating around him, prepared and ready to strike. It gave others a huge sense of threat. Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies also gave off immortal GU auras. These immortal GU auras were not just one each. They each had at least 2 auras, they oozed out, unconcealed. But just this could not scare off Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. The two looked at each other before one of them shouted, having so many immortal GU, you 3 must be famous experts, you are hiding your identities so deeply, don't tell me you are Righteous Path GU Immortals. The other person, Unfettered Scholar, shouted, I am familiar with many Northern Plains GU Immortals. I wonder which old friend could be playing a joke on me? Or perhaps none of you are Northern Plains GU Immortals. Both of their words were deadly. One was slandering them to be Righteous Path GU Immortals, they were trying to set them apart from the Demonic Path cultivators. The other was more ruthless, he said that Fang Yuan and the others were not people from Northern Plains, he was trying to stir up the feeling of a common enemy in these Demonic Path GU Immortals. GU Immortals were all calculating and scheming people. When they fought, it was not just using swords and blades, they fought using words, they competed in terms of wisdom and strategy. Chapter 787. Plotting for the tribe even after death. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had malicious intentions. Not only did they join up and attack Fang Yuan together, they even slandered and tried to isolate him. By now, Fang Yuan had to speak. Are you two trying to slander me into doing something foolish? He, you are looking down on me, you are looking down on all our fellow immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains GU Immortal, my Northern Plains aura is clear for everyone to see. If you want to defame me, you should at least make a credible lie. The other Demonic Path GU Immortals retreated even further now. Hei Lou Lan's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan obviously was the culprit behind it all, but he was speaking now like he was innocent, with such confidence. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not know that although they were deliberately making slander, they actually hit the truth. The one who caused Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, who else could it be but Fang Yuan? The contest of words was countered by Fang Yuan. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not speak, they attacked even more fiercely. Being attacked at once by 2 rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead became covered in sweat quickly, he defended himself from all directions, he was barely holding on. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while his opponents were true rank 7 GU Immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge difference. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but the longer the strength path giant hands were used, the more Fang Yuan's arms would be unable to sustain the burden, they would gradually reach the point of exploding into meat paste. I have a wood path killer move, but it is a trump card of mine, I barely use it normally. It can be used on one of the enemies, and possibly gravely injure them. But I will need you to restrict them and move the location elsewhere. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage, she was anxious and transmitted this to him. Fang Yuan shook his head as he smiled bitterly, replying, the strength path giant hands have incredible power, but they are slow, it is extremely difficult to trap any one of them, there is little hope. Fairy, you can wait for a moment, I still have a plan. If this fails, it will not be too late for you to strike. Oh. Fairy Li Shan heard this and held in her anxiety. After several rounds, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were closing in, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was getting higher. Now is the time. A bright flash shined across Fang Yuan's eyes, he manipulated 6 strength path giant hands as he slammed down. Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were both below the giant hands, they felt a strong pressure coming down from above, slamming towards them. At once, the air seemed to have frozen. The giant hands whipped up strong winds, causing unfettered scholars' clothes to flutter, as Pai Shui Han's expression tensed. The Strength Path giant hands slammed down together, they were so fierce that the onlookers' hearts jumped. But Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were already familiar with the Strength Path giant hands. The former scoffed while the latter smiled lightly. They used their movement killer moves and avoided the hands. But Fang Yuan acted differently from before. He did not stop his attack, he continued exerting force, slamming the 6 giant hands down on the ground. This change caught everyone off guard, even Dongfang Changfan's Star Will below became stunned. Oh no! The Star Will's expression changed, he wanted to stop it but it was too late. Boom! 6 Strength Path giant hands slammed down in the air, causing ripples to appear in the space. The loud sound was like the boom of thunder. Countless Space Path Dao marks embedded in the air were smashed by the Strength Path giant hands. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements were destroyed, the concealment illusion was gone, the immemorial desolate beast-level ruin but corpse's true appearance was exposed. What a huge ruin bat! Its body was sprawled flat on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters in size. Its wings were thick and huge, covering a few li of sand. The bat wings were slightly lower, while the head was the highest. Looking upon it from a high altitude, it resembled a small mountain. On the ruined bat's back, there was a huge wound. The wound was extremely deep. Fang Yuan looked at it and knew that it was the ruined bat's fatal injury, but he did not know which existence caused it. At the periphery of the injury, the flesh and fur of the ruined bat was corroded, showing its white bones. On the skeleton, there were extremely thick Space Path Dao marks, interweaved together to conjure a small space. Inside this space, there was a hall that was so run down it looked like ruins. Fang Yuan's 6 Strength Path giant hands had already broken into this small space, it was connected to the outside world now. Dongfang Changfan's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside, whoever snatches it first gets it. Fight our way in. Wealth moved people's hearts, the inheritance of Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal in this generation, to the Demonic Path GU Immortals, it was extremely attractive. Fang Yuan opened a pathway directly, it triggered the greed in all of the Demonic Path GU Immortals. The first Demonic Path GU Immortal flew down, causing the other Demonic Path GU Immortals to feel an intense sense of urgency. They rushed down one after another. Unfettered Scholar was hesitant, while Pai Shui Han had already given up on Fang Yuan. He flew into the tunnel below. Unfettered Scholar sighed lightly, looking at Fang Yuan deeply. He turned into a white light and fought his way into the tunnel. But at the next moment, 6 brand new Desolate-level Phantom Beasts, as well as an ancient Desolate-level Phantom Beast flew out of the small space, colliding with all of the Demonic Path GU Immortals. The two sides fought in a chaotic mess again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan saw this and squinted, slightly shocked inside. Old Lord Kenyang was also shocked. The situation was getting more urgent, seemingly thoroughly sobering him. Snorting coldly, a cruel smile appeared on his face, as a huge flame turned Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong into charcoal. These two poor rank 5s, at the peak of the mortal world, they had a tough journey in following Dongfang Yu Liang, reaching this stage. In the end, they were killed by Old Lord Kenyang in an instant, burnt to death. At the same time, as Old Lord Kenyang snorted coldly, Dongfang Yu Liang, who was working hard, spat out blood like he was struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground. "Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates, and still dare to attack me." Dongfang Yu Liang struggled to get up, he was shouting in anger and hatred. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes darted around, he sneered, "Don't frame me, I did nothing." In saying this, the corners of his eyes were locked on Dongfang Changfan's Star Will. This was Old Lord Kenyang's probe, to see if this Star Will's methods were real or not. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will saw this and heaved a long sigh, saying, "It has gotten to this point, so be it, everyone come out." Once he said that, a change occurred. In the hall, a mysterious light burst out. When the light faded, 8 Dongfang tribe GU Immortals appeared together. They were surrounding Old Lord Kenyang in the middle as they shouted. Old scoundrel, you dare to target our tribe's inheritance, your death date will be today. Although this old scoundrel is despicable, the traitor in our tribe is even more deplorable. Quickly tell us, who was the one who informed you in secret? Old Lord Kenyang was no longer calm. Panic flashed across his eyes as he looked at the star will with much rage and shock. So this was a plot against me. Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will nodded. Indeed. Before my main body died, I had instructed Dong Fang Wan Xiao and taught him the correct method. Using this, he obtained the secret passageway from the teleportation GU formation. He told the 7 GU Immortals around him this secret passageway. After that, on the way here, they met with my arrangements and were attacked by the Desolate beasts, keeping them busy. Meanwhile, the traitor in my tribe is evidently among these 8. The traitor was stalled by the Desolate beasts and could not come here. Afraid that the Wisdom Path inheritance would end up in the hands of others, he sent this secret information using a certain method to you. After receiving the information, you surpassed the other Demonic Path GU Immortals and arrived here first. Old Lord Kenyang's expression was grim. He stared at the star will as he said eerily, so that is it. Even though you knew that Dong Fang tribe had a traitor, you did not know who it was. That is correct. Star will nodded, but now it seems, the traitor is among these 8. Who was it, who betrayed our bloodline, who betrayed our tribe? Dong Fang Wan Xiao screamed. At this point, you have already exposed some clues. It will only take some effort to find you. Why are you not owning up? Dong Fang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other GU Immortals looked at each other. Some had solemn expressions while the others had a furious look. The situation was in a deadlock. Dong Fang tribe had 8 GU Immortals, but they were all rank 6. Old Lord Kenyang was a true rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Even though Dong Fang tribe's GU Immortals were greater in numbers, they knew that one of them was a traitor. That caused them to be wary of each other. They did not attack directly. Old Lord Kenyang frowned slowly, looking at the star will. Wait, since you saw through the plot and were targeting me from the start, you could have triggered the arrangements before I entered. Why did you wait until now? The star will stood on the spot, refusing to answer him. Dong Fang tribe's GU Immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence. Noises of the intense battles from above could be heard. Old Lord Kenyang twitched in sudden understanding. I get it, you want to borrow my strength to deal with these Demonic Path GU Immortals. All you need to do is to intentionally make Dong Fang Yu Liang fail, and I would think that I could compete for this inheritance. By then, all of the Demonic Path GU Immortals outside would be my enemies. Of course, with your wisdom, you can certainly think of another, better method to make me your pawn. When these Demonic Path GU Immortals and I fight it out and become weakened, your GU Immortals would be able to reap more profits. It is a good plan. What a great scheme. Unfortunately, any sort of arrangement is not safe from accidents. The star will said, acknowledging Old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands. Teacher? Dong Fang Yu Liang was standing stunned on the spot. The scene in front of him made him feel helpless. He was both joyful and sorrowful. He was joyful because the enemy was restricted, the tribe was prepared for it. He was sorrowful because he was just bait, he was a pawn meant to attract the enemy. His hard work, Tan Wu Feng and Dong Po Kong's sacrifice, they seemed like foolish, laughable jokes. As if he sensed Dong Fang Yu Liang's thoughts, the star will turned around and looked at the inheritor that he chose. Yu Liang, you do not need to think too deeply about it. I was using the Wisdom Path inheritance to trap our strong foes and exterminate the traitor in our tribe. But the arrangement here is real. The Wisdom Path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He is from Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They also have their Wisdom Path GU Immortals. It is only when I place the true Wisdom Path inheritance here, that I would not leave behind any flaws that would allow the enemy's Wisdom Path GU Immortals to find out. So that's it. Dong Fang Yu Liang's heart shook. He felt ashamed but also deep admiration. He was ashamed about his own foolish thoughts. He was also admiring his teacher Dong Fang Chang Fan. The latter taught him painstakingly. Even after death, he plotted and attempted to protect Dongfang tribe, eliminating their traitor. The enemy was so strong, Dongfang Changfan made such an arrangement due to his wisdom, but also because he was helpless against such a strong foe. After experiencing the difficulty that his teacher was feeling, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more deeply ashamed of himself. Chapter 788. Cards revealed, the true traitor's identity. Old Lord Kenyang took a step back. He spoke arrogantly, HMPH, although I am alone, you are only a group of rank 6 along with a mere will, you want to take my life. Don't forget that my ally is among you. There are also demonic path GU immortals outside, they are like hungry wolves, your phantom beasts can't hold them off for long. Although he said that, his face showed a vigilant and alert expression. To live to his age, and obtain such accomplishments, a vigilant nature was a necessary trait. Old Lord Kenyang's words were true, he attacked Dongfang tribe's weakness. That was also why Dongfang tribe's GU immortals did not attack rashly despite having an advantage in numbers. Dongfang Changfan Star Will laughed. During the remote antiquity era, star constellation Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, died, but she deduced matters over 1,000,000 years after her death. It caused 3 future demon venerables to return empty-handed, protecting Heavenly Court. Although I, Dongfang Changfan, am far inferior to star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still somewhat deduce matters within 100 years after my demise. Since I made such an arrangement, I have my trump cards. Saying so, an illusory GU formation appeared in the hall. Countless GU worms flew around, they were like the threads of countless spiders, weaved in the large hall. Compared to this new formation, the GU formation that Dongfang Yu Liang was completing resembled a baby in front of an adult. Old Lord Kenyang saw this and his expression turned ugly. This is a phantom formation. To think that you, Dongfang Changfan, had such deep attainment in phantom path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary GU formations, once exposed, were easy to target and destroy. That was because the GU worms that made up the GU formation were of solid form. The GU worms themselves were very fragile, even the immortal level Spring-Autumn Cicada could be destroyed by Fang Yuan if he squeezed it between his fingers lightly. But this phantom formation was a high-level method involving phantom path. It made all of the GU worms in the GU formation turn phantom, while not obstructing the effect of the GU formation itself. The phantom beasts could hold off Fang Yuan and the other demonic path GU immortals for so long because of their ability to turn phantom. Once they turned phantom, no moves would have any effect on them. The star will display the GU formation outright, not afraid of Old Lord Kenyang destroying it. That was because the GU formation had turned phantom. Old Lord Kenyang could only watch it activate, there was nothing he could do. As the GU formation started to activate, a blinding light filled the hall. Ha ha ha! Old Lord Kenyang laughed loudly. Since I cannot do anything to the phantom formation, I will kill all of you instead. Everyone, be careful. He is attacking. Beware of the traitor, do not be too careless. This is a life-and-death moment for our tribe. That's right, as long as we survive this, all will be smooth sailing. The Dongfang tribe GU immortals were all waiting in seriousness, they were deeply focused. Everyone, don't be anxious, for the time being, he can't get here. Dongfang Changfan Star Will was very calm. At the next moment, Old Lord Kenyang charged over, but his movements were very slow. The fire that he shot out was originally very fast, but now it was slow like a snail. This is? Old Lord Kenyang quickly realized that he did not become slower. Instead, a mystical change had occurred to the space in front of him that could not be observed with the naked eye. The distance seemed short, but the space was condensed. I spent decades and immense effort to design this. Although this hall looks ordinary and is no different from the other halls, I had shifted most of the space path Dao marks on the corpse here. Although we and Old Lord Kenyang are only tens of steps apart, our true distance is gigantic. The Star Will said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Changfan. Dongfang tribe GU immortals were relieved, their eyes were shining as they looked at the Star Will with much admiration. The Star Will nodded. Now is the crucial moment, I will tell you the truth. This formation is a large formation. With my Wisdom Path Immortal GU as the core, and Blood Path Immortal GU as support, once activated, the power will be overwhelming, it can shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, because of the Blood Path Immortal GU, it has an amazing effect against GU Immortals. As long as the GU formation is activated, not only can it kill Old Lord Kenyang, it can even slaughter all of the Demonic Path GU Immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will be renowned in Northern Plains. Both the righteous and demonic paths, and the other major forces would be greatly wary of us. After this battle ends, you can move this formation back to our blessed land. If Yu Liang can obtain my inheritance, he will be the person in charge of controlling this formation. Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals heard this and became excited. In contrast, Old Lord Kenyang's expression was unable to conceal his suspicion and wariness. The Star Will continued, my main body had formed an agreement with the Righteous Path super forces before dying, creating an alliance, but in this world, only power that one has in their own hands can best ensure safety. You must remember, do not unnecessarily place hope in others' hands. Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals nodded, they expressed that they had learned a lesson. Dongfang Yikong shouted, Lord Changfan, our tribe still has that traitor. No matter how vigilant we are, we can't defend against an internal threat. Don't be anxious. The Star Will laughed, I'm not finished yet. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. This GU formation is very powerful, but it has a severe drawback. To activate this GU formation, it will need to use the Immortal Aperture Origin core of GU Immortals. What? Many of Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals shouted in shock. The Immortal Aperture Origin core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture, the base of it all. Once it was drawn out, the painstakingly developed Immortal Aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, life forms within would die en masse. The GU Immortal themselves would weaken instead of progressing. Once the time comes, heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities in the Immortal Aperture would be devastating. The shrinking of the Immortal Aperture would mean the weakening of the GU Immortal, they would die from disasters if they were not vigilant. Since their lives were at stake, Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals lost their bearings. But soon, one GU Immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wan Xiao. The people in the hall heard him speak, there cannot be benefits without losses, Lord Changfan had planned this with much difficulty, creating this situation now. For Dongfang tribe, what reasons do I have not to make such a sacrifice? That's right. Truly worthy of Lord Wan Xiao. I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. The Star Will smiled, he was silent as he looked at the others. The other GU Immortals looked at each other, nodding quickly, they decided to eliminate the tribe's strong foes by sacrificing themselves. No need to rush. The Star Will waved his hand, he said slowly, I have something else to tell all of you. Once you enter the GU formation, the Immortal Aperture Origin core would start being extracted, by then, none of you would not be able to move or leave forcefully. Your lives and deaths will be in my control. Are you still willing? If you are not, you can step out now. The GU Immortals' expressions changed again. Dongfang Wan Xiao's eyes were shining with a lively light, he looked around and smiled coldly, Traitor, you should reveal yourself now, if not, it will be too late. Star Will's words were naturally for the traitor. As long as one thought about it, they would realize, if there was really a traitor, after hearing this, they would feel great mental pressure. Once they entered the formation, their life would not be in their own hands. If they were exposed when attacking Old Lord Kenyang later due to panic, then they would not be able to fight back at all. If there really was a traitor, they would have other goals and would not want to attack Old Lord Kenyang. They would not want their lives to be in the Star Will's hands. After that, a few breaths later, none of Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals in the hall stood out. All right, at this point, I, Wan Xiao, have to admire you. No wonder you could conceal yourself in the tribe for so long, and so deeply. Dongfang Wan Xiao said with much hatred. The Star Will laughed lightly, in that case, enter the formation. The Phantom GU formation had 8 core points. The Dongfang tribe GU Immortals entered and occupied 1 each. The GU formation activated slowly. The GU Immortals' expressions changed as they felt their immortal apertures tremble. A strong suction force was emitting from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation, let it run fully. The star will was solemn. The GU Immortals were hesitant, but they eventually opened their immortal apertures and allowed traces of their immortal aperture origin cores to be drawn out, flowing out from the 8 core points of the formation. In the Phantom formation, a faint blood-colored light quickly surfaced. Under the effect of the blood-colored light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores converged in the GU formation. They were actually fusing into one. This formation is really mystical. A GU Immortal saw this and could not help but praise. This is because all of you have Dongfang tribe's bloodline in you. Your bloodlines are close, your origins are the same. Therefore, your bloodlines can mix, and your immortal aperture origin could fuse. Only by fusing could they accumulate in quantity and summon a huge force. Dongfang Changfan Star will slowly explained. The 8 GU Immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wan Xiu's eyes were shining with brilliance. He looked around but could not find out any flaws that could expose the traitor. No matter. The star will laugh lightly. In this situation, regardless of who the traitor is, they are already under my control. They are putting in strength for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more of your immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Right, we will kill all of these accursed demonic path GU Immortals. They dare to target our Dongfang tribe. The Phantom formation burst out in a bright light. The GU Immortals snorted as their expressions turned dark. Some of them were frowning while others were feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores were like lumps of water as they fused in the Phantom formation, converging into a huge force. They resembled a slumbering fierce beast. No matter who it was, anyone could feel that this force was huge. Even the surrounding air had ripples it in, as if it could not hold such power. The GU Immortals in Dongfang tribe had red faces. Some of their bodies were trembling, some of them had ruthless expressions. They were all looking forward to this rampaging power. But this power was not unleashed yet under the control of the Star Will. It was prepared for release but remained in place. No need to rush. The Star Will looked into the sky, at the chaotic battle. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path GU Immortals were all slaughtered, almost none were left. The Star Will was like a flood dragon, hiding in the river, waiting for the best time to strike. Once the time was right, the flood dragon would soar into the sky, overturning rivers and seas. By then, the unfortunate people would be the one charging at its front. Right at this time, Dongfang Yu Liang stood up, shouting loudly, "Master, I did it! I succeeded in completing this GU formation. I completed your request." The Star Will's gaze swept towards him. He showed a pleased smile. "Very good. Yu Liang, you did not disappoint me. Enter the formation too. Stand at the center. Although you are a mortal, you will need to ascend to immortal eventually. When the battle begins, you will experience the power of a GU Immortal. It will be of great help for your future." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yu Liang's eyes were red. He was so moved he was choking back tears. He leaped, jumping into the air. With the power of the Phantom formation, he stood in the formation's central core as he floated in the air. In the sky, despite unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han's heavy disturbances, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. The sky in front of him was clear. There was nothing stopping him. The chance was only momentary. He latched onto it and flew down with minimal attention to his safety. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down. Only one was left protecting his body. It is time. The Star Will saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe GU Immortals were all looking into the sky with much bloodlust. At the next moment, they saw old Lord Kenyang flying up, blocking Fang Yuan's attack as he forced the latter back into the sky. Hey! This turn of events made all of the Dongfang tribe GU Immortals look on with stunned expressions. All of my efforts were not in vain. In forming this plot to regain my life through possession, now is the moment. The Star Will laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. Dongfang Changfan's soul suddenly appeared, charging into the Phantom Formation Center as he entered Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth, the true traitor in Dongfang tribe is that beloved Lord Changfan of yours, ha 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 ha. Old Lord Kenyang was laughing maniacally. Chapter 789. Blood Veil Obstruct Immortals. This is not possible. Dongfang Yikong firmly denied. How could it be Lord Dongfang Changfan? Everyone, be careful, this is likely to be an illusion. The enemy cannot break the formation, so he is trying to confuse us. All the GU Immortals of Dongfang tribe had incredulous expressions, unable to accept this shocking fact. Old Lord Kenyang scoffed, confuse you guys? Laughable, all of you are incapable of moving, you aren't even worth confusing. You have already become meat on the chopping board, unable to free yourselves, it is funny how you still cannot see the truth. He he he. These words were like shocking strikes of lightning that ruthlessly assaulted the Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals. Everyone looked at Dongfang Changfan's star will. Dongfang Wan Xiao shouted, Lord Changfan, this is not real. Dongfang Yikong asked, Lord Changfan, please speak up. Lord Changfan, Dongfang Changfan. What are your intentions? Countless questions and shouts echoed in this hall. The star will chuckled, seemingly at leisure. He was only a will, but had condensed into the image of his body back when he was alive. His frame was upright, his face like that of jade, his eyes full of splendor, and a graceful aura of a great commander was revealed. However, right now, this sight, this attitude and demeanor, caused a chill to emerge in the hearts of Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals. The Phantom Formation transformed again, the enormous power which it had condensed was finally being released at this moment. It was like a surge of waves, blood-colored light shot out everywhere, forming a thick bloody veil that covered the main location in the ruined bat's corpse. At this sight, Dongfang Wan Xiao and the rest finally had a huge change in their expressions. They had thought this formation was used for attacking the enemies, but its true use was to defend. This chilling fact was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, tearing apart the lies told by the star will. Dongfang Changfan, why are you doing this? Why are you harming us? Dongfang Wan Xiao looked malevolent, his expression filled with pain and grief. What could it be for? Being alive is the foundation for everything. Who would want to die? Who doesn't want to live? As long as there is a sliver of a hope to survive, who can resist the temptation? Old Lord Kenyang sneered, staring at the Phantom Formation intently without blinking. Looking at the Phantom Formation operating normally, Old Lord Kenyang could not help but take a deep breath. This possession technique really has an extremely high price. It needs the sacrifice of GU Immortals every time it is activated. If it was true, this possession technique could not be used widely as the activation conditions were too costly. Dongfang Changfan's star will slowly shook its head, Old Lord, you don't need to worry. I previously obtained this possession technique in 88 True Yang building. The contents inside allow one to possess mortals and even GU Immortals. But to possess GU Immortals, one's cultivation must be higher than the target. Moreover, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This is akin to a raven taking over a seagull's nest. It is unfitting and has great disadvantages. While alive, I was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, but I did not have a suitable Wisdom Path GU Immortal as the possession target. Thus, I exerted effort to think and plan for so many years before I finally obtained this formation. This formation was created with the possession technique as the foundation. It can let me possess a mortal and at the same time, it can mobilize the origin cores of GU Immortals of the same bloodline and create a completely new Wisdom Path Immortal aperture, allowing me to immediately become an Immortal after possession and avoid the dangerous stage of having weaker cultivation initially. Hearing the Star Will's explanation, Old Lord Kenyang sized up the Star Will while also being inwardly shocked. This Dongfang Changfan concealed his abilities really well. Not only is his Wisdom Path attainment enough to be known as the best in Northern Plains, he also can use Space Path Dao marks and manipulate the Phantom Beast army. Now, it seems his Blood Path attainment is also not low. The Star Will did not know of the churning of old Lord Kenyang's inner thoughts, still continuing its explanation. Don't underestimate this formation. With these 8 GU Immortals sacrificing themselves, they will be supplying me with abundant resources. My newly formed Immortal Aperture will absolutely be the best within high grade. There is also another key point: the Immortal Aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fish, insects, and so on. It would be as if I had managed the blessed land for many years. This would save hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I complete possession, not only would my cultivation be restored, I will also have enough resources, much more than when I was alive. Old Lord Kenyang, feel free to observe and ask questions as you desire. I will explain the key content of every step. A heated expression flashed across old Lord Kenyang's face. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Changfan's Star Will. You truly made a good plan, wanting me to keep you safe from danger. My presence here was to help you resist these demonic path GU Immortals. And when you succeed in advancing to GU Immortal, there will definitely be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. At that time, I will be by your side, forced to take action even if I don't want to. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will smiled without any shame from having his scheme exposed. He looked at old Lord Kenyang and said with a quiet and deep voice, if you want to gain something in this world, you need to be prepared to pay the price. How can there be free things? In particular, the more you want to obtain, the higher the risk will be. What is old Lord's decision? Please confirm it quickly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered, but inwardly, he deeply admired Dongfang Changfan for being decisive in what to give up. Back then, when Dongfang Changfan obtained the possession technique from 88 True Young Buildings' True Inheritance Secluded Domain, he had also discovered the arrangements of Central Continent's 10 great sects. Meanwhile, Immortal Crane sect had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Changfan became a GU Immortal and joined the higher-ups of the tribe, he secretly discovered this fact. But he did not expose this, instead following this clue to covertly engage in cooperation with Immortal Crane sect. He used the possession technique to make a transaction with Immortal Crane sect. Lifespan GU were hard to find. Any GU Immortal would scramble for any methods for life extension. Let alone when this possession technique came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Crane sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and had long history with deep foundations, but even it could not resist the temptation of the possession technique. The two sides had their own needs. Dongfang Changfan slowly released the contents of the possession technique while obtaining resources from Immortal Crane sect. He used these resources to quickly advance and successfully pass many tribulations. He also supported the next generations of the tribe and formed schemes directed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe to glory. In cooperating with a person like Dongfang Changfan, old Lord Kenyang was very cautious, not relaxing his guard, even though he was stronger. He did not think for long, nodding and accepting. Dongfang Changfan's Star Will gave a laugh. Good, I will explain the first step. Old Lord Kenyang listened, paying full attention. It was clear to him that Dongfang Changfan was using him, but old Lord Kenyang had come as a representative of Immortal Crane sect's will, thus he also had no other choice. Old Lord Kenyang thought of the heavy reward from the sect for completing this mission, and that was his motivation to continue. Dongfang tribe's 8 GU Immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yu Liang was unconscious and motionless, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down at another sight. He saw an incomparably large blood veil which covered the ruined bat's corpse like a mountain. The blood veil was extremely thick, with greatly plentiful quantities of blood-colored light, and the terrifying might it showcased could make one's heart palpitate. The demonic path GU Immortals turned their attentions to the blood veil, and stopped their internal conflicts. Some among them tried using their methods in attacking the blood veil, but it was like pebbles being thrown into a large lake. There were only slight ripples on the blood veil, and it stood unmoved, stable like a mountain. Such a strong defense! What GU formation is this? I have neither seen it nor even heard of it before. Dongfang Changfan truly left behind an endless number of arrangements. The demonic path GU Immortals were making guesses. Fang Yuan also frowned. Even though he was an expert in blood path and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen nor heard of this GU formation. Who cares what GU formation this is, it will break with one smash from my hammer. GU Immortal Zhao shouted and charged forward. He was riding a flying boar desolate beast, his body was covered in armor and he was holding a giant hammer. He had a burly build and was easily irritable, but he bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhao felt very proud for being in the limelight, his expression turning even more fierce. But several breaths later, his fierce expression was gone completely, replaced by shock and fear. As he approached the blood veil, the blood in his body went out of his control and started flowing out of his body. GU Immortals were called Immortals, but their bodies, for the most part, still retained the normal workings and functions of the human body. Blood supported the movement of the body and was a crucial part. Zhao was still a far distance from the blood veil, but half the blood in his body had sprayed out. If he continued, before he even reached the blood veil, his blood would completely seep out and he would turn into a dried-out corpse. Such an odd formation. This is the effect of Menzi's blood GU, it can draw out blood. Menzi's blood GU is one of the blood path inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor, who could have thought that the rumor of Dongfang Changfan obtaining it was not only true, he also raised this Menzi's blood GU to Immortal GU level. The demonic path GU Immortals showed moved expressions. Several GU Immortals tried all kinds of methods, but everyone failed. Everyone was aware that unless they used methods that targeted defensive abilities, they would not be able to break this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned tensely. He, himself, was an expert in blood path during his previous life, but he currently did not have any blood path Immortal GU and he cultivated strength path. Without the necessary starting components, one couldn't get anywhere, he was unable to do anything to this formation. The situation was troublesome and everyone was feeling anxious. Dongfang Yu Liang had been inside for so long, he might have already completely obtained the inheritance. The current plan should be to use long-range killer moves. Everyone, attack together, let's destroy Dongfang Changfan's arrangements first before we fight for the spoils. Otherwise, under the eyes of numerous immortals, a mortal would seize the inheritance. If that really happens, I, unfettered scholar, would have no face left to continue living in northern plains. Unfettered scholar suddenly shouted. He immediately made his move after shouting. The demonic path GU Immortals agreed. For a while, water and fire converged, lightning and wind struck, colorful lights sparkled, and countless explosions struck the blood veil, reducing its mass. Everyone had joyful expressions before they soon turned grave. The blood veil continuously shrunk but also unceasingly regenerated. Especially for the parts further inside, the demonic path GU Immortals attacks clearly showed insufficient damage. Chapter 790. Contest of Offense and Defense. Having not expected such resistance from the blood veil and under the urgent situation, Pai Shui Han shouted, "Make way." He was a rank 7 GU Immortal and had already formed a reputation within the demonic path. Everyone parted ways and opened up a space for him. Water path and ice path killer move, Flood Glacier. Inside Pai Shui Han's immortal aperture, over 10,000 GU worms were activated, while his rank 7 red date immortal essence was being consumed bead by bead. Rumble. Endless waves started surging out of thin air from the space within hundreds of steps of Pai Shui Han. Surging waves, like innumerable raging dragons, roared and crashed down with a catastrophic momentum. The giant wave was still crashing down when it underwent another transformation. Crackle. The giant wave started condensing into ice from inside to outside. Within several breaths, the monstrous giant wave turned into an enormous glacier and pressed down like a giant whale, or a pillar falling from the heavens. The ice-cold chilly air could make one tremble. The terrifying attack made people hold their breath subconsciously. In the hall, Dongfang Changfan Star will no longer had the leisurely attitude from before, and all his focus was on raising the defensive power to the maximum. The previous demonic path GU Immortals attacks were fierce, but they lacked coordination, and although they were numerous in quantity, they had limited qualitative increase in power. Now that Pai Shui Han used this trump card, his strength was united as it was his own power, and was stronger than the earlier chaotic attacks by at least 10 times. Rumble. The glacier heavily smashed at the blood veil. The blood veil deformed from the enormous weight, but was still able to rigidly resist the pressure of the glacier and the corrosion of the cold aura. Immortal killer move Flood Glacier was powerful, but Dong Fang Chang Fan's blood veil was arranged from the origin cores of 8 GU Immortals' immortal apertures and also was aided by the arrangements prepared at this location. Pai Shui Han, alone, could not break through the blood veil. But this killer move was still astonishing. The demonic path GU Immortals looked down from above, and saw that with the ruined bat at the center, the entire surroundings had turned into a glacier. The dead immemorial ruined bat was huge, like a mountain, and now that it was covered by the glacier, it was as if it wore a heavy suit of ice armor, looking even more gigantic. Inside the translucent glacier was a giant red blood veil. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, frost had covered the vegetation on the periphery and was expanding. For a while, everyone looked at Pai Shui Han with astonished gazes. Although the killer move had not broken the blood veil, its power still left a deep impression on everyone. Even if I used all 8 strength path giant hands together, I wouldn't be able to resist this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. This was the true strength of an veteran rank 7 GU Immortal. Compared to this, Fang Yuan was still lacking greatly. Previously, Fang Yuan had been able to fight against 2, blocking Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, because the 2 had not used their trump cards. GU Immortals were rational, they all came for the wisdom path inheritance, and had no deep hatred against each other. They would have to be mentally handicapped to fight each other to the death. But now, the GU Immortals realized something was wrong, only then did Pai Shui Han use a trump card and put out his full strength. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with my immortal killer move Myriad self, it is only barely at that level. If I had to truly fight an expert like Pai Shui Han to the death, the one who is likely to lose is me. But if I had to confront this move, I would not face it head-on, but attempt to evade and detour around to battle. The power of the immortal killer move, Flood Glacier, made Fang Yuan aware of some of Pai Shui Han's strength and also made him aware of the gap between him and Pai Shui Han. Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a slight sense of urgency. The cultivation of GU Immortals was a major factor in influencing battle strength. A part of Pai Shui Han's power was because he had used rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan already had made extremely superior progress in this life, but the thing hindering him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation was only at the bottom of rank 6 with not even one tribulation passed. Cultivation is the base, the foundation. My immortal zombie body might be strong, but there is no room to greatly improve. I still have to search for the method to regain my living body. Brother Pai really is mighty. Let me also test my hand. At this moment, Unfettered Scholar laughed brightly and flew towards Pai Shui Han. Pai Shui Han coldly snorted, with an ugly expression on his face. He had made such an effort in front of everyone, but had still not been able to break the blood veil. Seeing Unfettered Scholar coming over, he slowly gave way for the central position. Under everyone's gazes, Unfettered Scholar flew right above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already been preparing earlier. He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils were completely white and shot out 2 thin rays of faint white light. This move looked very inconspicuous, purely based on how imposing it appeared. It could never be compared to the glacier earlier. The GU Immortals who were unaware were rather baffled at this. However, Pai Shui Han's complexion changed. When the 2 faint white light rays shined down, the glacier instantly melted and the blood veil intensely shook, unexpectedly displaying immense power. This is Unfettered Scholar? What an amazing move, 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, old Lord Kenyang, however, recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated into northern plains for many years over 88 Truyang building. Since old Lord Kenyang took the risk to come, he naturally had a lot of information on northern plains. Unfettered Scholar originated from Central Continent's Chen clan. Central Continent's Chen clan specialized in rule path, but Central Continent was ruled by a sect system and did not leave room for clans to prosper. After being pushed aside, Chen clan moved to Northern Plains. Unfortunately, Northern Plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Chen clan might be a super force with GU Immortal level strength, but under secret repulsion from Huang Jin bloodline forces, it finally weakened. By Unfettered Scholar's time, he was the only outstanding talent remaining and the clan already did not exist anymore. He was left to fight alone and fend for himself. Chen clan specialized in rule path and among its GU Immortals, rank 6 could use the killer move 100 disintegrations, rank 7 could use 1000 disintegrations, and rank 8 could use Myriad disintegrations. This killer move is extremely powerful and can attack as well as defend, disintegrating almost any mysterious elements. In Central Continent's past, many GU Immortals from sects suffered crushing defeats under the might of Myriad disintegrations. Old Lord Kenyang sighed as he recalled. "You have spoken so much nonsense, are you still not going to strike? The blood veil is being consumed greatly because of Unfettered Scholar, these are all precious Immortal Aperture origin cores that are being used up." Dong Fang Changfan's Star Will urged. "Ha ha." Old Lord Kenyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and did not seem like he was going to fight. Unfettered Scholar is only one person while you have the collaboration of 8 people. He also doesn't know the situation here, watch me use my method. He then let out his rank 7 aura. The aura immediately shocked the demonic path GU Immortals in the sky. They actually have a rank 7 GU Immortal. Aren't all the GU Immortals of Dongfang tribe rank 6? Could it be that someone advanced to rank 7 but kept it a secret all along? Or maybe Dongfang tribe invited reinforcements? Don't forget they are of Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The GU Immortals were startled and puzzled. Unfettered Scholar looked indifferent, but he was inwardly shaken. His killer move was powerful and had a huge origin, but its consumption of red date immortal essence was extremely intense. The other side had a rank 7 GU Immortal, thus they could clearly fight toe-to-toe with him. His side has numerous people, but everyone had their own intentions. Unfettered Scholar could not help but consider, he could not brainlessly charge ahead and waste his immortal essence. Otherwise, during the time when they fought for real, he would lack the necessary immortal essence to continue, and all of his efforts would have gone to waste and to the advantage of others. Unfettered Scholar stopped his killer move when he thought of this. See, didn't it stop? Old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, a pleased expression on his face. He only leaked his aura, and was able to make Unfettered Scholar stop. Just based on scheming and deceiving, Old Lord Kenyang might not be a match to Dongfang Changfan, but his plentiful life experiences were enough for him to know people's mindsets and use the situation to make schemes. The longer the time prolongs, the more favorable it is to that Dongfang Yu Liang. This blood veil is extremely thick, we need to use our trump cards to attack it if we want to break it. Unfettered Scholar spoke, his gaze cast towards Fang Yuan. Traveling 3 elites lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming and Su Guang were only at rank 6. Besides Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, there was only Fang Yuan who had shown rank 7 battle strength. Pai Shui Han also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path GU Immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take easy benefits. Fairies, please guard me while I exert all my strength. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice and after obtaining affirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the blood veil was covered with a layer of glacier, looking like a stuffed large iceberg. Fang Yuan paid no attention to it, moving his 8 strength path giant hands in 8 directions. The giant hands opened up and the palms tightly stuck to the surface of the iceberg. The 5 fingers then started to dig into the iceberg. Rise! Fang Yuan called out. Immediately, a rumbling noise resounded in everyone's ears. At first, this noise was only slight. But soon, the sound got louder and louder, until the rumbling resounded like bursts of endless thunder. Earth shook and giant cracks started to appear on the ground surrounding the iceberg. In everyone's astonished gazes, the iceberg that covered the blood veil was actually slowly rising, like it was going to leave the ground. The hall was trembling and swaying. Old Lord Kenyang blurted out, "This is..." The star will also changed expression, "Not good. I have already remodeled this immemorial ruined bat's corpse, and to make it stable, I connected it to the ground to form a mountain based on the corpse. The other party seems to have the ability to pull mountain roots, which happens to counter my arrangements. Kenyang, you need to make a move." Dong Fang Chang Fan's star will was so anxious that his figure almost collapsed. His main body could indeed make great calculations, but human minds had their limits. The arrangements were set long ago, and even the most extensive calculations could have mishaps. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain Immortal GU was one such mishap. Pulling mountain Immortal GU could target any mountainous body. When Dong Fang Chang Fan was alive, he had linked the immemorial ruined bat's corpse to the surrounding landscape, forming what could truly be called a corpse mountain. This arrangement instead became a flaw which happened to be used by pulling mountain Immortal GU. This mountain with roots connected to the ground can be pulled up. Pai Shui Han stared with wide open eyes, his gaze constantly flickering. Who could this person be? Unfettered Scholar was startled and puzzled, while he used his killer move, 1000 Disintegrations, at the blood veil again. Being attacked from two ends, the situation did not seem to bode well for Dongfang Chang Fan's side. Old Lord Kenyang laughed before finally making his move, "Look at my life-chasing fire." Chapter 791. Unstoppable Life-Chasing Fire. Old Lord Kenyang looked solemn as he slowly opened up his hand, revealing a weak flame. The faint yellow flame swayed, appearing dim and weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Old Lord Kenyang's pupils, however, let out a sharp and bright radiance, and as he gazed at this flame in his hand, a proud expression appeared on his face. This was the supreme technique which he had used to make his name and shake Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go! Old Lord Kenyang lightly shook his palm. The life-chasing fire made a whooshing sound as it shot out rapidly. The star will quickly opened up a path. The unremarkable-looking life-chasing fire moved out of the blood veil and pierced into the cold iceberg. Boom! Almost at the same instant, there was a large yellow flame that blazed to the sky and burned the whole iceberg. Almost all the demonic path GU immortals in the air were taken aback at this change. Soon, they revealed odd expressions. The reason was, although the fire was fierce, it had no heat. The iceberg covered in the fire was completely undamaged with no signs of melting down. Some demonic path GU immortals were just about to ridicule it, when the rank 7 demonic path GU immortal, Pai Shui Han, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone followed the voice and saw a sight that gave them a great shock. Pai Shui Han was covered in fire, of such intensity that his whole face twisted in pain. Great amounts of cold air were being let off from his body and a river of water started flowing around him, like a dragon coiling around his body. The faint yellow fire, however, did not weaken, instead looking like it was growing even fiercer. What move is this? How did Pai Shui Han get attacked? Why didn't I see it? Such a strange fire, everyone evade it. The demonic path GU immortals retreated one after the other, while looking with lingering fear at Pai Shui Han exerting all his efforts to extinguish the fire. This fire, could it be a life-chasing fire? Not good. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken as he realized something amiss, and quickly withdrew the 8 strength path giant hands. But it was already too late. The fire burned the iceberg and quickly had spread to the 8 strength path giant hands. The strength path giant hands were completely unharmed, but a faint flame had emerged out of thin air in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, quietly burning his 160,000 strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had their arms raised. They had been providing the strength to form the 8 strength path giant hands in the outside world. They were bathed in the fire, but were completely safe. Fang Yuan's heart shivered at this sight. This is truly that killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan was aware of the terrifying power of this move. He quickly made a decision and willed. The 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed. Without these Strength Path Phantoms, the 8 Strength Path Giant hands pulling the iceberg also crumbled apart. Boom, the ruined Bat's corpse mountain heavily fell down, producing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground cracked and countless stones were splattered, leaving dust swirling everywhere. Fang Yuan suffered an intense backlash from forcibly halting use of Pulling Mountain. He felt intense dizziness and nausea, his body shook and he almost fell down from the air. Hei Lou Lan saw this and quickly moved to support him. Fang Yuan, however, evaded and shouted, "Don't approach me." He quickly retreated backwards, a faint yellow flame started to burn his body like Pai Shui Han. At the same time, Unfettered Scholar turned pale. He was also struck by this move and his body was similarly burning in fire. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually detect auras and follow our attacks back to the source, directly reaching our immortal apertures. Unfettered Scholar was greatly shocked. Unfettered Scholar realized at this moment why Pai Shui Han was in a panic. Not only were their bodies burning, the fire was spreading in their immortal apertures as well. The former was okay, but the latter was a GU Immortals headquarters, their foundation that had been managed meticulously for countless years, and also where innumerable cultivation resources had been stored inside. Now that this foundation was being burned, it was like the fire was burning directly at the GU Immortals' heart, make them bleed from the heartache. Pai Shui Han not only was extinguishing the fire on his body, he was even more importantly putting out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by water or ice. The surrounding demonic path GU Immortals started to move away from Fang Yuan, Unfettered Scholar, and Pai Shui Han, fearing this strange fire would spread to them as well. Why are the flames on Fang Yuan weaker than the other two? Hei Lou Lan was bewildered. The remaining GU Immortals soon discovered this difference. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked even more unfathomable to everyone. Unfettered Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. There was only a thin layer of flames on him, as if they were the fires of an oil lamp, while the flames on Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were blazing like a torch. In just a few breaths of time, Unfettered Scholar's body was already mostly burnt and started to emit the smell of burning meat. Unfettered Scholar himself was calm and not particularly panicked. The reason was that he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He wildly activated the killer move, the light in his white pupils turned even more vigorous. But this time, the light did not shine on the iceberg and the blood veil, instead it shined on himself, on his immortal aperture. The faint yellow flame started to disintegrate continuously under the white light, weakening rapidly. Soon, the flames on his body completely dispersed and the fire in his immortal aperture was also suppressed. 1000 Disintegrations was very useful. It could not only be used to attack enemies, but could also be used for defense. Offense and defense in one move, and its power was also extraordinary. In a short while, Fang Yuan also stood up, the fire on his body completely dissipated. Only Pai Shui Han was still trying out all sorts of methods, but the flames on him were instead burning even more. His whole body was darkened from burns, the intense odor of burnt meat was spreading everywhere. He had no choice but to activate Healing GU to heal his injuries and also endure the burning of the fire. He shouted furiously, he felt pain not only physically, but also heartache mentally. The fire was spreading in his immortal aperture, large amounts of resources were being burnt to nothingness, but he still had no way to put out this fire. What to do? What to do? Pai Shui Han thought rapidly in extreme anxiety. Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar just watched on coldly and silently. The remaining demonic path GU Immortals stood further away, some gazes were flickering, eager to make some trouble. If Pai Shui Han were to be seriously injured and weakened, these demonic path GU Immortals would absolutely be moved and interested in attacking Pai Shui Han, adding on to his misfortune. Suddenly, Pai Shui Han gave a loud shout before soaring high, and with his whole body in flames, he shot far away like a meteor. This fire was giving him enormous trouble, and there were many demonic path GU Immortals present. He could not stick around. Pai Shui Han's retreat was a wise choice. Seeing him rapidly disappear into the horizon, several demonic path GU Immortals at the periphery also stealthily left, following the trail of Pai Shui Han. In the hall, Old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, saying to Dong Fang Chang Fan Star Will, "How was that? Truly worthy of being called life-chasing fire." The Star Will nodded. This fire has the ability to trace auras back to their source. GU Immortals normally place GU worms in their immortal apertures, thus this fire would burn their immortal apertures. This fire also uses life as the fuel. As long as life has not been extinguished, it will keep on burning. Thus, special methods must be used to extinguish this fire, like the technique of 1,000 disintegrations. If one doesn't have such methods, then they have to be resolute in cutting off the burning part, restraining it from burning sources of life force within their body as much as possible. As long as the life force is used up, this fire will disperse. Unfortunately, this Pai Shui Han did not think of this point and continuously healed himself, which increased his life force, increasing the intensity of the fire. The Star Will chuckled as it said this, and praised, "Old Lord Kenyang, your move is a truly unique and innovative method. As long as this fire strikes the enemy, they will fall into chaos. If it is allowed to keep on burning, even the wealthier GU Immortals will have their foundations greatly damaged and have no battle intent." Listening to the Star Will praise his method so much, Old Lord Kenyang's pleased expression instead disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. The reason for Old Lord Kenyang's fame was the killer move life-chasing fire. Once this fire burned, even if it was eliminated, the enemy would be low in spirits. If they attacked, the fire could follow the attack and burn their immortal aperture. Immortal apertures were the foundations of GU Immortals, and it would be greatly damaged if it was burned a few times. Even if the fire did not burn the enemy to death, it could ruin them. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang had already been able to roam unhindered around Central Continent in his early years, and was very well known. GU Immortals fighting him would have a headache. After becoming rank 7, Old Lord Kenyang did not wander around much, but just based on his battle strength, he was in the top 5 of Immortal Crane Sect. The matter of 88 True Young Buildings collapse was simply too important, so Immortal Crane Sect had sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, it restrained Fang Yuan, an unfettered scholar, and caused Pai Shui Han to retreat in a miserable state. Old Lord Kenyang was repelling the enemies on the surface, but was covertly also trying to intimidate Dongfang Changfan. However, Dongfang Changfan was aware of the details of life-chasing fire. His words were appreciative, but in truth were a counterattack against Old Lord Kenyang. If Old Lord Kenyang could still show a good expression, that would be strange. Life-chasing fire? Old Lord Kenyang, why is he here? Fang Yuan hovered in the air, looking at the blood veil below in uncertainty and doubt. He might have his previous life's memories, but there was an extremely large difference between having them and being all-knowing and omnipotent. Dongfang Changfan's possession scheme was kept in extreme secrecy and Fang Yuan was not aware of it. Now that he saw a Central Continent GU Immortal mixed up with Dongfang Changfan's inheritance, he naturally felt surprised and bewildered. When Old Lord Kenyang repelled him, he had done so evasively, and had not revealed his identity at all. Old Lord Kenyang had methods to conceal his aura, and with them being used, his aura was the same as a Northern Plains GU Immortals. The other demonic path GU Immortals did not discover anything wrong, which showed how ingenious Old Lord Kenyang's methods were. Not good. Fang Yuan inwardly shouted. Thoughts of retreating rose up inside him. He knew Central Continent's forces had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains to search for him, the culprit. He also knew someone had gone to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance with suspicions about his Shao Huang identity. The reason I could resolve life-chasing fire was because I knew the details of this move and made the decision quickly. And as an immortal zombie, I am among the living dead. My immortal aperture is a dead land with sparse life force, thus it could not be burned. Old Lord Kenyang has plenty of experience. He might have already discerned that I am an immortal zombie. Hiding myself like this, perhaps he might become suspicious. The more Fang Yuan thought, the heavier his state of mind. Chapter 792. Lightning of Heaven and Earth, Risky Attempt. Old Lord Kenyang had restrained the group of demons with one burst of fire, and even sent Pai Shui Han retreating far away. Fang Yuan had realized the bad situation and also was considering retreating, thus he naturally stopped his attacks. The rank 7 unfettered scholar also did not risk attacking. He thought higher of Fang Yuan from the way he dealt with the life-chasing fire. He himself had to rely on 1,000 disintegrations to get through that danger, which made him feel Fang Yuan was even more mysterious. And besides Fang Yuan, there was still the 2 black-robed GU Immortals, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus unfettered scholar restrained his desire to make a move and only observed Fang Yuan's side. His thoughts were obvious, he was waiting for Fang Yuan's side to make a move. For a while, the surroundings above the ruined bat's corpse became silent, while inside the ruined hall, curses were still being endlessly hurled out. Dongfang tribe's 8 GU Immortals could not budge even a bit but had retained the ability to speak. Since the moment Dongfang Changfan's possession had begun, they had been throwing curses and shouting at Dongfang Changfan. Dongfang Changfan's star will turned a deaf ear to this. He saw the situation outside had quietened down, the group of demons would be restrained for a while. He smiled, finally, the time is ripe, my possession and rebirth will start at this moment. Old Lord Kenyang, I have explained the previous main steps to you. The crucial time has arrived, I will have to trouble you to guard me. Being indecisive when a decision was needed would instead worsen the situation. The star will made the decision and did not hesitate any longer. A change occurred, a large vortex suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy started fermenting in the vortex. It condensed into form before suddenly bursting out. It turned into a giant blood pillar that directly shot straight down to the center of the phantom formation, covering Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes opened wide, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Old Lord Kenyang understood after seeing this change. This blood veil was not used just to defend, but was also involved in a purification process. The extracted 8 immortal aperture origin cores were like 8 metals melting together. It then used the demonic path GU Immortals attacks to temper the melted origin cores, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 GU Immortals, before pouring the fused product into the possession target. Dongfang Changfan had arranged the situation exquisitely, calculating the demonic path GU Immortals within his plan. Even Fang Yuan was in the dark, used by Dongfang Changfan into unknowingly becoming a blacksmith. Now, the blood energy flowed backwards, filling Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Naturally, the blood veil would weaken. With the weakening of the blood veil, the defense immediately fell. Old Lord Kenyang had a heavy duty from the sect, and with enormous benefits in front of him, how could he stay still and not share the burden? Seeing the blood veil weakening, the demonic path GU Immortals indeed were moved. It seems the previous attacks were effective. There is hope in breaking the blood veil. Everyone attacked together. The GU Immortals attacked one after the other. Countless attacks rained down like a violent storm. The blood veil was sending the blood energy inside, while also having to endure the attacks. Immediately, it was strained and started to sway unstably. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to take action, using an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. A light barrier emerged outside of the blood veil. It looked to be condensed from the afterglow of the setting sun, and was so thin and faint that it was almost like there was nothing. Countless attacks passed through this light barrier and landed on the blood veil. However, their power was reduced to less than half the original. This was the use of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense, instead it weakened the power of most attacks. Even immortal killer moves on the level of Flood Glacier would be weakened by 30%. And what the demonic path GU Immortals were using right now were mostly all mortal killer moves. After being weakened by Final Afterglow, they only appeared strong but had little threat. Dongfang Changfan showed a joyous expression. The situation was extremely beneficial to him in this way. The Phantom Formation was constantly extracting the 8 immortal aperture origin cores and fusing them to create the blood veil. When the blood veil suffered the attacks, the foreign wills and auras hidden inside the origin cores were gradually being removed. Afterwards, the purified blood energy would then pour into Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Dongfang Yu Liang was a GU master with a rank 5 peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul was already eliminated by Dongfang Changfan, leaving him in control of his young body. Dongfang Changfan's attention was fully focused on the aperture. The aperture burst with a loud sound as it was filled with blood energy. Dongfang Yuliang's aura rose higher instead of shrinking. An astonishing transformation was occurring, surpassing mortal, charging to GU Immortal. Crack! In the clear sky outside, a lightning bolt flashed. Within several breaths later, dark clouds surged and spread over the entire surroundings in the clear sky. Earth tremored and rumbled, and vast amounts of dust surged, as if countless bulls were running on the ground. Heaven and earth chi were stirred, a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were forming. Someone is actually ascending to Immortal inside. What is going on? The GU Immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack! Rays of lightning struck down together from above. The power they contained shocked the demonic path GU Immortals into hurriedly retreating. Amazing! This is the heavenly star lightning tribulation. How unlucky is the mortal to not receive the favor of heaven and earth. He is just ascending to Immortal, and is met with such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The GU Immortals retreated to the edges and observed. Countless round craters appeared in the surroundings of the ruined bat's corpse. The craters were pitch black and unfathomably deep. Bang, bang, bang! Balls of pitch black lightning shot out from the craters and impacted on the ruined bat's corpse mountain, creating loud explosions. The lightning strikes flashed, and in just a few breaths of time, the iceberg was struck by countless lightning balls. The iceberg was smashed into pieces and spattered everywhere. Even unfettered scholar was moved at this, inwardly exclaiming, "The heavenly tribulation is heavenly star lightning, tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is the earth ghost lightning, underhanded and explosive." These two great lightning tribulations are called the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. Their power is increased further when they combine. Even I have to worry if I face them. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, one fell from above while the other exploded from below. The lightning was dazzling, forming a purgatory filled with the sound of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning, densely packed together, combined into a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice pieces were completely destroyed, even the remaining traces of frost energy were extinguished. The scene, as if part of the world was ending, caused the observing demonic path GU Immortals to hold their breaths in and feel stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse mountain, old Lord Kenyang looked serious as he put all his effort in maintaining the immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. This ingenious defensive killer move was being used to its utmost to weaken the strength of the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. However, all of old Lord Kenyang's effort only weakened the lightning by 15%. His red date immortal essence was being consumed extremely quickly, and soon, his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. How could there be such a strong lightning tribulation? Dongfang Changfan Star Will muttered with a worried expression. This was almost the worst-case scenario in his plan. He had not thought he would be faced with them at this moment. His luck really was extremely bad. The blood veil was being badly destroyed by the lightning strikes and explosions of thunder. The losses caused Dongfang Changfan to feel extreme heartache. These losses would greatly influence the foundation of Dongfang Yu Liang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, time continued to pass, but the lightning tribulations from heaven and earth did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, they were constantly increasing in strength. The immemorial ruined bat's corpse was wrecked until it was beyond recognition. There were previously countless numbers of densely packed space path Dao marks covering the surroundings of the ruined bat, but now they were almost completely cleared up by the lightning tribulations. Old Lord Kenyang was already unable to support the situation, and the severe loss of immortal essence caused him to feel heavy. Right! The power of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is beyond normal. It is all because of you, Dongfang Changfan. Old Lord Kenyang suddenly spoke. You are already dead, and according to the arrangement of fate, your soul should be returning to the door of life and death. How could you still remain here alive and kicking? Right now, you are not only trying to revive, you are even thinking of ascending to Immortal. This is truly an act in defiance of heaven. No wonder heaven and earth are so enraged. When Dongfang Changfan Star Will heard this, his grave expression changed. he raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, the destiny of all living beings in this world has been in their own hands. So what if it is in defiance to heaven? My fate is in my own hands. I have planned for so long, I made so many preparations, I will definitely succeed. He had just spoken when they heard a rumbling sound. The lightning strikes were already as dense as rain and the thunder was already resounding non-stop. The thunder at this moment was beyond that of the previous ones. Its sound resounded through the skies and caused everyone's ears to buzz. Dongfang Changfan's star will shook and dispersed at once. A dazzling white light filled the world. Fang Yuan, Unfettered Scholar, and the remaining Demonic Path GU Immortals all retreated in alarm, and even old Lord Kenyang had to tightly close his eyes. From the white light, a ray of divine lightning struck down. This divine lightning was incomparably fierce, sweeping past all obstacles. In an instant, it blew up final afterglow, broke the blood veil and directly struck at Dongfang Yu Liang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it had broken through all the barriers like they were rotten wood and appeared in front of Dongfang Yu Liang. Dongfang Yu Liang only had a mortal body and would definitely be shattered to pieces if he really was struck by this lightning. Dongfang Changfan's possession plan would come to an end, resulting in complete failure. At the moment between life and death, Dongfang Yu Liang, whose eyes were tightly closed the whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. In the dazzling white light, he barely managed to see that ray of thunder and lightning. Intense startled anger rose up inside him, fluctuating light. Falling star lightning. Tribulations hidden inside my original tribulation, accursed heaven, you want me to die so badly? Then I refuse to die. Dongfang Changfan roared in his mind. The phantom formation started to give off bright radiance. Boom! A piercing explosion resounded. Endless rays of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse. The light rays swept through some unlucky demonic path GU Immortals. Immediately, their minds and souls shook, and some even directly crashed down from the sky. The terrifying explosion created a huge shock wave that lifted all the vegetation in the surroundings. The sky seemed to be collapsing while the earth quaked. The demonic path GU Immortals retreated in panic. They retreated several kilometers, before the wild light rays gradually dispersed. Only then did the GU Immortals calm down, returning. There was nothing left of the enormous, lofty ruined bat's corpse mountain. In the air above, a young figure appeared, standing proudly as he looked at Fang Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yu Liang. Chapter 793. Myriad Star Fireflies vs. Band of Experts. How did he become a GU Immortal? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, was that Dongfang Changfan's inheritance? Sigh, a mortal actually snatched it. The demonic path GU Immortals saw Dongfang Changfan and were very shocked. They felt some dejection and sadness. Dongfang Yu Liang was expressionless. There was no pupils or whites in his eyes. They were completely shining with many different colored crystalline lights, flickering continuously. He had this gaze while observing the demonic path GU Immortals around him, saying softly, "You are the people who want to snatch my master's inheritance. What gives you the guts to attack a righteous path super force?" After Dongfang Changfan succeeded in his possession, but he did not expose the truth, he still spoke as if he was Dongfang Yu Liang, with his voice. The demonic path GU Immortals were in a dejected state, filled with great grievance. Now that they heard Dongfang Yu Liang's arrogant words, their faces turned ugly. Some scoffed while others shouted, "You mere junior, you have just become an immortal. After ascending in one step, you are arrogant. Here, take my hammer." As he said so, a figure flew out from among the crowd. This demonic path GU Immortal had broad shoulders and a thick waist. There was a flying heavenly boar underneath him. Its fat legs were running quickly, as it carried its owner towards Dongfang Yu Liang in an imposing manner. It was Zhao. The Immortals jolted, reacting to what had happened. "This Zhao is so crafty, he is trying to pick up a bargain." We were almost deterred by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but even if Dongfang Yu Liang became an immortal, he is a newbie. What is there to be afraid of? Capture Dongfang Yu Liang alive, and interrogate the Wisdom Path inheritance from him. The Demonic Path GU Immortals moved quickly, charging towards Dongfang Yu Liang, fearing that they would be left behind. Unfettered Scholar was among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few other people did not move, they remained in their places. He did not know that Dongfang Yu Liang's body was already possessed by Dongfang Changfan, but he was wary of Old Lord Kenyang. Dongfang Yu Liang appeared, but where is Old Lord Kenyang? Old Lord Kenyang was actually standing behind Dongfang Yu Liang, but he used an immortal technique and concealed himself. His method was superb, none of the Demonic Path Immortals sensed him. But he was quite injured, seeing the Immortals charging over. He transmitted to Dongfang Yu Liang, "Do you need my help?" Dongfang Yu Liang quickly rejected him, "You do not need to do anything, let me deal with them." Once Old Lord Kenyang attacked, if he was exposed, Northern Plains GU Immortals would realize that Dongfang Yu Liang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dongfang Yu Liang get ostracized by the Righteous Path, even the Demonic Path would not welcome him. In addition, Dongfang Yu Liang wanted to single-handedly showcase a heavy crippling of his enemies. That was the only way he could rise up after the death of 8 Dongfang tribe GU Immortals, to allow Dongfang tribe to once again become a force to be reckoned with. Zhao led the way, he was getting closer. Dongfang Yu Liang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 Demonic Path GU Immortals were charging with killing intent. Dongfang Yu Liang was all alone, his cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was neither flustered nor scared. His lips curled up, he showed a mild smile as if he was in complete control of the situation. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked on with much curiosity. He wanted to see how he could repel his foes with his current cultivation level. Only to see that Dongfang Yu Liang raised his right arm, his white sleeves were pulled back as his right index finger pointed at the sky. He spoke loudly and leisurely, word by word, "Myriad. Star. Fireflies." The Immortals heard this and their advancement halted, their expressions changed. Myriad Star Fireflies was well known in the world of Northern Plains GU Immortals. It was Dongfang Changfan's strongest killer move. Dongfang Changfan was known as the #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal in Northern Plains. That was not just because of his deductions alone, there was also his battle strength. Without stunning battle strength, how could he stand firm in the turbulent Northern Plains? Without immense power, how could he lead Dongfang tribe on the road to success? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Changfan easily surpassed Pai Shuihan, an unfettered scholar, during his life. After all, he was the first supreme elder of a Righteous Path super force. The Wisdom Path killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, was the greatest display of Dongfang Changfan's battle strength. This move was extremely famous, it was ingrained into the hearts of Northern Plains GU Immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Myriad Star Fireflies involves tens of thousands of GU worms, can it be activated so easily? Zhao shouted. He is just a newbie GU Immortal, he has just ascended and gone beyond the mortal stage, how can he manipulate so many GU worms immediately? Lu Qingming snickered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Chengdu held his immortal GU as he prepared to strike. HMPH, Myriad Star Fireflies, I lost to that move back then. I wonder how much of its power you can use. Unfettered Scholar's expression flashed with rage. Are we really doing nothing? Hei Lou Lan's heart was pounding in excitement, but Fang Yuan was a great strength amongst them. After Hei Lou Lan lost self-strength immortal GU, her battle strength was weaker than before. Wait a while longer, the situation is not right. Fang Yuan wanted to speak of what he had found out earlier, but the sky suddenly changed. Earlier, the clouds had dispersed, the surroundings were entirely clear skies. But now, darkness descended as the world turned dim. Darkness surrounded the surroundings, countless firefly-like spots of light appeared in the sky, dancing as they moved around. Starlight burst out, it was a brilliant and dazzling sight. Myriad Star Fireflies. The Demonic Path GU Immortals' expressions changed, they shouted as they fell into the midst of the star fireflies. Starlight was glowing and reflected on their faces. Unfettered Scholar's expression was pale. This was truly Myriad star Fireflies. It seemed even stronger than in his memories. But how could this be possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal, right? Even if he had Dongfang Changfan's star will, and could use rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Changfan, this was the first time he was activating Myriad star Fireflies. How could he be so familiar with it, like he had practiced it 1,000 times? Unfettered Scholar could not understand it. The GU immortals around him were in a more pathetic state. The surrounding specks of starlight were attacking them from all directions. One starlight speck was not powerful, but with tens of thousands of starlight specks. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of starlight spots. Especially when each of the starlight specks had a star thought in them. Even if the GU immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would come out and force their way into the GU immortals' minds. Even if the GU immortals had defensive methods, the starlight specks were endless and nearly unlimited in numbers. They were bound to fail eventually. Once star thoughts find an opportunity and enter their minds, that would be dangerous. The least they could do was to disrupt one's thoughts. The worst they could do was to destroy the person's thoughts, causing them to become slow-witted, or if all the thoughts in their mind were star thoughts, they would be subdued completely. The star thoughts would replace their cognition, and the GU immortal would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, manipulated at will. What are you doing? Beside Zhao, a demonic path GU immortal shouted angrily. Zhao's face was turning purplish red. Sorry, my attack changed directions all of a sudden. HMPH. With your ability, you want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance. In such a short time, you already got invaded by the star thoughts. You are really more of a trouble than help. The demonic path GU immortal was nearly hit. He was extremely angry. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhao was furious too. He shouted at the demonic path GU immortal. Enough, are you still fighting amongst yourselves? The important thing now is to escape. This is Myriad star Fireflies. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is. A GU immortal said anxiously. Another GU immortal immediately rebuked, escape. What are you afraid of? He is only a bottom tier rank 6 GU immortal. We have so many people, and Lord Unfettered Scholar, why are you afraid to this extent? In my opinion, we should just attack. Everyone was hesitant on whether to retreat or advance. They subconsciously looked towards Unfettered Scholar. Pai Shuai-Han had already escaped. Fang Yuan was far away. Unfettered Scholar was the only rank 7 battle strength here. He was their shepherd. It was not that everyone acknowledged Unfettered Scholar as the leader, but in times of difficulty, the strong would handle the greater dangers. Unfettered Scholar was there a stronger person. By moving alongside an expert, they would have a greater chance of surviving. Unfettered Scholar himself was hesitant. He and Dongfang Changfan had fought before. Back then, he lost to this move, Myriad star Fireflies. After losing in battle, he learned from his painful lesson, focusing more attention on information regarding Dongfang Changfan. Thus his understanding of Myriad star Fireflies was much deeper than that of other people. He knew that Myriad star Fireflies was a wisdom path killer move. It had immense power, and was created by Dongfang Changfan single-handedly. The weakness of this move was hard to discover. At the moment, Unfettered Scholar only knew this. Once a person enters the range of this move, they would be plotted against. Each of the GU Immortals' thoughts could produce star thoughts. These star thoughts were formed by Myriad star Fireflies to turn into starlight specks, attacking the GU Immortal. During an intense battle, GU Immortals would have to consider many things. As their minds worked rapidly, they would create more star thoughts. The more star thoughts produced, the stronger the killer move becomes, especially when there are more GU Immortals in the range. The star thoughts produced would be even greater. When the star thoughts completely took over the GU Immortals' minds, they would turn into Dongfang Yuliang's puppets, fighting for him. Even if it could not reach that stage, being influenced by the star thoughts, mistakes would occur. Like earlier, when Zhao almost injured an ally. Thus, Myriad Star Fireflies was a move well suited to deal with multiple enemies. It was weaker when fighting one enemy. Against more people, they would be used to restrain each other. The battle might instead be easier to win. The reason Dongfang Changfan created this move was because he had tried to develop Dongfang tribe single-handedly. Without many GU Immortals in his tribe to help him, he often had to fight many enemies alone. But after Dongfang Changfan created this move, he no longer feared group fights. The current scenario is what Dongfang Yuliang most wants to see. We have many people and are not united, everyone is wary of each other, and we have barely any elites. I am the only rank 7. In a fight, we will become hindrances to each other. Not only that, from the battle earlier, there also seems to be a fire path GU Immortal hiding here. Unfettered Scholar thought rapidly in his mind. Starlight specks appeared around him. He had much more of them compared to other people. Given such concerns, Unfettered Scholar did not feel like retreating. Instead, his battle intent was roused. I lost to Dongfang Changfan. That was the greatest humiliation in my life. Now that I am facing his successor, if I retreat, how will I face myself afterwards? Even if they have a hidden GU Immortal, we also have many people. If I retreat instead of fighting, which GU Immortal in Northern Plains would look up to me in the future? Chapter 794. Internal Threat, Chaotic Battle, Advance or Retreat. Alright, we will follow Lord. Truly worthy of Lord Unfettered Scholar, with you here, who would fear Dongfang Yuliang? The group of demons shouted. Unfettered Scholar flicked his sleeve and used his killer move, clearing up the lingering starlight around him as he charged towards Dongfang Yuliang. Come! Dongfang Yuliang was not in the least afraid of Unfettered Scholar's rank 7 power. He did not retreat but advanced, submerged in starlight. For a while, the starlight churned as if it were a sea of stars, surging and rolling unendingly. Dongfang Yuliang was like the master of stars as he maneuvered the endless starlight, raising majestic waves of stars to fight against a group by himself. Stars swayed and light fragments flew everywhere. Dongfang Yuliang was hopelessly outnumbered at first and the situation was dangerous. But as time passed, the starlight continued to increase rapidly, almost filling the whole space. The starlight obscured vision and made cooperation difficult, while the star thoughts invaded minds, causing the demonic path GU Immortals to make repeated mistakes. As the situation turned more chaotic, Dongfang Yuliang's advantage was getting bigger. Many GU Immortals were accidentally injured several times. Gradually, they did not dare to team up, choosing to fight alone, which further reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yuliang. Only Unfettered Scholar was able to maneuver skillfully around the obstacles, and was the strongest opponent of Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Yuliang had been evading him since the start, not daring to fight head-on with Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar's fury surged as he got repeatedly obstructed by other demonic path GU Immortals. This Dongfang Yuliang is too slippery. He is so young, but he is as cunning as Dongfang Changfan back then. He is showing no flaws, as if he has been manipulating this killer move since birth. Is Dongfang Changfan's inheritance so magical? Not far away, old Lord Kenyang was also inwardly shocked by the might of Myriad Star Fireflies. He remained hidden the whole time, quietly healing himself. Occasionally, he would gaze eerily at Fang Yuan and the group at the edge of the battlefield. He had vague speculations about Fang Yuan's identity and had been waiting for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He did not excel in pursuing enemies, but with the help of Myriad Star Fireflies, he would have a greatly increased chance of capturing Fang Yuan. However, since the beginning, Fang Yuan only stood by, looking on without lifting a finger, which caused old Lord Kenyang to feel anxious and forced him to endure waiting patiently. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. Unfettered Scholar could not fight a prolonged battle, finally using his trump card killer move. Dongfang Yuliang chuckled, already on guard against this move. His body swayed nimbly like a butterfly, dodging the rays coming from the gaze. But right at this moment, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stopped. Dongfang Wan Xiao's furious roar resounded within him. Old scoundrel, I will take you down with me. Dongfang Yuliang suddenly changed directions and charged straight towards the killer move 1000 Disintegrations. This change was beyond anyone's expectations. The power of 1,000 disintegrations was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Dongfang Yuliang charging straight at it was simply suicidal. For a while, everyone was startled and could not react. Even Unfettered Scholar was stupefied as he looked at the Dongfang Yuliang charging at his killer move. The light of 1,000 disintegrations shined on Dongfang Yuliang's head. In an instant, Dongfang Yuliang's hair was destroyed, then his skull was melting, with the rays about to hit his brain. On this boundary between life and death, old Lord Kenyang shouted, and with no time to continue healing, he showed himself to save Dongfang Yuliang. He attacked while also defending. Flame surged, a blazing inferno rose and charged towards Unfettered Scholar. Confronted with a rank 7 expert, Unfettered Scholar had no choice but to divide his attention. As this happened, old Lord Kenyang was able to pull back Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Yuliang's skull was penetrated through and his brain almost suffered extremely severe damage. At this moment, countless star thoughts surged like a fountain towards the outside through the hole in the skull. After being saved by old Lord Kenyang, Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned calm, representing that Dongfang Changfan's soul had regained control of the body. Lingering fear unavoidably showed up on his face. If there had been just a slight delay, Dongfang Yuliang's brain would have been entirely disintegrated. Dongfang Changfan could be said to have walked around the gates of hell, barely holding on to life. And without old Lord Kenyang, he might have died again. What happened? Old Lord Kenyang retreated while pulling Dongfang Changfan and shouted at the latter, his heart still palpitating. Dongfang Changfan had explained most of the possession technique to him, but a few crucial final steps were still kept undisclosed by Dongfang Changfan. Thus, old Lord Kenyang was absolutely not willing to see Dongfang Changfan's death. Dongfang Changfan intentionally held these back as a failsafe against old Lord Kenyang. The effects were shown now. However, he might have had his life preserved, but Dongfang Changfan looked pale and had an unsightly expression. This series of events was because he had hurriedly ascended to Immortal and were the side effects of the struggle against the lightning tribulation. Originally, Dongfang Changfan had deceived Dongfang tribe's 8 GU Immortals and used the Phantom formation to extract their Immortal Aperture origin cores. But these cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 GU Immortals, and could not be directly transferred to Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Changfan used Menzi's Blood Immortal GU to turn these origin cores into a blood veil. Then he used the attacks from the Demonic Path GU Immortals to temper and remove the impurities that were the wills and auras of the 8 GU Immortals. Dongfang Changfan then would transfer the purified Immortal Aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body, which should have resulted in no side effects. However, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had been too terrifying, far surpassing Dongfang Changfan's estimation. It resulted in a dangerous situation, and at the crucial moment between life and death, Dongfang Changfan had no choice but to skip some of the blood veil's tempering steps and directly transfer the extracted origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body. He passed the tribulation and advanced to GU Immortal. But the new Immortal Aperture had the 8 GU Immortals' wills and was filled with their auras. These 8 GU Immortals' bodies and souls were already turned to nothingness prior to the heaven-shaking tribulation. But they were betrayed, creating hatred towards Dongfang Changfan, which was retained in their wills and auras. Dongfang Changfan had to pay full attention to the battle when fighting Unfettered Scholar. A moment of negligence caused the internal danger to erupt, resulting in a strong backlash. Dongfang Changfan had expected it, but during the backlash, he discovered his previous estimations had been too optimistic. The power of the accumulated wills in his Immortal Aperture was beyond his expectations. Thus, the backlash had almost sent him to his own death under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Changfan heaved a sigh and was just about to explain matters to old Lord Kenyang, when suddenly his face twisted into a ferocious expression. Old Lord Kenyang's mind rang with warning sirens, and he quickly released his grip as he retreated. The next moment, Dongfang Yuliang used a powerful killer move against his benefactor, old Lord Kenyang. Fortunately, old Lord Kenyang had been vigilant. Dongfang Yuliang's attack struck empty air. Old bastard Changfan, you shameless scoundrel, scheming against your own tribe's GU Immortals for your rebirth. Dongfang Yuliang furiously shouted, but it was not with his previous voice, rather, it was the voice of Dongfang Yikong. Such a strange change confused everyone. Unfettered Scholar's eyes shined with a bright light, and moved in for the kill again. He reacted promptly and used the killer move 1000 Disintegrations, again directed at Dongfang Yuliang. However, Dongfang Changfan regained control again and narrowly evaded 1000 Disintegrations. The good scenario did not last for long as soon, the will of another of Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals forcibly took control of the body, shouting and seeking death of their own accord. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to save Dongfang Changfan from danger again. The battle situation had changed. The orderly Myriad star Fireflies which attacked and defended in turn were now flying around chaotically. The pressure on the demonic path GU Immortals had greatly decreased, and they charged towards Dongfang Yuliang one after the other. Among them, the threat from Unfettered Scholar was the largest, as he moved unhindered around the Sea of Starlight, his 1000 Disintegrations breaking through all obstacles. Dongfang Changfan, however, had the help of Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sects and had deep foundations. His immortal killer move, Life-Chasing Fire, was also rather troublesome, obstructing Unfettered Scholar. Dongfang Yuliang would occasionally suffer the backlash from a certain Dongfang tribe GU Immortal, at times causing him to attack Old Lord Kenyang or even seek death, but at other times Dongfang Changfan was able to regain control and fight the demonic path GU Immortals, attempting to remedy the situation. However, all things considered, such a battle situation could not avoid being chaotic. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yuliang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the others were standing at the edge of the battlefield, not knowing what to think about this chaotic fight. The strange and confusing situation was beyond their expectations. It seems Dongfang Changfan sacrificed his tribe's GU Immortals and possessed Dongfang Yuliang, but his plan did not completely succeed. This old bastard really can scheme. Hei Lou Lan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yuliang is, that Fire Path GU Immortal beside him is not of Northern Plains, but an expert of Central Continent's Immortal Crane sect, named Old Lord Kenyang. After the battle earlier, he is probably suspicious of me. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, exposing the identity of Old Lord Kenyang. What? This is troublesome. Hei Lou Lan frowned. She and Fang Yuan were tied to the same boat, their gains and losses were linked together. If Fang Yuan was exposed, she would also be in jeopardy. What should we do now? Perhaps we could kill him. Fairy Li Shan was ready to attack. No. He only has some doubts. As long as I don't expose myself, he won't be able to guess my identity in Central Continent. The battle is extremely chaotic now, it will be hard for us to withdraw if we meddle in. Moreover, Dongfang Changfan is a deep schemer, Myriad star Fireflies is also powerful, while we will have to restrain our full power to hide our identities. What's more, Old Lord Kenyang is an expert among rank 7s and won't be easily defeated. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he sent this message to the two women. He already had the intention to retreat. The situation might be in disorder now, but their circumstances did not allow them to do as they pleased. Even if they could use their full strengths, the combined strength of the three was not enough to dominate the whole battlefield and control the lives and deaths of everyone present. You mean that we should retreat? Hei Lou Lan, however, was reluctant. As far as she was concerned, the chaotic situation in front of them was still an opportunity. She had sworn to get revenge, but Hei Cheng was powerful and her battle strength had decreased after she had also lost self-strength Immortal GU. If she did not use these opportunities to quickly progress ahead, when would she be able to take her revenge? Fang Yuan smiled. I mean that we should retreat as well as advance. Haven't the two of you discovered that Dongfang Yuliang has already lost control over a dozen times in just this short period of time? All in all, it should be due to the wills of the 8 GU Immortals causing trouble. You mean? Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan's gazes shined brightly as they understood the meaning behind these words. Right. How many GU Immortals does Dongfang tribe has? Even if there is some hidden force left behind, Dongfang tribe's headquarters would still be at its weakest state in all time. Just think about it, the accumulations of a region super force. Fang Yuan spoke leisurely, however his words ignited the fires in the hearts of Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! Let's rob Dongfang Changfan's base. Hei Lou Lan did not hesitate as she flew straight towards Dongfang tribe's headquarters with excitement. Chapter 795. Arriving first, but without success. This type of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were a GU Immortals immortal aperture, they belong to one person. Once their cultivation level reaches rank 8, the immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. Meanwhile, Jade Pool Blessed Land did not belong to one GU Immortal. It was formed from a group of GU Immortals cutting off a part of their own Blessed Lands, and was pieced together after that. Blessed Lands could swallow each other. Earlier, on Tianti Mountain, Fang Yuan was undergoing the earthly calamity of the desolate beast swamp crab. He had to discard a portion of his Blessed Land. In the end, this part was taken away by the demonic path GU Immortals on Tianti Mountain, fusing it into their own Blessed Lands. The swallowing of Blessed Lands had very strict requirements. But the requirements of piecing Blessed Lands together were much lower. Most of the super forces in the 5 regions had a main camp that was formed by piecing together the contributions of various GU Immortals. Dongfang Tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land, Murong Tribe's Yinyang Blessed Land, Guan Tribe's Shahuang Blessed Land, and Hei Tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land all were like this. Even Northern Plains No. 1 Demonic Path Force, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was the same. The Demonic Path GU Immortals contributed a portion of their Blessed Lands, creating Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They then lived in it. The mountain peaks that they each occupied was the region that they took out from their own immortal apertures. The owner of the first peak, Old Ancestor Xuehu, had his own rank 8 grotto heaven. Fairy Li Shan, who was the owner of the third peak, also had her own immortal aperture. The GU Immortals' personal immortal aperture was extremely important. There were countless treasures placed in them. It was a private area. In most situations, outsiders would not be allowed in. If there was any damage done, the losses were severe. Regarding this, there was also a rather peculiar example. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were immortal zombies. Since the immortal zombies' immortal apertures were dead, a portion of the aperture would break apart once in a while, and they furthermore could not be fused together. Therefore, in each of the 5 regions, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance did not form from immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was Dark Flow Giant City. Such a headquarters was naturally inferior to a Blessed Land. This was another reason why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than super forces. Thus, to Fang Yuan and the others, Jade Pool Blessed Land was not hard to find. Blessed lands that were pieced together like this were usually placed on the ground, taking in earth chi to stabilize the space inside. At the same time, they could slow time flow and postpone the arrival of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I know the location of this Jade Pool Blessed Land clearly. If it was not moved away, it should be to the northeast. Let's fly over there. At this speed, it would only take an hour. Fairy Li Shan led the way. It should still be at the original place. The main camp of such a superforce is very important. It is the central point used between superforces when splitting up their respective territories. It would not be moved under normal circumstances. Hei Lou Lan was excited. Dongfang Changfan miscalculated this time. He actually removed his own manpower, sacrificing Dongfang Tribe's GU Immortals to revive himself. Fang Yuan followed behind the 2 women without speaking. As they flew rapidly, huge winds were blowing, causing buzzing noises around the ears. Fang Yuan's memories of his previous life began to surface in his mind. In his previous life, he knew very little about Dongfang Changfan. He had no idea whether Dongfang Changfan succeeded in possessing Dongfang Yu Liang's body in his previous life. But he knew at least that Dongfang Yu Liang was only a rank 5 GU master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. after Hei Lou Lan won and came out from Imperial Court Blessed Land, she tried to overturn and change the current rules, dying suddenly one day. Eventually, Ma Hongyun stepped up on the stage. After that, he led his army and became the Lord of the Imperial Court for many rounds. During the third Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured by Dongfang tribe alive. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was overwhelming. He actually got Dongfang Yu Liang's sister, Dongfang Qing Yu, on his side. Not only did she free him, she also gave him the secret of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, allowing Ma Hongyun to emerge victorious, and Dongfang tribe lost terribly. Fang Yuan thought about this and he inwardly came to a realization. He had a different view now. If, in my previous life, Dongfang Changfan managed to possess Dongfang Yu Liang, then Dongfang Qing Yu was doing this not because of Ma Hongyun, but because she found out something and wanted to avenge her brother. After all, Dongfang Yu Liang and Dongfang Qing Yu were siblings that had mutually supported and stuck close by each other since they were young. No matter how Dongfang Changfan acted, after a long time, he would definitely mess up in front of such a close relation. Or maybe Dongfang Changfan failed in his possession. Or maybe he succeeded, but the effect was not great. Dongfang Yu Liang was still a mortal GU master. Fang Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88 Truyang building, along with Imperial Court Blessed Land, the events in Northern Plains had changed hugely. Just at minimum, in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's GU immortals like Dongfang Yikong and Dongfang Wan Xiu were still alive, but now they were sacrificed. Such huge changes had also affected Central Continent's events. They were changing rapidly. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. One could predict that in future developments, the other 3 regions would also be affected to an extent. The advantage of my rebirth is becoming smaller. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. As he got stronger, the influence that he was creating also increased. It was called the butterfly effect, but Fang Yuan was already no longer a butterfly, he was an eagle. An hour later, they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. The situation in front of them was slightly out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When its entrance was closed, it could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, there was a huge hole in it. One could see the situation inside the Blessed Land from outside. At the same time, there were loud explosions, sounds of fighting could be heard. There was someone who got here first. Hei Lou Lan's gaze focused. Judging by this, they have just created a hole and entered. I had made an agreement with Dongfang Changfan. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Li Shan said. Fang Yuan would thus be the core battle strength amongst the 3. He walked in front and shouted, "Let's go in and see." The 3 entered the hole and got into Jade Pool Blessed Land. Only to see that there was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path GU immortals were fighting with the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense fight. It seems that our timing is just right. Hei Lou Lan's mood relaxed, but her tone sank immediately after. It is Pai Shui Han. As it turned out, after Pai Shui Han was hit by old Lord Kenyang's life-chasing fire, he could not dispel it. Afraid that others would attack him, he had no choice but to escape. As he escaped, he gradually calmed down. He found out in surprise that his clothes were still intact even with the fire burning. Pai Shui Han had an idea. After thinking about it, he realized, this life-chasing fire could only burn something with life force. His clothes were not alive, thus they were not harmed. Meanwhile, he had been using healing killer moves. They made his life force even greater, causing the fire to burn more intensely. After finding this out, Pai Shui Han changed his tactics. He restrained most of the life force in his body, finally extinguishing the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to go back to Tai Chio battlefield. On the way back, he met a few rank 6 demonic path GU immortals who had left stealthily and were trying to take advantage of his situation. Pai Shui Han was an astute person. Seeing that these few people were tailing him secretly, he understood their intentions. Anger surged in him as he taught them a lesson. The demonic path GU immortals worked together, but they were not the rank 7 Pai Shui Han's match. When Pai Shui Han had been venting, the sound of the battle drew in 2 rank 6 peak GU Immortals. They were Kiesha Minute of the Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brute Master of the Moon Path. These two had pretty good relationships with a certain demonic path GU Immortal. They intervened and mediated the situation. They also convinced Pai Shui Han to not go back to Taichio, that he should instead go to Dong Fang tribe's main camp. Pai Shui Han was wary of the life-chasing fire already. Next, he heard that Half Moon Brute Master had an immortal GU that could easily pierce space and could enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pai Shui Han thought about Unfettered Scholar, and Fang Yuan's group with their mysterious depths. He also thought about the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if he got it, it would be incomplete and have low value. It would be of little use to him. Thus, he decided to change his plans, to attack Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic path GU Immortals. At Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Brute Master used his method and truly formed a pathway to enter. Everyone charged in, thinking of simply reaping some profits before leaving. But they found out that there were no GU Immortals obstructing them, and just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts protecting the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and the others appeared. Seeing that the 3 black-robed GU Immortals were also here to loot the place, the nearby Enslavement Path GU Immortal Kiesha Minute made a move. He willed and 3 huge desolate beast birds flew out from his immortal aperture, encircling them. "Who are you? I spent so much effort in creating this hole. Are you here to simply take advantage of this?" Half Moon Brute Master shouted. He waved his arm and his killer move was unleashed. Pai Shui Han saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a faint headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come here too? He knew Fang Yuan's strength, but he still found some time to attack him. These people had made an agreement earlier before entering. If anyone else enters after them, they would attack together and defend their interests. But Pai Shui Han's attacks were slightly slower. Even though his attacks looked powerful, he had reserved most of his strength. If the situation turned bad, he could retreat at any time. As for the other demonic path GU Immortals, the moment they saw Fang Yuan, they sucked in breaths of cold air. Pai Shui Han had confidence from his cultivation level, but why would these people dare to attack and implicate themselves? Thus, they disregarded the earlier agreement. They acted like they were obstructed by the desolate beasts and could not find time or energy to attack. He, come. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 Strength Path Giant hands flew out. 3 Strength Path Giant hands suddenly grabbed the desolate beast birds. The birds cried out in pain from their force. As for the other 2, they destroyed Half Moon Brute Master and Pai Shui Han's attacks effortlessly. Kiesha Minute and Half Moon Brute Master did not know about him. They saw this and were extremely shocked. Rank 7 Battle Strength. Where is this expert from? Fang Yuan forced them back. He laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, along with 2 others formed earlier. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shui Han. At the same time, he shouted, "Pai Shui Han, to think that you came here as well. It seems that the lesson earlier was not enough for you." Saying this, he demonstrated an extremely arrogant and proud attitude, like he had already fought with Pai Shui Han and taught him a lesson. Kiesha Minute and Half Moon Brute Master heard this and their hearts shook. Their fighting spirit immediately fell. Chapter 796. Everyone with different intentions, going after precious treasures. He was a famous expert. Fang Yuan's loud taunting was something that had not happened to him for a very long time. Pai Shui Han did not want to show a weak demeanor. Just as he was about to attack and fight back against Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew out and exposed her rank 7 aura. Meanwhile, at another side, Hei Lou Lan did not conceal her activation of multiple immortal GU. This was obviously a situation of the 3 of them fighting him at once. Pai Shui Han's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and stopped his attack. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now, there was no one with the strength of Unfettered Scholar around him. He was alone against many strong foes. Pai Shui Han could not regain the face he lost. As he fought with the desolate beast, he snorted, saying to Fang Yuan, "Didn't you guys run here too? Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I am a pushover? I am thinking about the big picture. I have greater objectives. I do not want to waste time with a brute like you over small matters." With such huge benefits in front of us, if I waste time in being pestered by you, it would be a huge regret to miss this opportunity. Although the Desolate Beast was fierce, Pai Shui Han was much stronger. He could speak as he fought, interacting with Fang Yuan and the others. In comparison, Kiesha Minute and Half Moon Brute Master appeared much inferior. He. Fairy Li Shan laughed. She stood in the air as she said in a hoarse voice, "He is right, now is indeed not the time to fight among ourselves. Why don't we force them back and take Jade Pool Blessed Land for ourselves?" Fang Yuan growled unhappily on purpose. Hei Lou Lan coordinated with him. She immediately rebuked, "There is not enough time. Do you think we haven't considered this? Since we can come here, others are not fools, there will be others coming here soon. Moreover, Dongfang Chang Fan is a scheming old fox. Why would he not set up defenses around his base camp?" Fairy Li Shan also said, "We'll handle it like that. How many times have I told you, number 7, you need to control your quick temper?" Fairy Li Shan purposely spoke like she was scolding Fang Yuan. He snorted and acted as if he was obeying orders from her. These three had already cooperated many times. They had chemistry in coordinating between themselves. With their current performance, there was no flaw. Pai Shui Han felt even more wary now. Kiesha Minute and Half Moon Brute Master looked at each other, thinking that this situation was troublesome. At the same time, they felt some suspicion and uncertainty. Where did this mysterious force come from? Such a person is only number 7, and not the leader. "Brother Pai, Jade Pool Blessed Land is so big, it is not something we can take for ourselves alone. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited. The longer we drag on, the more unexpected problems could occur." Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui Han did not want to fight them. He saw a way out that could save some face for him. On the outside he showed a reluctant expression as he spoke. "Fine, you can join in too. But we had an agreement earlier. We cannot fight among ourselves. There are certainly many valuable things, so whoever finds them will get to own them. If there is a dispute, you can undergo transactions privately. If that is insufficient, strength will decide the rest." Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rules were these? This was no different from saying there were no rules. Among demonic path GU masters, they often lacked trust. Such rules were compatible with the style of the demonic path. There were no restraints at all. Of course, earlier, Pai Shui Han, Kiesha Minute and the others probably had more rules than this. There was probably a part about using cultivation level to decide who gets more resources. Fang Yuan muttered in his thoughts. Pai Shui Han was a rank 7 GU Immortal. He had the greatest battle strength. He naturally had to protect his own interests. But the situation was different now. Fang Yuan's side was even stronger. Pai Shui Han was at a disadvantage. He would not blindly list out such a condition. Kiesha Minute and Half Moon Brute Master were extremely regretful. Why did they attack so quickly? They did not observe the situation clearly. The enslavement path GU Immortal Kiesha Minute saw that they were negotiating. He had to take a risk and say, "Would so return my 3 desolate birds." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, "These birds may look impressive but are worthless, you can have them back." Saying this, he tossed these 3 desolate beast birds without a second thought, like they were worth nothing. Kiesha Minute felt anger inwardly. He was extremely stifled. These 3 desolate beast birds were indeed low in battle strength, but they were easy to raise and control. There was only one beast enslavement immortal GU in the world, but there were many ways other than that to control desolate beasts. Wisdom path, water path, fire path, and others, they all could do so. There were other techniques that Kiesha Minute did not use. Once he did, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fang Yuan and the others were too ruthless. If they had fought, he might have done that. However, they went directly to Pai Shui Han to find trouble. They did not even give him a second glance. These 2 demonic path GU immortals did not know the background of Fang Yuan and the others, but they knew Pai Shui Han's power. Even Pai Shui Han was suppressed, having the disadvantage. Why would they dare to attack? Thus, Kiesha Minute was deterred. He had cowered before even fighting. He did not dare to use his real offensive techniques. He did not reply to Fang Yuan's taunting, he kept quiet as he endured it, not daring to say a word. In truth, Fairy Li Shan was a rank 7 information path GU Immortal with ordinary battle strength. After Hei Lou Lan lost self-strength, she did not have a true Immortal killer move, her battle strength fell and was around rank 6 middle tier. If Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han fought, as time passed, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Comparing their collective strengths, Fang Yuan's side was weaker. But in war, destroying the enemy's plan was the best tactic. The second best way was to destroy their connections, then the best after that was attacking their troops, and finally, attacking their cities. Fang Yuan and the others used the best tactic, they won before even fighting. Although the power levels in different worlds were somewhat different, or they could even be very different, but regarding such philosophy, it could be applied everywhere. Whichever world it was, the logic of ruining the enemy's plans was an astute move. Only an imbecile would want to fight and kill all day. Anyone who had slight knowledge of politics would know that war was only a method, it was an extension of political strife. And the core of politics was the economy. Economy meant profits, in other words, all fighting was done for the sake of profits. To Fang Yuan, coldness, arrogance, humility, conceit, all of these were masks, they were tools for him to obtain profits. The two sides came to an agreement and decided to collaborate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool Blessed Land were originally at a disadvantage, with no commander. Now that there were new members to the group of demonic path GU Immortals, the beasts quickly lost. Some died, some got injured, and some escaped. Ha ha ha, let's charge in. Fang Yuan purposely laughed widely, taking the lead as he flew into a deep part of Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's-eye view in the air, the Blessed Land's huge landmass had pools of all sizes that could be seen all over the place. There were deep pools and small lakes connected with each other, in untold numbers. They were like the stars in the night sky, indescribably beautiful. The terrain of the Blessed Land was somewhat chaotically ordered, it was organized in accordance to being centered upon each jade pool, spreading out in a circular fashion. There were some grasslands, some green trees that formed shade for the pools. There were some pools in mountains, and there were some in swamps. This is a good blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Soon after, Hei Lou Lan arrived behind him, she did not speak but her eyes were shining. Fairy Li Shan also arrived soon afterwards, she smiled as she introduced, each of the jade pools here are unique, they have different types of waters and nurture countless species of creatures, or GU worm groups. Some were used to create a specific environment, to store all their resources. Dong Fang Chang Fan had his own unique concept of management. When he was around, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea, growing them in Jade Pool Blessed Land until they bore fruit, which he then sold to Northern Plains GU Immortals. Be it Righteous Path or Demonic Path, they were all popular goods. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Dong Fang tribe's fish groups and aquatic plants were famous. Even though they could not match Eastern Sea super forces in this aspect, it was quite a unique specialty. Hearing this, Hei Lou Lan understood, she was ready to move. This means that in each of these pools, there is a stockpile of resources. Ha ha ha, there are so many crystal marrow aquatic plants, it is suitable for my blessed land, I can save a huge amount of expenses now. Not far away, a demonic path GU Immortal had already taken over a pool as he laughed loudly. We have to split up, if we stay together, others might be suspicious. Fang Yuan transmitted. Alright, let's act separately, we can gain more that way. But keep in touch and take care of each other, not only are we dealing with Pai Shui Han and the others, there might also be Dong Fang Chang Fan's traps. I will go first. Hei Lou Lan changed her direction and flew away from Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan, she flew towards a deep pool below. This child. Fairy Li Shan looked at Hei Lou Lan's figure as she sighed, saying to Fang Yuan, I had previously agreed to not attack Dong Fang tribe. I cannot touch these resources, but I can skirt around the restrictions. I will investigate this place, if I find a precious resource, I will inform you too. All right. Fang Yuan replied curtly. He suddenly looked towards a deep pool, it was shining brightly, like there was a layer of oil on top. The surface area of the pool's top layer was also larger than the other pools.
I am going too.
Fang Yuan moved and flew down at lightning speed. Fairy Li Shan flew towards the sky, hiding into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shui Han saw that the three of them had split up. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly, turning towards a jade pool. Fairy Li Shan flew into the clouds so that she could use Whole Earth GU. She transmitted only to Hei Lou Lan secretly, "Quick! There are two great treasures in Jade Pool Blessed Land. One is Thatched Hut, the other is Minuscule Mountain. The former is a rank 6 Immortal GU house. It can both attack and defend, specializing in storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded. The legends of Ren Zhu, one of the variant humans, the Miniman race lives in it. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of huge help to our cultivation in the future." Hei Lou Lan immediately responded, "I have also heard of these two treasures. But little aunt, how did you confirm that these two are in Jade Pool Blessed Land?" Fairy Li Shan smiled as she replied, "I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe so many times, I know some matters about their internal affairs. Thatched Hut stores most of Dongfang tribe's public wealth. Even Dongfang Changfan cannot take them for his personal use inappropriately. As for Minuscule Mountain, despite being small, it is a real mountain. It needs to take in earth chi to stabilize its form. It cannot be brought out easily. Furthermore, Dongfang Changfan had the agreement with the Righteous Path forces created using it. With Minuscule Mountain guarding this place, that would form the greatest restraints on the alliance. Of course, these two treasures could have been moved away secretly, but the possibility of that is small. Regardless, we have to give it a try. There are countless jade pools. Thatched Hut might still be at its former location. Follow my instructions and go there stealthily." Chapter 797. Flick, 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 subduing a shark fin wolf. In the air, Fairy Li Shan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from the alliance agreement, but she could endure this much. She casually wiped away the blood and continued to transmit information to Hei Lou Lan secretly. "All right, I will scout for you from up here, move stealthily and make sure other GU Immortals don't discover you. Especially Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and calculating. Even Pai Shui Han is dancing to his tune. We are in the Snowy Mountain alliance with him, but its time limit is approaching. You need to make sure to be on guard against him." "That goes without saying," Hei Lou Lan quickly replied. Fang Yuan moved rapidly to above a jade pool, causing gusts of wind that raised waves on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and although he did not have investigative Immortal GU, his mortal investigative methods were ahead by a generation in comparison to the surrounding GU Immortals. He looked around for a while before immediately ascertaining that there was nothing in this pool apart from water. "So it is oil water." He frowned slightly as he examined. Oil water was naturally not regular water, but a resource found in the depths of deep seas. It was a GU refinement material and was extremely common in Eastern Sea. In Northern Plains and Western Desert, however, it was rather rare. There were almost no transactions of small amounts of oil water in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was because the profits were too low and the fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven was too high, making the loss more than the gains. When oil water transactions appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were essentially in very large amounts, but even then it was hard to earn significant profits. Also, because the oil water Eastern Sea produced was basically used by their own cultivators, the frequency of such large transactions was extremely low. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water but also had an ingenious use for it. This pool's water was extremely deep, connecting to deep underground and extracting traces of earth chi. Oil water was basically a resource that was produced in deep water and large trenches. Dongfang tribe set up this pool to use oil water to produce more oil water. Once in a while, they will put in clear water, and with the continuous mixing of earth chi and oil water, the oil water in the pool would gradually restore to its original concentration. Fang Yuan was very experienced, and with just a moment of thinking, he was aware of the operation method of Dongfang tribe. Oil water was not easy to extract and required specific GU worms. Fang Yuan's slight frown was because of this. He knew there was a small, specially designated group of GU masters who went to the depths of seas to extract oil water. GU worm recipes that were handed down from generation to generation were arranged in a set to draw and extract this oil water. These people made a living from this, and their GU worm set were meant to extract oil water. They did not have high battle strength, but their social status were high and they were welcomed by all the forces of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had been to Eastern Sea in his previous life and had come across an old oil water extraction specialist. This GU master was rather old, and he only had a granddaughter, to whom he wanted Fang Yuan to wed and also adopt her surname. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan refused in the end. Fang Yuan's eyebrows soon relaxed. He pointed his index finger at the surface of the pool and lightly bent it. Immediately, the pool water rose like a dragon, obediently moving into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. There would have been nothing Fang Yuan could do if this was before the auction, but after the auction, he had the strength path Immortal GU, pulling water. Its effect was specialized for dealing with water. Wasn't this a trivial matter? It is just that oil water is precious, but it is not immortal material. Using Immortal GU pulling water to collect it is simply overkill, but I plan to attend Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention and oil water is suitable to be used at earlier stages. Otherwise, I would not have gathered it. Using Immortal GU meant spending green grape immortal essence. And the value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than oil water. If it were not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have simply ignored it and left. Right now, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, the oil water constantly moving towards his immortal aperture. He slightly leaned to the side and looked in Hei Lou Lan's direction. There was no news from Hei Lou Lan's end, as if she had gone to another pool. A dark gaze flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan's secret plans, but was not worried. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know of Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In truth, he probably knew of them even more clearly than Fairy Li Shan. In the 5 regions chaotic war during Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of Immortal GU houses were brought into fights, creating many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves could be easily targeted and subdued, but Immortal GU houses combined defense and offense. Even if they had different specialties, they fundamentally did not have shortcomings on other aspects. In particular, the more GU Immortals an Immortal GU house stored, the stronger their might. It was almost like an unstoppable fortress in the battlefield. Thatched Hut would not be Thatched Hut if it could be easily found. Fang Yuan stored all of the oil water before flying towards another pool. After storing several resources like oil water, Fang Yuan finally came across a pool where a beast group, that made his eyes brighten, was dwelling. Sensing Fang Yuan's mighty presence encroaching upon their territory, wolf howls resounded. Several tens of thousands of shark fin wolves rushed out. The wolves formed a large wave, glaring fiercely at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used shark fin wolves when he had disguised himself as Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. They were extremely useful. They had the size of an elephant and could live in both land and water, and were one of the few wolf species that could fight underwater. They had powerful defense. Their bodies were covered with smooth crocodile-like armor, while there were sharp, deep blue fins on the sides. On their backs, there was a row of shark-like fins, which formed a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. They were not fast and were often used by Fang Yuan as shields in his wolf formations. Naturally, these mortal beasts were not of much interest to Fang Yuan currently. Fang Yuan's burning gaze was on the leader of the wolf group. This was an enormous shark fin wolf that was over 10 meters tall. With a smooth and graceful build, its physique was a perfect combination of strength and beauty. This shark fin wolf was crouched low, with its dense sharp canines exposed. Its lantern-sized eyes were fixed upon Fang Yuan, as if it was going to pounce at him the very next moment. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, having an intention to subdue it. He did not have beast enslavement Immortal GU, but he could somewhat control this level of desolate beast with other methods. There was only one beast enslavement Immortal GU, which was in Lang Ya Blessed Land. This GU showed instantaneous effect when enslaving a desolate beast. The Desolate Beast could be controlled in accordance with one's thoughts. This allowed a supreme showcase of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have Beast Enslavement Immortal GU, and naturally other enslavement path GU Immortals also did not have it. However, the use of GU depended on the GU Immortals' creativity. There were all sorts of methods and killer moves that could substitute for Beast Enslavement Immortal GU. For instance, Flying Bear Phantom GU was a unique method of phantom path in enslaving a desolate beast. Water path, fire path, light path, and other paths also had their own respective methods. Otherwise, how could Dong Fang Chang Fan control so many phantom beasts in the battle at Tai Chiu? Every path was independent of each other, but yet interlinked with each other. Taking references, interacting and competing with other paths created the current GU master structure that had all sorts of styles. Even without the enslavement methods, a desolate beast could be raised from youth to nurture emotional connection and intimacy, and could be made to protect oneself or attack enemies. Immortal Crane sects He Feng Young and the Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine, were a classic example of man and beast developing a close relationship. Naturally, these methods absolutely could not compare to the effect of Beast Enslavement Immortal GU. Enslavement path was able to be classified as a path, so its enslavement methods were definitely superior to that of other paths. Fang Yuan and the wolf were locked in a standoff for a while. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was still restraining itself, not daring to recklessly move because it could sense a threat from the aura Fang Yuan gave off. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands pressed down upon the shark fin wolf from the left and right. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled before taking a slight step back. A layer of glass-like watery armor immediately appeared on its body. The next moment, it fiercely jumped above Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could detect a foul odor assailing his nostrils from the wolf's opened mouth. Following the odor were countless water bullets that were rapidly being shot out of the shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade, as he sent out another two strength path giant hands at the shark fin wolf. The storm of water bullets smashed at the strength path giant hands, but only served to slightly slow them. These water bullets could not even be considered mortal killer moves. Naturally they would not be able to compare to an immortal killer move. At the same time, the previous two strength path giant hands rose up and grabbed the two rear legs of the shark fin wolf before dragging it down. The pitiful shark fin wolf had just jumped to the air but was dragged down before it could reach Fang Yuan. Boom! The desolate beast shark fin wolf crashed hard at the ground, and some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves that could not dodge in time were turned to meat paste by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared in anger and struggled to get up, to pounce at Fang Yuan again, but the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand getting closer. The strength path giant hand was powerful, and before it even reached the shark fin wolf, the latter felt difficulty breathing as its heart trembled. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its rear legs were firmly grasped by two strength path giant hands. It twisted and turned its body but still could not evade. The strength path giant hand fiercely slammed at its face. The shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was slammed to the ground so forcefully that it formed a large crater. Only after a few long moments, it was able to barely raise its head from the crater. However, the attack had caused its sight to become blurry, tears and snot flowing down its face. It shook its head, still not giving up on resisting, but the second strength path giant hand slammed it at this moment. The shark fin wolf howled miserably again as another large crater formed on the ground. It felt extreme grief and indignation. The enemy was powerful and also shameless, not giving it any time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand. A total of 5 flew around, pressing and beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground. A cloud of dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group beside the desolate beast shark fin wolf darted around everywhere, howling miserably and shooting out water bullets, but the quantity was so large that the bullets collided against each other partway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's build was not big and the number of water bullets that landed on him were very few. They were like light drizzle that could be neglected. What sound is this? Not far away, Half Moon Brute Master gazed over at the commotion. His pupils shrunk when he saw how Fang Yuan was mauling the desolate beast shark fin wolf. He already knew Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, but when he personally saw Fang Yuan leisurely beating up a desolate beast, his heart could not help but tremble intensely. There was simply no suspense, as the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not even have the energy to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, maybe it could struggle for some time. But with battle strength of a realm higher, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only take the beating passively. Especially given that the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land carried no immortal GU. Any immortal GU would be taken away by GU immortals. Immortal GU were so precious, how could they let a desolate beast have it? However, even though the shark fin wolf was beaten until it could not even raise its head, its attitude was still stubborn. Fang Yuan snorted, deciding to increase the force. With a shift of his mind, for strength path giant hand separately grabbed the shark fin wolf's front legs and hind legs, then lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had been beaten into a horrid sight. Its whole body was spread out in an ungainly way, while its fur limbs were constantly emitting sounds of fractures from the ruthless grasps of the 4 strength path giant hands. The remaining strength path giant hand started to rain slaps on the shark fin wolf's cheeks. Crack, crack, crack. The wolf's large head swung to the left and right from the repeated slaps of the hand. The wolf group below howled more miserably and loudly. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, while some at the periphery were already starting to flee. This is truly hanging it up and beating to a pulp. Cold sweat was already seeping out of Half Moon Brutemaster's shiny forehead at this sight. Fang Yuan's viciousness and strength terrified him. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost pounded into a slurry, even the sounds of its wails changed. However, it still opened its eyes with difficulty, and its gaze still carried extreme stubbornness and bone-deep hatred. Wolves were beasts that deeply bore grudges. Still not submitting. Fang Yuan also felt somewhat of a headache. Submitting to the strong was a wild beast's survival instinct. According to conventional reasoning, the desolate beast shark fin wolf should have already submitted in front of such a massive difference in strength. Fang Yuan carefully observed and made a discovery. So this shark fin wolf has gone into heat, and this time period is when its alpha male characteristics are at its strongest. No wonder it is stubborn. He suddenly had an eccentric idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed again. The middle finger of the giant hand bent and touched the thumb. From afar, Half Moon Brutemaster looked on as this strength path giant hand slowly moved down to between the shark fin wolf's 2 rear legs. Suddenly, the thumb slightly relaxed and the middle finger flicked. It very accurately struck this male wolf's penis. A woo! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook fiercely, like it had been electrocuted. Its eyes seemed to be opened until almost falling out, as it howled to the sky, its voice filled with boundless pain. Flick, flick, flick. Woo, woo, a woo. The shark fin wolf howled in an increasingly loud voice. Half Moon Brutemaster watched this with his mouth and eyes wide open. Thigh this? He stammered, unable to say a word. He understood Fang Yuan was trying to force the desolate beast shark fin wolf to submit, but this method was simply unheard of. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image underwent a huge change in Half Moon Brutemaster's mind. Fang Yuan's entire body was clothed in a black robe, with his appearance hidden. But outsiders could naturally try to make guesses on his appearance. Half Moon Brutemaster had imagined Fang Yuan to have a fierce and cruel appearance, with a burly and thickly built body, his protruding eyes shooting out a fierce gaze that seemed to want to find people to devour. Now, however, this figure underwent a transformation. The image of a robust warrior was no more. The burly build had turned into one with broad shoulders and a thin waist. The gaze was sinister, the teeth were dense and sharp, and there was a trace of perversion. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's mental defenses were finally broken, and it fully submitted. The strength path giant hands loosened their grasp, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its enormous, aesthetically beautiful body was now bent like a large shrimp. Its 2 front claws were grabbing between its 2 rear legs as it whimpered weakly, like a weak little flower that could be in dire straits from slight wind and rain. Fang Yuan mumbled while chuckling, "This is a good method." He then turned to look at the distant Half Moon Brutemaster. He had naturally already discovered the latter's stealthy glances. Half-Moon Brutemaster could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt Fang Yuan's gaze was firm, like a giant snake that was coiling around his body. The dark, cold, and slippery snake scales tightly held onto his warm body. Half-Moon Brutemaster shivered as he felt an ominous chill emerging from the depths of his heart. In particular, the region between his legs seemed to feel a bit more cold. This person is exceedingly savage and absolutely not someone I can deal with. I have to avoid him when I see him in the future. Sigh, the world is difficult, life is not easy. Half-Moon Brutemaster swallowed his saliva and rapidly flew away, going as far as to resemble someone fleeing. Chapter 798. Extorting Regretful Spiders. This shark fin wolf's mental defenses had already collapsed and it had fallen unconscious soon afterwards, unable to keep its shark fin wolf subordinates under control anymore. Fang Yuan could do nothing other than to let these ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was much of a pity, capturing a desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a plentiful harvest. He continued to search pools but he only found common resources, and although the quantities were huge, there was nothing noteworthy. Dongfang tribe's base camp was sure to have many good things. But there were innumerable pools while Fang Yuan's scouting range was not very far. Add in the other competing demonic path GU Immortals, the amount of resources he could plunder would depend on luck. Not long later, good luck arrived once again for him. He was looking at a deep pool. What this very deep pool accumulated was not water, but fire. The fire was raging wildly inside. This was a special fire pool. Fang Yuan used several investigative methods in succession and discovered a group of python beasts living in this pool. Fang Yuan found out their identities and discovered they were eerie fire dragon pythons. A mature eerie fire dragon python was enormous, reaching close to 100 meters long and with a body as thick as a tower. The eerie fire dragon python had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on its head and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its tongue was a strange purple, and when it flicked its tongue, one could see an eerie blue fire coiling around its tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there was no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon python inside, the quantity of the normal eerie fire dragon pythons was extremely high. The pythons were piled up on top of each other, squirming and moving around, creating a horrifying spectacle. Fang Yuan, however, felt excitement. All parts of the eerie fire dragon python had value. For instance, its blood was the best food for some blood path GU worms, its skin, tendons, and other parts were top-class materials for refining a lot of GU worms. In particular, the eerie fire dragon python's gallbladder was extremely precious, and there was a market for it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Eerie fire dragon pythons normally live in the form of small families. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to make so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. This method might not be too complicated, but is quite effective and gives an extreme increase to the reproductive rate of eerie fire dragon pythons. Fang Yuan was able to discern some details of the method. Speaking of which, he had obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now, the eggs had already successfully hatched. The young eerie fire dragon pythons were living in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but Fang Yuan had been neglecting them as their quantity was extremely few. If he could obtain this large group of eerie fire dragon pythons and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have a continuous supply of eerie fire dragon python gallbladders in the future, which could be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and be a small source of income. Though Fang Yuan was involved in the large business of Guts GU, but a quick calculation told him the profits from selling eerie fire dragon python gallbladders was also somewhat lucrative. Taking action was better than thinking. Fang Yuan immediately grabbed with his strength path giant hands. He could not control his strength properly, squeezing many eerie fire dragon pythons to death. After all, changes in this move's form specialized in forceful grabbing, and were rather lacking in the aspect of fine control. He grabbed dozens, but there were still many eerie fire dragon python in the pool. He gradually started to become impatient. He lacked effective methods to gather the pythons, thus could only act rashly. However, he had limited time now. Fang Yuan grabbed a large portion in the end, reaching up to a number of 10,000 before he resolutely stopped and left this fire pool. he continued to plunder resources as he traveled, and occasionally saw many mortal GU masters. Some of these GU masters were fleeing in panic along the areas between the pools, while some concealed themselves, hiding under the ground, under boulders, and so on. As Fang Yuan grandly soared away, these GU masters regained their senses from the horror. Some hiding GU masters were still thinking they were able to hide, but were actually already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that he had no intention to attack them. When Pai Shui Han and the others attacked the Blessed Land, they had created a huge commotion which had already startled the Dongfang tribe members in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, the vast majority of mortals would not have a chance to come across GU Immortals in their entire lives. In comparison to this enormous population, the number of GU Immortals was extremely few, only a fraction of a fraction. At the same time, GU Immortals also were concerned with their own survival pressures, busy handling such matters day in and day out, generally without the time to make themselves carefree and at leisure. In regards to most people, GU Immortals were simply vague figures of legend. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were Dongfang tribe's core. They knew many inside details. Thus, they were even more aware of the difference between immortal and mortals, the gap that was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not think of putting up any meaningless resistance and ran for their lives, while urgently contacting the GU Immortals of Dongfang tribe. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fang Yuan and these demonic path GU Immortals were people who heavily prioritized benefits, and were disinclined to attack these mortals. Thus, these mortals were actually more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They were able to survive during this disaster. Fang Yuan flew past pools after pools. As time passed, he started to feel increasing urgency, and started abandoning some common resources. These resources were not precious and were readily available. At the same time, Fang Yuan maintained his vigilance. In accordance with Dongfang Chang Fan's far-sighted nature, it was impossible for him to not make some arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he gradually flew into the distance, Fang Yuan suddenly saw deep pools without any water. These pools were completely dried up. There were a lot of them, about 50 to 60, closely connected, and covering a range in tens of li. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved as he took a sharp turn, rapidly approaching these pools. I discovered these pools first. The regretful spiders inside are mine. Aren't you a bit too greedy? You have already gathered so many regretful spiders, and the regretful spiders here have bred over such a huge range, and you want to take it all for yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he discovered 2 demonic path GU Immortals at the edge of a pool, arguing about who the pool should belong to. The atmosphere was tense and serious. When they saw Fang Yuan fly over, the 2 GU Immortals paled and quickly stopped their argument, instead standing side by side. Senior, please excuse us, but the regretful spiders here were discovered by us brothers. According to the rules, One GU Immortal started speaking with a nervous and vigilant expression. I've heard some news saying there was a pool to the northwest where many large groups of air bubble fish are living inside. Several GU Immortals were fighting to get it. The other GU Immortal attempted to redirect this disaster. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Do you mean that I should leave? The moment he finished speaking, 2 strength path giant hands flew out and hovered on either side of him. A stance that showed he was eager to make some trouble. The 2 demonic path GU Immortals paled upon seeing this, while inwardly complaining incessantly at their misfortune. They had personally seen Fang Yuan's might not long ago. Even Pai Shui Han was not able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, these 2 were only at the bottom tier of rank 6. The consequences would be extremely bad if a conflict occurred with a powerful expert like Fang Yuan. But the resources around them were truly at a large scale. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. One demonic path GU Immortal finally summoned up courage. Senior, we discovered these resources first. This is an indisputable fact. When you set the rules with Lord Pai Shui Han, we were also present. HMPH, our demonic path has always been about running and rampaging freely. What rules? Talking about rules for everything, why don't you just join the righteous path? What's more, what status do you have? Only Pai Shui Han has the qualifications to speak about some rules with me. Fang Yuan had a fierce demeanor. The two strength path giant hands continued to slowly advance as he openly flaunted his prowess. The two demonic path GU immortals no longer dared to speak, but were still reluctant to leave. The other demonic path GU immortal seemed to have firmed his resolve, as he suddenly spoke. Senior, these regretful spiders have great use to me and I had been searching for them painstakingly. How about I use information of equal value in exchange for them? What information? Fang Yuan stopped moving the strength path giant hands. This information concerns Minuscule Mountain. The demonic path GU immortal spoke directly. Minuscule Mountain, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily before speaking in a threatening tone. Good, I will exchange it with you, but I really hope your information is true, otherwise. True, it is definitely true. I came from that direction, but with my cultivation, I am unable to break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it would be like it was simply meant for you. As he said this, the demonic path GU immortal secretly transmitted information containing the precise details to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eye squinted to a crack as he heard the information, and said leisurely, Good, I will keep this information in mind for now, but whether it is true still needs to be checked. Hand over the regretful spiders you've just gathered. Senior, you. The demonic path GU immortal's eyes widened, his face flushed red with anger. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, speaking as if this was how things should be. How do I know whether your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are a guarantee. Don't worry, I only want this much, you can take the rest. Senior, you are asking for 20% of the total regretful spiders. The demonic path GU immortal gritted his teeth in anger, but did not dare to fight. The other demonic path GU immortal was standing at the side, laughing inwardly. He would definitely work together with the extorted demonic path GU immortal and resist Fang Yuan if Fang Yuan asked for the regretful spiders in the pool. But what Fang Yuan wanted was the portion that had already been gathered, which was a different matter. The group of regretful spiders stored in the immortal aperture were like crops that had been harvested. It was difficult to return them and they belonged to the GU immortal themselves. The spectating demonic path GU immortal's benefits were not encroached by Fang Yuan, and was thus feeling pleasure at the other GU immortal's misfortune. The extorted demonic path GU immortal felt his heart sinking and turning cold when the GU immortal beside him showed no signs of moving. How painful was it to hand over the crops that had already been harvested? All right, hand them over quickly. I still need to hurry along, time is pressing. Fang Yuan impatiently urged. Senior, if you renege on your promise, then wouldn't I be? The extorted demonic path GU immortal squeezed out words from clenched teeth. What? Do you actually think I am such a shameless person? I am your senior, why would I cheat you juniors? Fang Yuan replied with an extremely displeased tone, and at the same time, sent out another two strength path giant hands. Chapter 799. Knowing when to retreat and advance, a true champion. The two demonic path GU immortals involuntarily stepped back. The mental pressure Fang Yuan gave them was too huge. They were the weaker party, what else could they do? The extorted demonic path GU immortal's expression kept fluctuating before finally turning into one of subservience, as he handed over the regretful spiders he gathered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not linger around after he received them, and quickly left. The two demonic path GU immortals immediately let out breaths of relief. The extorted GU immortal showed an indignant look as he cursed while gazing at the gradually receding figure of Fang Yuan. Old demon, I hope you die there. Stop shouting, how can you be sure he doesn't have methods to hear us? Be careful of him coming back to find trouble with us. The other demonic path GU immortal quickly attempted to stop the extorted GU immortal. The two glanced at each other, both were stupefied for a moment before they suddenly reacted, creating some distance between each other. The next moment, an intense competition started. The two used all their strength and silently plundered the regretful spiders in the pool. Minuscule Mountain, captivating sea. Fang Yuan rapidly approached the location in the information. He had originally not planned to gather regretful spiders, because he lacked methods to gather them. Regretful spiders were not of great value to him and he had already planned to let them go. Who would have thought that with some extortion, he could not only save time in obtaining a large batch of regretful spiders immediately, but also obtain important information. Fang Yuan pondered and felt this information was rather reliable. Miniman was a type of variant human. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of Minimen, it was their foundation. This was recorded in the legends of Renzu. Minimen usually were the size of a finger, and had thin and transparent wings behind them. They survived on nectar from flowers or sap from vegetation. Every variant human had a special ability that was stronger than humans. For instance, hairy men were proficient in GU refinement, rock men lived underground, skilled in mining, and all sorts of ores grew on their body. Snowmen were cold-resistant, ink men had rich knowledge. Minimen were proficient in growing plants and trees, in the areas they lived in, vegetation was extremely lush, and flowers bloomed throughout the year. More importantly, Minuscule Mountain might be small but it is a genuine mountain and needs large amounts of earth chi to stabilize its mountainous form. It is an extremely huge burden to put such a legendary mountain within one's immortal aperture. GU Immortals cannot casually take them, moreover this minuscule mountain is not the private possession of any GU Immortal of Dongfang tribe. A GU Immortal's immortal aperture, hidden in their body, had limited amounts of heaven and earth chi. If minuscule mountain was placed for a long time in such an immortal aperture, a lot of earth chi would be absorbed to maintain this legendary mountain, causing an imbalance in heaven and earth chi within the immortal aperture. Thus, minuscule mountain was placed in Jade Pool Blessed Land most of the time. The reason? It was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was placed on the ground outside in northern plains. It would constantly absorb the endless heaven and earth chi of the outside world, so there was no need to fear the burden of minuscule mountain. Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain was also in a similar situation. Dang Hun Mountain needed to absorb earth chi, otherwise it would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was placed on Tian Ti Mountain from where it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi, thus there was no need to fear the consumption of Dang Hun Mountain. If it was placed in Fairy Li Shan or Hei Lou Lan's immortal apertures, if they moved around for a long time, they would not be able to bear the consumption even if they were rank 8 GU Immortals, and would need to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi, and stabilize their immortal aperture world. Next to a seemingly ordinary deep pool. Fang Yuan? Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan, who were concealed, detected Fang Yuan's presence. Both of them had secretly agreed to look for Thatched Hut. Thatched Hut was no longer at its original position, but the two still had a great harvest. At that location, they found a group of underworld eels. Afterwards, they looked around everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. However, when they arrived at this place, they were obstructed and thereby in a dilemma. The two were discussing what to do when Fang Yuan appeared in their detection range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope as she said to Hei Lou Lan, Fang Yuan does not have strong investigative methods, our concealment methods are immortal killer moves, as long as we don't show ourselves, he certainly won't be able to detect us. Maybe he is only passing by. Hei Lou Lan had suffered great losses from Fang Yuan, frowning as she had a bad premonition, Sigh, we absolutely cannot underestimate this guy. Sure enough, the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly landed from the air and quickly neared them, his target was the pool they were in. Fairy Li Shan's expression sank as her wishful thinking did not materialize. Fang Yuan had arrived at the place provided in the information. This deep pool in front of him looked extremely ordinary and unremarkable. But Fang Yuan still had some expectations. According to that demonic path GU Immortal's words, this was an illusory land. Inside were illusory peach trees which could add up to be of similar strength to desolate beasts, and could create illusions to protect themselves. A GU Immortal could only infer some clues when they walked inside. Fang Yuan raised his defenses, and was just about to step in when two figures suddenly appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait a moment. Fairy Li Shan transmitted her voice. Hei Lou Lan stood silently at the side. "Oh, it's you too." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, as he spoke with a slight smile. His tone carried a touch of ridicule. As an ally, they had not informed him of such a huge clue. Clearly they had thought of hogging the benefits for themselves. In the end, he came across them unintentionally. Hei Lou Lan was a formidable person and spoke with no awkwardness or embarrassment. "Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying over how to break into this place." Fairy Li Shan was a veteran GU Immortal and was also unabashed, continuing, "Right. This place is called Captivating Sea and is a restricted region of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It mainly consists of a forest of illusory peach trees. There are many peach trees, and the illusion is extremely powerful. Under the trees are a sea of grasses and flowers. The large patches of ground mat grass are like endless green carpets. The sea of colorful flowers gives off a deep fragrance, and tens of thousands of poisonous purple heart flowers are close to blooming." Fang Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path GU Immortal had malicious intentions. He had only said that there were illusory peach trees but did not mention their numbers. As for ground mat grass and purple poisonous heart flowers, he did not even bring them up. Ground mat grass was ordinary, but with such numbers, there was bound to be ground mat grass GU. This wood path GU only had one effect, which was to instantly send living beings into sleep. Poisonous purple heart flowers often created a poison heart GU. This GU was formless and colorless, and gave a wisp of fragrance that could make one feel drunk, but corroded their heart. However, these were only minor inconveniences as far as Fang Yuan was concerned. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path and also did not have strength path methods that could defend against poison, but he had an immortal zombie body, which was extremely resistant to poison. He also had a poison path immortal GU, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan was listening carefully but completely indifferent, and continued, "The things I have mentioned might be in high numbers, but they are only small problems to us GU Immortals. In fact, a group of peach wolves dwell in the illusory peach tree forest, with numbers close to 30. Moreover, this captivating sea is actually a GU formation, and in the depths of it lies Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain has GU Immortals guarding it, their auras are uncertain and the numbers are also not clear." Fang Yuan's expression changed. Peach wolves were a desolate beast, comparable to rank 6 GU Immortals. A group of peach wolves was like a group of GU Immortals in strength. Minuscule Mountain was the home of Minimen. The GU Immortals in it were probably Miniman GU Immortals, and regardless of how many there were, even one would be troublesome to deal with. Desolate beasts had low wisdom, but variant human GU Immortals had wisdom that could reach a similar level to human GU Immortals. Having wisdom and lacking it were two completely different levels of threats. Fang Yuan suddenly realized why these two were hiding at the periphery. He sized the two up again, and with his experience, he immediately discovered signs of bitter fights on Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan's bodies, although they had tried to treat them as much as possible. Fairy Li Shan is a woodpath GU Immortal. There is no doubt that Minuscule Mountain and Minimen are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Captivating Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength should surpass her normal state. They broke through to the depths of the Sea of Flowers, but were still forced back. Captivating Sea's defense greatly surpasses what were my most hopeful estimations. Fang Yuan did not speak, but his shrewd mind was thinking rapidly and inferring many facts from their behaviors. Fang Yuan, if you move alone, your gains will be extremely low. We took advantage of the other party's carelessness and quietly sneaked in through the gaps in the Peach Wolf group. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses are sure to be tight. As long as we cooperate sincerely, we might be able to swallow this juicy meat." Hei Lou Lan persuaded. Fairy Li Shan also added, "Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal GU, pulling mountain. We can cooperate, but I must have Minuscule Mountain. You don't need to worry, though, I will be sure to give you a satisfying reward." Fang Yuan did not immediately reply, instead lowering his head to think it over. Several breaths of time later, he slowly shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. "Under this juicy meat is a very hard bone. Minuscule Mountain is excellent, but time is limited, I don't want to spend it all here. I advise you two to dispel unrealistic thoughts. There are still many resources outside which are much easier to take. Why make an unnecessary risk?
What?
Fang Yuan, you are actually thinking of backing out. Fairy Li Shan could not believe her ears. Hei Lou Lan frowned, persuading. Fang Yuan, we have discovered Minuscule Mountain. It could be said to be a rare chance. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it later on. Fang Yuan's stance was firm. The defense is tight. The key thing is that there are GU Immortals guarding it, as well as a group of peach wolves. Even if all the demonic path GU Immortals in this blessed land gather together, it would take time to break through this place.
Would Dongfang Changfan give us this time?
Even if Dongfang Changfan is hindered, what about the other demonic path GU Immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward. Fang Yuan, I admit that what you say is reasonable, but this is Minuscule Mountain we are talking of. Its value might even be higher than the rest of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Ha ha ha, Fairy, you don't need to persuade me. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan laughed loudly before flying away directly. The two fairies still did not dare to believe what they were seeing and were even hesitating. Fang Yuan should not be messing around and deceiving us in order to wait for an opportune moment to meddle in and get benefits cheaply, right? That's not possible. We have formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. He has to either remain silent or speak the truth. For a moment, as they gazed at Fang Yuan's figure receding into the horizon, the two women had strange expressions. Chapter 800. 3 Fish Groups, Great Harvest. The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was several meters tall. Fang Yuan was cloaked in a black robe. He had his face hidden as he stood in the air. There were 6 strength path giant hands circling around his body. The desolate beast dragonfish screamed, entering the water, and did not want to fight Fang Yuan anymore. It swam into the deeper parts of the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do you think that by hiding underwater, I can do nothing to you? Immortal GU pulling water. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He stretched out his left and right hands as he slowly grabbed at the deep pool, that was as wide as a lake, from afar. A formless power held up the lake water. It was as if a thick cloth under the water was being pulled up. Thick columns of flowing water had countless ordinary dragonfish in them, as they poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan said goodbye to Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the one with the most water that he had seen so far. It was like a large lake. Dongfang tribe had specially created it and raised 900,000 dragonfish inside it. Among them was a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was in an eager mood. He went ahead and took them for himself. The desolate beast dragonfish went ahead and fought him. In the end, Fang Yuan used several strength path giant hands and easily defeated it. Even though the dragonfish had dragon in its name, it was very mediocre in fighting. Moreover, this dragonfish may have been a desolate beast, but it had no immortal GU. It was almost at the bottom tier of desolate beasts. But the meat of the dragonfish was a food ingredient with a wide range of applications. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat them, they could also be used as supplementary ingredients and fed to GU worms. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the business of dragonfish meat had long since been flourishing. Each transaction was a huge sum of profits. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish was probably accumulated over 100 years by Dongfang tribe. But now, this is all mine, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan felt joyful. He continued to activate pulling water immortal GU without pausing. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal GU, otherwise, he would have no way to collect such a valuable and huge amount of resources. Boom boom boom. Far away, the fighting of GU Immortals could be heard. Fang Yuan collected the dragonfish as he looked around. His gaze was deep as he thought. It seems that over at Hei Lou Lan's side, they are starting to attack Captivating Sea already. He did not regret the decision to give up on Minuscule Mountain. In this world, things were easier said than done. Theories were easy to understand, but when it came to execution, how many people could succeed? Thus, in front of huge profits, it was hard to decide what to give up and what to pursue. especially when Minuscule Mountain had huge value to Fairy Li Shan personally. Although Fairy Li Shan's vital GU was Mountain Pledge GU and she was an Information Path GU Immortal, when she fought, most of her methods were Wood Path techniques. Since she also cultivated Wood Path, her Immortal aperture probably mostly involved growing flowers and plants as her revenue. The Legends of Ren Zhu had recorded the details. It made Minuscule Mountain even more attractive. But how could it be so easy to take away Minuscule Mountain? It was simply too difficult. There was little hope. Since that Demonic Path GU Immortal gave this information to Fang Yuan so easily, he was likely to also tell others. Or perhaps, there were already GU Immortals who knew long ago. Attacking the restricted area, captivating Sigh, would create a huge commotion. How could they hide it from people like Pai Shui Han? Even though more people meant a greater force to strike with, the Demonic Path GU Immortals handled matters individually. Fang Yuan was well aware of their natures. Earlier, during the battle at Tai Chiu, if not for the Demonic Path GU Immortals fighting among themselves, how could Dongfang Changfan have succeeded in his possession so easily? Thus, there was essentially very little hope in obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lou Lan not know that the chances were slim? It was because this profit was too huge. The GU Immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was just a trace of hope, they would desperately latch onto it. A loud dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. The huge dragonfish jumped out of the water. Its eyes were blood red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this. He slammed down with 4-strength Path Giant hands. The method in which he was extracting the deep pool water was extremely efficient. He just needed a small amount of time to drain the pool dry. Thus, the dragonfish was already a cornered animal. If it did not attack now, it would be too late. But facing Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, the dragonfish's final struggle quickly met with a huge setback. It ended up heavily injured. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured Desolate Beast Dragonfish was sent into Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture using the Strength Path Giant hands. After spending some more effort, this huge and deep pool was nearly dried out. All of the dragonfish inside were collected into his aperture. In order to take these dragonfish, he spent a total of 4 green grape Immortal Essences beads, but Fang Yuan had great joy in his eyes. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he obtained the Oil Water, Desolate Beast Shark Fin Wolf, Eerie Fire Dragon Python, some ordinary resources, and a batch of Regretful Spiders. In terms of value, this newly obtained dragonfish group was at the top. It was more valuable than the Desolate Beast Shark Fin Wolf, which was second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There was almost 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he spent some effort in nurturing them, it would be a source of endless revenue. Over on Hei Lou Lan's end, intense battles were still ongoing. Fang Yuan did not turn around. He flew towards an area even further away. Not long after, he stopped in his tracks and was overjoyed to see the dense forest below him. The forest spanned an enormous range. At the center of the forest, there was a pool of water that covered an area of the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this pool. Or more accurately speaking, it was because this pool was raising a group of peculiar fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are known as the literature and martial twin carps. To think that in Dongfang tribe, they had over 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan quickly went down with great excitement. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were low in numbers. Even in Eastern Sea, they were very uncommon. Literature carps usually remained still in water, moving along with the flow of water. Once they moved their tails, and swam slowly, their entire bodies would turn into text chi. Even GU Immortals, without specific methods, could not capture them. They could only watch in vain. When Fang Yuan came here, the literature carps were alarmed. They turned into text chi as they moved around, pervading the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water Immortal GU could control the flow of water. As long as the literature carps did not leave the pool, to him, they were as good as caught. But when he was about to make his move, a Demonic Path GU Immortal appeared, rising into the air. "Senior, please wait, this resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path GU Immortal was thin. He smiled as he said that. He was only rank 6, but he had no fear when facing Fang Yuan.
Who are you?
Fang Yuan's expression did not change. This junior is Ju Ping. The demonic path GU Immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening, Junior Ju Ping, you have guts, daring to get in my way. With your cultivation level, you are not fit to talk about rules with me. The demonic path GU Immortal, Ju Ping, instead smiled, no, I am naturally unable to defeat Senior. But I have some insights in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even unfettered scholar, Hei Cheng, and Fairy Li Yao cannot catch me. If Senior wants the literature carps, you can trade with me. Otherwise, even though I cannot defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool in an instant. Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes shined with a ruthless light as he observed Ju Ping. Ju Ping was unmoved, he was calm and composed due to his trump card. This was the advantage of a GU Immortal skilled in movement. They are often in a situation where they cannot lose. They can talk to opponents with higher cultivation level or battle strength with ease. Even though Fang Yuan had the killer move Myriad Self, he was lacking in the aspect of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU, together with True Solid Bat Wings, that was not an immortal killer move. It was inferior to Ju Ping's methods. Very good, Ju Ping, I will remember you. I wish you well in constantly guarding this place, and to not fall into my hands from now on. Fang Yuan left behind a threat as he left. Ju Ping heard this and his smile disappeared. He changed his tone, Senior, is this necessary? This junior only wants a transaction. My request is not much either. But Fang Yuan did not listen to Ju Ping, his body was like lightning as he quickly traveled elsewhere. Ju Ping frowned, he felt a little distraught, pointlessly offending a strong and mysterious GU Immortal. He felt very uneasy. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's words were attacking Ju Ping's weakness. He could not stay here forever to look after the literature carps. Damn it, I do not have a method to collect this group of literature carps. Ju Ping looked at the deep pool as he stamped his foot, extremely downcast. Fang Yuan left Ju Ping behind and flew rapidly towards his next destination. After flying a huge distance, he landed, looking at the deep pool below him. He had a joyous expression. This deep pool was neither large nor small, there was a fish group inside. This type of fish was similar to goldfish. It had a round belly, a small pointed head, and a tail. However, it was not brightly colored like goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have a wavy tail and fins. Its tail was small and exquisite. When the fish moved, they did not go left, right, forwards or backwards, they only floated upwards and downwards. They resembled balloons moving in the water. This type of fish was something Fang Yuan had raised before. It was air bubble fish. But because Fang Yuan ran into difficulties and was lacking in funds, he had to sell the air bubble fish group that he was raising for a while to get the funds he desperately needed. Air bubble fish could eat ordinary worms, insects, grubs and so on, digesting a portion of them while storing the rest as reserves in their stomach. These life forms in the stomach were nourished and had an increased chance to become a GU. Thus, air bubble fish could increase the production of GU worms. During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was a heavily sought after good among GU Immortals. This air bubble fish group has quite a large size. In terms of the price in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it is half of the Desolate Beast Shark Fin Wolf. Fang Yuan inspected. When he saw that there was no GU Immortal like Ju Ping appearing, he immediately made his move and used Pulling Water Immortal GU to take all of the air bubble fish. This air bubble fish group was the 3rd in value among Fang Yuan's profits. You band of thieves! Brazenly robbing my Dongfang tribe's headquarters. At this time, Dongfang Chang fans' furious screams could be heard over the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Unfettered Scholar burst out and shouted, immediately screaming, Old thief Dongfang, get ready to lose your dog life.